Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel, and in this video we are going to clone whole Dribbble application using Next.js and other technologies. Now the technologies that I'm going to use is mentioned in the description, so I'm not going to talk about, and this is a combined video of all the parts that have been created in this series. So yeah, let's just start it and start working on this. And here is a small preview of this whole project, how this works and how we are going to work on this. Hello everyone and welcome to this new tutorial in which we are going to make Dribbble clone using Next.js and some latest technologies. Now right now, as you can see here, I am on the home page and this is how it looks. It is similar to the Dribbble here. Okay, so they're almost similar. So we are going to actually clone this whole application using Next.js, and right now I am on the home page. But since the application is very large, the video for this tutorial will also be very large, and for that reason I have divided the whole tutorial in smaller pieces. And in this particular video I'm going to actually work on the upload section, which is actually the most important part of this whole application. So as you already know that we need to make shorts which are being displayed over here, and this is the most important part of this whole application because Dribbble gives us many tools to customize our shorts over here, and because of that making this upload section is quite complicated. That is why we are going to do that first. Now this upload section is also very large, so I'm going to divide this as well in smaller videos, and in this video I'm just going to show you the demo of the upload section, how this is working. And lastly, at the end we are going to start making this upload section, in which the first step would be to make this page. Now let me give you a demo how this is working. So right now I'm on the step 1 of the upload section. Okay, so now here either you can click on this to upload video or image here, or you can just drag and drop the image or the video to this part. Okay, this the both ways works here. Okay, now we have some components over here already, like titles, image, and the one text editor here. Okay, so the title is nothing fancy, this is just a title for this short. So I'm just going to write my first shorts. Okay, now after that we have image, and when we click on this image or a video, if there was a video here, we get this sidebar menu. Since this is the image, we get this image sidebar, and then we have some options. I'll talk about these options later. So yeah, if we have a image over here, so if we have a video over here, we are going to get. Okay, so now we have a video over here, and when we click on this we are going to get a video sidebar menu. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the image, okay, so that we can work faster. So now I have an image over here, and let's give this title again, first shorts. Then we have this let's close this. So we have this button, and on clicking this we are going to get another menu from which we can add more components here if we want to make this short a little bit more detailed. Okay, so now let's see what options do we have here. First we have a text option, then image, and then video. Lastly we have a rich media option. Okay, so we can add these 4 types of components over here in this upload section to make this short a little bit bigger and more detailed. So now let's see the first option, which is text, and on clicking this we get 3 options, and right now as you can see we only have one text editor, and I have selected this particular reference. So this is going to be added just below this reference. So let me just add one more text editor over here, and this will add one more editor. So if I write something again here, let's see, hello, and if I select this menu again, and if I try to add this editor again, this will add just below this reference. Okay, so the idea is that this menu actually keeps track of the reference that we have selected. If I select this and if I want to add an image over here, this will add the image just below this particular editor, this particular menu reference. Okay, so I have actually shown you the image component as well. Now let me add one more component, which is video, just below this reference. So when I after I click this, I can add a video just below this reference. Okay, so now with that we have added the text, image and video component, all three of them over here, and similarly we can keep adding more components over here. Lastly, we have this rich gallery, and using this you can add a component just like this, in which you can actually add video as well as image or GIF, anything in that rich gallery. I have not added this right now, but I will add in this tutorial. Okay, so with that we have title, image and editor and a video. Okay, now let me fill these with some images and some videos. So this will be the video. Okay, now after that we can just go over here, and here I can just write this. Okay, and let's write this same thing again here, and I'm just going to delete it. So whenever you click on each component over here, you get more options, like you can actually slide this component above. So if you want this image to be with this video, we can just click on this and voila, now this image has moved one index above. Okay, and similarly we have one more option, which is delete, which will delete this component. Sorry, so as you can see, this got deleted. Now one more option we have is the copy and paste, which will just copy this component and paste just below that component. Okay, now for the text editor, this will just going to copy and paste. Actually this will just going to copy and paste empty editor, since there's no point of having the same text copy and paste it below. That's why we're just going to add text component over here if a user click on this copy and paste icon. But for the other component like video here, so when a user click on this, a same type of component will be copy and pasted just below the previous component. Okay, and this is how it is going to be look like. I'm just going to delete this one, and lastly let's add an image over here. Okay, so we can add this image, and there's some CSS problem, but we are going to fix that later. Okay, so with that I have actually explained all the components that we can use using this insert block menu. Now let me tell you about each editor over here. So each component has its own editor, like this video has a video editor, sorry, video menu, or you can say video editor, it doesn't matter. Similarly this image has a image editor, and this text component has a text editor over here. Okay, so each has its own editor, and now I'm going to explain each of them. Okay, so first we are going to actually explain this video editor. Now the video editor and the image editor are both same, so I can just explain one. So inside this image editor we have two buttons for image change and for removing the image. We can click on this and this will remove the image, and we can just choose another image instead of that image. So we can choose this one. Okay, it's that simple. Now if you want to change the image instead of removing this, you can just click on this and change that as well. And yeah, that's it. This is how it is going to work for changing and removing of an image, and this same goes for the video section as well. Now after that we have two more options over here. One is the alt text, so we can actually add alt text to a video and image over here. So we can just write a laptop, and this is not going to actually show here but in the HTML tag. And lastly we have this layout part. Okay, so we can actually make this image short, make this image small and large by using this layout button. So when I click on this, as you can see gets smaller, and when I click on this gets bigger again. So this button is for that. And with that we are actually done with our image as well as video editor as well. Now last editor is this text editor, and this is most complicated editor, since here the editor we are using is TipTap editor, and this each text that we have used here has its own instance of this editor. So I'm just going to show you how this is working. The explanation part will be in the next video. Okay, so let's make this actually bold. Okay, so now everything is bold, italic, underline, center line, and you might have noticed here that actually when I again click on this editor, then this is showing. So this is just a small front-end problem which can be fixed later, which I will fix later, but right now I just wanted to actually show how this is working. And now let's make this. Okay, so let's make this heading 2 and this one of body. Okay, so yeah, the body heading 1, heading 2 is also working. And now if I click on this, as you can see we get a new editor for this text part, and this is completely different from this one, so I can separately edit this as well. Okay, hello and heading 2. So now as you can see both are using different editors, and because of that we are able to actually edit each text separately. Okay, so you all will understand more when we actually start making this application, but for now just see how this whole section is working. So I have explained all the components and how each component works, and with that the demo is complete. Lastly we are just going to click on this continue. Let me inspect this, and lastly we are just going to click this continue button, and this will add a new short to our database, and then we can actually go to our main page to see the shorts page. And as you can see we have one more short over here that we just made. This is the first shot. Okay, so this was all for the demo, and now I'm going to actually create the first step of the upload section, since this is quite easy and I just wanted to start building the application from the first video. And for that I'm going to make this first step of the upload section in this video, and then we can continue rest with the next coming videos. Okay, so right now I have an empty project here, and only thing we are going to install here is Next.js. Okay, so we can write npx create next app. Okay, and then yes, the app name will be Dribbble, and then yes, TypeScript, yes, lint, tailwind CSS. We are going to use the source directory, app router, and then no. Okay, so now everything is installed. Let's go to the project and then let's start the server. Okay, npm run dev. Okay, so it is on the localhost 3002 in my case. And now let's go inside this project and we can remove some things from here. So first we are going to go to the page.tsx and we can remove this and we can just write main, and then go to the global.css and remove all this. And now we are going to have a blank white page. Now after that we are going to make the upload page here, so we can go to the inside the app and then make a folder name upload. Okay, so uploads and new, so this should be uploads, and inside that we can make one more folder name new and page.tsx. Okay, so now we have defined that. Let's go here and go to the upload/new. Okay, so sorry, uploads. Okay, so now we have our page over here. Now after that, inside this source we are going to make the component folder, components, and and the first component would be image upload inside the inside the upload folder. So we can write upload component. Okay, component.tsx. So now I hope the font size is good, and yeah, and after that now let's add that component over here. So upload component. Now we are going to make a container over here, since I want this component to only take 1280 pixels of width, not more than that. So I'm going to make a component over here. Name would be container.tsx, and we can just write tsrfce, and then we can remove this. Now this component will wrap this page, so we can add a children over here, children, and then we can define the type of children. So children will be a type of React node. Okay, and then we can write here children. Now we are going to give this a class in which the max width will be maybe 1400 pixels. Okay, so I think that is good. Then we are going to have Excel px8 md px6. So these are the paddings for different media sizes. Then px3, and lastly px4 and mxauto. Okay, and now we are going to go here and import that container. We can actually make a layout over here. So layout.tsx, go here and we can just copy this, paste here, and remove all this as well. Okay, so we can just, okay, so we only need children over here, everything else we can remove. Add a section and then add a children over here, and then we can add the container. So container from components, and wrap this around this children. Okay, and that would apply on this page as well. Now let's save, and now as you can see we have some paddings over here because we used that container. And now let's start working on this upload component, but before that let's make one more component. Okay, and that would be the navbar of the upload component. Okay, so we can write components, and then we can write upload nav.tsx. Okay, now let's define the jsx part. So give this a class name of flex1 and pt6 sticky top 0 bg white and z50. After that, inside this div make one more div, give this a class name of flex item center justify between and then sticky of top 5 and z10. Now inside this div make one more div, and inside that we are going to have a button. Okay, so this button will say cancel, and we can add a class name over here of px3 py2 border of 1 pixels and rounded full text axis and a font medium. Now after that, below this div make one more div of class name of flex item center and justify between. Inside that make one more div of class name pr4. Okay, now inside that we are going to add a button. Give this button a class name of px3 py2 bg neutral of 100 border of 1 pixels and rounded full text axis and font medium. Okay, inside that we can write save as draft. Now after that make one more div. We can just actually duplicate this, and here we can write continue. Now the bg color will change from neutral 100 to neutral 900 and then text white. Okay, so that's it for this component. Now let's go to the upload component, and here we can add this navbar. So make one more div, give this a class name of wfull for now. We are going to change this class name later, and then we can add the upload nav over here. Save, and we should have something like this. Okay, now let's again go to the upload component, and first we are going to define the steps here. So we are going to have 2 steps just, and that would contain the upload media, which will have value 0, and then other stuff. Okay, and this will have value 1, and below this write a div, give this a class name of content. Okay, container. So this will be just identifier class and then pt10. Okay, after that inside this div make one more div, and inside that we are going to write if step is equals to step dot upload media. Okay, so first we need to make the step state over here, so we can write const step set step is equals to use state, and then initial value would be step dot upload media. So if the step is equals to steps dot upload media, then we are going to show this. So div, inside that write h2 tag, give this a class name of text center and md text of 2xl. So what is 2xl? 2xl is 24, so we need I think 3xl. Yeah, then md text 3xl and font bold, then text to Excel, and inside that we can write what. Now after that, below this tag we are going to have a div. Give this a class name of border of 2 pixel wide, then border dashed. Okay, so we need dashed border, and rounded LG MT12 flex justify around, and MD W of 9 by 12 and W11 by 12 otherwise, and MX auto to make everything in center, and then cursor pointer. Now inside this div, make one more div, give this a class name. Okay, so class name of flex call item center, justify center, and py40 and w full. And then inside that, make one more div, give this a class name of flex call item center and justify center. And now inside this div, we are going to have an image tag. Okay, so we can write src would be pic.png, class name would be w24, and then alt value would be image. After that, below this, add a div, give this a class name of text center pt3, and then inside that we can write add a span, give this a class name of text ping 500, and then inside that we can write browse. Okay, so let's save this, and we can make this a client component. Use client, and now this should look like this. Okay, now after that, below this div, we are going to have one more div, give this a class name of text sm pt5 text neutral of 500 and text center. Now inside this div, we can write span, and then we are going to write this part. Now let's save, and yeah, something like this. Now after this, make one more span. Inside that we are going to write max 10 MB each, and then one more span. Inside that we are going to write 20 MB for video. Okay, and that should look like this. Okay, now after that, below this div, make another list, and give this a class name of grid md grid of calls 2, then grid calls 1 text sm pt10, and gap x of 16 in the horizontal direction, gap of 2, and text neutral of 500, then list disk. Okay, and inside that we are going to have these lists. So like this, and let's save, and now we have this. Okay, so actually md grid calls 2. Okay, this should be grid, and now we have correct design over here. And lastly, what left is actually nothing. So after that, we are going to add the input over here. So when we click on that, we can actually add some images or videos over here. Right now this does not work. Okay, And now let's add our input tag so that we can upload the images over here. So close this one, and just below that we can add our input tag. Now the type would be file, and we can write like this. And then we are going to make a reference, since we are going to click on this part of div, and then it will actually invoke this input. So we need to define a ref over here so that we can reference this input from this div. So ref, and this will be equals to file input ref. Okay, and let's go above and make that ref. So const, copy this, is equals to use ref, and then we can define the type over here. So this will be HTML input element and or null. Okay, so this can be null as well, and the initial value would be null. Now after that we are going to add a class name over here and make it hidden. We don't want this input to be seen. And then we are going to add accept. We are only going to accept image of any type, and then video of any type, so like this. And lastly we are going to add own change handler, and this will call handle file change function. Okay, now let's define this function over here. So const, and like this. Now this will take event, and the type would be react. So react dot change event and HTML input event element, sorry. And yeah, now after that let's define the handle click function, which will actually invoke this function. So we can write like this. So const handle click function, and this would be called by this div. So when we click on this div, we are going to call this handle click function, which in return will call this function, and because of that we would be able to choose files from our local directory, and then we can edit here. Okay, so inside the handle click function we are going to write if the file input ref dot current is available, and if it's available then we are going to write file input ref dot current dot click, and because of that this function will invoke, and then we can also increase the step number. So for that let's define one more function, const on next. Okay, inside that we can write set step to be value plus 1. Okay, so we have increased the value of the step, and here we are going to call that function. Okay, and right now I'm not actually doing anything with the files that we are getting from here. We are going to do that in the next video. Right now I'm just making the framework for this component. Okay, so now let's go here and refresh the page. When I click on this, this will open. Now I can actually choose any image and open, and this will go to the next step, and right now the next step is not defined, so we do not see anything. So just for showing, I'm going to add a step 2 over here. The step 2 equals to steps dot other stuff, and if this equals to that we can add a div step 2. Okay, now we should have step 2 over here. So refresh this. Okay, so okay, not upload media, this should be other stuff. So when I click on this, okay, so now we have step 2. Okay, now I also want to add this feature, drag and drop. So here we can write on drop, okay, and we can write a function handle drop, and then let's actually define that function over here. So we can write const handle drop, and then it will have a event would be type of react drag event of HTML div element, and then inside this we are going to write event dot prevent default, then event dot stop propagation, and after that we can just have this function. Now let's save and let's try if this is working or not. So let's drag this one, and this is not working. So actually we need to add some more methods over here, and that would be on drag enter, okay, and then we are going to have on drag leave and on drag over. Okay, so these are three more functions that we are going to write. Now the function's name would be handle. Now let's define these above. So we can write const handle drag over, and the event would be like this, and then we can pass the event over here, and then we can copy this. Okay, duplicate this 3 more times, and then we are going to handle drag leave and handle drag enter, and I think this should solve the problem. Okay, and as you can see, as soon as I drop that image, the step changed to the step 2. Okay, so this is working. So with that we are done with the step 1. Now in the next video we are going to actually save the files that we are adding over here, and then we are going to display in the step 2. Okay, so this was all for this video, and the code up to this part will be on my GitHub. I'll provide the link in the description. So yeah, this was all for this part 1. Next we are going to work on the step 2. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to the second part of this video series where we are making Dribbble clone using Next.js. Now in the previous video I made this first step of the upload section, and this does not do anything right now. Only this takes video or image as an input when we click on this, and then this takes you to the next step. Now in this video we are going to actually render those images or videos over here, and then we are going to start working on the components that we are going to use in the upload section. So right now if I show you those components, so I think this was that. Okay, so let's go to the share work and let's upload our image over here. So okay, so we have these 4 components over here, and now in this video we are going to start working on them. And the first component that I'm going to start working on is this text component. Okay, so let's first render those images over here that we are uploading, and then we can start working on the first component. Okay, so right now I'm going to make a state over here, and then I'm going to store the local file URL of those images inside this state, and then I'm going to render over here. And after when we finished making all the components in the upload section, I'm going to use Cloudinary to upload the images, and then I'm going to take those image URLs and save it in our hook that I'm going to make that later. So I hope you understand. I'm doing this because I don't want to make this project complicated from the start. I want to go step by step and then modify these steps when we understand more about this project. I hope you understand what I'm talking about. So for now I'm just going to make a state name, let's say a local URL, and set local URL. So this will be used to store our URLs of the images or video. So okay, and now let's do some changes in this function. So we can first check if the event.target.files is available or not, and also we can check that event.target.files.length is greater than 0 or not. If these two are true, then we are going to get the URL from that, and for that I'm going to use the file reader here. So we can write const reader. We are making new instance of file reader, and then we are going to start reader.onload. This will be a asynchronous function, okay, for the later course, since we are going to do some asynchronous task in this function. So that's why I'm making this asynchronous. So we can then first check if the reader dot result is available or not. Okay, if we have the result, then we can set the local URL like this. And now let's also get the file here. So we can write const file is equals to event.target.files and the first value. Now using this file, we are going to know what is the type of file that we are uploading here, and we need to store that in a state so that we can render either an image component or a video component. Okay, so we need to make one more state over here, const file type set file type is equals to use state, and this will be a type of string. Okay, and here we can write clg for consoling, and then we can write type file dot type. So let's see what value we are getting first. So let's save this. Okay, and let's upload this image. Okay, now let's console, and the file type is image/jpg. So we can write if the file dot type dot starts with /image, then we are going to set the file type to image, else if the file dot type, we can just copy that from here, is video. So if this starts with video, okay, not here, it should be like this. Okay, so then we are going to set file type to video. Okay, now let's save and refresh this again. Let's upload a video over here. Let's say this one. Okay, now the video type is video/mp4, and let's also console the file type here, clg file type. Okay, and as you can see, this is video type. Okay, let's do one more time. Okay, and this is image. So this is working. Let's do similarly for the handle drop. So we can actually just copy this. Okay, and event.target not event.data transfer, and same here as well. So event.data transfer dot files. Now these two functions are almost similar, so we can make a different function for them. So we can write const maybe handle file, and then we can write like this. This will take file as an input, type will be file, and then this will do all these things. So we can just copy this and paste here. Okay, so we just have to remove this one, and now we are going to call that function here. So this will be handle wait a minute, so remove all this, call handle file and pass the file. So the event dot target dot files first. Similarly, we can go down and remove all this, and then we can call that function handle file and pass event dot data transfer dot files first value. Now let's save and let's see if this is working or not. So I'm going to, okay, so let's first choose this one. So this is working. We have the image type and everything, and let's check for the drag and drop. So I'm going to choose maybe this one. So this is working as well. So both are working again. Now I'm going to render those images or videos over here. So we can go in the step 2, remove this, make one more div, and then one more div, give this a class name of w9/12 and NextAuth to make everything in center. Then inside that add a text area and then add calls value to, so column value to 30, and then rows will be of 1. Then we are going to give a placeholder. So placeholder will be give me a name, and after that we can add a class name of focus outline none. Then we can add text for Excel and font bold. And now let's save, and when we, okay, so now we have the title over here. Okay, now let's save the value of this text area inside the state, and we are going to use this value in the final value that we are going to save to the database. So set title, and this will be equals to use state, type will be string, and then we can go below, add the value to title, and then we can write on change of set title to event, sorry, let's write event here, which will be denoted by e. So e dot target dot value. Okay, and that's it for the title. And now we are going to render our images. So outside this we are going to make one more div. So now let's make one more component here, and we are going to call it first media.tsx. and now this component will take some parameters. So first will be the URL. This will be a type of string or null, and the second would be type, and the type would be video or image. Okay, so these two types will be there, and now we can destructure them here. Type. After that, let's remove this, give this div a class name of mt10 mb5 and px5 flex call, and then inside this div make one more div, give this a class name, and we are going to right click like this. Now hover, so when we hover we want that border to be 2 pixel thick. Then give this transition all, duration of 150 milliseconds is in, and rounded XL for border radius, and MX auto to make everything in center. Now we are going to define a state over here so that we can know if we have clicked inside this div or not. So we are going to write const clicked element, initial value would be false. After that we are going to use a use effect here, to change the value of this state, and inside that we are going to first define a function which will change the value of the state. So handle click outside, and this will take an event as a parameters, which will be a type of mouse event. Okay, and after we are going to get the div element, document dot get element by id, and then pass the id. So let's give this id of my div, and let's write here as well. Okay, and after that we can write if the div element and div element does not contain the target, then we can make the set click element to false. Okay, and we are going to invoke this function on an event listener. So we can write document dot add event listener, type would be mouse down, and then we can call that function. After that we are going to clean up, so return function, and here we are going to write document dot remove event listener and then that function. Okay, and now after that we can use that clicked element. If that is true, then we are going to make the border of 2 and then border color of pink 500. Okay, so pink 500, otherwise we are going to do nothing. Okay, now make one more div, give this a class name, object cover, flex, item center, justify center, p4, and for now the size would be max wlg. Okay, and okay, so max w screen lg, transition all, duration would be of 100 milliseconds, and is in the type, and here I'm going to give min height of 400 pixels. And after that, if we have the data, that means if we have the URL over here, so we can write, if we have the URL, then we can write bg gray 100 for background, otherwise the bg would be white. Lastly, rounded lg and margin of 1. Okay, now inside this we are going to render our data. So if we have the URL, so we are going to first check if we have the URL or not. Okay, otherwise we are going to like this. Okay, let's write a div for now here. Okay, so otherwise like this, and let's write a div for now here, and here we can write if the type, so if the type is equals to image, then we are going to have an image over here, image, otherwise we are going to have a video over here. Okay, so I guess you understand the syntax. I'm using 2 times the ternary operator here. Okay, so this is how it is going to look. So first we are checking if we have the URL or not. If we don't have a URL, we are going to show something else. So I'm going to actually show a label. Inside that we are going to have a div. First give this label a class name of flex call, and item center, justify center, and min height of 400 pixels, and aspect would be video. And now inside that we can have a div and give this class name of text center, and then inside that we can write drag and drop, and here we are going to have the type, so we can write the type or click to browse. Okay, and yeah, that's it. And now we are going to add the src over here. So src would be url, and then add a class name. So we can add a class name here of rounded excel transition all, and duration will be of 75 milliseconds, is in, and w full h auto. Okay, and then in the so we can also give alt value, but I'm not giving that. And then we are going to have a video tag. Give this a class name of rounded excel w full h auto, and then we are going to give the src value, which would be url. Okay, and now let's save and go back to the upload component, and let's import that first media component. Now let's see. Okay, so now let's pass the type. Type would be file type, and then we are going to pass the url. This will be local file url, local url. Okay, so string image. So let's copy this. Okay, and we can add this. What is the problem? URL and image. So the type is not assignable. Okay, let's, for now we can add the default type to be image. And now the second problem is that string undefined is not. So we can go here and make this undefined. Okay, so now there should not be any problem now. Okay, let's save. Let's try to add this image. Okay, so okay, we have this, but we are not getting the image over here. Let's try to console the image or URL. So let's write URL and URL. Okay, so the URL is undefined local file URL. We are setting the local. Let's console that here as well. File URL, local URL. Okay, now okay, so we have the same problem here as well. So handle start. Okay, so the problem was that I did not pass the file to the reader so that we can read the file and get the URL, and for that we have to actually add this reader.read as data URL and then pass the file. Now let's save, and now this should be working. So let's add this image, and now we have, and as you can see, we have our image over here. Okay, and that's what we wanted. Let's add a video over here. Okay, so okay, now we have our video over here as well. So this is working. Now one thing that is not working here is that when I click on that, the border is not getting pink. So let's console the click element, sorry. So we can remove this, and we can also remove this console. Let's remove all the consoles. Okay, so we can remove this, and also okay, now let's go here and let's console the clicked element. Okay, now let's save. So when I click on this, okay, so when I click on this, nothing is happening. Okay, so the problem is that I did not add an on-click handler here, which will change the value for set clicked element, and also the ID should be here. Okay, and also there will be empty array over here for the dependency for use effect. Okay, so now let's save, and now when I click on this, okay, so set element to true. Okay, so now when I click on this, this will be pink, and when I click outside anywhere, this will turn to gray. Okay, that's why we are using this use effect. Okay, and yeah, that's all. So now this is working as well. Now we are going to add this insert button just below this media. Okay, now also add the controls here so that the videos can be played. Okay, so let's go here again. So below this div, make one more div and give this a class name of flex opacity of 0. On hover, the opacity would be 100. Okay, and then transition all. Okay, transition all, and duration will be of 150 milliseconds. Is in item center and empty 10. Okay, now inside that, make one more div, give this a class name of line, and this is just a private class just to identify. Then border of 2, h of 1.5 pixels, and border of pink 500. Then w full and rounded full. Okay, and this will be it for this div. Okay, now after that, make a button and give this a class name of p3 rounded full and bg ping of 500, flex item center and text white. And inside that, we are going to add a svg. Okay, and below that, add a span, give this a class name of white space no wrap pl1 and text sm. Now inside that, we can write insert block, and then below this button, add one more div, give this a class name, or we can just copy that from here. And now let's save. And now when I hover over that div, this whole section shows up. Okay, and I think that is all for this video. In the next video, I'm going to start working on the text component. Okay, and for that we are going to use Tiptap editor. So in the meantime, you can go to the Google and learn about this editor so that you would understand more when I would explain you in the next video. Hello and welcome to the third part of this video series where we are making a Dribbble clone using Next.js. Now in the previous video, we actually rendered the media that we are uploading in the first step, and also added this insert block button. Now in this video, we are going to start working on the components. So we have actually 4 kind of components here, and first we are going to work on this text component, and for that we are going to use Tiptap editor here. And the reason I'm using this because since this is a headless wrapper, it is quite easy to use, and also the Dribbble uses this exact same editor. So I'm going to use this in our application, and if you want to learn about this more, you can actually go ahead and read about this documentation, but I will be explaining each and every step as we use this in our application. Okay, so let's go here and let's install this for Next.js. So these are the starter packages that we have to install. So let's create one more terminal here, cd and then project, and install this. And after that, let's go below and let's make a component, and I would call this with test component. So we can write, not here, let's say here, this will be just a test component, test text component, just to show you how this works. Okay, so let's actually copy this, and then we can copy this. Okay, now this should work. Let's go to the upload component, and then we can import that here, test text component. Now let's go here and let's give a padding, so class name pb20, just to show you this is not the final. Okay, one more thing that I should do here is let's make this the default value of the state to other stuff, and in that way we will be on the second step always, so I would be able to focus on this part. So now as you can see, we have our text over here, which is in this case is the content of this editor, and we are only displaying our content. Now we do not have any ways to actually edit this content. We do not have any kind of toolbar anywhere in this page. So what we are going to do, we are going to add a button so that we can actually edit this. So if you want to learn how you can add those buttons to edit this text, you can go to the notes and the documentation, and you can choose any of these options, and then you'll get this React code and you can read about this. The only thing that you should focus is this button part. This is a simple HTML button tag, and then inside that we have our own click handler and a class name, and these are the two things that will edit these text. Okay, so what we are going to do, first we are going to cut this from here, make a div, write it inside that, and then we are going to just copy this and paste here. Okay, now first we are going to check if the editor is null or not. If the editor is null, then we are going to return null. Okay, and save this and let's see if this is working or not. So we have our text over here, and let's make this h1 tag. So this is not working actually, and the reason is that we did not actually install that extension. But just to show you, we can use different CSS, which is toggle bold, and this does not require any kind of extension. So we can just use toggle bold, and we can here write bold. Let's save and go back here, and now this is already selected. Click on the bold button, and as you can see, the text got bold. So this is how the TipTap editor works. So we basically first make an editor using use editor from TipTap React, and we pass that editor inside the editor content, which basically display that content that we have specified here. Okay, and then we make a button which actually change the content inside the editors using some functions. In this case, we are using toggle bold function to make this content bold. Okay, now if we want to make this back a simple text, we can again select that and click on the bold, and this will make that simple. And if we want to just make this hello bold, and we can do that as well. So this is how it works. Okay, now we are going to use the same approach, but we are going to make the toolbar in separate component and this editor content in separate component, so that we can use this toolbar in multiple places. So now let's make the component. So let's open this, and we can actually delete this text component. Remove this from here and from here. Okay. Now in the components, I'm going to make one more folder. Name would be text component. Okay. Okay. Then inside that, text tsx. Inside that, make one more div. Give this div a class name of flex call, and empty gen. Okay. Now inside this div, make one more div. Give this ID of my div, then a class name of w10/12, mxauto, px32, mdpx16, okay, and smpx6 and relative. Inside that, make one more div, and then we are going to have inside that one more component. This would be editor comp. Okay, and now we are going to make that component here, editor comp.tsx tsrfc, and then let's import that here. Now in the editor comp, we are going to first define that editor const editor is equals to use editor from tiptap. So let's import that, use from tiptap. Okay, so tiptap react use editor, and inside that we are going to first have extensions. This will be an array, and then we are going to have editor props. Okay, this will be an object, and then we are going to have content. Okay, let's say hello, and yeah, that's it. So for the content, we can write this. Okay, we can write like this. So for the content, we can write like this. This should be a HTML, not anything else. And now we are going to start filling the extensions and the editor props. So first will be the extensions. So extension will take starter kit from tiptap react. So let's go to tiptap documentations, and we can then search for the starter kit. Okay, copy this, import it here and add it here. Then we are going to use underline. So again, search the underline. Okay, so we can first install that package, and let's also import the underline. Then we are going to use text align here, so we can install that as well. Not here, here. And then we are going to have link, so that we can apply link. Okay, copy this, paste here, and that's all. This is all we wanted. After that, we are going to import each of them. So import, and now we can go below and add them here. Underline, and text align dot configure. Okay, so the types will be heading and paragraph, and these two types will be there. And then we are going to have link configure and open click true. Now in the editor props we are going to define attributes in which we are going to define classes which is going to be applied on this div, but for now I'm going to leave this empty, and when the time comes I will explain this with an example. Right now if I just write and explain you, you will not understand anything, so I'm just going to leave it empty here right now. Okay, now after that we are going to first check if we have editor or not, and then we can return null if we do not have the editor. Lastly, here we can add the editor content from Tiptap React and pass the editor. Okay, so this component is ready, although this is not complete. This is ready for now. Okay, now let's go to the text component again. After this div, we can go to the first media over here and we can copy this whole. So and go to the text component and paste it here. Okay, and we are going to remove this text. Okay, now this will be only plus sign. So with that we are done with the editor comp, which only shows right now the editor content. Now we are going to make the menu. Okay, so for now I'm going to actually make the menu over here so that I can actually use this editor, but when we are done with both editor content and menu, then I'm going to actually separate them both, and I will be passing this editor instead of creating this here. Okay, so for just now I'm going to make a new component here. Let's say const editor toolbar. Okay, and this will take editor and type will be editor. Okay, and then we are going to return it here and then a div. Now let's render our text component in the prod component. So let's import that text component, and now as you can see we have our text component over here, and we also have the plus sign. Now there's no CSS, and so to have any kind of style over here we need to actually provide some class over here. So now I would add those classes here. W will be full. Okay, leading, which means line height will be 3, p5, focus outline of maybe 2 pixel, then focus border of 2 pixel, then focus border of pink 500, and same goes for outline. So outline pink 500, then give a border radius of rounded XL, and transition all is in type, and duration will be of 150 milliseconds. Now let's save and see if this is working or not. So refresh the page, and as you can see now the style for the input or the editor content has changed. Now we need to apply the CSS to this part. Now if I do not add prose, which means the typography classes over here, and just add a text XL, any p text XL, refresh the page, this will not work. Okay, and if I add the prose over here, refresh the page, and this will still not work because we need to add prose here as well. Refresh the page, and as you can see now the text size is XL, extra large. Let's make this 4XL, refresh the page, and as you can see this is now 4XL. Now we are not going to actually apply classes to the p tag actually we are going to apply classes to anchor tag, and we only want the font to be semi bold and close A, text color to be pink 500. okay, refresh the page and let's add an anchor tag over here. So we can add anchor tag and add hello, and this will not work actually, this will only print hello. For this to working we need to add href and then some link over here, so we can write hello. Now if I refresh this will start working. So now we have a hello link over here. When I click on this will open in a new tab. Okay, so this is working. Now if you don't want this to open in a new tab while you are actually writing your content here, then you can just add false over here, refresh the page, and now when we click on this will not actually open in a new tab. Actually this will not open at all because we have made this value to false. Okay, lastly we are also going to add prose leading loose for maximum line height, and yeah, this is all the CSS that we are going to write here. Now one more thing I want you guys to know, that this prose actually removes all the default classes from the tags. So as you might already know that Tailwind applies some default classes on each tags. So that is why even if we use anchor tag over here, let's say hello again, like here, as you can see now there's no classes, and if we use a simple HTML tag we would see a blue color and an underline. So Tailwind removes all those CSS by default and make it look like this. Now when we use prose here we get those classes back. Refresh the page. Okay, let's write it here. I think that is why. Okay, so now as you can see this text has an underline, and this is the default behavior of a anchor tag. So what this prose does is just remove those default classes that is applied by the Tailwind. Okay, so you need to understand that as well. So whenever we are going to add a new h1 tag using our toolbar here, this is going to actually show the actual h1 tag which we see in the HTML. I hope you understand, and I hope I did not make this complicated. So now we have added all the classes, and now we have our content as well, and now we are going to start working on the toolbar. Now one more thing I want to show you, that let's console our editor here. Okay, so let's see what we are getting inside the editor. Refresh the page, let's go to the console. Now as you can see we have an editor here. Now this editor has a bunch of things. Now if I go here and make one more editor here with same properties, and everything is same now. Okay, just the naming of this editor is editor 1, and now if I console the comparison of between them, so comparison of editor is equals to editor 1, let's see what we are getting. Okay, so now as you can see in the comparison we are getting false, even though both are actually same, almost same. All the content inside the user editor is same, still they are not equal, and that is why the editor tool that we are making here will have to have same editor that we are giving this to editor content, so that by using this toolbar we can edit this content. If both are different, if both editors that we are passing here are different, then we won't be able to actually edit this editor content using this editor toolbar. I hope you understand. So I'm going to actually make just one editor right now, and I'll make this working, and after that we are going to find a way so that we can pass the same editor to this editor toolbar whenever we select a text. Okay, whenever we select a text component. Okay, like I did over here. Okay, when I add one more editor, let's add this one, and again in this one. So whenever I click on this, the editor which I have passed over here, same is passed to this toolbar, and when I click on this, the same editor that I have passed here goes to this toolbar, and that is why I am able to actually edit this. And same with this one. Okay, and they both are same, and they both are different. I hope you understand this part as well. So first we are going to make this toolbar, which will take the same editor which we are going to pass it here, and then we are going to make this functional, and then we are going to think about how we can pass the same editor each time when we want to edit the text component. Okay, so now inside this div, make one more div, then one more div, give this a class name. Let's close this. Flex space x3 item center and mb10. Now inside this div, make a span and add this svg. You can copy that from my GitHub, and then below that add a h3 tag of class name text excel fonts semi-bold, and then inside that we can write text. Now after that, below this div, make one more div, make a span, give this a class name of text sm and font semi-bold, and inside that we can write text. Okay, now below that make a div and give this a class name of empty5, and now inside that make one more div, give this a class name of p3 border of 2 rounded lg and position relative. Now inside this make a span, give this a class name of flex item center justify between and cursor pointer. Okay, let's make this a div since we are going to add a span inside this. So add a span and give this a class name of text sm text neutral of 500, and inside that we can write selected text. Okay, let's make that state over here, const selected text set selected text is equals to use state, and type would be string and default value would be body. Now let's go below, add one more span. Inside that we can have chevron down, so we are not getting chevron down. Let's go above and we can manually import that from Lucid React. Okay, so I think I did not added that package here, so we can write npm I Lucid React. Now let's close this and we can write Lucid. Okay, why we are not getting Lucid React, and I'm going to import chevron down, and then I can add it here. Okay, now the size would be of 14, and then outside this div we are going to have a component. We can name this heading text menu. Okay, and let's make this here, so we can write heading text menu .tsx. Let's import that here. Okay, and after that, below this div we are going to have text editor. Okay, and let's make this as well. So we can write text editor .tsx. Let's import that here. Okay, so with that we have almost completed the JSX part, and now let's go here and let's add the editor toolbar. Okay, so only we have completed the JSX, still the functioning of this toolbar is still remaining. Okay, so we can add, okay, why I'm not getting, okay, so problem is that right now this is just a simple function, not a React component. So for that we need to actually write it like this, copy this, and then we can write it like this, and now we can easily add the editor. Now let's save, go to our main, and now as you can see we have something. Okay, so right now let's go here, and we do not need this actually. So, and now apart from that, let's also give some classes to this. We are going to actually remove that later, but I'm going to add some classes. Fixed, then write 0, and W would be of 300 pixels, and BG white. Okay, and where does it go? Let's make this absolute, since we are only testing for now. So this is here, write 0. So now this is here. Let's maybe make it top 32 in minus, so this will go up, and now this is looking like this. Add a padding of maybe 4. Okay, so right now we have editor toolbar over here. This is just temporary for testing purpose, since I'm showing you how you can develop this toolbar and this editor content over here and make them work. So this is just temporary. So after we make both of them, we are going to actually make a sidebar in a different component, and we are going to actually discard this editor toolbar. But right now this is just for testing purpose, so do not worry. Okay, so now we are going to work on this text editor. Okay, and this will take the editor. Okay, now let's go to the text editor. We can write editor of type editor or null. Okay, and here we can destructure that editor, and then here we can check if the editor is available or not. So editor, if this is available, then we are going to return null. I hope this makes sense to you. And now we are going to start adding those buttons like it is used here. Okay, let's remove this text editor and give this a class name of empty6. Okay, then border of 1 pixel and rounded LG, and then inside this div make one more div, give this a class name of flex item center justify around, and inside this div we are going to start adding our buttons. So first button type will be button, then we are going to have on click handler, and this will do this. Okay, yeah, correct prediction. Okay, and now if let's write bold and let's see if this is working or not, just for this. So let's go again here. Now we have bold button. Let's select this and click on this button. Okay, so I think this is interfering with this, so we can go to the editor comp, not here, our text component, and for now we can just comment this out. Okay, so now let's select this. Okay, maybe I'm not able to actually click on this. Let's go again to text editor, add a class name over here, cursor pointer. This will tell us if we are able to click on this or not. Okay, so let me also give of padding pb of 10. Okay, so now I should be able to click on this, and now this is working. As you can see, this is working. Okay, so we can continue adding some more buttons over here. Now I also want to change the class of this button according to this selected editor. Okay, so we can add a class name, write it like this, and if the editor dot is active, if this is equals to bold, then we are going to do something, otherwise we are going to do something else. Okay, so if this is active, then we are going to make p3 w full outline 2. Okay, and the color will be outline purple of 600, bg purple of 100, and rounded slg. Now some of the classes will be same. P will be 3, w full outline and outline slate of 200 and rounded slg. Okay, now let's save and see. Okay, so now if I click on this, okay, now this is going to work like this. Now we can also disable this, disabled. If I save this, this will be disabled and you cannot do anything to this. So this is going to be disabled if the editor is not available. So if the editor dot chain dot focus dot toggle bold dot run, so if this conditions satisfies, then we are going to make this disable. Okay, so maximum rate. Okay, so one thing I forgot is dot can. So now this is working, but if the editor is not available, then we are going to actually make this disable. And now remove bold, and we are going to add SVG here for this icon, bold icon. Okay, and also let's give this a style. So the style will be of display flags, align items center, and then justify content of center, and this will make it a center. Now we can just duplicate this and this button will be used for italic, and same here. Okay, here write italic, and now we can remove this rounded SLG from here and from here, and we can also replace this SVG with this. Now let's save, and now we have a italic. Now if I select this, make this italic, as you can see this is italic now. Now let's add the third button over here. We can just duplicate this. Now the third button will be used for underline, so we can write toggle underline, and here as well. Then here write underline, and now this will be rounded ELG, and same here rounded ELG, and also change the SVG. You can get all the SVGs from my GitHub. Now let's save, and now we have underline. Click on this, and now the content is underline. So we have made these three buttons. Now we are going to continue adding, and now we are going to add the alignment buttons over here. Okay, now below this div, make one more div, give this a class name of empty6, then inside this add a span, write alignment, and then give this a class name of text sm and font semi-bold. After that, below this div, make one more div and give this a class name of border of 1 pixel and rounded LG and empty3. Now inside this div, we are going to have one more div, give this class name as well, flex item center, justify around, and then we can start adding our buttons. So let's go above and copy all these buttons, and we can just paste it here, and we are going to do small changes in these buttons. Okay, so first will be set align, text align, and inside that we can write left, and here as well we can copy this and paste here, and here we can write if the text align is left or not. What we have imported, I don't know. Let's remove this. Okay, similarly we can copy all this, paste here and here, make this center, this as well. Now copy, now paste it here and here, make this right, and this one as well. And also copy this, paste here, make this center, and this as well, right. And now we are going to change this SVGs. You can copy that from my GitHub. So now I have changed all SVGs, and now this is looking like this. Okay, now let's select this, click on the center, then right, then left. So this is working, but styles are not showing here, and the problem is that this should be small t, this as well, and this one as well. Let's save, and as you can see, this is working as well. Okay, and now let's work on the link part. So when I click on this, there will be a bubble menu here to set a link to the selected text. Okay, so we can go above and we can write that function here. For setting link, we can go to the Tiptap again and we can search for link here, and we'll get to this page. Now we'll get a code here, and we just need to copy this function. Okay, let's copy this and add it over here. Import the use callback, and we can copy this and paste here. Okay, so we do not have any kind of error. Now I want this link to be in bubble menu, so we can go here again and search for bubble menu, and for that we need to install some packages, I think. Okay, so we do not need to install anything. We can just, and we can make one more div over here. Inside that, first we are going to check if we have editor or not. Then we can have our bubble menu. Okay, now inside that, first provide the editor here. So editor will be editor, and give this a class name. Okay, children missing. Okay, so we need to provide the children, which will be button in this case, which we are going to do later. bg void p2 shadow 2 xl text pink of 600, and ap option will be duration of 200 milliseconds. Now inside that, add a button, then on click handler, and this will set the link. Okay, now add a class name here, editor dot is active link. So if this is true, we can have bg pink, let's go with 100, and now here we can add a icon. So we can go to the Lucid Direct link. So I'll need this one, copy this, paste here, and import that from Lucid Direct, save, and now we should have our icon here. Let's add here, and one more thing I want to add here, this parameter. I think there's no. Okay, so let's go here. I'm going to add myself. So in the text component, sorry, in the editor component, we can add one more parameter here, default protocol, and that would be equals to https. Okay, now close this, go to the text editor, save this, and let's see if this is working or not. So we can add maybe google.com, and now this, as you can see, now the color has been changed to pink because we have added this CSS. Okay, and now this has a link. Now to check if this has a link or not, we can close this, and when I click on this, and this should open, but this is not opening because I have added false here. Let's refresh this again, add link google.com. Okay, now let's click on this, and as you can see, this is working, but the link is not correct. So you need to write the whole URL like this. We can copy the whole URL from here and paste it here. Okay, and now when I click on this will open this URL. So we are almost done with this editor toolbar. The only thing that is left is this styles, heading 1, heading 2 and body, which I'm going to do this in next video since the video is getting too long. Okay, and also along with that we're also going to work on the multiple instances of text component and how we can edit those with one single editor menu. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the fourth part of this video series where we are making Dribbble Clone using Next.js. Now in the previous video I made this editor for this text component and also made these buttons functional. Okay, so now as you can see these all are editing this text. Okay, so these all are working. Now we are going to work on this heading part. So using this you can change this text to h1 tag, h2 tag or a simple paragraph tag. So now we are going to work on this. So let's go to the code and here we are going to remove this actually and make a store using juice stand. Okay, so we need to install that package over here. cd Dribbble npm I juice stand. Now also let's make a folder inside src and name this hooks, and the first hook will be use heading tool.ts. Okay, now we are going to import create from juice stand, then define a type using interface heading store. This will have selected text which will be a type of string, and then we are going to have set selected text, and this will be a function which will return nothing, so this will be a void function, and this will take text type of string. Now let's make the store. So we can write const use heading store create, pass the type here heading store, set function, and inside that first we are going to have selected text. Initial value will be body, and then we are going to have set selected text, and this will take text as an input, and then we are going to set the state over here. Okay, now let's save this and let's go to our heading text menu. We are going to import that state over here. Import use heading store. Okay, so use okay, so I need to actually first export this. Export default use heading store. Okay, now let's save and we can now import here. Then we are going to get the selected and set selected values from this store. Set selected text, and yeah, this is all we need here. Now let's go to the editor component, and we are going to need this here as well. Import this, and here we are going to need selected text. Now let's go below, uncomment this, and this will take editor. Okay, and then also this will take open state, which we are going to make it here. So let's make that here const open set open use state type will be boolean and initial value will be false. Let's go below and pass that as well, open. Now let's go to this component and we can write the props here. So first will be open, type would be boolean, and then also we are going to have set open. Since we are going to close this from here, so we can also pass that set open. Okay, now let's go back here, and then we are going to have editor here. Type will be editor, null or undefined. Okay, so this state should be here, and we can now remove this and cut this line from here and paste here. Now we should not have any kind of error. We have actually two components over here, that's why I was confused. Now I should not have any kind of a problem here. Okay, now if the open value is, let's add a fragment over here, fragment from React, and now if the open value is true, then we are going to show something. So we can destructure it first, open, set open, and editor. And also we can do one thing, that if the editor is not available, we are going to return null. Now if the open is true, then we are going to have a div over here, and inside that we are going to have all the buttons. Okay, now give this div a class name of absolute top 16 and left 0, and right 0, w full, text sm, text neutral of 500, and bg white. Okay, and inside this div we are going to have a unordered list. Give this a class name of p4 mx auto, border of 2 pixels, and rounded lg, then space y2. And inside that we are going to have allies. Give this class name of w full, and inside that we are going to have our first button. Okay, now give this, now right click like this, and first will be on click handler. Okay, so now here we have editor, so we can write editor dot chain dot focus dot toggle heading. Okay, and then we can pass the level here, so level will be of 1, and then we are going to run this. After that we are going to also change the style of this button, so we can write class name and write it like this, and we are going to write it like this. Okay, so if the editor dot is active, heading of level, okay, so level of 1 is true, then we are going to do something. Let's write it like this, otherwise we are going to do something else. Okay, now if this is true, then we are going to have p2 px4, background color will be bg neutral of, let's say 400, and rounded md. Okay, md. Now we can just copy this, everything will be same except for the bg color, and just background will be different, and this will be shown when we hover. Okay, now here we can write heading 1. Okay, and also we can write one more thing, that if this is true, so let's copy this, so if this is true, inside the curly braces, then we are going to show check icon, check, otherwise we are going to show nothing. And let's give this a size of 16. Okay, now we are going to duplicate this 2 more times. This will be a level 2 here as well. We are going to write it level 2, and everything will be same. Now this will be paragraph, so we can remove this and we can write paragraph, and here as well, and here as well, but this time we are going to use set paragraph. Okay, so yeah, this is good. Now we can remove this, and here we can write paragraph, and here as well body. Okay, so with this we are done with our heading text menu. Let's save this and go here, and when we click on this selected text, so I think this one, so when we click on this, we are going to make set open to true, or we can just toggle it out, open. Let's save, and let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so when I click on this, okay, let me inspect this. I think there's some problem. This should take all width, so let's go again, heading text menu, li full, but this is not taking full width. So we can add here w full. Okay, copy this, paste here and here, and we can write one more thing, left works or not. Okay, so now as you can see, this body is on left side, so this is working. We can write it like this, flex item center space x2, not, this will be justify between, and this body can be inside a span. Okay, this is good, and we can also make this pink and text white. I think that would be better. Yeah, this is much better. So now I can just copy this, paste here, write this inside a span, and this will be pink, and same here, this will be pink. Okay, and everything would be same. Copy this, paste here, write this inside a span, and okay, and initial. Okay, so when this is selected, then we are going to make this text white. So actually I'm doing this live. Previous CSS was different, but I'm actually making some changes right now, so that's why we are seeing this. So that now this is good. Okay, and also let's see if this is working or not. So this is working. Let's make this h1. Okay, so this is working as well. And now let's do one more thing, that right now as you can see, I have selected heading 2 for this text, but in the selected area I am getting heading 1. So this part is working, but I am not seeing the current selected state over here. Okay, so actually we are not doing anything with the selected state. So to set the selected state, I'm going to use effect here. Okay, so use effect, and we can write it like this. And a dependency, I'm going to use editor and all these three. Okay, so not this one, this one. So they all will be in dependency array, and we can write this above. Now copy this one, paste it here, and then this one, paste it here. Okay, now we can write if this particular thing is true, then we are going to make set selected to heading 1. Okay, otherwise, so else if this one's true, then we are going to make set selected to heading 2, else if this one's true, then we are going to make set selected body. Okay, now let's save and let's see if this is working or not. So okay, and as you can see, this is working. Okay, so with this, everything is now working. We can make this heading 1. Okay, so let's make this heading 1. If I enter, I will be in next line. Now the type is paragraph, and this has changed to body, and also this is also body. So everything is working, and yeah, everything is working. One thing is not working, that is it is not text white. Why this is not text white? Okay, so this one does not have text white. Okay, so as you can see, now if I enter, this will again go to body. If I use arrow key, this will change to heading 2, and when I again use arrow key to move up, this will change to heading 1, and all the other selected changes now again highlighted here. So everything is working, as you can see here. So with that, we are done with our text component here. Right now everything is working. As you can see, we can edit everything, and everything is working. We can make this heading 1, heading 2, and when we move this cursor above these selected editors changes. Okay, so with this, we are done with our text component. For now, this will be phase 1 of the text component. Now in the phase 2, we are going to make multiple instances of this editor content, and we are going to edit each one of them using single editor toolbar. And for that, we first need to make all the sidebars that we are going to use in this whole upload section, so that you would understand more when I make multiple instances of this editor content and edit them using one single toolbar over here. Okay, so for better understanding, we are first going to make all the sidebar menus. So we are going to work on the sidebar menus in the next video. For now, this video will end here, and with this we are done with our phase 1 of the text component. Okay, so I hope you understand everything. I know this project is getting complicated, but with this project you will learn many things. So I hope you continue watching this full tutorial, and surely you will learn something at the end, and which you can put in your resume. Okay, so with this we are ending this tutorial here, and in the next tutorial we are going to make sidebar menus, and then we are going to again start working on this text component. And welcome to the 5th part of this video series where we are making a Dribbble clone. Now in the previous video we made this text component and also made this editable. Now in this video we are going to make all the sidebar menus here, including image editor, video editor, text editor, and also gallery editor. So we are going to make all that toolbar over here. As you can see, we have first the main menu, then we have this text menu, we also have this image menu, and similarly we also have a gallery menu and also a video menu. So we are going to make all the sidebar menus in this video so that we can access them over here. So right now, as you can see, this does not taking whole width. Okay, and for this to take whole width, we need to add some more things in our tailwind.config.ts file, and that would be typography, then default, then CSS, and then max width of 100 viewport width. Okay, now let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so we have a problem. This is not taking full width, but okay, so this should be inside the extend. And now as you can see, this is taking full width, and also we have our CSS here as well. Okay, so everything is working now. So add this to your tailwind.config.ts file so that it can take whole width. Now we are going to close this, and I'm going to close all this one as well. Let's make one more, not here, upload components, and I'm going to make one more folder here, and this would be menu, and inside that we can write sidebar menu.tsx. Okay, now since this sidebar menu is going to be opened and closed here, and for that purpose we are going to need a state, and that state is going to be used somewhere else in other components. So for that we are going to make a hook here instead of making a single state using use state over here. Okay, so I'm going to make a hook here, and we can name this use menu.ts, and then we can import usestand here. So create from usestand, and then we can first define the type. So we can write menu store. So first we are going to have is menu open. Okay, and this will be type of boolean. Then we are going to have a function which we are going to call on open menu. So this will be an anonymous function that would return nothing, and this will take a value of type boolean. Okay, similarly we are going to have a on close menu, and then we are going to have on toggle menu, and this will have the same type. Okay, now we are going to define the store. So we can write export const use menu store is equals to create, pass the menu store, and then a function inside that. First is menu option will be false, then we are going to have on open menu, and this will make this to true. Okay, so I think we do not need any value here as well, and yeah, this will take the value. Sorry, my mistake. This will not take any kind of values here. This will just be an anonymous function. So we can remove this, and this will make the value true. Then we are going to have on close menu function. Okay, so we can write like same set is open to true, sorry, false. And lastly we are going to have on toggle menu. Okay, so this will just reverse the value, okay, whatever we are passing over here. So with that we are done with our use menu hook for now. We are going to add some more values here later, but for now this is enough, and we can remove this now. Add this a class name, and we can write it like this. Then add a fixed position top 0, width will be 335 pixels, write 0, z would be 50, and bg white, then shadow axle, h will be full, transition all, ease in, and duration will be of 200 milliseconds, and then we can check. Okay, so first we need to import that state here, import use menu store, and then we can destructure that use menu store is open value, is menu open, and we can check here is menu open is true or not. If this is true, we are going to do something, otherwise we are going to do something else. Now if this is false, we are going to make translate x of 400 pixels and opacity 0, 400 pixels. Otherwise we are going to make translate x 0, and let's write here menu for now. Now let's go to the upload component, and we can import that store here as well. Import menu store, use menu store const use menu store, not here, use menu store, and here we can get is menu open and on toggle menu. Okay, let's go below, remove this css or classes, and now we are going to add transition all is in, duration will be 200 milliseconds. Now we are going to check is open menu. If this is true, then we are going to do something. So we are going to first check for if this is false. So if this is false, we are going to make w full, otherwise we are going to make the width dynamic. Okay, so we are going to calculate the width here, calc 100% minus 400 pixels, and do not leave any spaces here. Okay, now we can add a button over here to test this out. On click, and inside that we can write toggle on toggle menu, and then pass is open menu, and here we can write menu. Okay, or just toggle. Okay, and also let's add the sidebar menu over here. Now let's save and let's test if this is working or not. So when I click on this, as you can see, the width of this upload component shrinks, and we have now our sidebar menu over here, and now we do not have our sidebar menu. Okay, so this is working, and now we can add our menus over here. Okay, so for that we need to do one more thing inside our hook. We are going to add some more. Okay, so now before adding some more things over here, I want to update this function. So on toggle menu, I can actually write it like this as well. So apart from set, we can also get. Okay, so let's get and write it like this. Okay, so now we can here get the value of open, and then we can, so we are getting the open value using get method, and then we are going to inverse that. Okay, so we can do that as well, and this is a much better way. Here, now let's go above, and now we can actually remove this, and we can write simply like this. Okay, now here we are going to add some more things. So first will be the selected menu. Okay, and the types will be main. So either it can be a main menu, or it can be a text menu, or it can be a image menu, or it can be a video menu, or it can be a gallery menu, or it can be a secondary menu for text. So we can write secondary text, and then we can also have secondary for gallery. Okay, or it can be a null. Okay, now we are going to define the functions to set this state with those values. So we can write set selected menu. Okay, here it will take menu as a param, and this will be type of. Okay, and this will not return anything. Okay, so this will be a void function. And now since there is a repetition of the type, we can write type menu is equals to, let's make this in capital, and also let's export this, we might need somewhere, and we can copy this from here, and then we can write menu. Okay, similarly here menu. Okay, after that we are going to have get selected menu, and this will just give us the selected menu. So this will not take anything, and in return this will give us menu. And that's it for now. We are going to add some more thing later, but for now we can continue with this. Okay, so let's add selected menu, and initial value will be main. After that set selected value, and this will work like this. Okay, and after that get selected menu, and this will work like this. Okay, now let's save, close this, and we can go to the sidebar menu again, remove this, add a div. Okay, give this a class name, padding of 2, px of 10, empty 10, and inside that we can write one more div, give this a class name, and write it like this. Okay, so if the selected menu, let's first import that here, selected menu. So if the selected menu is equals to main, then the display will be block, otherwise it will be hidden. Okay, and then we can add py5, and inside this div add a button. Okay, and give this a class name of mb8 text sm. Inside that write close, then add a on click handler. Okay, and this will close our editor or menu. Okay, so we can import that on close menu, and we can just write on close menu. Okay, now after that below this button we are going to have a div, give this a class name of sidebar menu, and this will be just a private menu. Okay, just to identify this. Okay, and overflow auto. Inside this div make one more div, inside that add a h4 tag, give this a class name of text excel, font semi bold, mb8, and then we can write insert block. Okay, now after that below this we can add a div, then inside that we can add a span, give this a class name, let's close this. Okay, text sm, font semi bold, and then we can write basic. Okay, now below that add a div, give this a class name of empty5 and text sm. Okay, now inside this div make one more div, add a class name, and this will be flex item center, justify between, and hover bg neutral of 100, rounded lg, py2, and px1. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have a div, give this a class name of flex item center and space x3. Now inside this div we are going to have a span, inside that we are going to have a svg, which you can copy that from my GitHub. Okay, so this will be our svg. Now below that span, make one more span, and inside that we can write text, and here we can give this a class name font medium. Now after this below this div make a span. Inside that we can add one more SVG. Now let's save and let's see how this is looking. So let's refresh this, and again, as you can see, we have a sidebar menu. The close button is too much below, so we can remove, I think, empty 10. Okay, so now this is good. So now this button is working. We have a button for adding text component. Okay, let's make this small, 18 and 18. Now this is good. Now one more thing, when we click on this div, on click, so we want to set the selected menu, which we can import here. Set selected menu, and this will be secondary text menu. Okay, we can collapse this, and below this div we can add one more div, give this a class name of empty3 and text sm, and then inside this div make one more div, give this a class name flex item center and justify between, and then we can add hover bg neutral of 100, rounded lg py2 and px1. Okay, now after that, inside this div make one more div, give this a class name of flex item center justify between space x3, and then inside that we can add a span in which we are going to have our SVG. Okay, now after that, below this span we can add one more span and give this a class name of font medium, and then inside that we can add image. Okay, now similarly we can duplicate this, and now this will be a video, and then we can also change this SVG. Okay, and now we have all the buttons. Let's go again here, and now we are going to have one more span, so we can copy this, add this here. We can write rich media, and then below that we can copy this, paste here. This will be gallery, and we can change the SVG. Okay, so now let's save, and now we have our rich media. Actually this should be inside a div, so we can add a div over here, and then we can select this, move upside, and yeah, that's it. Now let's save, and also let's give this a margin top of 2, I think. Yeah, now this is looking good. So now with this we are done with our main sidebar menu. Okay, so this is our main sidebar menu. Now we are going to make individual menus for each of these items here. Okay, so we can collapse this div, and then inside, and then below that we can add one more div and give this a class name, which will be if the selected menu is equals to image, then we are going to show block, otherwise we are going to have hidden as a display. And now inside this div we are going to have one more div. Okay, and let's click on this. I think nothing will happen, so we can go here and make the default to be image, since we are working on that. Okay, and now we should have a blank sidebar menu. Okay, now we can work on this. Okay, so actually we do not need this div right now, we need a button. Okay, so we can copy that button from here. Okay, so paste this here. Now below this button we are going to have a div, Okay, and inside that we can have one more div. Give this a class name of flex item center and then space x3 and mb8. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have a span, then the svg. Okay, and okay, this should be inside the span, and then we can write yeah, now below this span we can have another span. Give this a class name of text excel and font semi bold. Inside that we can write image, and this should be looking like this. And here we can also write mt5. Okay, now this is good. And I think I have a padding over here. Yeah, the padding is px10 and it is coming from above, so there's nothing to be worried about. Now after that, below this div, make one more div. Inside that add a span, and this will be media, and give this a class name of font semi bold. And below that add a div, give this a class name of mt5, and inside that we are going to have other media. Okay, now we are going to make that here other media dot tsx, and let's write tsrfc, and we can import that here. Okay, now let's go to the other media and start working on this. So inside the props we are going to have data, which will be a type of string or null or undefined. Okay, so this will be type of data that we are going to pass. Then type. Okay, and the type can be video, image, so these two will be the type. And apart from these two, we are also going to have one more prop here, but right now I'm only going to work on the JSX, not on the functionality of this component. This will be part of image and video component. So for now I'm going to work on this JSX part first, and the functionality will be added when I'm going to work on the video and image component. Okay, so inside this div we can add one more div. Give this a class name of p4 border of 1 pixels and border gray of 200. Okay, and then rounded lg. Now inside this div we can have one more div. Give this a class name of mb6, and then inside this div we can write data. Okay, so if we have the data, then we are going to show something, otherwise we are going to show something else. Okay, so here we can write a div. Give this a class name. Okay, so let's add something here first, then we will be able to write something here. So give this a class name of py2 px3 bg white rounded lg text center border of 1 pixels mt4 and mb2 font semi bold text sm and text neutral of 800. And this div will be inside another div, so we can write a div and then we can wrap this around this div. Okay, after that we can write select media. Okay, now below this div we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name of text center text sm text neutral of 500 and 500, and here we can write or drop media to upload. Now after that we can go above. Okay, and let's remove this, and here we are going to check if the type is equals to image. Okay, if this is equals to image, we are going to do something, otherwise if the type Okay, let's destructure it first here, data and type. Okay, so if the type is equals to video, then we are going to do something, otherwise null. Okay, so this will be the syntax. Now inside this we have to write something, otherwise this will give like this error. So this will be the image tag and this will be the video tag. Okay, now here we are going to write data, and then in the alt value we can write selected image like this, and we can add a class name here, object cover and w of 52. Okay, similarly we can copy this from here, paste here, this will be data, and we can make this self closing tag. So now with this we are done with the rendering part. Now we can collapse this, and after that below this div make one more div, give this a class name flex item center justify between and space x3 and empty2. Okay, after that add a label here, and this will be file input HTML4. Okay, give this a class name of relative cursor pointer. Now inside this label we are going to have a div, and then give this a class name of px6 py of 8 pixels, font medium and text of 14 pixels, and border of 1 pixels, rounded LG, hover of border gray of 300. Now after that below this div add an input tag. Okay, type will be file. Now let's write it like this. So type will be file, and we are going to add a ID will be this, and we are going to add the ref later when we work on the functionality of this. Right now we can add just class name to be hidden, and accept will be if the type is image, then we are going to accept only images, otherwise we are going to accept video. Now below this label we can add a button here. Okay, give this a class name of px6 a py of 8 pixels, font medium, text 14 pixels, and border of 1 pixels, rounded LG, hover border gray 300, and then here we can write remove. Lastly below this div we are going to have one more label. Okay, and this will be for drag and drop, so we can remove this HTML4, and just for reference we are going to add drag and drop. Okay, now inside this we are going to have an input tag. We can just copy this from here. Now let's save and go back to the sidebar menu, and let's pass those props. So the data will be null. Okay, so we can pass null. Then type will be, let's say, image for now, and yeah, that's it. Now let's save, and as you can see we have the other component. We can change or remove and also select the media, or we can drag and drop the media. Okay, so that was all for the other component. Now let's close this, and now we can continue working on this. Now after this other media component we can add one more div, give this a class name of empty7, and then inside this div we can add a label. Okay, now here we can write alt text and give this a class name of font medium. Now after that, below this label, add a div. Okay, give this a class name of empty3, and then inside this div we can add a span. Okay, now give this a class name of px3 py3 border 2 and rounded lg. Okay, now if focused, then we are going to add border pink 500. Now inside the span we can add an input tag. So add an input tag. Now the type will be text, and then we can add a class name here. Let's write it like this, and okay, let's close this one so that we can see whole screen. Now in the class name, outline will be none, bg transparent, focus outline none, h of 40 pixels, and the text Excel, placeholder text will be 14 pixels, break words and break normal, white space 3. Okay, after that add a placeholder here. So placeholder, and here we can write enter alt text. Okay, now let's save, and we should have alt text over here. And also let's do one thing, that if focused, then we are going to make border pink 500. Okay, so focus pink border, and also let's add border when we focus, so border of 2. Yeah, so I think I made a mistake. I can just cut this CSS from here and paste it here. Yeah, this is much better. And then remove this h4t. Let's remove this h4t. So, and also let's make this py2. So now this is good. Okay, we do not need this span. Okay, now after that, below this div, okay, we are going to have one more div and give this a class name of mt7. Okay, and now inside this we are going to have our layouts. So we can copy the label from here, paste here, and here we can write layout. Now below this label we are going to have a div, and then add a button here. Okay, so add a class name here of border. So we can write it like this, border of 2 pixels, rounded x-axis, py3 flex item center, justify center, and then inside this button we are going to have a span in which we are going to have our SVG. Now we can duplicate this, okay, and change this to E, and everything will be same. Now let's save. Okay, and one more thing, that let's give this a class name of mt3 grid and grid calls to. Okay, so now this is looking like this, and I think with that we are done with our image menu bar here. Okay, so now we can do similarly for video. So we can just duplicate this. Here we can write video, and then we can write video here as well. Okay, then media, all text, layout, and everything will be same. So if I go here inside the hook and default value will be video, so I should see something like this: video, media, select media, and everything will be same. Okay, now after that we are going to work on the gallery menu. Now let's collapse this as well. So I'm going to collapse this one, then this one, and this one. So we have 3 menu ready. Now below this div, make one more div. Now this will be for the gallery, so we can just copy this and paste here. We can write gallery. Okay, we can add one more div. So actually I think we can copy that from here, and then okay, so we can just close this one, and paste here. Okay, so this will be the button for closing this, and let's go to the hook and change this to gallery. Okay, so now we are on the gallery. Now after that we can add that div, give this a class name of empty 10 p2, and inside this div make one more div, give this a class name of flex item center space x4 and text excel and font medium. And now inside this div we can add a span and then add this svg. Now after that below this span we can add one more span, and here we can write gallery. Okay, now after this below this we can add h1 tag, give this a class name of my5 font medium rounded lg, and here we can write slides. Okay, so I think we can remove this empty 10 and we can make this 4 or maybe 5, and we can make this p by 2. Okay, so now they are aligned. Okay, we are going to have another list and then li, and here we can write slide. Okay, now let's save and see how this is looking. So this is looking like this. Okay, so here we can add px2, and here we can also add px2, and on hover we can add bg gray of 50 rounded lg, and let's also add py of 6 pixels. Okay, yeah, so this should look like this, and we can also add text of I think 15 pixels. Yeah, now we can just duplicate this, and here we can write, okay, we can just leave it like this, and this will be good. Now we can change this my to mt5, and okay, and then we can add mb2. Okay, now we can remove this, add a span, write slide 1. Okay, let's remove this, and then we can add one more span, and here we can write chevron left, not left, this should be right, and the size will be of 14, and here we can write flex item center and justify between. Yeah, this should do it. Now let's duplicate this. Yeah, so this is how it's going to be look like when we have multiple slides in our gallery. Okay, and after that we are going to have the layout, so we can copy that from here. So where is the layout? It is here, so we can copy this, and just below ul we can paste it here. Now let's save, and now we have our layout here. Okay, so px2, I think. Now this is aligned, this should be capital, and then we can add empty6 here, and we can change this empty7 to empty4. And now this is looking much better. Okay, so with that we are done with our gallery menu. Now last menu that is left is text menu. Okay, so add a div here, and then we can copy this from here, edit here, and now this will be text menu. Okay, now let's go to this hook, and now we can change this to text. Okay, and now this is empty, and for closing this we can just copy this one and paste here. Now after this button we are going to have our toolbar component. So I think this one is the toolbar component, editor toolbar. So let's actually export this one. Okay, for now we can add editor toolbar from here, and now this will require some things here. So we can go here to I think to editor component, and we can copy this editor from here and paste here. So this will solve the problem, I think. Okay, so we have a problem. Okay, so we need to import all these things. So I can just copy this, paste here, and remove these things. Okay, and then I can just pass the editor here, and I can also check for if editor is null, then we are going to return null. Okay, now right now this editor won't work. Okay, actually let's go editor toolbar, and I think we need to do some changes here. We need to remove this one, and this one as well. Yeah, and also I think p4 we need to remove this, and we need to also remove this one. Yeah. Okay, so now let's do some changes here. First, this close button is working, so that's good. And let's remove this border from here. So this is coming from text editor, inside editor component, inside editor toolbar. Okay, so I'm just going to remove this for now. Okay, and this should be font here instead of text, so we can write font, and we can remove this MD5 from here, and also MB10 to MD5, MD2, I think. Yeah, now this is looking good. Okay, so with this we have made all the menus here. Right now this text editor will not work, okay, since the editor I'm passing here and that I'm passing here are both different, so they both will not work. Okay, so with this we have made all the menus here. We have made let me go to the sidebar menu. We have made the gallery menu, text menu, image, main, and video menu, and we have made all the major menus. There are still left secondary menus which I'm going to make with the components, and yeah, with this we are done with all the menus, and now we can access them everywhere. Hello everyone, and welcome to the sixth part of this video series. Now in the previous video we made this sidebars. We have made all the sidebars for this upload section, And also, as you can see, we have our editor toolbar over here, so we do not need this toolbar over here. Okay, so but one thing that right now you cannot edit this text with this toolbar. Okay, as you can see here, I cannot edit this, and the reason is that right now the editor that I'm passing over here, let me show you the editor that I'm talking about. So this editor, since we are using a TipTap editor, so we need to initiate a new editor whenever we make a new component here. So right now here this component takes this editor, and for this sidebar menu we have passed a different editor. As you can see here, we have used a different editor, so they both are different, and because of that we cannot edit this text using this editor. So to solve that problem, we have to actually store the editor of this component, and then we can pass that editor to this toolbar, and for that we are going to make a hook in which we are going to store this editor using useStand. Okay, so I hope you understand. We are going to make a hook where we are going to store this editor that we are defining over here, which we are actually passing to this component, and after we store that, we are going to pass that editor to this sidebar menu, to this text sidebar menu, so that they can interact with each other and we can edit this text using the text editor toolbar. I hope you understand. So let's get started and start making that hook. So inside the hook we can make one more file named use editor, okay, and .ts. Now first import the create method from useStand. Okay, then we are going to import editor from TipTap. So first let's import TipTap here, TipTap React. Okay, and then we are going to import editor, then editor options. Lastly, we are going to import v4 as UUID from UUID. So install this package. We are going to need this package to generate some random and unique IDs. Okay, now let's define the types here. So like interface, editor, state, and inside that first we are going to have editors here. Okay, and the type will be record and then string. So our key will be a type of string and the value will be type of editor or null. Okay, now we are going to define a action here. So this will be create editor. Okay, now this will take config, and this will be a type of partial editor option. Okay, and we are going to get string as a return value. So we are going to return this string to the component again, which is in this case is key for this editor. So we are going to store this id to another state so that we can actually query this state again using this id whenever we want actually. Okay, so let's define that function to get the editor. So we can write get editor, and we are going to get the editor using this id that we have passed to component, and then we are going to get editor in return or a null value. Okay, and then this editor will be passed to the sidebar menu text editor toolbar so that we can edit this text. Okay, I hope you understand. And lastly, we are going to add a remove editor action, and this will just take id and then it will remove that, and in return this will return nothing. Okay, I hope you understand this. Let me explain one more time. First, we are going to store all the editors in this format, which will have a key and a value pair. Okay, and this will be a record. Now then we have a action here, create editor, and this will take some parameters which will be a type of this. I will explain this later. So this will create a new editor in this format which will have a key of type string and editor. Now we are going to return this key to the component, and then we are going to store this key that we have returned there in another state, so that we can get this editor again using this key, using this method. Okay, and lastly we have a remove editor function which will just take this key and then remove that editor. So I hope you understand. Now we are going to start making that store. So we can write const use editor store, then create. This will take editor state set method. Now first we are going to have editors, okay, and this will be an empty object. Now we are going to create the editor. Okay, so this will take config. Okay, config this will take, and now this will create a new ID. Then we are going to create the editor using that config. So we can write const editor is equals to new editor. So instead of use editor here, we are going to use new editor and then pass that config here. Okay, now we are going to set this editor inside our state. So we can write set state. Okay, and we are going to add new editors. So editors, first we are going to spread all the editors inside that. Okay, like this, and lastly we are going to add our new editor using this key value pair. So the key will be id, and then we can pass our editor. So this is how you can add a new editor inside our editors. Okay, here. After that we are going to return our id. Now similarly we are going to write the function for remove editor. So remove editor, this will take id as a parameters. Okay, and we are going to set the state here. So first we are going to get our state, and inside that we are going to find our editors. So write const updated editor is equals to spread all the editors here, state.editors. After that we are going to find the editor using this id. So we can write updated editor, then id, and if we have that editor, then we are going to destroy. So we can write it like this, to destroy or delete that editor from editors, and then we are going to write delete updated editor with id this. Lastly we are going to return all the editors. So we can return editors, and now we are going to have the updated editor. Okay, so this will be for remove editor. Lastly we are going to have get editor. So this will also take id. Now we are going to just return the editor using that get method. So get dot editors, and then pass the id. And also let's add the get method over here. Right now we only have set method, so get. Okay, now we can return our editor using this get method. Okay, so this will be all for this store. We are going to have our editors, create editor function, remove editor function, and get editor function. Now with this done, let's go to our upload component here. And now here, when we actually upload the new file, we are going to create a new text component along with that, and then we are going to store that editor inside our store. But before that, I'm going to make one more store here which will store our actual data which we are going to upload to the database. Okay, so right now we are only storing our editor, but we are not going to actually upload that editor data to our database. We are going to upload the content of our editor to the database. Okay, so from editor we are only going to get text component data. We also have our image, video and gallery data. So to store all those components data, we are going to make our final store which will store all those components data, and for that we are going to make one more hook over here. Okay, and we are going to call it use upload data. Okay, so I have already made that file over here, and first we are going to import the create method from usestand. Okay, after that we are going to define our types here. So interface, we are going to call this upload data. Okay, now this will first have id, which will be a type of string, and this is must, since we are going to use this id to actually query the data that we are going to store here. Okay, and based on that data we are going to do some things, like we can query this data using this id to shift the component one index above, or we can use this id to get the data and then duplicate that, or we can actually delete a component using this id. So this id is must here. Now after that we are going to have a type. So which type of data we are going to use here? Now we are going to have the same kind of data that we have in our upload menu. Okay, so main menu, let me make this upload media, which is step 1, and you will see that we have 4 type of components, and this will be the type of our data. Okay, so first we can have our text component, so the type can be a text. Then we can also have image type, a video type data. Okay, or we can have a gallery type data. Okay, and this gallery actually consists of both images as well as video. Okay, so this will be the type of our data that we are going to store here. After that we are going to have content, and the type of content will be simply string. So in case of text, we are going to store the content of our text component in form of HTML, and then we are going to store that HTML in form of string here. For image and videos, we are going to store URL in form of string. As for gallery, we are going to do some little bit more, since we are going to have multiple images or videos in the gallery section. So still we are going to store that data in form of string, but we are going to do some changes for gallery. Okay, and we are going to talk about that later when we start making this gallery component. Okay, now after that we are going to have some extra fields here. So I'm going to call them extra1, which will be a type of string, and then extra2, and the type will be same, which will be string. Now here let me explain about extra1 and extra2 field. Okay, so the extra1 is actually alt text for image. Now in some cases like video or text, or in the gallery, in the video part, we do not have alt text here. That's why I have called this extra1 instead of calling alt text, because in some component we do not have alt text. So it will not make sense if we have a alt text field here if some component do not have that kind of field. Okay, now as for the extra2, this will be the size of components. So the size of components can be either large or small. Now you can call this size because all of them will have the size field, which we are going to set from the CSS. So you can call this size if you want to, but I'm going to go with the extra2. Now after we define our data store, now we are going to define the actions that we are going to do on this data, like adding the data, removing data, updating data, all that stuff. So let's define the actions here. I'm not going to define all the actions right now. I'm just going to define the add entry action, which is enough for now for working on the text component. Okay, so I'm just going to define that part. Okay, and then when we are done with all the components, then I'm going to define other actions. Okay, so let's write interface data actions. Okay, now first we are going to have all the entries, you can call them data, and this will be a type of upload data array. Okay, after that we are going to define the add entry function. Okay, so this will take id. Okay, then we are going to have type of the data, so upload data type. Okay, then we are going to pass the content, and this will be a type of string, and it can be optional. Okay, so string and as well as null. After that, extra one, it can be optional, and this will be type of string. Then we are going to pass extra 2, optional, and type of, and type will be string. Okay, and after that one more thing, that would be after id, and this will be type of strings. Now here after id is actually going to be used for adding entry at some particular index. So say if we have already 5 entries, and if I pass the id of the second entry, then this is going to add a new entry just after the second entry. Okay, not at the end of the whole array. Okay, so this is important, so we have to pass this as well. And now let's return. So this will return nothing, so we are going to write void, and this can be optional. Okay, now let's define our store here. So we can write const use upload data store. Let's create, pass the data actions here, and then we are going to have both set and get method, and inside that we are going to write our entries to be a empty array, and then add entry. So let's write add entry. Okay, now here this is almost correct. I'm going to write first, initially the value will be null for our content. As for extra one, which is all text, we are going to have an empty string here. Now as for the extra 2, which is size of the component, we are going to go with the small. So initially the size will be small for all components. Okay, now let's go inside this, and first we are going to create a new entry. So that const new entry is equals to an object, and this will be type of data entry. So let's define that. Now inside that we can pass our values, so id, then type, then content, extra 1 and extra 2. Okay, now we should not have any errors. Okay, I think I forgot that content can be null as well. Okay, now I have created a new entry here. Now I'm going to set this new entry inside our entries, so we can use set here. Okay, now state and then object. First we are going to get all the entries, so we can write const entries is equals to array, then spread state dot entries. Okay, so we have all the entries here. You can see that the type is upload data array. After that we are going to find the index using our after id. Okay, so we can find const index of our entry, entries dot find index, where entry dot id is equals to after id. Now after this, first we are going to check if we have index or not. So if we do not find that entry, that means we are going to get index to be -1. So if we do not get that -1, so we are going to actually split the entries from that index. So we can write it like this. So we are going to splice that array from index plus 1 that we have found here, and then we are going to add this new entry inside that. Okay, else we are going to add this new entry at the end of the array. So we can just push the new entry at the end of the array, and lastly we are going to return entries here, and that would be it. So this is how we are going to add new entry in our data store. Okay, now with this done, let's save this, and now let's go to our upload component, and we are going to do some changes here. Now let's first import our upload data store here. So that import use upload. Okay, let's export this. So that export default use upload data store, and now we can import it here, upload data store. Now let's get our entries and function. So const is equals to use upload data store, and then we can get our entries here and then add entry. Okay, so first we can cut this lines from here and we can add it here, and after that we can actually add our entry over here. Now this will first take id, and we can generate that id using UUID. So let's generate that here. Const id is equals to UUID v4. Okay, so first we need to import that. So let's import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID. Okay, and now we can use it here. Now I am going to pass that id. After that we are going to pass the type. Now here we are checking for image, so I can simply pass the image type, then I can pass the content. Now in this case the file URL will be reader.result. So for now I'm going to pass this here, but later when we get our URL from Cloudinary, then I'm going to actually update this entry. Okay, so but for now we are just going to go with the local URL, and this will be type of string. Now the fourth argument will be our extra one, which is in this case is all text. Now image will have some all text, but we are going to add that using our sidebar menu. So for now we are going to go with our empty string. After that we are going to have extra2, which is size of the component. Now we have by default decided that this would be small, but for the first component the size will be large, and after that we have after id. For the first component we do not have any kind of after id, so this will be null, and for the video we just need to copy this and paste here, and we can just write video and everything will be same. Okay, now after that, as I said before, we are going to add a text component just after we add the image or video component, which is the first component. So after this we are going to call a function that would actually add a new editor in our editor store. So that function will be named as add editor, and then we are going to define this function here. Okay, const add editor, and now here we are going to define that function. Okay, now let's go to our hook use editor, and we have a function named create editor that would create our editor. So inside that we need to pass config, and the config would be actually this part. Okay, let's go to editor component, I think. Yeah, so this will be, this whole object will be our config, and we are going to pass that inside this function to create a new editor, and then we are going to get that editor using this function. Okay, so let's go to upload component and first import that hook or store. So import use editor store, and we are going to get that function use editor store and then get the create editor function. Now inside that, now since the create editor is going to give us a id in return, so we can store that inside new editor id variable is equals to create editor. Inside that we are going to pass our config. So let's go to our editor component and copy all this. Okay, now let's go here and paste inside this, and as you can see we do not have any kind of error, just the import error. So we can go again to editor component and import all these things. Okay, now let's paste it here, and we do not have any kind of errors. After this, when we create our new editor, we are going to create a new entry. Okay, so we have only created this editor, and now this editor is inside our this hook. Okay, but we actually need this editor's entry in our upload data, which we are going to send to the database. So this is main data. Okay, so after we add editor, we have to add that editor as an entry in this main data. Okay, and we are going to do that just after we have created this editor. Okay, so we are going to add one more entry here, add entry, and this time the id will not be generated using UUID. Instead we are going to use this id. Okay, and now using this id from the entry we will be able to get this editor, and then we are going to use this editor in our sidebar menu in the text editor toolbar, and then we will be able to actually edit the editor content using that editor toolbar. Okay, I hope you're understanding. This is little confusing, but after I show you the example you will understand more. Okay, now we are going to pass the type, and that would be text, and that's all. We are not going to pass anything else. Since this is going to be after our image component, we also not going to provide the after id, and everything else will be just default value. Okay, now let's save. Okay, and let's close this. Actually I'm going to remove these buttons and everything else from here later, but let's test this out. Okay, so I'm going to go with this image. Okay, yeah, one more thing that I have to do here. Now I have to map over this entries. So we have entries over here, so I have to now map over them to actually render here. Okay, so let's remove this now, and here we can write entries dot map. We are going to have entry and the index. Okay, now we are going to use curly braces here, since we are going to do some conditional checking here, and then we are going to return something, and we can return like this. We can just return null over here, and above this we are going to check the conditions for the type of entry that we have here. So if the entry type is okay, so dot entry type is equals to image, okay, or entry type dot type is equals to video, and also, so we are going to use bracket over here. So if also the entry index is 0, so if the index is 0, then we are going to use the first media component that we have defined over here. So we are going to have the first media component. We can return that. We can return that here, first media component. Now this will take some values. So first we can pass the key over here, and this will be entry dot id. Then we are going to pass the URL, yes, let's see what we have to pass. So the second will be URL entry dot content. Then we are going to have the type. Okay, so this will be entry dot type, and also we are going to have the entry ID. So right now I have not actually added that prop here. I'm going to do that later. So yeah, this will be all for now for the first media component. Let's see what we have problem here. So string dot null, so this can be undefined. So let's go to the first media and we can make this. Okay, I think so this is string and null, so we can go to the first media and we can add one more thing, null, and now this should solve the problem. After that we are going to check again else if, and this time we are going to check for text. So entry dot type, if this is equals to text, then we are going to have the text component. So here we are going to return our editor. So this will be editor component, I think. Yeah, and now we are going to do some changes over here. Right now the editors are defined over here. Now we have editors in our editor store, so we are not going to actually use this editor. Instead of this, we are going to use the editors from our store here, and we are going to get that editor using our get editor method. So we do not need this editor from now on. Okay, so we can actually remove this. Okay, and in the prop we are going to pass, let's go to the upload component. We are going to pass first entry ID, which will be equals to our editor ID. Okay, so entry dot id. Then we are going to also have key, so we can just write key over here, entry dot id, and then we are going to have after id here, which will be actually entry dot id. Okay, now let's go to the editor component and add those props here. So first will be entry id, and this will be a type of string. Then we are going to have after id, and this will be a type of string as well. Okay, now let's destructure them over here, entry id and after id. And now I'm going to use this use editor store. So let's import that, import use editor store, that const bracket use editor store, and I'm going to get the get editor method. Now using this I'm going to get my editor, so that const editor is equals to get editor. Here I'm going to pass my entry id. Okay, and let's remove this toolbar from here, we do not need this. Okay, and yeah, that's it. And okay, and now let's go here and we should have our component, but we do not have that component. Yeah, so let's go to the upload component, and first let's console our entries. So clg entries entry. Okay, inspect this. Okay, so I have my component over here, sorry. So this is the component I have. Okay, so right now this is taking full width. I don't know why I want this to only this big. So yeah, but that's the side. We have our component here, and if I inspect and go to the console, you can see I have entries over here. So this is the entry, and first we have an image component, which is this, and then we have a text component, which is this one. Okay, so this is working. Yeah, this render part is working. Okay, and now just like we did in the editor component, we get our editor here. We are going to do same in the editor toolbar. Okay, so where is the editor toolbar? Let's go to the main menu. Okay, so where is the menu? So in the sidebar menu, when we have the menu for text, so this is image and this is for the text, we have editor toolbar here. Okay, so we are passing editor over here. So now we can actually remove this editor. Okay, and we can get our store. So import use editor store, and that const is equals to use editor store, and then get editor. And now we are going to get our editor using our selected component ID, which is entry ID, but right now we are not saving that, so we need to save that as well. Okay, so we can go below and we can actually update this one a little bit more to save our selected entry ID, so that we can get our editor over here using this method, in which we have to pass that selected component or entry ID. Okay, I hope you understand. So let's go below in the menu, and here we are going to write selected entry ID. This will be a type of string. After that we are going to have this and this. Okay, now we can just go below and let the auto complete everything. Okay, and yeah, this is done. Now we can just save this, and then we can go to the editor component, and when we click on this editor, so on click, I think we should have on click handler here. On click, oh yes, first let's import that store. Import what store we have here, use menu store, use menu store. From that we are going to get set selected, so set selected entry ID. Now we are going to on click set selected entry ID, and this will be equals to entry ID. Now we can just copy this, go to the sidebar menu, paste it here, sorry, not here, here, import the, okay, so we already have menu store, so we can just add selected entry ID. Now we can get our editor. So editor is equals to get editor and selected entry ID. Now let's save. Okay, so when I click on this, okay, and also on clicking this, let's make the selected menu to be text. So we can again go to the editor component. We can use curly braces here to add some more things. So set selected menu, set selected menu, and this will be equals to text. Okay, and also we can open the menu, so we can is menu open, sorry, set is menu open, sorry, on open menu, and we can then add it here on open menu. Okay, so I think when I click on this, okay, so this is not opening. I think I have to write it like this. So when I click on this, now as you can see the menu is open and also the selected menu is text. Okay, now let's try to edit this. Let's make this bold. This is bold, italic, underline. So everything is working as you can see. Now let's make this heading 1, 2. So now this is working, and this was actually working earlier as well, but now we are going to go to the main part of this video, which is to make one more text component and editing these both components using one single sidebar. So we are going to do that now. Now here we are going to make actually one more component, and that would be the main text component. So let's make that main text component or .tsx. Okay, and we are going to do some changes here. First, I'm going to make a different component for this tool. So we can add editor toolbar .tsx, and I'm going to paste this here. And then let's go to the editor comp again, and we are going to copy this and paste here. Okay, and we can remove some things from here. Okay, now I can go to the sidebar menu and change this import editor toolbar. Okay, now let's go to again here, remove all this. Now in the main text component we are going to do some changes. Let's start by writing the JSX first. So inside this div we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name of flex item center empty 10. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name of w10 by 12 mx auto to make everything is centered, px32 md px16 and smpx6. Okay, and position relative. Now after that make a div, add the editor comp here. Now one thing that here in the editor comp, the entry id and after id is actually same, so we do not need to pass both of them here, and then we can just pass one, which is entry id, and this entry id will be equals to that we are going to pass over here. So we are going to pass this entry id. So copy this and paste it here, and then we can destructure that here, entry id. Okay, and let's pass that over here. Okay, now after that below this div make one more div, or actually we can, okay, so we can make this main text component. We do not need this after id. Okay, and let's again go here, and we are going to need this plus sign, okay, plus button, so that we can add new components. So for that we can go to upload component, not first media. We need to copy this whole part and paste to this component. Okay, and we can remove this span. Save this. Let's add some images. Okay, and now, okay, when I click on this opens. That's good, and now we have a button over here. Okay, now we are going to do some changes. On clicking this, I'm going to first make the set selected. Okay, so let's import that. we are going to import use menu store, and then I'm going to get the properties from that. So use menu store, get set selected entry ID and set selected menu. So here make set selected entry ID to entry ID and then set selected menu to main. Okay, so now when I click on this will be changed to main. Okay, and now we also save our entry ID so that we can add the new component just below this component. Okay, as you can see this is working. Okay, now here when I click on this, actually this is going to show me the secondary text menu, okay, which we have not made it yet here. Okay, so let's make that. So just below this we are going to have one more div, and we can copy that from here, class name, paste here, and this will be equals to secondary text of absolute position. Top will be 5 or maybe 6, left will be 3, cursor pointer. Now on clicking this, so we are going to make the set selected menu to main. So let's import that. So set selected menu we have already imported. Make the set selected menu to main. Okay, inside that we are going to have chevron left, size will be 20. Okay, and we should have this button. Okay, now let's add the option of type of components that we are going to add here. So we are going to have 3 kinds of components: heading para and simple para. Okay, so below this div make one more div, and inside that make one more div, give this a class name of bg gray 50 empty 10 p2, and that's it. And we can actually remove this empty 10. Then make one more div. Okay, give this a class name of p2 text excel flex item center, justify center, font bold, bg white, m5, and over bg gray 200, cursor pointer, and h of 150 pixels. Okay, and now inside that we can write a span heading. Okay, so this is how it is going to look, and let's add empty 10 for this. Okay, and this should be p instead of m so that we can get this border. Okay, now after that you can duplicate this, and beside this span we are going to have one more span. Okay, let's make this p tag. Okay, give this a class name and text center, and now inside this span we are going to have lorem. We can remove this part, give this a class name of text extra small font normal and text center. And here the flex will be flex call. Okay, and also let's add pb3. Okay, so now this is going to look like this. We can remove this empty 10 to empty 2, and let's duplicate this, and this time we do not need this, we are only going to have this. So these are the three options that we are going to give to the user to add the text component. So this will add a heading text component, this will add a heading and some para, this will just add para. Okay, so now let's add the function to add those components. Okay, so we need to add that function here, which we are going to get from our upload component. Okay, so let's go above, we can copy this and paste here. Now we are going to need this, so we can again go here, editor, store, and we also need these packages, so we can get that as well. Okay, so copy, paste it here. Lastly is this add entry from upload data store, so we can get that as well. Okay, now let's import this. Okay, and now this function only adds a text comp which has a content of a para. Okay, so we are going to add that first. Here on clicking this, we are going to add the editor. Okay, now when I click on this, let's click on this part, text, and when I click on this, this will add a new component. As you can see, this is the new component. Let's edit this, so bold, and when I click on this, let's make this italic, and as you can see, I am able to edit both of them separately. So this is what we have been looking for. Now I am able to edit both of them separately using one single editor toolbar from the side menu, and this is what we wanted from the start. Okay, so this is working. Now we can actually add two more options to add a heading as well as a heading and a paragraph. Okay, so we can go above and we can add a type here, type, so it will be a type of string. Okay, now if the type, if let's make a content, so let content is equals to empty string, then we are going to, if the type is equals to heading, then we are going to have content to be, let's go below, copy this, so this will be the content. Okay, let's add a hashtag here, so h1, and here we can add now else if the type is going to be para heading, then we are going to have, okay, so this will be for para heading, so we can just copy this, paste here, we can remove the p part from here, and then else if the type is para, so we can write para here, and then we can just write this one. So let's just copy this all, paste here, and remove this heading. Okay, now we can go below and have the content. So let's make this capital content. Okay, and this as well. Now let's go below. This will take parameter, and this will be a type of para, and we have to write it like this. Now let's copy this paste here and here. This will be para heading and this will be heading. Now let's save and go back here. Okay, click on this. Let's add a heading. As you can see, I have added a heading over here. Let's click on this. Let's add a heading and para, and now this is heading and para, and we can actually change this to h2. I think this will be much sensible. Okay, so let's click on this, and now this is h2. So with this we are actually now completed a text component completely. We do not need to do anything else here except for getting the data from these components. Okay, and that is going to be last step. Okay, so with this we are done with the text component finally, and in the next video I'm going to work on both image and video component. So we are going to complete that in the next video. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to a new video of this video series where we are making a Dribbble clone. Now in this video we are going to start working on our image component. Okay, so in the previous video we completed our text component, and now in this video we are going to start working on our image component. Okay, so in this video we are going to first make the image component, and then we are also going to make the editor for image component function. Okay, so in this video we are going to do two things. Okay, so right now when I click on this, as you can see, this button is not working, so we are going to make this work. This one is working, so when I click on this we get the main editor, but this is not working. And also I'm going to remove this toggle button. Okay, so we are going to do some cleanup and then we are going to start working on this. Okay, so we have a toggle button here, so let's open this and then upload component. Let's close this and we can remove this toggle button. Okay, and now this is good. Now we are going to make this functional. When we click on this, we want the selected menu to be main menu, as we see over here. Okay, so this is actually first media component, so we can go there and this is the component. So like we did in the main editor component, so in the main text component here, like we did over here, we are going to do the same here as well. So we can just copy that and go to the first media and paste it here. Now we need to import these states here, so we can go again here and then we can not here in the main text component, and we can import this or copy this and paste here, and we can import this store. Okay, and we also need this entry ID. So right now we are not passing any entry ID, so we can go to the upload component. Let's scroll down and here we can pass our entry ID. So entry ID, and this will be equals to entry.id. and now let's go to this component and we can add that prop entry ID, which will be a type of string, and then we can destructure that here. Now let's save this, and now we should not have any kind of problem. So let's click on this. Now we have the selected menu to be text menu, and when I click on this, this will change to, okay, so this should be main menu. Why this is not working? So I was able to figure out the cause of this problem. So when we select this one, we are not getting our sidebar menu. Instead of that, we are just getting a blank component. Okay, so the problem is coming from here. Now when we click on this, so when we actually select this part, so we are actually selecting first media component, and which is not a text component, and because of that the editor is coming to be null, and that's why we are returning null over here. So the cause is coming from here, so we can actually remove this and we can fix this. So we can go here and make a null, and then we can maybe check here if editor is null, then we are going to return null. Okay, so now with this we should be able to get our main sidebar menu here. So as you can see, we have our main sidebar menu. When we click on this, I get the text menu, and when I click on this, I get the main menu. Okay, so now this is working. So the problem was coming from this part. Okay, so we had this editor. Okay, now with this done, let's start making our image component here. So I'm going to make one more folder here, and this would be media components. Okay, and inside that I'm going to add these two components. Okay, and now I'm going to make one more component here, and that would be image component .tsx. Okay, and that's it. Now I'm going to first make this client component, and after that I'm going to start writing the JSX, and we are going to add the functionality later. Okay, so first give this div a class name of flex call and empty20. After that, make one more div, give this a class name of, write it like this, relative over border to transition all. Okay, and duration will be of 100 milliseconds, is in max w screen md, so the size is around 768 pixels. Then mx auto to make everything in center, then rounded xl. Okay, and then we are going to have a clicked event over here. So if the clicked element, like we have in the first media, so we can go here and copy this and paste over here. Okay, and then we can also paste this state here, import this, and then we can also add this one. Okay, import the use effect, and this will require this ID which is coming from here, so we can copy this and paste here. Okay, now after that, inside this div we are going to have one more div, and on clicking this we are going to set the menus here. So we can go here and import these menus from the hook. Now here set selected menu will be image, set selected menu will be image. Okay, now we are also going to open the menu, so we can write on open menu, and then we are also going to select the entry ID. So let's set selected entry ID, and here we are going to pass the entry ID which we are going to import here. Okay, entry ID which will be a type of string. Okay, now after that we are going to do one more thing, and this will actually make this clicked element true. So we can write set clicked element true. Okay, so these are the four things that we are going to do. Now let's close this and add the class names here. So we can write it like this: flex item center, justify center, min height of 400 pixels. Then we are going to do something with the data. So actually let's get our data here. So we can get the data using our upload data store. So we can import that here, import use upload data store. Okay, and then we can write like this, const is equals to use upload data store, and from here we are going to get okay, not get, let's see what we have. So we only have add entry and entries, so we are going to make one more action over here. So let's go to use upload data, and now this time we are going to get the data using this id. So we can write get entry. Okay, so this will take id with type of string, and this will give us upload data. Now we can go below, add a comma, get entry, and this will take id. Okay, and then we are going to get this. Okay, and is undefined. Okay, so I think I can also get a undefined value. Okay, now let's save, go back to the image component, get entry. Okay, and we can write const data or entry data, let's say entry data is equals to get entry and pass the entry id. Okay, so we can check for if entry data dot extra 2. So let's see what is extra 2. So the extra 2 is the size of the components. So we can check for here, if the extra 2 is equals to large, okay, then we are going to make the size to be max w screen lg, and then we can actually remove this from here. Okay, otherwise max w screen md. Okay, we can actually check this here as well. So let's first write all the css, and then we can actually move this here if needed. Okay, yeah, after this we are going to make the aspect ratio so not here, aspect to be video, then transition all is in, and duration will be of 200 milliseconds. Okay, after that we are going to check for the content. If we have the content, then we are going to make the bg of white, otherwise we are going to give it a gray color. Okay, so we can check here, if we do not have entry data dot content, okay, then we are going to make bg gray of 100 for background, otherwise we are going to give bg white, and after that rounded lg and margin of 4. Okay, now inside this div we are going to render our data. So we can write entry data dot content. First we are going to check this, if we have that, then we are going to render, otherwise we are going to have a label. So we can get that label from, I think we have in the first media. Yeah, this is it. So this will be the label. Let's write div for now here. Now inside the label here we are going to pass the type. So the type will be entry data dot type, and below this div we are going to have input, so that we can upload new images in that component. Okay, so write the input here, and type will be file, then on change handler, and this will call a function named handle file change. Okay, so actually we can go, I think, to the first media. not here. I think we have to go to the upload component, and then we can copy this. Okay, paste here, and then we can again go to the upload component, and we can copy all these. Okay, and then paste here. Okay, we have to remove this on next. Let's make the ref here. So again go to upload component and copy this and paste here. Import this use ref. We need to import this package here, so import v4 as uuid v4 from uuid. After that we can actually remove this as well, and this as well. Okay, and this as well, this as well. Okay, so now we need to change in this function. Okay, so since this is an image component, we do not need to check for the type. We can directly write this here and we can remove this. Okay, now we need to add this function which we are going to get from upload data store. So we can write here, so we can get the add entry function, and lastly we can write handle file change. Okay, we have that function, I think over here. Yes, this is the function, and on clicking this we are going to start the handle click function. Okay, so on clicking this label we are going to start this function, which eventually start this handle file change function, and because of that we will be able to get the image. Okay, now here we are only going to allow image, since this is an image component, so we are going to write image slash and star. All kind of images we are going to allow here. Now let's give this a class name here. So we can make this hidden. We do not need to actually show this, and that's it. Now here we are going to render an image component, so we can import. Okay, so this is correct almost. Let's write it like this, and so we have our data and alt. So the alt will be entry data dot extra one. I think this one is the alt value, and then remove these classes, and we are going to have rounded XL here, max w full, can h auto. Okay, so with this we are done with our render part and also this label part. Now also we want to drag and drop here, so like we did in the upload component, like we have here these functions. We can copy this and go to the image component, and then we can just paste it here. Okay, now let's format this a little bit. Now after that we are going to add this plus sign so that we can add new component just below this component. Okay, so below this div, let's collapse this. We are going to have one more div here. Okay, and we are going to have the plus sign, so we can get that from here. We want this, copy this, then paste here, and let's remove this. So with this actually we are done with our image component. This is all we have to do in this component, and if we find any problem we can obviously fix that. So now let's go to the browser, refresh the page. Okay, and one more thing, let's go to our sidebar menu. So using this we will be able to add a new image component. So we have basic text component, and then we are going to have our image component. So like we did here in the secondary component, as you can see here, we added our editor. Similarly, we are going to add a new component when clicking on this image. Okay, so this is coming from this div. Okay, so I can add on link handler here. Okay, let me collapse this. So as you can see, this is the div I'm talking about, in which we have image over here. So on clicking this, we can add the image component. So we can write it like this. This will be the function. Now let's copy this. Let's go above and let's make that function. So at const, paste it here. Now this will add the entry, so we can copy and paste here. Now here, instead of new editor, we have to generate our own ID. So we can actually go to upload data, and okay, so not here, I think in the editor we can copy this, and then we can go to the sidebar menu. Okay, so let's go above, import that, import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID. Okay, now let's go below, and this will be UUID v4. Okay, and now we can pass the ID here, and then the type of component will be image component, and I think that's it for this one. Now we have added our component. Now we are going to render the component, so we need to go to upload component, close this one. Now we are going to add one more condition here. So else if the entry type is equals to image, then we are going to entry type, this should be image. So then we are going to return the image component. Okay, now this will take first key will be entry.id, and then entry id. Okay, this will be entry.id. Now let's save, refresh the page, let's choose this image. Okay, now on clicking this, I get the main sidebar menu. Now when I click on this, as you can see, I was able to add our image component here. And now when I click on this, now this menu changes, but okay, so when I click on this, our import option is not opening. So let's go to the image component. Okay, so the problem was that I did not add this ref inside the input. Okay, so we need to add that ref here. Ref will be file input ref. Now let's save, and now when I click on this, as you can see, now I am able to upload new images, and only images are allowed here. Okay, so let's click this one, open. Okay, so we are handling the file here, and actually we are adding a new entry. So I think okay, so as you can see, we are adding a new entry here, but we need to actually update our entry here. So we are going to make one more function here, okay, inside the upload data. So I'm going to make function one by one as we need, not all at once, since by this way you will be able to understand more, and you will also understand why I am adding that particular function and how this is going to be used in this whole application. Okay, so now we are going to add one more function, and that would be update entry. Okay, now this will take the id as a string, and then content. Okay, so content will be string or a null value. Then we are going to have extra 1, which will be optional, and this will be type of string. Then extra 2, and this will be optional as well, and type will be string, and that's it. Okay, so we are going to need these parameters here, and then we are going to return, which will be void. So we are not going to return anything. Okay, and now let's define our update entry function. So this will return void as we have defined here, and we have id content extra 1 extra 2, so we can write it like this here: id content extra 1 extra 2, and then write the function. Okay, now here we are going to set the state. Okay, now inside this we are going to have all the entries. We are going to get the entries from our state, then we are going to map over this. We are going to check all the entry one by one. So if the entry dot id equals to id, then we are going to do some changes in that entry. First we are going to spread the entry, and then we are going to change the content extra 1 and extra 2. Okay, and otherwise if we do not find that entry, then we are going to actually return that same entry. And since these can be undefined, we are going to give some default value like empty string, and now we do not have any kind of problem. So now we can save this, close this, go to the image component, and now here we are going to import the update entry function and then use it here, update entry. Now we are going to pass the id, then we do not need to pass the type here. We are only going to pass the content, then extra 1 and extra 2. So yeah, so this will be the format. Now let's save this, and now we do not need to change anything here. Now let's go here, refresh the page, let's add something. After that we can add a new image component. Okay, and now when I click on this, we get this pop-up. Now we can select this image. Okay, so we should have images now. So we have 2 entries here. Now we have 3 entries here. Okay, so first one is correct. Okay, so why this is not working? The update function is not working. Update entry, we are going to pass the id, then the content, which is in this case the URL, then these extra 1 and extra 2. Okay, so I was able to solve this problem, and the problem was coming from this id. I was actually passing the wrong id here, and because of that we were not able to find the current entry here, and because of that we were not able to update that entry. So I was actually passing the wrong id over here, so that was the problem. Now I can just remove this. Okay, and we can write it like this. Now what is the problem now? Yeah, we can remove this. Yeah, okay, now there is no problem. So we are back to the original code. Now we were passing the wrong id here, and the reason was that, so I was actually generating a new id, and then I was passing that id, which was completely new id, and there was no entry with that id. So that was a problem. Instead of that, I need to pass the entry id over here, and that should solve the problem. Okay, so now let's refresh this, and now add an image, add a component here. Now let's add this image, and now as you can see, now we have our image over here, and this is completely working, and that's what we wanted. Okay, so actually I wasted my 1 hour on this simple problem. So yeah. Okay, and as you can see, now we have one more problem, that when I add my component here, it actually adds over here. So now let's fix that as well. So we can go to the sidebar menu, and then we can pass the after ID here, so that would be selected entry ID. So entry ID is actually after ID is last. From before that we need to pass all these things. So we can pass the null value for content, empty string for extra one, and empty string for extra two. Okay, and now this should not cause any problem. Now let's save. Okay, and now let's select this point, and now when I click on this, and now as you can see, the new component was added just below this image. Okay, so that's what we wanted. Now I can add over here, then I can add over here. Okay, so let's first add the image here, and now if I click on this, add an image, and as you can see, now we have another component, image component, between these two images. So these buttons are working, this sidebar menu button is working. Now let's try to drag and drop some images. Okay, so now I can drag that here, and as you can see, this is also working. Let's drag this one, and this is also working. So everything is working. Now one thing that I want to add here is that when I add the entry, okay, so that is correct, but when I update the image component, I want this to be small, not large. Okay, so now when I add a new image, the size does not get bigger, as you can see, and that's what we want. So initially we only want that this image to be larger, or this media to be larger, and everything else should be in smaller sizes, and later we can actually adjust the size using this button. Okay, so now we are done with our image component. Okay, now we are going to work on the image components sidebar menu, so that we can edit this component using this menu. Okay, so we can actually add all text, we can change the layout, and also we can change the media that we have over here. Okay, so all that we want here. So now let's work on this sidebar menu. Okay, so to work on this, we have to go to the other media here. As you can see, we have all these functions. Now we actually need to just copy and paste some functions from our upload component and from image component inside the other media. Okay, so first will be to actually, on clicking this, we need to open that file, and then from that we can select our images or videos. So we can just write on click, then go to the image component, and this will start this function. So copy this, paste here. Now again go here, we need to copy all this, okay, and paste over here. Okay, now we need to add a ref, so we can go here copy this, paste here. Okay, import this ref. Now we need to add our update entry, and we also need this entry ID, which we can get from selected menu ID. So we can get const use menu store, and then we can write selected entry ID. Okay, and here we can pass that selected entry ID. Then we need this update entry, so we can get that as well. Use upload data store, and we need update entry ID. Now let's go below and add this ref here. So where is this? Okay, so the ref will be here. Okay, so actually this function should not be here, this should be over here. Okay, so now this is good. After that we need all these functions in this div. Okay, so when we drag and drop in this div, we can get the file. Okay, so again go to the image component and copy all this and then paste here. Okay, now after that, yeah, let's test this out if this is working or not. So now let's change the image to this image. Okay, so this is not working as I want to. Okay, so handle file change function. Okay, so I need to add this first here. Okay, on change and then handle file change function, not this one, handle file change. Okay, now let's save. Okay, so this is working. As you can see, now we have changed the image, but this is opening the finder 2 times, which we do not want. Okay, so let's go above, handle file change function. Let's see what could be the problem here. Before that, let's try to drag and drop here. Downloads, this time this picture. Okay, so this is working and this is working quite good. Okay, so the drag and drop is working, only the change function is giving me the problem. So let's fix that. Okay, so I was able to solve the problem. Actually we need to make this input outside this label. Okay, and also we had a label over here just below this div. We need to remove that as well. Okay, and we can move this on click handler function to this label. Now let's save, and now this should work. Okay, and now we are able to change the images without reopening our finder. Okay, now we are going to show our selected image over here. Right now I'm passing the data here, but it is null, so we are not going to pass the data, and also the type here. So we are going to just remove this as well. Okay, go to the sidebar menu, let's go below, and we can remove all this. Okay, and here as well. Now here we are going to get the selected entry ID, which we already have, and we are going to get the entry using this selected entry ID. Okay, so we can write const entry data is equals to get entry and pass the selected entry ID. Okay, and then we can check here entry id dot content, entry id dot data, sorry type, entry data dot content, entry data dot type, and entry data dot date content. Okay, similarly here as well, this will be entry data dot type. Now let's save and go back here, and as you can see we have our image. Okay, now we are going to work on this remove button. So on clicking this, we are going to remove this image. So we can write remove data and go above and define that function const remove data. Okay, and inside that we are going to just update the entry, pass the selected entry data, entry id, and the content will be null. So we can just pass this null value, and that will do the job. Now let's save, and when I click on this, as you can see, now we do not have the content. Okay, so now this is working. Lastly, we are going to update this alt text and layout value. Okay, so this will be inside our sidebar menu, so go there, and inside the image media we have alt text. So on change, this will update our alt text. This will be the function const. Okay, we can write it like this. Now we have selected entry id, so we are just going to update. Let's import that function here. From here, update data entry, update data entry, then pass the id, which will be selected entry id. The alt text is actually the extra one value, so the content will be same, so we are not going to change the content. So first we need to get the content here. So const data is equals to get data. Let's go above and import that. Get entry, pass the selected id, then here we are going to pass data dot content, and then the extra one value, which will be our event. So we can pass e, and this will be type of react dot change event, HTML input element, and this will be event dot target dot value. Let's go below, and we can write update alt text. Now let's save and see if this is working or not. So we can write hello world. Let's open this, and in the image we have extra one hello world, which is our alt text. Let me confirm that. So extra one is alt text, so this is correct. So with this we are also able to change the alt text. Now last thing is to change the layout. So let's go here, and on clicking this we are going to change the layout. So on click we can write make small, and we can copy this and paste here, and this will be make large. Okay, now let's go above and define those functions. So we can write const make small, okay, and then duplicate this, then we are going to have make large. Okay, I think make large. Let's go above. First we are going to get our data in both functions, and then we are going to update the data. So the content will be content, alt value will be data dot extra1, and then extra2 will be small. Similarly, we can copy this and paste here, and this will be large. Now let's save, go back here. Now if I click on this, this is already small. When I click on this, as you can see, this gets large. Okay, now let's also highlight this. So let's go below in the image here. So we need to get the data. So we have data over here. Let's write it outside here. Okay, this will be more useful. Now we can access the data everywhere. Now let's go below, and if the data dot extra2, okay, if this is large, sorry, small, then we are going to make the border to purple 500, otherwise we are going to do nothing. Okay, now we can copy this and then paste here, and this will be for large. Now as you can see, this is working, and this is what we wanted. We can change the alt text, part 1, we can remove the image, we can change the image. Okay, so we can do everything, and this is also works. And with that, we are done with our image component. Now in the next video, we are going to start working on the video component, which will be almost similar to this, so that will not take much time. Okay, now one thing here, let's make the text of this input to small, the text sm, and we can remove this, not small, I think base will be better, text base. Yeah, and let's make w full. Yeah, okay, so with this we are done with our image component, and in the next video we are going to start working on our video component. Okay, hello and welcome to the 8th part of this video series where we are making a Dribbble clone. Now in this video we are going to work on the video component. In the previous video we worked on the image component and also completed it. So now we are going to work on the video component. Okay, so for that let's go to our code base, and we are going to make one more file here, and that would be video component .tsx. Actually this would be almost same to our image component, or only some adjustment will be needed here. So let's go to the image component, and we can copy all this JSX part from here and then paste here. Now we need to do some changes here. First, we only want to accept the videos. Okay, and okay, so I think everything should be same except for this tag. Now we want a video tag over here, so we can add that. We only need src. A video tag does not contain any kind of alt property, and yeah, everything should be same. Now we can go back again to the image component, and we can copy all these things. Okay, and paste over here, and again go to the image component, and we can copy this as well. Okay, so we are just doing copy pasting and doing some small changes. So yeah, the video component will be very easy to make since we already made the image component. Okay, now what we need here, we need entry id, and okay, so we only need entry id here, so we can pass that as a prop here, entry id. That will be string, and then we can just structure that over here. Okay, So now we do not have any kind of error. Okay, and yeah, this is what we have to do over here. Okay, and if we find any kind of problem, we can obviously come back and fix that here. Okay, now after we made our video component, we can go to the sidebar menu, and from here we are going to add that component to our page here. Okay, so let's find our video. So this one is image, and after that we should have video. So this one is video. So when clicking on this div, we want to add a video component. So on click, and we can add video comp. Now let's copy this, go above, let's close this one, and we should already have a function to add the image. Now the function for adding a video component will be same as well. So we can just copy this and we can just change the name over here, and we can then change this type, which will be video, and everything else should be same. And now we are able to add our video component. Okay, now let's also add these functions to our video editor. This update all text function will not be there, since a video do not contain any kind of all text. Okay, so we are going to leave this, and then we are going to use only these two functions. So let's copy this, let's go below. So this is for image and this is for video. Okay, so here we do not need this all text, so we can remove this, and then we are going to have layout. So on clicking this, we are going to make this small, so we can add the make small function, and also we can add the CSS part. So here similarly we can copy the make large function from here, paste here, and the CSS as well. Okay, so we are done with our layout part. So I think that's all for the sidebar menu, and now let's go to the upload component and we can render our video component here. So let's add one more condition, else if the entry dot type, if this is equals to video, then we are going to return video component. Okay, and then we can pass the key will be entry.id. Actually, let's copy that from here, and now let's close this and save this, and I think that should be all. Now let's save, refresh the page, let's add one image. Okay, now let's click on this insert block, add the video component. Okay, so this is not adding. Let's go to our sidebar menu. Okay, so I made the mistake here, this should not be here. Actually this is a main component, so we should add this function inside our main sidebar. So this is our main sidebar, and then we can find our video. As you can see, this is the video, and we can add the function here, and now this should work. Okay, so now let's select this, add a video over here, and as you can see we have our video component. Now let's select this, and as you can see this only allows me to add videos. Okay, so let's click on this one. Okay, so this is the video. Now you can add a control over here, so let's go to the video component and let's add a control here. Okay, and now we should have a control, and now we have a sidebar menu as well, but this is for image. So actually we have to change one more thing in our video component. So on clicking this, we have to make the selected menu to video. Okay, and that's it. Now when I click on this, as you can see, now we have a video sidebar menu over here, and it is working for this. Okay, so I think now let's change the video over here. So I can choose this one. Okay, and this is working. As you can see, our video got changed. Now let's remove this, and now let's try to check for the drag and drop. So first I'm going to check this part. Okay, so we can check with this. So this is working. Let's remove this. Okay, and now we are going to check this. Okay, so this is also working. Let's remove this. And now one thing I also want to check if I can add an image over here or not. So as you can see, I am not able to add an image here. Now I'm going to check the same for this one. Okay, so here I am able to add the image, which I should not be able to do that. So we are going to add a condition here. And now let's go to the sidebar menu. Okay, and here we have other media. So this is actually controlling all the change and remove functions. So we have to go there in the other media, and first we have entry data. So we can move this up over here, and based on the entry data, so we can check here if the entry data dot type, if this is equals to, let's say, image, then we are only going to allow the images. Okay, so we are going to add one more if condition. So if the event dot type, the file dot type dot starts with is an image, then we are going to add this. Else if, okay, so else if the type is video, so we can go here and add the video. Okay, and then we can copy this and paste here, and this should be video, and add a forward slash over here and here. Okay, now let's save, and now this should be working. So let's remove this. Now right now this is a video component, so I should not be able to add an image. So as you can see, I'm not able to add the image. Now let's try with the video. So this is working. Now let's try for the image component, if that is working as well or not. Okay, so now if I try to add a video, this is not working. If I try to add a image, this is working. Okay, and also as you can see, the sidebar menu for video has alt text, and this does not have. Okay, so everything is now done for the video component, and this is working as well. So yeah, so now we are done with the image and video component. Now one more thing, that I want to edit this first image or media using our editor. So the first media can be either the image or the video, so we want our sidebar menu according to that. Okay, so let's go to our first media. Okay, and when I click on this, so when we click on this, we want to select the menu first. Okay, let's get our menus here, the menu store here. So first we can write set selected menu, and inside this we are going to use ternary operator using our type here. So in the upload component, we are passing type here. As you can see, we are passing the type, so we can use here the type. So we can write here, if the type is equals to image, then we are going to have a image menu. Otherwise, if the type is equals to video, then we are going to have a video sidebar menu. Otherwise, we can just add a main. Okay, so with this, if I select this, and now as you can see, since this is an image, we have our image sidebar menu. Okay, so this one's is good. Now we also want the set selected entry ID, which will be entry ID. Now let's click on this again, and now we have our image over here. Let's try to shrink this. So actually we need to add that CSS here, which we can get from image component. So open this, and there it is. So let's copy this. Actually let's cut it from here and add this here, and similarly we can go to the first media and we can add that over here, I think. Okay, and we need the entry data, so we can get our entry data. We can write const is equals to use upload data store get entry, and here we can write const entry data is equals to get entry, and then pass the entry ID here. And now if I click on this, as you can see, now this is smaller, now this is bigger. Okay, now let's try to add something here. So we can write first image. Okay, so when I try to add something here, this got smaller, so I think we made a mistake in our sidebar menu. Let's go above. So when we update our alt text here, okay, so we are passing ID content extra1 extra2. Extra2 is for the size, so this one is content, this one is the alt, and then we also have to pass the data dot extra2. Okay, since we do not want to change the size of our component here. Okay, now let's make this big. Now if I try to write something hello, so this is not changing, and that's what we want. Now let's go below and let's see. So in the first we have hello and then large, so this is working. Now let's try to remove this. Okay, and now we cannot actually add the images from here, we have to add them from here. Okay, and now let's try drag and drop here, so we can make this smaller, and let's add this image. So this is also working. Let's remove this again. Let's try the video, which will not work. Okay, so this is working, and now let's change this thing. Since right now we are not able to add the image from here, which should not be happening, and also we want a BG gray here. Okay, so let's go to the first media. If you do not have that data, so we can go to the image component and we can copy this from here and then paste here. Okay, now as you can see, this is now gray. Okay, and let's add this input. Okay, over here, and we are going to make these functions. So we can just go to the again image component. We are going to copy all these things, copy this and paste here. We are going to remove duplicates, so remove this one, import the use ref, and now when I click on this, okay, so we need to add this handle click function to this, and also drag and drop. So we can go here and copy all this and paste to this div. Okay, now when I click on this, we can add image. Okay, so this is working. I think we are correctly updating our data. Let's remove this. Let's try to drag and drop. Okay, so if I try to drag and drop a video, this should not work. Actually this is not working. So now let's try to drag and drop a image, and this is working. So this all are working now, and yeah, with that we are done with our video component as well, and also we have made our first media editable. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the part 9 of this video series of making Dribbble clone. Now in this video we are going to make gallery component of the upload section, and this will be the last component that we have to make in this whole section. Okay, so now we are going to make this. Now before that I'm going to do one change here. Now when I click on this, the sidebar menu does not open, so let's make that change over here. So when clicking on this, I want to make the sidebar open, so we can actually first import that. Actually, okay, so we have already imported that. Okay, so we just need to add this function, and now when I click on this, this opens. Okay, so now with this done, let's start working on our gallery component. So in the media component we can make one more folder, sorry, component, and that would be gallery component .tsx. okay, then clears RFC to generate the boilerplate. Now we are going to write the JSX, and then we are going to define the functions as we need. Okay, so first give this div a class name here of flex call and margin top of 20. Now after that, inside this div make one more div, give this a class name of, let's write it like this. Now position will be relative on hover, border to, transition all, duration will be of 100 milliseconds, ease in, and now after that we are going to define the width here. So we can get first entry ID over here. Okay, entry ID from and the type will be string. Okay, and now we can import the upload menu store, so we can import use upload menu store here, so data store. Okay, now we can get a function from the store which will be get entry. Okay, so get entry data is equals to get entry, and pass the entry ID here. But before that, let's destructure that here and then pass the entry ID. Okay, now we can check here if the entry ID, sorry, entry data dot extra2, if this is equals to large, then we are going to have w max w screen lg, otherwise max w screen empty. Okay, now after that we are going to have the clicked element, so we can go to the first media and we can copy this and then we can paste it here. Now we need this state, so we can go above, copy this, paste here, and then we need that use effect, so we can copy that as well. And we are also going to need, let's first import them, and then we are going to assign ID to this div, ID that would be my div. Now after that give this position relative. Now after this div make one more div. Okay, give this a class name here, but before that on click handler, and this will set the menus here. So let's import the menu store const object is equals to use menu store. Okay, we are going to get set selected entry ID set selected menu. Okay, so now here we can set them both. Okay, set selected menu, and this will be gallery, and after that we are going to make set selected entry ID to be entry ID. Okay, and then we are going to open the menu, so we can import that as well on open menu, and write it here on open menu. And after that we are going to make the clicked element true, so we can write set clicked element to true. Okay, give this a flex item center, justify center. Okay, and min height of 400 pixels, and let's write it like this. Okay, so we can use the ternary operator here. Now here we want to check if we have data or not, so we can check if we have entry data dot content or not. If we do not have, then we are going to make bg gray 50, otherwise bg white. Okay, after that write aspect ratio to be video, and then transition all is in, and duration will be of 200 milliseconds, and rounded LG. Okay, and margin of 2. And now here we are going to actually render our data. So we have our data over here, so we are going to render it here, and that would be inside a carousel, so that we can actually move it like this. And as you can see, when I change the image or the current selected media, the slides change and this selected part also changes. Okay, and this happens from here as well and from here as well. Okay, so now we are going to render the media first here. So now we are going to render the files here inside a slider, and for that I'm going to use side scene here. So I'm just going to use this for couple of things, not for not for so for that I'm going to use side scene. Okay, so we are using this library just for carousel. Actually you can also use swiper.js if you want to, but I find this more better, and this was also easy to use, so I used the sightseeing carousel instead of the swiper.js. Okay, so yeah, we are going to render here using the carousel. So first let's make the data type that in which we are going to add these images or videos, and then we are going to start worrying about these rendering part. Okay, so let's go above and let me tell you about how I'm going to store the data. So as you already know that we have a data type over here in the use upload data, and this is the data type that we are using to store the data. Okay, so we have content here, and the content type is only string and null, and we have used this for video component and image component and text component to store the data. Now in the gallery component we have multiple files here like image and videos, and they can't be just stored like this as a string. So what we are going to do, we are actually going to store them just like this. So we are going to store the type, content, and some extra stuff, and that would be just the alt text. So the new data type will be let's say gallery data type, interface gallery data. Okay, so we are going to have this data type, and inside this first we are going to have the type. Okay, so what type of data we are going to have inside the gallery component. So we only have two types of data here, or you can say file, and that would be just image and video component. So we can copy this from here. Okay, so the type will be either image or a video. Now after that we have the content or data. So I'm not going to call this content. Instead of that, I'm going to call this URL, and that would be a type of string. So why I'm calling this URL? Because we have images and videos, and we are storing their URLs in our data. So I'm just calling that URL. Okay, so we can identify what content we are talking about. So if you're talking about the data of this upload data, then that would be content, and if you're talking about the data of this gallery data, then we are talking about the URL. Okay, so I hope you understand. You can obviously change this to content as well. Okay, this is just naming. Okay, after that we are going to have alt, and this will be type of string. Now in the case of videos, we are not going to have alt. Now after that, we can also add the sizes here, and in the Dribbble they have used the size, but in our case we are not going to add this. But if you want, then you can obviously add this for the image files. Okay, but in our case I'm not going to use this. So if you want, then you should actually add this, and if you find any problem, then you can obviously comment in the video and I'll help you out. Okay, so now with this, a new data type for gallery component will be like this, and now we are going to store all the files that we have over here in this format. And after we have all the data, we can actually stringify that array of object of the gallery data and then pass it over here to the content, and that would solve the problem. Okay, so we are going to do just that. We are going to use this type of format for data of storing the files in our gallery component, and then we are going to just stringify that data and pass it to the content. Okay, so now here we already have our data here. Let's write it over here. Now for the gallery component, we have saved our data, which is in this type, in form of string using json.stringify method. Now when we get it back, we want that to be again in this format, so we are going to use json.parse on the content. Okay, so we can write const, okay, gallery objects is equals to, and this will be a type of gallery data array. Okay, and now we are going to first check for the content. Okay, so we have entry data. If we have the content, then we are going to parse that content. So entry data dot content, otherwise we are going to have a simple empty array. Okay, so I hope you understand what I was talking about. We are going to store the data in this format, and when we save, we are going to stringify that data, and when we want that data again, then we are going to just pass that data here. Okay, and after that we can just go below and first render this data. So the gallery object dot length, so if this is greater than 0, then we are going to do something over here, otherwise we are going to do something over here. And now here we can actually just write div for now, and now inside this here we can get our carousel from the site.cm. So let's go here. Let's first install this package, UI library you can say. So copy this, paste it here, default, neutral, yes, and then we can go to the carousel. So where's the carousel? Over here. Okay, we can just copy this and paste here. Okay, now let's go here. We need these imports, so let's go above, paste, and nothing else. Okay, so now let's close this as well. Let's go below. Actually we do not need this here, and here we are going to use the carousel. So the carousel, inside that we are going to have the carousel content. Okay, and inside that we are going to map over the gallery object. So we can write gallery objects dot map. Okay, here we are going to have file obj and then index. Okay, after that we are going to have the carousel item here, and we have to pass the key here, and we should use this braces instead of curly braces. Pass the key, so the key will be index. Okay, now give this a class name here, and let's write it like this. So the class name will be w full and h full. Okay, give this a style of width 100%, and then we are going to make this important. Now after that, inside this we are going to check the type of the file that we have here. Okay, so file obj, so if the type is equals to image, then we are going to render the image component here. Okay, otherwise we are going to render a video component. So we only have two kinds of types here, so I'm not using another ternary operator here. Okay, so here we can use an image component. In the src we can pass file obj dot url. After that, in the alt we can pass file obj dot alt, then give this a class name of rounded excel, max w of full and h auto, and after that we can add our video component, and this should be self-closing. In the src we can pass file obj dot url, and the classes will be same, so we can just copy this from here and paste here. So that would be all for rendering our files over here. Now we are going to go below, and then we are going to render these files. Okay, so that we can navigate and actually delete if we want to. Okay, so below this div, make one more div, give this a class name. Okay, h will be of 90 pixels, then w full and justify center, and inside that make one more div, give this a class name of flex item center space x3, and inside that we are going to map over the gallery object. So we can first check if the gallery object have something or not. If it has something, then we are going to map over that. So gallery object dot map file obj and index. Okay, inside that we are going to write a div. Okay, and this will do many things. Let's first add our classes here. Okay, so add the class name here of w of 80 pixels and h of 70 pixels. Okay, rounded lg. Okay, border neutral of 300, flex item center, justify center, cursor pointer, space x2, position will be relative, and that's it for now. We are going to add some more classes here, but that will be for later. Now inside this div we are going to check the type of the file object, so we can check file obj dot type. Okay, if this is an image, then we are going to have an image component, so we can just go here and copy this, and here we are going to change something. This will be rounded lg, aspect video, and then w full and h full. Then we are going to have our video over here, video. Okay, and this will be self-closing, and then we can just copy this all and remove the alt property. Okay, and we have to close this. Now after that we are going to have a div over here. Give this a class name of p1, okay, rounded full, bg white, and absolute top 0 and right 0. Now inside this we are going to have an icon that would be trash 2 icon. Size will be 14, and then we can give this a class name of text red 500. Okay, and after this we are going to add one more div. So this will be this plus sign div, and we can give this a class name of w 80 pixels, h of 70 pixels. Okay, border will be dashed, border width will be of 1.5 pixels, then border radius will be rounded LG, border color will be neutral 300, flex item center, justify center, hover border color will be pink 500, and cursor pointer. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have a plus icon. Okay, and class name will be text neutral of 500. Okay, and after that we are going to have an input tag. So input type will be file. We can add multiple files here. Okay, files that we are going to accept here will be images and video. After that we can add a class name here which will be hidden, so this will not show. And after this div we are going to add the plus sign, this plus sign, to add new components. So we can get that from image component. We can just copy this and then paste here. Okay, and that would be all for the JSX part in this component. Now let's go to our sidebar menu so that we can add this component. Okay, so I want to make one more function here, and that would be add gallery component, and this will be type of gallery. Okay, now let's copy this and we can go below rich media gallery. So on clicking this div we are going to invoke this function, and that would add the gallery component. And now we can go to the upload component, and here we can add one more condition. If the entry type is gallery, then we are going to return the gallery component and pass these two props. Okay, now let's go here, let's upload this one. Now we can click on this, add a new gallery component. So when I click on this, as you can see, we have added the gallery component. Okay, so the UI is not what we wanted, so we are going to do some changes here. And here we have to add the border radius, and that would be rounded LG. Okay, so now this is good. And after that we need to add something over here. So let's go below, and instead of div we are going to add a label. So we can get it from here. So copy this, paste over here. We can remove this input, this one as well. Okay, and drag and drop files. We can write files over here, and now we have something written over here. Okay, Now let's make this in center. So for that we need to add mxauto here, mxauto, and as you can see this is in center. Oh, okay, so the problem is coming from this should be outside this component. So let's collapse this, and this should be outside this div. As you can see, this is correct size now. Okay, and let's go above, and we can make this extra large. M can be M4, and now let's make this in center. So okay, so I think I forgot some CSS here. This should be flex item center. Yeah, now everything is centered, as you can see, and this is looking good. On clicking this, now we are selecting the gallery menu. Okay, so this is working as well, and now we are going to start working on the functionality of this component. Okay, so let's go to our gallery component, and now we can start working on our functionality. First we are going to work on the handle click. So when we click on this, we should be able to add images or videos. So this will be same like the first media or any other component like image component or video component. So this will be almost similar to that. We are first going to add the on click handler. Okay, so this will be on this div, since this is this div, this plus div. So on clicking this, we are going to open the finder. Okay, let's open this again. Now we can add the ref to this input, and then handle file change function. Okay, and we can also add this function. Okay, so we can add this function to this label. Okay, so that we can also open the finder using this area or on clicking this part. Okay, now we can go to the first media, and we can copy almost all of these, then we can paste over here. Obviously we are going to do many changes here. Okay, first let's add a ref. So this will be the ref. Okay, let's import the use ref from React. We are also going to import the update entry. Okay, now here instead of passing just one file, we are going to pass all the files, since we are uploading multiple files here. Okay, so in the handle file change function, we are passing all the files, and same with this one. Okay, and now we are not going to add any kind of condition here, since we are allowing all kind of files over here. Okay, after that we can go above, and this will be file list, and this will be files. Now we can actually remove this, and we can start writing this again. But before that, let's add the functions of on drop and other functions to our div. Okay, so we want when we drop something over here, actually to whole place, we want that to actually add the files. So not here, I think we can add over here, I think. Okay, now let's go above, and let's start writing our logic in this function. So here we have all the files now. So first we can check if we have files or not. If we have the files, then we are going to loop over the files, and then we are going to store each local URL inside our URL field. So we can write for const file of array, so array dot from and pass the files here. Okay, so we are going to loop over this, and here we can get our local URL. So we can write const local URL is equals to URL dot create object URL and pass the file. Okay, and then we can push this local URL inside our gallery object. Okay, so we can write like this: gallery object dot push, okay, URL. So the URL will be local URL, and then we can add the type here. So the type will be file dot type dot starts with. So if the file is image, then we can add the type to be image, otherwise we are going to go with the video. And after that we can add the alt value, and that would be file dot name. Okay, and this should be files. So this is how we are going to update this gallery object. Now after this we want our data store to be updated, so we are going to update our data store using update entry function. Now here we are going to pass the entry ID first, and then we are going to pass our content, which will be this gallery object. Okay, so we are going to pass JSON dot stringify. We are going to stringify our whole data here, and then pass here gallery object. Okay, and yeah, that should be it for now. When we actually start uploading our data to the Cloudinary, we are going to change these functions. So the uploading part will be next after we complete this gallery component. Okay, so let's close this. And lastly, we want this file input ref to be empty again. So if we have the file input ref dot current, then we are going to make that empty string. Okay, so I think value should be empty string. Okay, so the reason I'm doing this is because if you want to add same image continuously, you won't be able to do this if we are not adding this particular line. Okay, so let's say you have added this file, this image thumbnail first, and now if you want to add this again, you won't be able to add this because we have already that file inside our ref. And to be able to add this image again, you have to add some other file, and then you will be able to add this file again. So you won't be able to actually add same file continuously if you do not add this particular line. So I hope you understand. I'm going to demonstrate this, what I'm talking about, when we start adding our files. Okay, so I think we are almost done. Let's save this and let's try to see if this is working or not. So when I click on this, this opens. Let's add this file. Okay, so this is working. Now let's try to add one more, and this time I'm going to add this video. Okay, so we have added one more file here. Let's slide this, and as you can see, we have that file here. Okay, and this is video, so we can add a control here, and now we can actually play this. Okay, so this is working. Let's add the cancel next and previous button here. So here we can add, I think, cancel next. Let's see where we have to add that. So just below this cancel content here. Okay, and we are going to give this a class name. Right now they are outside this div, so we have to add the right button here. That should be 4. Let's make this 10. Okay, so this should be left, not 10, and this should be 5, I think. Okay, so the 5 is good. Now we can add class name right 5. and as you can see, they both are now in the div component. Okay, now if I want to add the same this video again, I will be able to add that. Okay, and now let me show you what I was talking about this line. So right now this is uncommented. Now I'm going to comment this. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, let's add our gallery component here. Let's add one file, that would be this file. Okay, so this is added, and now if I try to add this file again, this will not be added, and the reason is that the same file is already in the file input ref, and because of that the same new file is not being added over here, and for that reason we have to add this line. Okay, and now if I refresh this again, let's add that component. Let's add this file. So this is part 8. Now let's add this again, and as you can see, now again I am able to add that same image. Okay, so that is why I added this line over here. So now this is working. Now we are going to try drag and drop here. So let's try to drag video over here. So this will be this video, and as you can see, this has been added. Now let's try the image, and this is also added. Okay, so drag and drop is working here. Now let's try to add multiple files. So this is also working. Okay, and this has gone outside this div, so we can add overflow. So we can add overflow x auto here, and that should do this. So now this is scrollable, and we can add some more images over here, and this will not go out this div. Okay, so the handle click and drag event is working. Now we are going to make this functional. So when clicking this, we should be able to remove the files from here. Okay, so let's go above, and we can define a function, and we can add const delete media. Okay, and this will take index, which will be a type of number. And now first we are going to get all the files except for this file, which is at the index number index. Okay, so we can get const upload file objects is equals to gallery objects dot filter underscore I, and I should not be equals to index. Okay, now after we get all the files, now we can just replace the previous content with this content. So we can write update entry, pass the entry ID, and then pass the JSON dot stringify. This should be updated. Okay, updated file object. Okay, now let's copy this, and we can just write here on click handler and then paste it here, and then pass the index, and this should be like this. Okay, now let's save. Now let's remove this. Let's remove all these files. Okay, so this is working. Okay, so this is just a white blank page, I think. Okay, so now this part is also done. Now we are going to work on this sidebar menu, and after that we are going to work on this slider, So when we click on this, we should be able to select this and then this as well. So we are going to do that later. First we are going to work on this sidebar menu. Okay, so now let's go here and let's go to the sidebar menu here. Okay, and let's scroll down and we should have our gallery menu here. Okay, so actually what we are going to do, we are going to actually remove this from here. So let's copy this one and we are going to make a separate component here, and that would be gallery menu .tsx. Okay, and then we can paste that over here. Now from here we can remove this condition since we are going to check that here. Okay, so here we can import that. Let's remove all this. Okay, and here we can write gallery menu. Now remove this empty 5 and now let's go to the gallery menu here. Let's import our menu store. So we can write import use menu store, and then from here we can get this function on close menu. Okay, so curly braces is equals to use menu store, and then we can write on close menu. Okay, and then we need this icon. Okay, now we should not have any kind of errors. Okay, now let's save and we'll still be able to select this menu. Okay, now let's go again to the gallery menu, and here we are going to get our data, and for that we need to have the selected entry ID. Okay, so now let's get our data. So we can write const is equals to use upload data store, and from that we are going to get our function get entry, and then we can get our entry data. Okay, is equals to get entry and pass the selected entry data. Okay, and now we can get our content from this entry data and use pass method, and then we can get the array of object from this content, and then we can use it over here to map. Okay, so let's get that. First let file objects is equals to empty array, and this will be a type of gallery object. Okay, so I think we need to import that from here. So let's export this type. Okay, and we can import this here gallery object or data array. Now we should not have any kind of error. Now let's use try and catch here. Okay, so that we do not get any kind of error if we do not have any data in it. Okay, so we can write file object if is equals to entry data dot content dot trim. Okay, so we are using trim here to find if we have only empty string. If we have only empty string, then we are going to return an empty array, and if we do have some content in our content, then we are going to pass that. Okay, so json dot parse and then pass the entry data dot content dot just content. Okay, now after that we can actually console our error, or you can add an alert here if you want to. We can console error parsing the JSON. Okay, and this can be console.error. And then we can also console the error. Okay, now after this let's go inside our another list, and here we are going to map over our file object. So file object dot map file index small braces and put this li inside this. Okay, and we can remove this one. Now add a key over here. Okay, so let's add a key of index, and then here we can write index +1. Okay, now that's it. Now let's save, and now as you can see we have 3 slides. If I delete this one, as you can see now I have only 2 slides. Okay, so this is working. Now after this we are going to make secondary sidebar gallery menu, okay, so that we can actually edit each one of these media using that. Okay, so we need to make one more component here. Let's go and make that. This will be secondary gallery menu.tsx. okay, now we can remove this and add a button. So this button will be same as this button, so we can copy this. After that we need this function, so we can go to gallery menu and get that. We also going to need this upload data store, so we are going to get that as well. Okay, let's import them, and after that we are going to make one more button here, and on clicking that we are going to make selected menu to gallery. Okay, so we can add on click function here, handler here, and then make set selected. Let's import that, set selected menu to gallery. Okay, now let's give this a class name. That would be mb4 mt5 text sm and block. Inside that we can have a chevron, so chevron left. Okay, and give this a size of 24 and stroke width of 1.5. now after this add a div, then one more div, and then one more div, and this div give this a class name of flex item center. Okay, space x3 mb8. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have a span and add this svg, which you can get it from my GitHub. Now after that below this span we are going to have a h4 tag. Give this a class name of text xl font semi bold, and now here we are going to do some conditional rendering based upon the selected image or media in the gallery component. And to store the selected media we need to make one more hook here, and that would be use selected slide. Okay, .ts, and inside that we are going to import the create method from viewStand. Okay, and then we are going to define the type, so it can be gallery slide store. Okay, now this will have only the slide index, so selected slide index, and this will be type of number, and then set selected slide index. Okay, so only two things will be there, and here we can pass the id, and this will be a type of number. Now we can define our store, so we can write export const use selected slide store. Okay, and then create the store, pass the type here, set method. Okay, and then we can write it like this. Now set selected slide index will be 0 by default, and then we are going to set our index based on what we are passing here. Okay, so this should be index, and here as well, and now we should not have any kind of problems. Now let's save and let's go to the secondary gallery menu. Okay, and here we can get that, so we can write const empty object is equals to use selected slide store, and we can get selected index. Okay, and now let's get our data first, so we can write const entry data is equals to get entry and pass the selected entry ID. Now we can do the same that we have done over here. Okay, so we can just copy this from here and paste here. Okay, let's import this, and now we have whole gallery data here, but we only want particular file. Say if we have selected this, so I only want this particular file which has a type of this. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I can write it like this. You can write to show data or to show file, something like that. I'm going to show data is equals to, we can use file object here, then we can pass that particular index. So we can pass the selected slide index, and if we do not have this, then we can just pass 0, and we have already declared that over here as well. Okay, so in default value is 0, but I'm adding here as well for extra safety. Okay, now let's go below, and here we can write to show data, so dot type. So if the type is image, then we are going to write image, otherwise this will be a type of video, and we only have two kind of component in this gallery. Okay, outside this div we are going to make one more div. Okay, and inside that we are going to have a span, and here we can add a class name and write font semi bold, and we can write media. Then we can write one more div, give this a class name. Okay, now let's save this and let's add it over here. Okay, so that we can see what we have done so far. So let's go to the gallery menu here, and first we are going to use this same store to select our slide index. So let's go to the gallery menu. Okay, use it here, and here we are going to need set selected index, and on clicking this, we are going to set selected index and pass that index number. Okay, now let's save, and now we have to go to the sidebar menu, and we have to add one more menu over here. That would be, I think, secondary gallery, and pass the secondary gallery menu. Okay, now let's save. Now when I click on this, okay, so I think I did not selected that particular menu. So let's go the gallery menu, and here we can also add one more thing, and that would be selected. Let's go above and first import that here, selected menu, set selected menu, and here we can write set selected menu to be secondary and gallery. Okay, now let's save. Okay, so I need to click over here since we are working on the gallery menu, not in the gallery component. Okay, so I'll add it here later, but let's click on this, and as you can see, now we are on the gallery sidebar menu. Okay, now let's do some changes here. So we can go secondary gallery, and here we can add maybe empty 4, not 4, 5, and I need this chevron to be little bit up, so we can remove this and this one as well. Okay, and I need the margin bottom. Okay, so I think they are almost aligned, and we have our media over here, so we can actually make this 6. So now this is looking good. Now when I click on this, I get back to the gallery menu, and when I click on this, I get back to the secondary gallery menu. Okay, so now let's continue adding here. So after this span, we are going to have a div. Okay, give this a class name of p4 border of 1 pixels and border gray of 200 rounded LG. And now inside this div we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name of mb6, and then inside this we are going to have our data. So we can first check if we have show data or not. Okay, if we do have the data, then we are going to check the type of the data. So we can have images and videos both, so we need to check here the type of our data. So to show data dot type, and if this is equals to image, then we are going to render our image component img. Otherwise we are going to render a video component. Okay, and then here we can add a div. Okay, now let's complete this part. So give this a class name of object cover w52. Now pass the src here, which will be to show data dot url, and then we can pass here alt value, which will be to show data dot alt. Now for the video, so video will be same, it do not require the alt value, and this should be self-closing. And as for the class name, we can just copy this and paste here. Okay, so now as you can see, we have our media over here, and we can actually make this again 8, not this one. I think we need to make my3 pb4. Why this is not okay? So we need to make this block first and then mb2. Okay, so now we have some gap over here. Okay, so now when I click on this, when I click on this is part 7 and this is part 6. Okay, so this is working. Now we can continue working on this. Now inside this div, this will be the same as the other media, so we can go here and copy this. Okay, and paste here. Okay, so I think we need to add question mark here, so let's go here and we need to add optional value over here so that we do not get any kind of errors. Okay, so I think that should solve the problem. Let's save. Okay, so I do not have that problem now. Okay, now let's add that gallery menu again. Let's add 2 images, so both are part 6. We can remove one and add part this value. Okay, and now let's select this. Yeah, so this is working. Now after this we are going to add one more div after this div. Okay, and this will only contain a change button, not like this we have change and remove button, but in this case we are only going to have a simple change button. Okay, so for that let's go below and add a div here, and also add question mark here. So this is going to be all optional, otherwise you'll get an error here. Okay, so give this div a class name here, flex item center justify between space x3 and empty2. Now after that inside this div we are going to have a label. Okay, so the same button will be similar to other media, so we can just go here and copy this and then go to the secondary gallery and paste it here. Okay, so this will be for the change button. Okay, now this will require these fields, so we need that here. First we can replace this with to show data. Okay, and now we are going to need this ref, so let's go again to the other media and we can copy all these, okay, up to this, and then we can paste it here. Now here let's import useref. Then we need to also import this update entry, so we can get that from here. Okay, and here we are going to change the function a little bit, so we can comment this out for now. Okay, now after this div we can add one more div, give this a class name of empty5, and then inside this div add one more div, give this a class name of empty7. okay, give this class name of empty12, and inside this we can add a label, and that would be for alt text, so we can write alt text, remove this HTML for, we can write here class name and font medium, and then below that we are going to have a div, give this a class name, okay, and that would be empty3. Now inside this div we are going to have a span, okay, give this a class name here of p3, so we can write it like this. After that border 2 and rounded lg. Okay, now inside this span we are going to have our input, okay, and let's give this a class name. Okay, so it will be outline none, bg transparent, focus outline none, okay, height will be of 40 pixels, text xl, and placeholders text will be 14 pixels, and break words, let's make this text to VSM, that would be much better. Then break words, then break normal and white space 3. okay, then we can add default value, and this would be equals to show data dot alt, and then add a placeholder here of enter all text. Now let's save and go back here, and as you can see we have a change button and the alt text. Now let's make this full size and also add a question mark over here so that we do not get any kind of error. Okay, and this should be XL, and that would make this full length. Okay, and this should be full length as well, so we can write w full and this as well. Okay, and we can add text center. Yeah, so we have made the change button and alt text. Now we are going to work on this function to edit the images here. Okay, so first on clicking on change we are going to invoke this function, and that would eventually start this function. Okay, so here we are going to do the changes, so we can uncomment this, and we only going to need the URL from here, so we can get the data, or we can get the URL from here is equals to url dot create object URL and pass the file. And if you are thinking if you should use URL or data like I did here, reader.result as a string, so you do not need to worry about that, because eventually we are not going to use any of these. We are actually going to use the Cloudinary URL. After we are done with this component, we are going to start uploading our files to the Cloudinary, and then we are going to get the secure URL from Cloudinary, and that we are going to store in our data. Okay, so you do not need to worry about these things. Okay, if you are okay, so now after we get our URL, we can invoke a new function here Okay, and that would be change media. Okay, now this will take index. Okay, this will be a type of string and new URL, and this will be type of string as well. Okay, now inside this we are going to get the file which are at this index. Okay, so we can write const file is equals to file objects dot map. Okay, and we are going to get file and index here, which I'm going to denote with this I. And now inside that, okay, here we are going to check if I is equals to index I'm passing. If this is true, then we are going to get our selected file. Now after we find our file, we are going to destructure that file, and then we are going to change the URL of that file with new URL. Okay, and if we do not find that file, we can just simply return file. Okay, and here actually index should be number. I made a mistake. Okay, and after we done changing our files, so we can just write here files, we can update our entry. Okay, so here we are going to pass selected entry ID. Okay, then we are going to pass JSON dot stringify, and here we can pass our file. Okay, and that would actually update our files over here. Now let's copy this and paste it over here. We can pass the selected slide index. Okay, and then we can pass our URL. Okay, now let's save, and now this should be working. Now let's choose a different picture like this, and as you can see, they both have changed over here. Okay, the picture is actually blank, so there's nothing to see. Now let's try to change this one, which is second slide. So we can change this with let's say this one. As you can see, this is also got change. So that is working, and here actually we do not need drag and drop, so we can remove this since we do not need this. Okay, and everything else would be same. Now we are going to work on this alt text change. Okay, so we can write a new function here which will invoke on change handler. So we can write change alt text. Okay, now let's copy this, let's go above, and let's write that function just below here. So we can write const change alt text, and here we are going to get event. This will be type of react dot change element, and then here we can write HTML input. Okay, HTML input element. Now inside this we can do the same like we did here. So let's copy this, paste here, and here we are going to change the alt text, and that would be event dot target dot value, and here we can actually use selected index. Okay, and that would solve the problem. And you can do the same here. Instead of passing index, you can directly use selected index here, and that would work as well. Okay, so now let's save this. Okay, and these are the entries here. Let me console the show data. So show data to show data. Okay, now let's change this to clone. As you can see, this is changing, and in the entries this will also change. So this is the gallery, and let me hover this, and you can see here in the second object you will see all text to be cloned. So this is working. Okay, so we have done this as well, and change part is also done. So with that we are done with our sidebar menu. Now we have to work on this layout, so that would be inside our gallery menu. Okay, so we can get the functions from our sidebar menu. So let's go here, and these are the functions. So let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, now we need to get update entry function, and now we also need the data. So here data is entry data, so we can replace this with entry data here as well, and here as well, and here as well. Okay, now let's use this. So copy this, and on clicking this we are going to make small, and on clicking this we are going to make large. And also we need to add the CSS here, so we can get that from our sidebar menu as well. So let's go below, and in the media you'll get those lines. So not here. Okay, so make large. So we can copy this CSS and then go back to the gallery menu and then paste it here, and we can change this to entry data. Now we can do the same for above, paste it here, and we can add a $sign here. Now after that, if this is small, then we are going to make the border purple. Okay, so as you can see, this is working. Let's click on this and again click on this. Okay, so this is working. So now with that we are all done with our sidebar menu for gallery. Okay, and also we are done with our gallery component. Now one thing that is remaining here, so when I use this carousel here, the files are changing and I want them to be highlighted over here. Okay, just like this is highlighted when I'm hovering, this should be highlighted when actually this is selected. So right now file 1 is active here, so I want the slide 1 to be highlighted and this image to be highlighted as well. Okay, so now we are going to do that. So let's go above. First we are going to change the CSS here. We can write it like this. Okay, now here we are going to use selected slide index, so we can write selected slide index. Let's see, get that first. So selected slide index. Okay, so we can write selected slide index if this is equals to index, then we are going to make bg gray 200, otherwise we are going to do nothing. And now this is select. Okay, and after that we need to go to actual gallery component, and here we have used our carousel. Now I'm going to use one more property of this carousel. So let's go to the docs here, site cn. Okay, and this is very useful property. So let's go to the carousel, and this carousel is actually built by using Embla. So we are going to use the doc of Embla as well. Okay, so now let's go below, and as you can see here we have something like API in the carousel here. Okay, and now using this API we will be able to set the selected index, and using that we will be able to actually highlight these files or these slides here. Okay, so we are going to use this. Now we can just copy this and paste it over. Okay, let's paste it over here. Import the carousel API. Okay, and we are also going to copy this, and we can just paste it over here. Okay, and we can also take these two. Okay, here let's see what this select event is all about. So we can go to the reference here. Let's go to carousel and let's go to the reference. Let's open this in another tab. Okay, and we have some events. Let's find the select event. Okay, so this is a select event. So this runs whenever we actually scroll our media using this button. Okay, so this actually runs when we do this. Okay, so on running that event we are going to set our index. So we can use set selected. We have to first import that. So let's import that over here. We can write const use selected index, use a selected slide store. Okay, and here we can get set selected index. So now when this event run, which is known as select, we are going to change the selected index here. Okay, and we are going to pass the value of current. Okay, now let's save, and actually this will not work. So when I do this, as you can see, this is not changing, which should be changing. Okay, so this is not working, and to this to work we have to use one more use effect here. Okay, and inside that we are going to paste this, and the dependency will be current. Okay, so when the current change, we are going to change the selected slide index. Now let's save, and when I click this, okay, so one more thing I have to do, I have to actually pass the API here. Set API is equals to set API. Okay, and now let's try with the previous condition in which we are actually doing this here. Okay, now let's slide this. As you can see, this is not working, but if I do like this, this will work. Okay, as you can see, when we slide this, the slides are changing. And one more thing, you can actually add -1 here so that we can be on the same slide number. Okay, as you can see, now this is on the same slide number. And now let's highlight this as well. We have to just add some more CSS. So let's go below, and this is the object, so we can add a border here. Okay, so if selected, let's import that as well here. Selected slide index, then here selected slide index. If this is equals to index, then we are going to make border pink of 500, otherwise do nothing. And we should also have border, so we can add this as well. Okay, as you can see, we have borders, and this is changing. Okay, now so this is changing, but when I click on this or on this slide is not changing, which should be changing. Okay, so now we have to add one more event here. So now let's first work on this part. Okay, so when we click on this, the slide should be changing. So we can actually go below, and where we are clicking on this slide, So this should be that div. Okay, so here we can add on click handler, and this should first set the selected slide index, since we are not actually selecting that. Okay, now what happened? Okay, so we are on the different page. Let's add this. Let's add the gallery component, not the video component. We need to add the gallery component here. Okay, so this one's good. Now when I click on this, okay, this is commented. So when I click on this, the slides are changing and this is also changing. Now along with this, we are also going to add the API here. Okay, so if we have the API, so we can use one more event, api.reinit, which you can actually learn about here. Let's write reinit. Okay, so this should be here. So as you can see, this is actually reinitialize our carousel here. Okay, so using this event, we are going to make a start index we are going to use curly braces here, then start index, and this should be equals to index, and then we are also going to make watch drag to false. Okay, now let's save, and now when I click on this, as you can see, this is reinitialized. Let me remove this and add some more images here. Okay, and when I click on this, as you can see, this has reinitialized, and now this is again. Okay, so now this is changing. Okay, and we can actually add the same when we add a new image over here. Okay, so we can go above over here. So when we handle the file, and we can paste it here. Now first we have to check if we have API or not. Okay, and then we can push it inside. Now here the index will be gallery object dot length. Okay, let's save, and now when I add one more, okay, so I think +1 should be there. So let's add one more, this time this one. As you can see, the slides change. Okay, so I was able to fix that. I don't know what was the problem here, but I actually removed this condition from here and wrapped it inside a use effect, and the dependency is now entry data. So now when entry data is changing, then we are doing all this stuff. Okay, now let's save this, and as you can see, now this is showing the current active file, and also this is selected and this is also selected. Okay, so now this is working as well, and let me show you what I have done here. So I have taken the length of this gallery object and then did -1 to find the index, and then I passed that index over here, and now and also I have set the selected slide index to be gallery object dot length -1. Okay, so with that they all are working. Okay, so with that we are actually done. Now one last thing that is left to do is when I click on this, like if I click on this slide 2, this should change as well. So for that we are going to use that same API. So for that, instead of using this API over here, we are going to make a state for that. So let's go below and let's add one more hook here, that would be use carousel API.ts, and here we can import create method from juicestand. Okay, and then interface. Okay, so interface carousel ref. Okay, and this will be API. API will be type of carousel ref API, not carousel ref. Instead of, we are going to have carousel API, and then we are going to set API. Now we can write const use carousel API store, then create, pass this type. Okay, now here we are going to have initially null, so we can make this null. Okay, so this will be null initially, and then we are going to set the API. Now let's save and go back to our gallery component. Here we can comment this out, and then we can import that store. Use carousel, not this one, use carousel API store. Let's export this. Use carousel API store and get the API and set API. Okay, and now let's see if this is still working. So this is still working, as you can see. Okay, now let's delete some images. Now after this, let's copy this and go back to our gallery menu, and then paste it here, import this, and here we are going to do the same as well. So when we click on this, apart from setting the slide index and setting the secondary menu, we are going to set the API. So if we have the API, then we are going to use API.reinit event, and start index will be index, and watch drag will be false. Now let's save, and when I click on this, this changes, yes, everything changes. Okay, and when I click on this, the slides changes. Okay, and when I click on this, slides changes, as well as this current file changes. So with that, we are done with our gallery component, and this is all we have to do in this whole component. So what we did here, we add carousel, we add secondary gallery menu, we add gallery menu, we make them functional, and we also add this property and this property. So okay, so we added all this. Now with this component, we have made all the components that are text component, video component, image component, and gallery component. Now we are going to actually get all this data, and then we are going to store it in our database. But before that, we are going to first authenticate our user. Okay, so now we are going to work on that. And also one more thing, we are going to use category and tags over here. Okay, so all this stuff we are going to do in the next video, and this was all for this video in which we made our gallery component. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to the part 10 of this video series where we're making a Dribbble clone. So now I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do in this video. So right now we have completed all the components here. We have made the text component. Okay, so these are one of the type of the text component. Okay, then image component and video component. This is the video component, and this is the gallery component. Okay, so we have made all the components here, and now I'm going to add one more feature to each component, and that would be this menu. Okay, so each component will have this menu, and when selecting that component, we are going to show that menu over here. Okay, now I'll tell you what these menus do here. So first we have this arrow up icon. So when we click this, this will move this component up. Okay, as you can see, we have moved this text component from here to here. Now if I click on this and again click on this arrow button, this will move this text component to above this first media component. Okay, and also we can move this component down as well, as you can see. Okay, so this is the function of these two buttons here. Now after that we have this copy button, so this will just copy and paste this same component just below this component. Okay, so if I click on this, so right now as you can see I have this component, this type of component, only one. Okay, over here as you can see the number of this component is only one. Now if I click on this, this will just duplicate this component and now we will have the same component two times over here. Okay, so this is the function for this copy and paste button. And then we also have a delete button, so when we click on this, this will delete this whole component. Okay, and as you can see this got deleted and now we only have one image component. Okay, so these are all the functions of this menu that we are going to make in this video. And also after that we are going to make this model which will have categories. We are going to make these categories in our database. Okay, and also we are going to have tags here. Now to add tags we are going to use a hashtag symbol here, and then we can write our tag like this. Okay, so we are going to add category and tags like this. This is a little bit different from the Dribbble. So now let's go to our development server. This is the development server and this is already made by me, so I'm going to now close this. Okay, or I can just drag it here. Okay, so we are going to now start working on this. And one more thing that I have missed in the text component, so when adding the text here, so when adding editor and also adding in the text, actually I forgot to add these part. Okay, here, so you need to add this here. Okay, so that we can add a text component just below the selected line over here. Okay, like this. And also if I'm not seeing correct CSS here because we have installed the setcn here and which actually messed our tailwind config file, so you need to add these again. Okay, so typography and this require thing. Okay, so yeah, with that you would be able to solve the problem if you are having that problem. Okay, if you're not having that problem, then that's good. Okay, so now with that let's go to work on the image component first. Okay, so we are going to add our new menu over here, and before that let's go to our use upload data, and first we are going to add those functions here for moving the component up or down or copy and paste or delete that component. Okay, so we are going to add those functions here. So in the interface let's add that first. So our new function will be first move entry up. Okay, and this will take id, which will be a type of string, and then this will return nothing. Okay, after that we are going to have move entry down. Okay, like this. Then we are going to have copy entry, and this will take the original id of the component that we want to be copied and pasted. So original id, this will be type of string, then new id, and this will also, we are going to take it from the component, or you can generate this new id inside the function as well. Okay, from UUID, but we are going to take from the component. Okay, and this will also not return anything. After that we are going to have the delete function. So this will be move entry, this will take the id and this will just return nothing. Okay, now let's define those functions here. So below this, first will be our move entry function. So move entry up. Okay, this will take the id, inside that set, then take the state here. Okay, and from the state we are going to do the changes. So first we are going to get the index of our entry here. Okay, find the index of the current component. Okay, so state dot entries dot find index. Okay, here we are going to have the entry dot id, and this will be equals to id that we have passed. Okay, now after we get the index, if the index is greater than 0, we are going to get all the entries first here, so we can write const new entries, okay, is equals to array and then the structure state dot entries. Okay, so we have all the entries here. Now after this we are going to actually swap these two components here. Okay, so since we are moving this up, we want the index of this component, which will be index -1. Okay, and we already have index of this, so we are just going to swap these two component. Okay, so let's go here and we are going to swap these two components, so we can get the entry new entries and then pass the index, then second will be new entries and pass the index -1. Okay, and now we are going to swap this, so this will be equals to, we just copy this one and paste here, and now this will be -1 and this will be index. Okay, so with this way we are going to swap the first component and the second component. Okay, and for the moving this down, we are going to actually use the plus sign over here. Okay, I hope you understand. Now after this we are going to return the entries, so we can return entries here and this will be equals to new entries. Okay, and lastly we are going to return our state. With this we are done with our move entry function, and for the move entry down we can just copy and paste it here, and we are going to do some changes. So here we are going to first change the condition, so index should not be -1. Okay, that means we do not find our entry here using this id, and also we are going to check if the index is less than state dot entries dot length -1. Okay, so that means if we are already at the bottom, we cannot go any further down below, so that is why we are checking this condition here. And after that we can just replace this with plus and here as well, and this way we are going to move our entry down, so this is going to be down. After that we are going to write our copy entry function. So copy entry function, this will take original id and the new id. Okay, set state, first we are going to find the index of our entry, so we can actually copy that from here. After that we are going to check if we have that entry or not, so the index should not be equals to -1. If we have that entry inside our data, we can copy that entry, so we can write const entry to copy. Okay, and then pass the state dot entries and then index. After that we are going to create a new entry with this entry, so new entry, and this will be equals to this, and id will be new id. Everything will be same except for the id, since if the id is same, then we are going to get two values when we search for using the get entry method. Okay, so we want to change our id here. Okay, after that we are going to create new entries here like this. Okay, and right now this new entries does not have this our new entry. Okay, so we are going to now push this entry inside the new entries here, and we are actually not going to push it, we are going to actually splice it at a particular index, and the index should be index +1. So that would add this new entry just below the original entry. Okay, and after that we are just going to return entries here with new entry. Okay, and then we are going to return our state. Lastly, we are going to add remove entry. This will take id, so we can set the state. Okay, so and here we are going to have the entries, and we are going to get our entries from state.entries.filter. so we are going to filter out that particular entry. Okay, and except for that we are going to return all the entries. So entry dot id is equals to id. So okay, so this way we are going to remove that component from our data, and this should be new id. Actually, sorry, I've made a mistake here. So this should be equals to original id, and this should not be equals to id. So these two things, please correct this, otherwise these two functions will not work. Okay, okay, I forgot this semicolon. Okay, don't forget the semicolon here, and that should solve the problem. So with that we are done with all the functions that are going to be in this upload store, and that is all. Now let's close this. Let's go to the image component. Let's get those functions here. So from upload data store we are going to get remove entry, move entry up, move entry down, and then after that lastly we are going to have copy entry. Okay, now we are going to use these here. So let's write our JSX here. Below this we are going to add our menu. Now give this a class name, and we are going to write it like this. Okay, so give this a class name of absolute top 0 minus right 14. Okay, and w10 p2 py4 rounded full flex call. Okay, item center, justify center, gap of 3, bg white, shadow excel. And after that we are going to check if the sidebar menu is open or not, and also we are going to check if the selected entry id is equals to the entry id of this component. So we are going to check if the is, let's go above, is menu open. So we are going to check here is menu open, and also we are going to check if the selected entry id, let's import that as well, selected entry id here, selected entry id is equals to entry id. So if these two are true, then we are going to do nothing, otherwise this will be hidden. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have arrow up icon. Okay, from Lucid React. On clicking this, what we are going to do, we are going to move the entry up. So we can write it like this, move entry up and pass the entry id here. Okay, and give this a class name here, and size will be 16. Duplicate this will be now arrow down, and this will make it down, and everything will be same. After that we are going to have a div. Okay, and give this a class name here, inline block, bg neutral of 800, h of 0. After that we are going to have icon copy from Lucid React. Okay, and we are going to write it like this. Now on clicking this, on click, first we are going to generate id. So we can write like this. So we can write it like this. Here we are going to generate our id, const id is equals to uuid import Yeah, this is correct. Now let's go below. So we generate a new id here, and then we are going to pass that id in this function. So pass the entry id and then new id, that would be id, and you can actually write it a new id here, that would make more sense. Okay, and give the size to be 16. After that we are going to add one more div, so we can copy this from here, paste here, and below that we are going to have one more icon, that would be trash 2. Okay, give this a class name of text red 500. Okay, and the size will be 16. Okay, and then we can add a on click handler, and that would delete our file. So remove entry, pass the entry id, entry id. Okay, now let's save and let's go to our server here. This is our server. Okay, I can actually, let's close this one. Okay, so this is the server. Let's upload this one. Okay, so and now we need to add the image component. So this is the image component. Now when I click on this, you can see that we have our side menu over here. Now let's move this up. Now as you can see, we have our text component below this. Let's move one more time, and as you can see, this is on the top. And now we are not seeing that menu over here, since this is the first media component, and in the first media component we do not have the menu. Okay, now we are going to have our menu over here. Okay, so this move up and move down functions are working. Now let's also see if this is working or not. So when we click on the copy and paste, we should have one more entry which is same as before. And now I would like to delete this, so this is also working. Okay, and this was already before, so this is not going to change. Okay, so our menu is working, all of them. Now we are going to add them to all these main components. Okay, all these components. So let's go here. Now we are going to add the same for video gallery and this text component. Okay, so we can copy this this whole div. Okay, and then go to the gallery component. I think just below here, I think here we can paste it here. Let's go again, image component. We need to import all this, so copy this, and we can replace our upload data store with this. Okay, now we also need to import the icon, so let's go here, copy this and paste here. Let's remove this and write plus, and we can remove this. Okay, apart from that, what we have here, so is menu, selector, entry id, and we need to import these three things. Okay, so let's go again to the image component, copy this and paste here. Okay, and another thing we can get from here, so selected, entry id, and is open, is menu open. Okay, similarly we can do for video component, so let's go here, paste it here. Okay, after that we can get these things, and then we can also get that menu. Okay, just below here, and also let's get the functions here. Okay, which is the main, yeah, this is the main text component. So we are going to add here. Okay, I think here. So we can go back to the image component. Let's go below, and here we can copy this and then go to the main text component and paste it here. Okay, now let's go again to the image component. We are going to get some more things, so we can just actually copy these two things and paste here. Remove this and import this. Now we need to import these icons and this package. So let's import our icons and package and copy that here. Okay, now after that, let's also add this to our first media. Okay, so we can copy this, go to the first media, and just below here we can add this. Go to the gallery component, import this. Okay, then we are going to go again to the gallery component, copy these two and paste here. Okay, and yeah, everything is same. Now let's try the menu for all these components. First, for the first media. Okay, so the first media, I'm not seeing why this is not visible, so let's check for this condition. So as menu is open and this is also true, so we can console this out here and then paste it here. Inspect. Okay, so this is true. If this is true, then we should be getting our menus over here. So why I'm not getting that? Okay, so we have our side menu over here. As you can see, we have the CSS absolute top 0 and everything else that we do over here, but it is somewhere over here, and the reason is that this div does not have position relative. Okay, so we need to make that here. So we need to add the position relative here so that we can see our menu here. Okay, and similarly we have to do to the main text component, otherwise we won't be able to see this. Okay, so this should be inside this. Okay, I think this is already inside this div, and make this, I think, relative. Okay, so when we click on this, okay, not on this, I think this should be inside this, and position relative should be here. Okay, so we can remove this from here. Okay, so let's remove this, and as you can see, we have our menu. This is a little bit different, so we can change that here. So right should be, I think, -4, or we can go with the 0, and for the top we can go -5, I think, or maybe -10. So this is only different for the text component. Okay, so now this is good. Now we can use this to move this up, down. We can use this to move this below, up. We can duplicate this, we can delete this, and we can do this same. Okay, so okay, for text component, for duplicating that, we have to add one more thing, because for duplicating this we have to make editor as well. So for this we have to add one more thing. Okay, so we are already on the text component. Now here, instead of generating the ID, we are going to make a new editor, and we are going to pass that editor ID. So like we did in the sidebar menu, I think this is the function. We can copy this, okay, and then go to the text, main text component, and we can paste it here. Remove this. Let's import all this. So go above and let's import all these functions and these packages. So first we are going to import these Tiptap packages over here, and then we need to import this, which is coming from the editor. So editor store, okay. Import this. Now what we are going to do here, we can remove this and we are going to write const new editor id, and this will be equals to this add editor, okay. And this function takes some types, and based on that this do some checking here, but we do not need to pass the type here because we are going to get the content from our data. So we can get here content const entry data is equals to get entry, and then pass the selected entry id, or you can pass the entry id here, both are same. Now after that we can just remove this, okay, and here we can get the content from our entry data. So we can write entry data dot content, okay, and then here we can pass the new editor id. And yeah, so this function does not return anything, but it should return the new editor id. So return new editor, okay, and this is actually new editor id, okay. So now let's save, okay. Let's refresh this, add this image, okay, and let's write something here. So I'm going to write hi, how are you doing. Now I'm going to copy this. Okay, so this is still not working. Okay, so let's go below and let's see in the entries. So what we have here. So okay, so actually when we are writing something here, we are actually not saving that text at the same time, okay. So I think we need to do some more changes here. So when I do this, when I add or copy this, I want to actually first save the text of this text component inside our entries. Right now this does not do anything. If I add some more text from here, okay, and do something here, this will still not do something here. As you can see, the content is still there. So the reason is that we are not saving the content of this text component right away, but instead of that we are saving the content of this text component in our this upload hook when we actually start uploading this to the database, okay. So when we click on this to upload this whole data to the database, then we first get our content from this text component, then we pass it to the entries in our upload data store, and after we done that, then we start uploading that to the database, okay. And that is the reason why this is null right now. But in order to copy this same content, we have to have this same content in our store here, okay. So for that reason, when we click on this, we want to add the content of the all text component inside our store, and then we can copy that content. So I hope you understand what I was talking about. So for that we need to go above. So now here we are going to add one more thing, that would be use effect, and using this we are going to set the content of our store with this content, okay. So here we can use this, and now here in the dependency we are going to pass the copy entry function. And now let's first get our editor here. So we can write const editor, okay, and we are going to get our editor here. So we can write get editor function, okay, get editor, and then pass the id, that would be entry id, okay. And after that we can get the HTML content from this editor, so we can write const HTML content, is equals to editor. If we have the editor, then we are going to get the editor dot get HTML. Okay, otherwise we are going to have empty string. Okay, and then we are going to update our entry. So we can write update entry, pass the entry ID, and then pass the content, and that would be HTML content. Okay, so now let's save this and let's try to. So we have only one text component here, and we do not, let's actually remove this. So now if I copy and paste it, as you can see, this is working. Now if I write something else, hello world, how are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, then we can click on this and then duplicate this. Okay, so yeah, I think we can just copy this from here and paste this inside this on click, and then we can pass this HTML content from here inside this here. Let's remove this. Okay, and here we are going to have HTML content, which will be a type of string, and then we can pass it here, HTML content. Okay, and I do not think we need the entry data. I think this should work now. Okay, so now when I make this, when I copy this, okay, as you can see, this is working. Now I'm going to write something again because this was the same last time. So hi name Nema. Okay, and this is working. Okay, as you can see, we have some error here which is coming from the gallery menu. So this is not coming from this component, so that's good. So with that, we have checked all the menu for the text component, and we have already checked for the image component. Now I'm going to check for the video component. Okay, so let's first remove all this. Okay, this one as well. I'm going to add one more component here, which will be video component. Let's add this video, this video. Okay, let's make this first above. So this is working, below this is working, duplicate, this is working, and then I can delete this as well. So this is working as well. Now the last component, which is gallery component, click on this, add these images, not this many, these 3 images. Now I can click on this, duplicate this, working, make this above, so this is working, then below this is working, delete this, working. Okay, so these all are working in all the components. Okay, and now let's make our model here. So when we click on this, that model opens, and then we can select our category. So we are going to do here, so we have upload name over here. Now I'm going to make one more component inside the component. So this will be tag component. So from here we are going to select the tag and as well as the category. So I'm going to call this tag component. Okay, dot tsx, and we can remove this. Now this will be a dialog, so you can actually go here and use the site scenes dialog, which is actually quite good, but I don't want to use the library much in this particular project. Since we have made all the components by ourselves, I want to continue that and make all the components by ourselves, but only for this particular case I have used the carousel here from the site scene. And similarly, if we do find some things which is hard to make by ourselves, I'm going to use some packages or UI libraries. But if we are able to make that by ourselves, then we are going to do that, okay, instead of using some other library. Okay, and this same goes for this dialog. We can make this dialog by ourselves, so I'm not going to actually use the dialog of site scene. Yeah, you can use this, but we are going to make ourselves. Okay, So let's go here, and we have our tag component. Now we are going to give this some classes. Give this a class name of, let's write it like this, so fixed and top 1 by 3, okay, and left 1 by 2, then minus translate x 1 by 2, and minus translate y 1 by 2, okay. After that w will be full, z would be 50, and after that we are going to use a hook here, a state, which will tell us if we want to show this dialog or not. So is continue open, so if this is true, then we are going to have scale 100, okay, opacity 100, and then we are going to have translate y 0. Otherwise we are going to have scale 0, opacity 0, and translate, which will be minus direction, so translate y of 96, okay. And now let's make this hook here. So go inside the hook, we are going to make one more hook, and that would be use continue store, okay, .ts. And now here we can import the geostand, so create from geostand, and here we have types which will be interface options, okay, and we are going to use react select, so the data type is value of string and label. So this is a data type that we use in the react select, so I'm making it a type here. After that, interface continuous data, so continuous store, okay, and this will have is continuous, okay, this will be type of boolean. Then we are going to have on open continuous, so we can copy this, paste here, and this will be a function, a void function, okay, copy this, so this will be the close. After that we are going to have the selected option, so selected option, and this will be a type of options or null. Now after this we are going to have text area value, okay, and that would be used for the tags, so this will be a type of string. After that we are going to have tags array, so we are going to extract the tags from our text area, which will be in type of array string. Now after that we are going to have set selected option, and this will take the option, this will be a type of options, okay, or null, and this will return nothing. After that we are going to set the text area, set text area value, and this will take the value, which will be a type of string, and this will return nothing. Then we are going to set the tag array, and this will take the value of type of string, and this will return nothing as well, so this will take array of string, okay. Now after that we are going to have a function that would extract the tags, okay, and this will take value from the text area and return nothing, okay. Now let's define these here, so export const use continue store is equals to create and pass this type continuous, not this, continuous store set, okay. Now here is continuous will be false initially, okay, and after that we are going to have on open continuous, and this will make the is continuous value to true, so we can write like this, set state is continuous, and this will be equals to true. Okay, and actually we can remove the state from here, and this will be still same. Okay, now we can write on close continuous, copy this, paste here, and make this false. Then we are going to have selected option, and this will be null. Then we are going to have text value, empty string, then tags array, empty array, and then we are going to have set selected option. This will take option, and then this will set our value, so selected option to be option. Then we are going to have set text area like this, then set tags array like this, and then we are going to define the extract tag. So extract tag, this will take the value. Okay, and now inside this we can write const tags is equals to value dot split by empty string. Okay, now after that we are going to filter the tags. So filter those which have hashtag at the start, so we can write tag dot starts with hashtag, and then we can map over this, so we can write dot map tag dot slice, and we can get the value after this hashtag, so we can write 1. Okay, and this way we are going to get the tags, which will be a type of array string. Now after that we can set the tag array, and yeah, with this we are done with our continuous store. Let's save this, copy this, let's go to the tag component, and we can import that here. So we can add const, and let's import that, and we can get is continuous. Okay, I think this should be open. Okay, here and here as well, is continuous open. Okay, and here as well, open. Inside this, make one more div. Okay, give this a class name of w2 by 5 max w screen lg mx auto bg white p5 rounded xl and shadow 2xl. Now inside this we are going to have one more div. Okay, and inside that h1 tag. Okay, and give this a class name of font medium. Okay, mb2 pl1 and text sm. Then we can write select category. Now after that we are going to use React select here, so install this. So I have already installed that here, and then we can copy this component just below here, this one as well. We are going to import React select, and for now we are going to use these options. Later we are going to get the categories from our database. Okay, now we can write it like this. Now add a placeholder that would be category. Then after that we are going to have the value, and value will be selected option, so we can get that from here, selected option, and pass it here. Then we are going to have a function, so onChange handler, and this will do this. So this will select the option, so set selected option, and we can use set selected option here and pass the option, and I think that should solve the problem. Yeah, after that we can give this a style. So inside this add a control, and actually we can go here, custom style, not here, styles, and copy this and paste here, okay, and give border width of 2 pixels and border radius of 20 pixels. Okay, now after that, below this div, add one more div, give this a class name of my5, okay, and inside this div add a h1 tag, give this a class name of font medium, okay, mv2 pl1 text sm, okay, and inside that we can write tags and add a span, give this a class name of text extra small font medium text neutral of 500, and here we can write a.g.#web. okay, now after that, below this we are going to add a text area. We can remove this, okay, and we are going to have the value. So the value will be text area, so text area value and set text area value. So let's go here, text area value, and then we can write on change value, sorry, e, and set text area value e.target.value. okay, after that, below this div add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center justify between, and inside this we are going to have a button, give this button a class name px3 py1 border of 1 pixels and border neutral of 700, then rounded full and text neutral of 700. okay, and here we can write inside this cancel. Now after that, make one more button here, okay, give this a class name of px3, okay, just like above, py1 border of 1 pixels, border neutral of 700, rounded full, text white, bg neutral 800, okay, and here we can write save. And one more thing, we are going to extract the tags here as well, so we can write it like this, okay, and we can write extract. Let's go above, let's import that first. So extract tags and pass the target value. So we can just copy this and paste here. Now we are going to add a function here, on click handler. So this will actually close this whole model. So we are going to add set on close continuous. So this will on close continuous, and actually on clicking this we are going to save our data. So this will be save upload data, or we can just write save short. So let's go above, and here we can write that function const save short, and this will be like this. For now we are not going to write anything. This will be done in the next video when we are done with the authentication, and this will be actually last part. So yeah, this will not take any time, so but we are not going to do this right now. Okay, that is pretty much for the tag component. Now let's save this, and let's copy this and go to the upload nav, import it here, this hook. We can remove all this, and only this on continuous function will be there. Okay, and on clicking this, we are going to open it on, we are going to open that. So on open, I think I imported wrong. This should be on open continuous, and we can use it here. Now let's save, go back here, and when I click on this, okay, I need to add this model as well. So let's go here. So I need to add this in the layout. We have a layout here, so I can add it here, tags component. Okay, now let's click this. Okay, so I need to make this a client component first. Use client. Okay, so right now when I click on this, you can see this is going to be something like this. Okay, I need to add the classes on the tags as well, and so the color should be pink here instead of red. That is much better. And then we can add some classes here. So add a class name here, w full, outline none, okay, border of 2 pixels, focus border pink of 500, border gray of 500, rounded LG and P2. And now we have something like this and this. Okay, so yeah, this is all for this model. Now we do not want this to open when we are on the step 1 or when we do not have any kind of data. So we can get the data here, const use upload store, okay, entries. Let's cut it from here, not here. I think go to the upload name and here. Now first we are going to check if the entries, so if the entries dot length is greater than 0, then we are going to have this. Okay, otherwise we are not going to open this. So now when I click this will not open until I add something. Okay, and if I actually delete this, okay, and this one as well, and now if I try to continue this will not open. I have to add something, so of course this will also not open since we do not have anything. So I can add a condition here. So you can add a condition here that you cannot delete all the entries here, so that would be good as well. So now if I click on this will open, and we can add the categories and everything else, and then we can save this. Okay, okay, so yeah, with that we are done with our tag model as well. Now we are almost done. Now only thing that is remaining is the authentication and uploading of our data, and also uploading of our media to the Cloudinary. So in the next video we are going to do all these 3 things, and with that we will be completing our upload section. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the part 11 of this video series where we are making a Dribbble clone. Now in this video we are going to authenticate our user, and also we are going to upload our media to the Cloudinary. So we are going to do these 2 things, and with that we are going to upload our data to the database. Okay, so in this video we are going to do these things. Now earlier I was planning to use Clerk for the authentication, but some of my subscribers suggested me to use NextAuth instead of Clerk. So I'll be using NextAuth instead of Clerk here, but be assured I'll still explain how to set up Clerk and how to work around that. Okay, but in the final project we are going to use NextAuth instead of Clerk. Okay, so let's go and start working on our user authentication, and first we are going to use Clerk here. So go to the Clerk website and then go to the docs, then choose Next.js as a framework, and then we can install our package. Okay, cd Dribbble, install the Clerk.js. Now we need to add these things in our local file, so we are going to make local file here, application.env.local. Okay, and paste it here. Now we are going to get these from our clerk dashboard. So for that, let's go here, and I'm going to open one more tab here, and inside that I'm going to sign in. Now after signing, you will be directed to this page, and let's create a new application here. Okay, so the application name will be Dribbble, and I'm going to choose Google and GitHub, and I'm going to remove this email. So I'm only going to allow by Google or by GitHub sign in to my project. Okay, so now let me inspect this, and after that create the application. And now here you'll see your env keys. Okay, so copy these and paste here. Okay, then let's go here. Okay, after that we need to create middleware here, so copy these, and so inside your source directory here create a new file that would be middleware.ts. okay, and if you are not using source directory here, then you have to create this middleware here. Okay, but if you are using source, then you have to create the middleware inside the source. You can actually read it here. Okay. Now here we can paste this for now. Okay, and after that we need to wrap our layout inside the clerk provider. So let's copy this and go to the layout. So this will be the layout. And let's import this clerk provider from clerk Next.js. Okay, so that is done. And now let's go to the home page here. Okay, and I'm on the home page here as well, page.tsx. Now here we are going to see how you can use the session from the clerk inside your whole application. So as you know, we have two kinds of components here, client and server components, and clerk provide different functions to use in the different components. So first we are going to see the functions that is provided by the clerk to use on the server side. So let's go here, and if you type server clerk component, then you see this page over here. Okay, and here you'll see two methods, first auth and second is current user from the clerk / Next.js / server. Okay, so you can get these two functions or method from this package. Okay, now these two can be used in the server actions or in the backend. Okay, so first we have this auth, so let's copy this and paste it here. Okay, and we can get many things from auth, so let's write it like this. And now let's see what this provides us. So this provides these many things, but the most important thing that it provides is the user ID. So using this auth, you can get the current logged in user ID in your server component or in the server actions anywhere, just like this. Okay, now if you want to get the whole current user in your server component, then you can do that as well using this function. So let's copy this, and then we can copy this as well. Let's paste this and make this a sync function, and let's console both. Okay, using these two we can either get the user ID. If you want only user ID, then you can use this. If you want whole user, then you can use this. Okay, so now let's save this, and so after refreshing, you will see in the console we do not have anything. We have null for the user ID and null for the user. Okay, so for this to work, let's go and sign in first in our whole application. So for that we can use some components from clerk. So we have sign in component, so let's copy this. Okay, so copy this, and this only works in the client component, so we have to make a navbar here, and this will be just temporary navbar. Okay, so we can edit here and make this a, and make this a client component, otherwise we'll get some errors. Let's copy this, paste it here, and also we can get one more component, and that would be user button. So we can just write user button, and now we can add it to the page.tsx. So we can write navbar. Okay, so we have our sign in component here. Let's ignore this for now and let's sign in. And as you can see, I have logged in here, and that is why I'm getting my user button. You can ignore this error for now. We are going to fix that later. So we have our user button here, and we should be getting our data here. Okay, so as you can see, now we have user ID, this, and the user. Okay, so in which you can find all these things. So first name, last name, email address, and everything. Okay, so this way you can get the user or user ID in your server component. Now if you want that, if you want the same thing in your client component, then we can go here and search for that as well. So clerk user client component, something like that. Okay, and then you can see that we have a page here dedicated to that. We can use user, and this will return the user in our client component. Okay, so let's go to the navbar, paste it here, and then we can get the user from this. So we can write const curly braces is equals to user. You can get the user from here. Now if I console this, user, okay, and let's go here and refresh the page, and for now let's go and comment this out so we do not get error. And as you can see, we have our user here. Okay, so from here you can get the ID, and you can also get other things. So let's go to the use user, and we can see that we can get the user dot full name from here, dot full name, or we can get user dot email addresses, and similarly we can get user dot id. Okay, so we can get many things from this user. As you can see here, we are getting name, the emails, and also the user ID. So for getting the session in our client component, you can use this use user, and for the server component we can use this thing. Okay, so now with this done, let's go to our middleware and protect some routes here. So right now no route is protected, so to protect all route we need to go to the middleware and we need to change some things here. So we can close this and this one as well, and then we can go to the browser and search for this page, so clerk middleware. So now if I go down, you can see that we have created a route matcher here. So this will be the protected routes, so we can copy this and paste here. Okay, and we can import this, and we can remove this, and I'm going to write slash, this will be the home page, and I can change this to public route. So the home page will be public route is public route. Okay, so this will be the public route, okay, instead of the protected route. Now we can go below, and as you can see, we have to write something in our clerk middleware function. So we can write auth request, then a function, then function. Now inside this we can copy this and paste here. Okay, and we can just replace this. Okay, for right now this will actually protect this home page. So if I go here and refresh the page, and now if I sign out here, okay, so as you can see, as soon as I signed out from my application, I got redirected to the sign in page. Okay, so that means the home page right now is protected. but I don't want to protect the home page. Okay, so for that I can use a exclamatory mark here, and this will actually now will not protect this public route. Okay, so now we can save this and I can go back to the localhost 3000, and as you can see now I'm not being redirected to the sign in page, and as you can see also I'm not getting my user button because I'm not signed in. Okay, so this way you can actually add a public route in the middleware. Okay, now apart from this home page, every route is protected, so I can write uploads new. Okay, and this page is protected right now. As you can see, I have been redirected to the sign in page as soon as I tried to go to the upload page. Okay, so that means this is protected page and the home page is not protected there. Okay, so I hope you understand about this, how you can implement the middleware in your project. Now if you want to learn more, you can definitely go below, and they have many topics here, and one of the topic was protect all routes, and as you can see we have done the same as they have done here. Okay, after that we have some debug, combine, and something like that. So you can actually read this documentation if you have any problem or have some specific use case. Okay, so you can do that. Now with this done, our application is protected except for the home page. Now you can add some more pages here. You can add short, let's go to middleware. As you can see here, we can write it like this. Okay, so you can leave the short page as well, because when you click on one of the short here, then you will be directed to a new URL. Okay, so we want that to be not protected as well. Okay, apart from that you can add some more routes here which you do not want to be protected. So yeah, this is how you can use the middleware to protect the routes in your application. Okay, so we are also done with our middleware. So we have talked about the middleware. We have also talked about the session of the user, how you can get the user or other details on the both client as well as server components. Okay, and now the last part is how you can get the user data in your database. Okay, so to solve this problem we can do this in two ways. Either you can make a function here, and that function will add the data to the database whenever a new user is logged in. So we can make an API call and something like that from here, and that will create the user in our database. So this will be the solution number one. Now the second solution is using webhook. So you can use the webhook to sync your database with the clerk, so that you can make the users in your database as well. And for this you need to add endpoint here which should be deployed, but right now we are working on the local host, so we cannot do this. But actually they provide some docs here and some way to use the webhook on your local host. So I have tried this, but this is not working for me, so I have to actually use the deployed endpoint in this dashboard to create the user in my database. So this will be for the another video. I'll make a new separate video from this series to explain how you can sync your database with your clerk. But for this project, if you want to use clerk, then you can obviously go with the first option, in which you can make a function or the API which will create the data in your database, and it can take the values of the current login user using this method or using this. Okay, and then you can pass the data to the API, then you can store that in your database. So this is one way doing this, and you should do this if you want to use a clerk in your application. But we are going to use NextAuth in this project. So yeah, with this we are done with our explanation of clerk, and this is how you can set up the clerk and work around it. Now we are going to start working on the NextAuth. So I'm going to remove all these things from here now. Okay, so now I have removed the clerk from our project. Okay, and now we are going to work on the NextAuth. So go to the auth.js. Actually NextAuth is becoming auth.js, so we are going to use this. Okay, go to the get started and then Next.js. Okay, and let's install this. So right now this is in beta mode, and but we are going to use this. Okay, and this is actually NextAuth v5. Okay, so let's install this. We'll get our package here, version 5. Okay, now let's go below. We need to set up our environment here, so copy this, then go to the environment and go to the env.local, and I can remove this and paste here auth secret, and we are going to generate the auth secret using this command. So you can run it here, and this will return some secret key, so we can copy this and paste here. Okay, so this will be my new auth secret. Now let's save and close this. After that, let's go below, and first thing we need to do is to create a file named auth.ts inside our source directory. So let's create that here, auth.ts. Okay, now after that we can copy this and paste here. Okay, now we can close this one, and after that what we need to do, we need to go to our app, and then we need to make this route, which will be API/auth, then auth catch route for NextAuth, and then route.ts. So go to the app, make one more folder, name will be API auth, then all catch route .NextAuth, and then our route, which will be route.ts. Then let's go again here, and we can just copy this and paste here. Apart from this, we are not going to do anything else in this whole route, so we can just save this and close this. Now let's go here again, and we can set up our middleware now. So again, in the source directory we can make one more file, that would be middleware. Okay, and let's go again here, copy this and paste here. Okay, after that let's go to the authentication part, then OAuth, okay, Google, and you'll have some more documentation. So we are going to go one by one. This is the callback URL. We are going to actually use this when we are going to go to the Google console. Okay, so right now we do not need this. After that we are going to add these variables in our env.local. okay, and we are going to get these values from Google Console Cloud. So right now we can just leave it like this, and now let's work on our providers here. So in this project I'm going to use two providers, Google and GitHub, but I'll also be showing the credentials provider here. So if some people wants to use credentials in their project, then they can do that as well. Okay, so I'm going to explain Google, GitHub and credentials providers, all of them in this tutorial, but I'll be using only Google and GitHub provider in this project. Okay, now before adding our providers, we need to set up our Prisma first. So let's go here, prisma.io. Let's start it, add to the existing project relational database, and then we can copy this command to install the Prisma, and then we can install this. Okay, so now this has installed. Let's go again. You can run this command to get different types of command which is used in the Prisma. And now let's initialize our Prisma here. So with this we are going to get a Prisma folder and also a .env file in which we can pass our database URL. Now in the Prisma we are going to get schema.prisma in which we can write our schema. Okay, so with that done, let's go again, connect to the database, and yeah, we need to have the database URL. So we can go to Neon. We are going to use Neon for the database provider. Login here, and after this you will see this kind of page. Okay, so now you can make some database here. I have already created a database here which will be Dribbble-like, and then you can copy this snippet and then go to the env file and paste it here. Okay, after that let's go again to the Prisma. We are done with the connection to our database. Okay, and We do not need to do anything right now with this. Okay, so we can just go to the again OAuth here, and before doing anything we should first make our schema here for the user. So let's go to the schema.prisma. Now here go to the adapters, close the providers. Inside the adapters go to the prisma, and here you will see the schema. So we have the schema for the user here, so we can just copy this from here and paste it here. So we are going to have account, session, user and verification token. We do not need this because actually this is not being used, and apart from that we are going to use all these models here. So what we have here, we have account model. So if we are signing with the Google or some OAuth providers, then we are going to have the data in our account, and then we have our model for user, which will store all the data about user, and we do not need the session here as well, so we can just remove this. These two models we are going to use here. Now let's open your terminal, and we are going to install one more thing, which will be the Prisma client. Let's go again below, install the Prisma client. Now after we have the models, let's actually push these models to our database. So for that we can write npx prisma db push, and this will make the tables account and user in our database. Okay, so let's wait for a second, and as you can see our database is now in sync. So we can go to the neon tables, okay, and then choose Dribbble Vital, and you can see we have two tables, account and user. Okay, now after that we can open this, and we are going to make one more file inside the app, and that would be prisma db dot, and inside that we can write this. So we are going to get prisma client from prisma/client, and then we are going to define a global variable of prisma. And the reason of doing this is because in the development mode we get many instances of prisma client, and because of that we get many errors. So we are going to do this, so we create only one variable of prisma client in our whole project. Okay, now since we have set up our prisma here, now we can close this, and we can again start working on the authentication. So now we can go here, and we can go to the OAuth, and here now we are going to add the provider. So in this application, so in this project I'm going to use Google and GitHub providers, but I'm also going to explain you the credentials provider as well. So if anyone wants to add credentials provider to their project, they can do that as well. Okay, so since we are using Prisma, which is not compatible with the Edge, so we cannot write it like this. Okay, so for the credentials we cannot do the same like it is done over here, because Prisma is not compatible with the Edge, and also because of that we won't be able to actually use the callbacks properly. Okay, so to solve this problem we have to do some changes in our setup here, and if you search for the Edge compatibility in the Google with the name NextAuth, you'll see this page, and here they have provided some solutions. So we need to add one more file here, that would be auth.config.ts, and here we are going to add all the providers. Okay, and also we are going to interact with our database here, and after this we can just pass these values inside our NextAuth. Okay, and this way we can solve this Edge compatibility problem. Okay, so let's do that. We are going to make this file now. So inside the source, let's make one more file, auth.ts, sorry, auth.config.ts. Copy this. Okay, now let's again go here, and we can just copy this, go to the auth.ts, paste here. Okay, and we can remove the Prisma, since we are not going to use the Prisma from the Prisma client Instead we are going to get the Prisma from prisma.db.ts. So import Prisma from app/prisma.db. Yeah, now we can start adding our providers in this file. Okay, so let's work on the credential provider first, and then we can work on the Google and GitHub providers. Since they are very easy to set up, I'm going to work on them later. Okay, after this, let's go again here, and we need to change some things in our middleware.ts as well. So copy this, go to the middleware.ts and paste here. Okay, so these are the things that we have to change here. So we made a new file which is auth.config.ts file, then we pass it here and also pass it in our middleware. Okay, now I'm going to make one more file here, routes.ts file. Okay, now here I'm going to define different routes. Okay, so we can have public routes, API routes, authentication routes, okay, and also protected routes. So we can have different kind of routes here. So I'm going to define all of them here. First will be our public route. So export const public routes. Okay, and this will be an array of strings. First, our home page will not be protected, it will be a public route, and later we can add some more routes here like short routes. So we can add a short route like this, so we can protect this as well, but I'm going to do this later when we start making our short pages. Okay, after that we are going to have the auth routes. So this will be the routes for the login and register pages. So we can write that as well. Export const auth routes, and inside that we are going to have /login and /register. So these two routes will be there. Now after that we are going to have our API auth routes. So we need to make that public as well, because if they are protected then we won't be able to actually authenticate user. So we need to make them public as well, but we are not going to add them over here because that would be confusing. So I'm going to add that here. Export const API routes, API auth routes. Okay, and this will be a string. Okay, API/auth, and the reason that we are using string here because we have used all catch route here. So if our URL starts with this, then we are going to allow all the route. After that we are going to add our default route. Okay, so we can add export const default route. Okay, and this will be equals to our home page. So we have added these. Okay, so with this we have created all the routes here. Now let's save, and now let's go to our middleware, and here we are going to do some changes according to the routes. So let's say if the user wants to enter the public route, then we are going to allow that user. If the user wants to enter a protected route and is not logged in, then we are going to add those conditions here. Okay, so we are going to add those conditions here. So first let's import all the routes here. So import from routes. Okay, and here we can get API routes, auth route, default route, public route. Okay, so after this line we are going to add this matcher. You can copy this from my GitHub. Now we are going to do some changes in our auth function. So right now this works by default, but we are going to add the conditions in our auth function here. So let's remove this. Okay, and now we are going to change this auth function. So we can write export default. Okay, auth. Okay, now first we are going to get our next URL from here. So we can get const next URL from request. Okay, now let's console this next URL first. So next URL. Okay, Okay, so we have problem here, and the problem is coming from here. Okay, so this should be only auth. Now we can save this, refresh the page, and we have next URL something like this. So we have href this, origin this, protocol this, and other things. Okay, so first we need to get the next URL. After that we are going to check if the user is logged in or not, so we can check that as well. So we will get a boolean here, is logged in is equals to request dot auth, and this will actually give us some values. If I save this, as you can see, refresh the page, you'll see that this okay, and let's console this, and right now this will give some values. So let's save this. As you can see, this is giving us null value, but we want a boolean, so we can add double exclamatory mark, and now let's save, and as you can see, now we are getting false. So right now the user is not logged in. Okay, so we get that data. So now we are going to check for these routes here. So we are going to check if the API auth route is in the next URL or not, and similarly we are going to check for all of them here. So let's check const is API auth route. Okay, so is equals to next URL dot path name. So as you see here, in the next URL we have many fields here. One of the field is path name, so we are going to check for path name here. So path name here, so next URL dot path name dot starts with, so we want to check if our path name starts with this API auth route. Okay, and this will give us a boolean. Okay, now let's similarly do for our public route. So we can write is public route, and that would be equals to public routes dot sum. So we are going to use some method here, and we are going to check each route here. So we are going to compare the path name with our routes here one by one, and based on that we are going to get a boolean here, since we are using some method to confirm that if you are on the public route or some protected route. Okay, so we can add route here. Okay, we are going to add a condition here, so this will be there. Okay, so this is correct, but we are going to add one more condition here. If the route dot ends with, if the route is ending with this particular expression, then we are going to return this. Okay, so we are going to slice this, and we are going to remove these two expressions from the last side. Okay, so using this you will be able to actually, we are going to have this, so using this we are going to check the public routes, and now we can actually console this public route here, is public, and let's see is public route. Okay, so now I am on the home page. Refresh the page, and you will see that is public is true. Now if I want to go to the short, right now the page is not available, but it is still true. Okay, as you can see over here. Okay, now let's also console our next URL here. Now if I again write this, so this will be a particular short, so we are still going to get the true here. Now if I go somewhere else, let's say I am going to go admin, it is going to give me false. Okay, so this is going to give me false, and based on that we can actually return our user to the home page if the user is not logged in. Okay, so we are going to do that later. Now after that we are also going to check for the auth routes. So we have auth routes here, slash login and slash register. So these two routes will be used for registering and logging the user. So these routes will be auth routes, so we are going to check them as well if we are on the auth route or not. So we can check if, so is auth route is equals to, so we can write auth routes dot include and then we can pass the next URL dot path name. So we are going to compare this path name with our auth routes here, and if any of these matches with any of these routes, then we are going to get true value or we are going to get a false value. So this will also give us a boolean. Okay, so now if I console this as well, here auth route, let's say, and remove this and write is auth routes, and let's go to the login page, and as you can see the auth route is true here because we are on the login page. Same goes for register, as you can see, and if you are on the admin, admin, then we are going to see false here. So this is working as well. And now using this tree we are going to add some conditions. Okay, and yeah, so first condition will be if is API route. So if we are on the API auth route, then we are not going to do anything and just return, because we have to allow this particular route for the user to be able to log in our application. Okay, so let's go here, and if I write API slash auth dot slash providers, you will see that we have provider GitHub. So for the NextAuth to work, this particular route should always be public route or should be always accessible to the user, so that we can authenticate our user using this route. Okay, using NextAuth. So we have to make this route always a public route. Okay, but I'm not calling that public route because this is an API route, so that's why I have made a different route here. Okay, so we should always allow this route. So now the second condition will be is auth route, and inside that first we are going to check if the user is already logged in. Okay, and if the user is already logged in, then we do not want the user to go to either login page or either registered page. So we are going to redirect the users to the default page. So we can write return response dot redirect new URL. We are going to create a new URL, pass the default route and next URL. Okay, so this way we are going to redirect the user to the home page. So right now we are not logged in, so we should be able to access this page. After that we are going to add one more condition, and this will be if the user is not logged in. Okay, so if the user is not logged in and is also not on the public route, then we are going to redirect the user to the login page. Okay, so something like this. We are going to remove this and we are going to redirect the user to the login page. Let's go here, and let's say if I want to access admin page, then this will actually redirect me to the login page like this. Okay, so this is working. And lastly we can actually just return here, so we do not get any kind of errors. So this is all we have to do in the middleware, and we have checked all conditions here. Okay, now if you want, then you can add one more route here, that would be, let's say, search. Okay, and we can go to the search as well, as you can see. Okay, yeah, so now with that we are done with our route file. So close this. We are also done with our middleware file. Close this, and now we have to work on the auth.config.ts file. Here we are going to actually authenticate our users, so we are going to now work on this. But before that, let's create our login and register page here. So in the app we are going to make two more folders. That would be login and second would be register. Okay, let's work on the register first. So page.tsx tsrfc, and we can write register page. Okay, and we are going to make one more component here, and that would be register form. Okay, let's import that here. Now for register form we are going to actually use form hook and also the form from sitecn. So let's go here and we are going to install the form from sitecn. Okay, so and go to the form and then we can install this. Okay, so I'm actually using this because I'm not going to actually focus on the front end part for the registration form or for the login form. They will be very simple. Let's import these things. Okay, and you have to make this client component, and we also need to install the input from sitecn, so we are going to do that later. And then we can go below again, not here, here, and we can copy these two things. Okay, now for the login, let's close this and this as well. So here first we are going to install the use form Zod resolver, and we are also going to make the register form schema here using Zod. So let's do this first. So I'm going to install npm I react hook form. So let's go here, write react hook form, go here, install this. Okay, then we're also going to install the Zod resolver. So Zod resolver from hook form. Okay, so install this as well, and lastly we are going to install the Zod. Okay, so we can just write npm I Zod. Now let's import this use form from react hook, and this will be from, okay, so we have to install this, so we have to import this manually. So let's go above and we can write import from, so hook form slash resolver slash Zod, and then we can write here Zod resolver. Okay, and also let's import Z from Zod, and let's also install our input. So let's go here, input. Okay, and now we are going to make the form schema. So I'm going to make a folder here inside the source, and that would be schema, and inside this we are going to write register schema .ts, and here we can write export const register schema is equals to z. So we have to first import z from Zod. Okay, now here we can create the object z.object. Inside that first we are going to have the name. Let's use the autocomplete here, or we can just write ourselves. So this will be the name. Then we are going to have email here, and then we are going to have password. Okay, so this will be the same from here, and we can write password must be at least 3 characters, not 3, maybe 8, and here 3 characters. Okay, now here you can actually use some regular expressions so that you can force the user to use some hard passwords, like using hashtag, underscore, or something like this. So you can do that as well. You can search for here regex password Zod, something like this, and you'll see this, and then we can go below. Okay, and yeah, can see that this is the expression. You can use this in your password, and if you're also collecting the phone number, then you can use this. This will force the user to use minimum 8 characters, at least one uppercase, one lowercase, one number, one special character. So something like this, you can go here, copy this, and we can use here. Okay, so yeah, here like this. So you can do this as well, but I'm actually going to use simple string. Okay, so this will be the schema for our register. Now we can save this and we can then import it here. Import register schema. Okay, and then we can pass it here. And here we do not need the default values, so we can just remove this. Here as well, write register schema, and now we do not have any errors. Okay, now this function will do all the things for us, so we are going to work on this later. Now let's go again here and we can copy some more things from here. So we can get this whole form and paste it here inside this div. Okay, now pass the name here instead of username. Okay, remove the description. This should be name, or you can have the username. This should be name as well, or you can write a DAW John, something like this. Then we are going to have two more fields. This is for name. We are going to have email and password. So this will be email, and here you can write example@gmail.com. okay, and here you can write password, and here as well. Okay, and here we can just write password and make the type to be password. Okay, and here you can make the type to be email. Okay, now let's save. Let's go to the register page. Register page. One sec. Okay, so we have to add return here, otherwise we will be redirected to the login page here. So now let's go to the register, and now as you can see I am able to go to the register. So actually I forgot the return here, so do add that here. Okay, and now let's close this. Now let's add some more CSS here. So I'm just going to use card here. So copy this, install this card. Okay, import. Okay, and then we can use the cards. So let's go below. Now inside this div we can add card here. Okay, and let's go below and paste here. Now give this a class name of max w screen md my10 and mx auto. Okay, and let's give some padding here, so we can add p4. Okay, so this is looking good. We have username, email, password, and we can add h1 tag here inside our card h1, or we can use card header or card title. So I'm going to add card header here inside that card title, and inside this we can write register yourself. Okay, and after that I can also use an image here. Below this add a div, and inside that I'm going to add an image. Remove this and write our image name here. So slash Dribbble.png. Width will be of 200 pixels and height will be of 150 pixels, and then we can add the alt value, which will be Dribbble logo. Let's save. So Dribbble. Okay, so this is the logo. Let's make this in center. Class name flex item center, justify center. Okay, py1 or 2 maybe. Okay, now let's add a class name here. So after this we can add a class name of w 2x3 and h auto. Okay, so this is a little bit big, we can go with the 1x2, much better. Okay, so and also let's make this center text center. Well, let's move this up and font medium text to Excel, text pink of 800, much better. Okay, so now we can register our user using this. Now we are going to work on this function, but before that let's write some actions here. So we are going to use server action here instead of traditional APIs. So we can make a new folder here that would be actions, and make a file that would be register.ts. okay, now add use server here. After that we are going to import our Prisma. So import Prisma from root/app/prismadb. After that we are going to write export const register user. Okay, so this will be the function name. This will be an asynchronous function. It will take the values, and for the type we can import the register schema, and also import z, and also import the zod, and also import the zod here. Okay, so we can write z.infer type of register schema. Okay, now here we are going to check for the values first. So we are going to use safe pass method here first. So we can write const validate user data, and this will be equals to register schema dot safe pass the values here. Now based on this we are going to check if the validated user dot success. So if the success is false, that means the value that we are passing is not aligning with the schema, then we can just return, and here we can return error invalid type data. Okay, not data. And after that, if the values match with the schema of the register schema, then we can go ahead and use try and catch block here, and then we can register our user. So we can write const, and also before that we can check if we already have that user in our database or not using that email. So we can write const check user here, await prisma dot user dot find unique, where email is validated user dot data dot email. Okay, so we can check here, and also we can actually get our data from the validated data. So we can do like this, and we can get our email, password and name. So now we can remove this and add an email, or we can just write it like this. Okay, now if we already have the user in our database, then we are going to return an error. Okay, so we can copy this from here, paste here, and say a user already exists with this data. Okay, after that, and then else we can register our data here. Okay, so const register user is equals to await prisma dot user dot create, where create, not where, this will be data. So data will be email, password. Okay, so yeah, we need to add one more thing here in our schema. Since we are going to use a credential provider here, so we need to add one more field here, that would be password. So password, this will be type of string, optional, because when we sign in from the Google or GitHub we do not get password, so we have to make this optional. Now let's open this and npx prisma db push to add those changes here, and now we should be able to use the password. Okay, remove this, close this, and we can use password now, and then name. Okay, after that if you want to return, you can return a message or you can return the user as well. So I'm just going to return a message, and here you can just return user was not created. Okay, so this was all for this function. Now we can go again to the register form and we can import that function. So here we can import register user. Why I'm not getting this? This should be s, there should be s here. So now if I write register user, I can get the function. Now you can directly use that function over here in the try and catch block, like this, await register user, and pass the values here, and then you can here, or let's make this async function, and you can add some alert here or use the sonar toast from the setcn. So I'm going to use this. Okay, after this copy this and go to the layout here, paste it here, and then we are going to add it here. Okay, let's go to the register form again, and here we can import the sonar port toast from sonar, and inside this function we can write const response here, const response, because this is giving us some kind of response, and based on that we can show the toast. So if the response dot message, so if we have the message, then we are going to toast dot success and response dot message, else we are going to have toast dot error and response dot error, and here we can just console the error. So that's it for this whole page. Now let's try to actually add the user here. So I'm going to go with invest.sm, this email, and the password. The password will be hello12@. Let's submit, and also I want to redirect the user to the login page after this successful register. So we can use router here. So here import use router from next navigation, then at const router is equals to use router. Okay, and then here we can write router dot push a user to the login page if the registration is successful. So let's save. Okay, now let's submit. Okay, let's inspect this, and I have a toast here. So you can see I have a toast that user was not created. Let's see what is the problem here. So right now, as you can see, we do not know the cause of this problem, so we can remove this and we can throw the error here instead of passing custom object. Now let's save, and we should now get some real responses from behind. Okay, so as you can see, now I'm getting the response. Okay, the password is this, and okay, so I think the problem is just if I stop the server and start it again, that would solve the problem, I think, because this does happen sometime with me. Now let's submit. As you can see, I have been redirected to the login page. That means the user should be created here. As you can see, name, email, and the password. Now I'm going to actually encrypt this password here. So we can use bcrypt.js, not bcrypt, but bcrypt.js. So let's import that first. npm i bcrypt.js, and using this I'm going to encrypt my password. So we can write bcrypt from bcrypt.js. Okay, and let's also install the types here. And as you can see, now we do not have any others. Now let's encrypt this password. So just below here we can write const, or maybe not here, I can write inside this so that we can save some computation cost. Okay, so we can write const hash the password is equals to bcrypt dot hash, and then we can pass the string that would be the password and the salt value that could be 10. Okay, and now here we can pass the hash password, so we can write it like this. Okay, so this is a promise. We can await this, and now we should not have any problem. Now let's save. I'm going to actually delete the user and going to register again. And as you can see, I have been redirected to the login page, and I should now have my user, and now the password is encrypted, so that's good. Okay, so now we are able to successfully register our page. Now I'm going to make the page for login as well, and then after that we are going to work on the auth config file. Okay, so let's make this login page first. Okay, remove this and write login page. Now make one more component here, login form .tsx. Okay, and tsrfc, and we are going to go here and we are going to copy some of these things from here. So I'm going to copy first the form. Okay, and I'm going to remove the name from here, because when now again go here, we can copy all this and then paste here. Now I'm going to remove this function and register schema. I'm going to go below here. In the schema, I'm going to make one more schema, that would be login schema.ts, and we can just copy this from here, paste here, change the name to the login schema, remove the name from here, and that's it. Okay, so close this, and now here we can import login schema. Okay, and then here we are going to create the form. So let's go again here, we can copy this and then paste here. Now to change all of this, I can use a shortcut key. In Mac this is Option, Command and F, and I think in the Windows this will be Alt, Control and F, I think, maybe. So we can just copy this, paste here, and then we can copy this and paste here and press enter, and this will replace all of them. Now we can remove this from here, because we are going to actually sign in the user from NextAuth. So we can remove all that, and yeah, this should be it. Okay, Now let's save this and go back here, and now we have a login page. Let's go here, add the login form. So this is the login form. I'm going to go again here, change this to login. I'm going to add two more buttons here, so copy this and paste here and duplicate this. I think this should be outside this form. Okay, make this w full, so class name w full. Okay, and here as well class name w full. Okay, now we are going to write here sign in with Google, and this will be sign in with GitHub. Okay, now PG color, or you can make this destructive, so variant will be destructive, and you can make this variant to be maybe outline, something like this. We can add a div here, add a class name of empty3 and space y3. Okay, so this is how it is going to look now. So with this done, now we can actually go to the auth.config file here, and then we can start working on this. Okay, so first we are going to add the credential provider here. So let's import the first Google provider here, Google, and then credentials. Okay, this will be from credentials. Okay, so now here with GitHub we can add Google and then credentials. Okay, so in the credentials we are going to use authorize function, so we can write async authorize and the argument will be credentials. Now inside this function, now let's return null here so we do not get this error. After this we are going to first validate our credentials here, so I'm going to import the login schema, import login schema. So now we can write const validate data is equals to login schema dot save paths and pass the credentials here. After that, if this is not true, so if validated data dot success is false, then we are going to simply return null over here. Otherwise we are going to continue, and we can get the email and password from the data. After that we can get the user from our database, so we can import the Prisma first, root/app/prismadb. Okay, and we can get our user from email. Now after that we can check if we have the user, so we are going to check for the user, and also we are going to check if we have the password in the user or not. So if we do not find the password in the user, then that means the user have used the auth method previously, and now we are not going to allow the user to use credentials method to actually sign in our application. Okay, so we are just going to return null over here. Okay, and after that we are going to compare our password, so we can write const password match, and this will be equals to await. Let's import the bcrypt here, so import bcrypt from bcrypt.js, and here we can write bcrypt dot compare. Okay, pass the password which we are getting from the front end and the user dot password. Okay, after that if the password match is true, then we can just return our user over here, and that way we are going to authenticate our user. Okay, so Yeah, I think this is enough for testing our login functionality. Okay, so let's save this. I'm going to refresh this again. I'm going to use the email and the password. Okay, so I need to add the sign in function here. So let's go to login schema, login form, import the sign in function. So import sign in from NextAuth / React. Okay, and this should be like this. Okay, and now we can use this function over here. Here. Okay, so we can use sign in and type will be credentials and then pass the data. And okay, after that let's go here, fill this form again. Okay, hello 1 2 3 at the rate, and now click on the submit, and as you can see I have been redirected to the home page. That means I am logged in now. So we can actually try to go to the login again, and as you can see I am being redirected to the home page again. That means I am logged in. Okay, so now let's go here and let's console our session here. So I'm going to go to the home page here, and I'm going to, so here we can import the session. So I'm going to write this from /auth, and from the auth we can get auth and sign in and sign out. Now from auth let's get our session. So we can write const session is equals to await auth. Okay, and let's console our session here. So here as you can see we should have our session, username, Finalizing email, image null, and the expires. Okay, so we have this as our session. Let's add it here as well so that we can see. So okay, so I think we have to stringify this. So I'm going to write this as json.stringify and then pass it here. Okay, so now as you can see we have our session as this. Now remove the user from here and we should have our whole session. So this is the session which we are getting from the NextAuth. Okay, so this way you can get the session in your server component. Right now as you can see I am on the server component. Now if you want to get the server in your client component, then you have to use the NextAuth here. So use client. Okay, and you have to comment this out, this one as well, this as well, this as well, and then we are going to import the use session from NextAuth / React, and from here you can import the use session, and then here we can write const session is equals to use session, and then we can console the session and we can render that here as well. So session, and also let's stringify this. So we can json.stringify and pass this here. Okay, so now as you can see, okay, so we have to remove the async from here. Okay, oh, first we need to wrap our layout in session provider. So let's go to the layout, and here we can import the session provider. So this will help us to use the sessions in our client components. So cut it from here, paste here, save this, and now we should have the session. As you can see we have session from our page, which is right now a client component. So we are getting this on the client component. We have data, inside data we have user, and this is the user's data, then expire set status, which is authenticated right now. So this is how you can get the session on your client component, and this is how you can get the session on your server components. Okay, now here as you can see in the data for the user we have only name, email, and image. Now I also want the ID of the user here because we're going to use the user's ID at many places. So I also need the ID of the user, but we do not have right now. And for that we are going to go to the auth.ts file, and here we are going to add some callbacks here. So just here we are going to add the callbacks, okay, and add a comma here. So you can go to the NextAuth documentation, NextAuth, okay. Let's go to the documentations, and here you can search for callbacks. So now here, as you can see, we have callbacks. Now there is different kind of callbacks here. First is sign in. So when a user sign in, then this callbacks run, and after that we have some other callbacks like redirect, JWT, and session. Now the only callbacks that we are going to use here is the JWT callback and the session callback. So using these two, we will add some more data to our user data in our session, okay. So let's go again here. Now we can write here a sync JWT. Inside that we have token and user, and here you have to return the token first so that we can remove this error. After that, let's console our token as well, okay. So let's see what kind of data we have over here. Let's go here, refresh the page, and as you can see in the token, let's write it as well here, token, okay. So in the token I have the name, email, picture, sub is actually the ID of our user which we are getting from the database. So as you can see here, this is the ID of our user and this is the sub, and now we are going to pass this to the session, okay. So if I add the session here as well, let me add that as well. So async session, okay. Now here we are going to have token and the session, okay, and I'm going to return the session here. Then I'm going to console the session as well, so that you can see a little bit more what I'm talking about. So let's refresh this, not this one, okay. Now here, as you can see, in the token we have name, email, and subfield which is actually ID of the user, and in the session we have user in which we have name, email, and image. Now here I want the sub to be passed to the session so that we can use it in our application, okay. So for that we can actually write it like this. So we are not going to do anything in our token, we're just going to return the token, and after that we have our token over here. So we are going to change something in our session object, okay. So we can write our session like this. So if the session dot user exists and also the token dot sub exist, so we need these two conditions to be true, then we are going to add session dot user dot id, and this will be equals to token dot sub. So we have added one more field in our session, and that's it. Now if I save this and refresh it again, as you can see, now I'm getting my ID over here. So we have successfully added the user ID in our session like this, okay, and as you can see I'm getting my ID over here. Now you can add some more fields over here from the database. Right now we only need the ID, but if you want to add the role based authorization here, so you will have the role field in the database which you can actually get it here. So inside the JW function you can get the existing user, so we can get user here is equals to await prisma dot user dot find unique, and here you can pass where, and where will be ID token dot sub, okay. So using this you can get the existing user, and after that from the existing user you can get any fields. Let's say existing user has a role field, okay. So we can create one more field inside our token like this, token dot role, and this will be equals to existing user dot role, and then we can actually pass this here. So let's say the value of this can be admin. Okay, and after that, now if I save this, refresh the page, you'll see that in my token I have one more field which is role, and the value is admin, which I am getting from the user. Now I have passed that to the token. Now from the token I'm going to pass it to session, so I can write it like this. Okay, and now I can save. Right now this is giving me TypeScript error, but you can ignore this. So let's refresh this, and you can see that I have one more field here which is role, which is admin, which I'm getting from the database. So you can add some more fields to the session if you want to using this method. Okay, now if you want to solve this problem, you have to actually make one more file over here. So let's say inside the source we have to make one more file, that would be NextAuth.d.ts. this will be the type file, and inside that we can first import the NextAuth, and we can also import the default session. Okay, now we are going to change the session type here, so we can declare module NextAuth. Okay, and inside this we are going to define the interface for session. Okay, so in the session we are going to have the user. So this user will have all the properties that it is having right now over here. So we can write as write default session and user. So using this, now the session have user, in which the user right now have all the default fields that is right now it has here. Okay, now if you want to add some more fields here, you can just write like this, role, and this will be a type of string. And now with this, the type problem will be solved. Now we have some more problem here. It is saying that this variable is a type of string, but the value that we are providing here, so we have to exert it here that the value that we are providing is type of string. Okay, so this way you can solve this problem. And now as you can see, we have added one more type in our session. Now let's save this, and it will still work in the same way. And now we have our session in which we have the role and everything else. Okay, so yeah, in this way you can pass more fields here using the session and the JWT callbacks. Okay, now in our case there is not going to be any role field here, so we can just remove this, and also we can remove the consoles, and we can remove this as well. Okay, so yeah, there's nothing we have to do now here. We can just save this, and with this, okay, so now with this we are done with our credentials provider. Now we are going to work on the GitHub and Google providers. So let's go to auth.config.ts. inside the GitHub we have to provide the client ID, okay, which we are going to get it from our env files. So process.env.github client ID. Okay, and then we are going to have secret ID here, client secret, and we can just copy this, paste here, and this would be GitHub client secret. Okay, similarly we can do for the Google. Now let's add these variables in our env file. So copy this from here. We already have for Google, so we are going to add for the GitHub. Okay, so and this will be for GitHub. Okay, and now we are going to get these value. So go to your GitHub and then go to the settings. So here is the settings. Go to the developer setting, auth apps. Okay, I already have one app, so I'm going to create one more app here, and that would be Dribbble. Okay, homepage URL will be http ://localhost 3000. Okay, and after that we need the authorized callback URL. So for that you can go to API/auth/providers, and here you will see the callback for GitHub. So you need to copy this and paste here, and then make your application. So register application, and you'll get your client ID, and then you can generate your secret ID here. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here, and then we are going to go again, and I'm going to generate a new client ID and going to copy this as well and paste it here. Okay, so this will be for GitHub, and after that we are going to add the Google. So for the Google you have to go to the Google Cloud Console. The URL will be console.cloud.google. Open this, and then you can select a project or you can create a new project. I'm going to create a new project here, and the project name will be Dribbble-like. Okay, and then create. Now open this newly created project. Okay, and go to the API and services, and after that go to the OAuth consent screen. Okay, now here choose external. This way anyone with the Gmail ID can register to our application. Give name to our application, that would be Dribbble-like. Okay, and supported, I'm going to give my email here, and after that give your email. So this will be for developers contact email, and then we can just save and continue, and again save and continue, and back to the dashboard. Okay, so now this is done. Now we can go to the credentials. Now we are going to create new credentials. So we are going to create OAuth client ID. So click on this. Application type will be web application. In the authorized JavaScript origin, we can write http://localhost 3000. Do not add a slash sign at the end. After that we need a redirect URL. So we can go here and copy the callback URL from Google and then add it here. Okay, after that create, and as you can see now we have client ID and secret ID. We can just copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, so these two are okay. So now we have all the IDs here. Now we can go to the login form, and here we can add on click, and this will sign in, and since we are passing some values in our sign in, so we can write it like this. This will be Google sign in. Okay, and now copy this, paste it here, and this will be GitHub sign in. Okay, and now let's go to the home page, and we are going to add a sign out button here so that we can sign out from our application, so that we can test those out. So I'm going to get sign out. Here we can write sign out on click, sign out. Okay, now let's save, and I think we can write it like this. Okay, so now let's save and go back here, go to the home page, and let's sign out now. Okay, and since we are on the home page, we are not going to be redirected to the login page. So now this is the login page. Let's try with the Google first. Okay, so I'm getting this window because I used same email that I have already in my database here. Okay, so I'm just going to delete this. Okay, and I'm going to go back to my home page. Okay, let's sign out. So I'm already signed out. Okay, now let's again go to the login page, and this time I'm going to use different so now as you can see, now I am signed in my application, and this is the session that I am getting here. So I have the username, email, image. So this time we are going to get the image ID as well. Okay, so the Google is working. Now let's again sign out, and now we are going to try with the GitHub. Sign in, and now we are going to authorize this, and as you can see, I am now logged in my application. This is the name, email, image, and the ID. So GitHub provider is also working. Okay, so with this we are actually done with our authentication part. We have successfully set up our credentials, Google and GitHub provider. So now a user can log in our application using any of those credentials. Okay, so for now this is enough. Now I'm going to actually again start working on our upload section. Okay, so now as I told you, I need to create one more file here so that we can upload our images to the Cloudinary. Okay, so we are going to make that function here, and this will be called as Cloudinary. First I'm going to import XCS from XCS, so we are going to use XCS here, and we need to install this. So npm I XCS. After that we are going to define the function which will upload our files. So we can write export const upload image, or we can upload media. Okay, is equals to, this will be a asynchronous function. This will take form data, and this will be a type of form data, and this will return a promise, okay, in which we are going to actually return the URL from our Cloudinary. Okay, like this. Now inside this function we are going to get the file from our form data. So file is equals to form data dot get, and then we are going to get the file here and as file, and after that we are going to append the upload preset in our form data. So upload preset, we are going to get this from Cloudinary. Okay, so we are going to append this here, upload preset, and then we can get the value from our env file. After that we are going to check if we have file or not. If we do not have the file, then we are going to just throw an error that no file is provided, and then we are going to define a Cloudinary URL. So using this URL we are going to upload our data. So this will be the API Cloudinary URL. So Cloudinary upload URL. So the Cloudinary URL will not be constant here, because based on the file type we are going to use different kind of URL. So if the file is image, then we are going to use the upload URL for image, and for videos we are going to use the video URL. Okay, and if you are getting some other kind of files, then we are not going to actually upload that file to the Cloudinary. Okay, so we can get the file type here, const file type is equals to file dot type dot split, and we are going to get the first value. After that we are going to check upon this. So if the file type is equals to image, then we are going to use this URL, Cloudinary URL. Before this we have to add https colon / API dot cloudinary.com v1_1. Okay, and then slash. So we have to add this here. After that we can write else if the file type is equals to video, then we are going to use different URL, which will be actually, but only thing we are going to change here is the video. and else we are going to throw a new error, that unsupported file type, and after that we are going to upload this file to this endpoint. So we can use XCS here, so use try and catch. Inside that we can write const response is equals to await XCS dot post method. Inside that pass the Cloudinary URL and then form data and then headers. Okay, so inside headers we are going to pass the content type, which will be multipart slash form data. After that we are going to return URL, which will be response dot data dot URL. Okay, we are going to console error uploading to Cloudinary, and then we can pass the error here. Okay, so error, and after that we can also throw that error. So this will be it for this function. Now let's go to the Cloudinary here. So we can go to the Cloudinary. After you sign in, go to the settings and then account. So from here we are going to get two things. First will be this upload preset, okay, and then second will be this Cloudinary upload URL. Okay, so let's go to the settings, then go to the upload preset, and from here you are going to get the upload preset. Okay, so you can create upload preset from here and keep this unassigned because we want that anyone can actually upload to this Cloudinary. Okay, so we want that, so keep this unassigned. Okay, and after you created this you will get something like this. We can use any of this. I'm going to use this key, so I'm going to copy this. I'm going to env.local, paste it here, and after this let's get our cloud URL, or more specifically we are going to get the cloud name here. So here we say cloud name in the Cloudinary. So go to the programming, get started, and here you will see your cloud name. So cloud name for my account is this. I can just copy this and then go to here and paste it here. Now I'm going to go here and get these variables. So next public Cloudinary upload preset, which will be this, and then next public Cloudinary upload URL, which will be this. Okay, so these two keys. Now let's save. So we are done with this function. Now let's close this, and now we are going to go inside the uploads and in the component, and we are going to go to the media component and in the first component. Okay, so let's see if we have uploaded our file here. So as you can see, we have the handle file. So here we are going to use this update entry, but after that we are going to start uploading our file to the Cloudinary, and after we get our new URL we are going to update this again. Okay, so let's get our function here, import upload media, and then we can write const. Okay, and this will be inside try and catch. So we can write const await response is equals to await upload media, and this requires form data. So we are going to create a form data here. So we can write const form data is equals to new form data. Okay, and after that we are going to append the file in it. So we can write form data dot append file, and then pass the file here, then pass the form data here. Okay, after that we are going to get a response. So in the response we are going to get URL, so I'm going to destructure it here, and this will be a type of string. Now after that I'm going to update my entry here. Okay, and here I'm going to pass the URL. If you find any error we can just console the error. So error uploading file, and then pass the error. Okay, so let's test this out first, and then we can continue working on this. So refresh this. I'm going to upload this image, and now let's open our sidebar menu, remove the image. Okay, and now I'm going to upload this again, because earlier when we uploaded that time we did not actually use this function, we actually used the sidebar menu function. So for using this function we have to upload from here. Okay, so we have upload. Okay, so we have a problem here, and as you can see this domain is not found here, and the problem is that we should use dot here instead of slash. Okay, and now this should solve the problem. So now let's refresh this, and I'm going to upload this again. Then I'm going to remove this image and going to upload this again so that we can use this function. Okay, let's go to the first media, and now we have entries here. As you can see, now we have the content, which is the Cloudinary URL. So if I copy this and paste here, you can see this is the image that we are getting from the Cloudinary. Okay, so this is working. Refresh this, and this time I'm going to use a video over here. So this will be the video. I'm going to remove this video, and now let's upload the video. Why I'm not able to choose the video? Let's cancel this. Okay, so I'm able to add the video from here. As you can see, we can choose this, but when I try to upload this from here, they are not available. Okay, so let's go to the first media and let's check here. Okay, so right now we are only allowing the image, and we should be allowing both images and videos. So based on the file type, based on the type, if this is equals to image, then we are going to allow image. So otherwise we are going to allow video. Okay, now we should not have any problems. Okay, as you can see, now when I click on this, only the videos are available. So now let's upload this. Let's click on this. So we have entries here, and as you can see, now we have a new content. Type is video, and this is the video URL. Okay, so this is working as well. Now we can just use these functions everywhere. So apart from this, we are also going to use in the gallery component. So we can just copy this, go to the gallery component, and here after this update entry function, we are going to run a new for loop. Okay, so for let I is equals to 0 and I less than gallery object dot length, and the last condition will be I plus plus. So we are going to increment the value of I by 1. After that, we are going to get the file first. From files, and I pass the I value, then use the try and catch here, and then we are going to get the form data. So I'm just going to actually paste it here, remove this update entry from here. I'm going to import this function, and after this I'm going to make this asynchronous function. Let's create the form data here. So const form data is equals to new form data. Okay, and then form data dot append file and pass the file. Okay, and after this we are actually going to do one change here. Okay, so we are going to create one more file object here. So we can write const new file object. Okay, and this will be a type of gallery data array, and this will be equals to empty array initially. Okay, we are actually going to push inside the new file data, sorry, new file object here, and then we are going to update our entries here. So, and instead of passing the gallery object like this, we are going to get all the gallery object first, so the gallery objects, and then we are going to add our new file object. Okay, so this way we are going to keep the previous data, and then we are going to actually add our new data here. After that, we can remove this. Sorry, this was not going to be used here. Instead of that, we are going to use new file object dot I dot URL is equals to URL, and then we are going to get the updated new file object. So we can write const updated new file object, and this will be equals to, first get all the gallery object here, and then we can in the last add our new file object, and then we can of course update our entry. So update entry, pass the entry ID and JSON dot stringify, okay, and pass the updated new file object. Okay, and here we can console our error, and let's also pass the extra 1 and extra 2 from the previous data so that we do not lose those data over here. Okay, so we can write it like this: const entry data is equals to get entry. Okay, so we already have the data, we can just go here and add that here. So entry data dot extra 1, okay, so extra 1, and entry data dot extra 2, and we can do the same over here. Okay, now let's save this and try this as well. So let's go below, and here we are going to add a new component, that would be gallery component. Let's choose these 4 pictures. Okay, and we have, okay, so we are not actually updating anything right now. Let's see what is the problem here. Okay, so I was able to solve the problem, and the problem was coming from here. Actually, since this function is a synchronous function and we are using loops here, so because of that we were doing some task here and there, so there was some mismatching there. So what I did here, instead of taking the length of object here, I have taken the length of file array. So I have made a separate file array here as I did over here. So as you can see here, I have created a array from the files and then I have looped over that. Similarly, I have done here as well. I have created a file array here, then loop over that to store our local URLs. Then we have updated our entries. After that, using the same file array, we are going to get length of the files, okay, and then we are going to loop over that to upload the files, and after that we are going to update our entries. Okay, so previously what was happening here, as you can see here, we have here a gallery object, okay, and this gallery object we are getting from our data here. Okay, so here as you can see, after updating our entries, we are immediately getting the entry data, and from entry data we are getting the object. So this is taking some time, and because of that our length of this gallery object is coming to be 0. Okay, and that is why we are not actually running this loop. But I have changed this condition from gallery object to file array.length. Now we can save this and go back here, refresh the page. Let's add this image for now, and in the gallery component we can choose these 3 images. Okay, I'm going to remove this, and now you can see that now files are uploading. Okay, now let's open the entries here, and as you can see, now in the entries in the gallery component we have our uploaded URLs. So let's move to the next component, which is image component. Let's go above, and we are going to do the same here. So let's go to the first media, and then we can copy this and paste here. Import the upload media and create the form data. So again go here and create the form data. Now save this, and let's test this out as well. So I'm going to add an image component here and going to add this image. Okay, so now so let's remove this, and let's click on something. So I'm going to click on this, and I have 4 entries here. Last one is image, and as you can see now the content is our Cloudinary URL. So this is also working. Next component is our other media component. So let's go above again. Now this is also handling only one file, so we can just go here, copy this and paste here. Okay, import the upload media, and now we have to pass the selected entry ID. Let's go again and copy the form data and add it here. After that, update entry small, pass the extra 1 and extra 2. Okay, so we can pass entry data dot extra 1 and extra 2, and we can do the same for image and first media, so that we do not lose any kind of data. Okay, after this let's go to our video component, and this will be same as well. So we can just copy this and paste here, get our upload media function and the form data. Okay, so this is done as well. Now I'm going to check the other media and video component. So let's first check our video component. Okay, so I'm going to add a video here. Okay, so I should have some data. So I'm going to click on this text component, and now we have 5 datas here. So last one is video, and this also has our Cloudinary URL. Now we are going to check other media. So the other media is actually this component. Okay, so let's remove this, and now we are going to upload maybe this image, and now let's click on the text component so that we can get our entries here. So first one is the image, and this is the new URL. Let me copy this, and as you can see this is the image that I just uploaded. So this is also working. Now we can check for videos as well. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to change the video from this to this, maybe this one, and this time this video is quite large. So let's click on the text component. Yeah, and now as you can see now we have another URL for the video component. Let's copy this and paste here. So as you can see this is the same video that I have just uploaded now. Okay, so let's close this. This is also working. Now what we have to change here, let's go to the gallery menu. We do not need to change anything since we are not using the handle file function here. Then secondary gallery. So here as you can see we are changing our file and this is actually secondary gallery. So let's go to the gallery and this is the secondary gallery. Okay, so here we are changing the media. Okay, so let's go to the first media. We can copy this and go to the secondary gallery. Just below this we can add our try and catch. After that we can also get our form data. Okay, now import our upload media function, and here we are not going to update the entry directly, instead we are going to change the media and we are going to pass the URL. Let's make this local URL, same with this one. Okay, and I think everything should be same. Here I'm going to add entry data dot extra one and entry data dot extra 2. So if you do not find these values whenever I'm updating some entries, then you should add them yourself, because by not adding them here we are going to lose some data like large or small value or the alt value of an image. Okay, so please keep that in mind, and if you find that I have not used these two parameters somewhere, then you can add that yourself. Okay, now let's save and let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so now I'm going to click on this slide number 1. I'm going to change this to let's say this image. Now let's go here and check the image URL. As you can see, the image URL is the Cloudinary URL, so this is also working. And in the entries you can also see that I have selected that slide which have URL of Cloudinary. Okay, so this is also working now. Now let's go to the sidebar menu, and I don't think here we have to add anything. And after that we have to go to the upload component, and here we are going to add that function again. Okay, so first media, update and copy this, go to the upload component. After this we are going to use try and catch here, get the upload media, create the form data. So let's go above, we are going to create the form data here. After that we are going to get the update entry function, so let's go above and add the update entry function. And now we have to pass the ID here. So this time we do not have the selected entry ID, we have our ID over here. Okay, so this is good. Now we are also going to get our entry here, so get entry, and we can get our entry here, const entry data is equals to get entry and pass this ID. Okay, not here, we can get our entry here. Okay, after this we can just copy this again and paste it here just below the entry. Okay, and after doing all these things, then we are going to add the editor. So now the editor will take some time to actually appear. Okay, so now let's save, refresh the page. Okay, now let's upload this one, and as you can see the editor is not showing up, but it will show up later. So let's wait. Right now only one. So now we have two entries here, so now we have our editor as well. Okay, so this takes some time, so for that case we can actually cut it from here and we can add it here so that we do not have to wait much. Okay, now let's again refresh this, and now we should get our editor right away. Okay, and now let's get this element, and as you can see the URL is Cloudinary URL. So this is working. So with that we have added the upload media function everywhere. Okay, and we are also getting the datas. Now what we have to do, we have all the data, we have also authenticated our user. Now we are going to actually make the data. So now for that we have to go to the tag component, and here we have to write our function. Okay, so now here first we are going to get our entries here, so we can write const is equals to use upload data store, and from this we are going to get our entries. After that we are also going to get our editor here, so we can write const is equals to use editor store, and then we can get editor. Then we are going to get the title here, so I think I have stored my title somewhere here. Let's go to the upload component, and here, okay, so the title is over here. I'm going to make one more hook so that I can store my title in this hook and I can then get it here. Okay, so now let's go here, and I'm going to make one more file that would be use title.ts, and then import the create method from Zustand, then interface title store. We are going to have title string and set title, and this will be a function which will return nothing, and we are going to pass the value which will be a type of string. Okay, now let's go below. We can write export const use title store. Okay, create, pass the title store type, set. Okay, inside that title is empty string and set title is this. Now let's save. Let's go to the upload component. We can remove this and we can write const is equals to use title store, and we can get set title and title. Set title, because I think I have made a mistake. Title. Okay, let's go above, and this should be title. Okay, so now let's go to the tag component. Let's get that title, so we can write const use title store. Now inside the save short function, first I'm going to get the value of the content of the editor. Okay, so for that I have to map over the entries. For each entry, if entry, sorry, not entries, this should be entry dot type. So if this is equals to text, then I'm going to get the editor first, so we can write const editor is equals to get editor and pass the entry dot id. And after that, if we find the editor here, then I'm going to update entry. So let's get that function from here, update entry dot id, then editor dot get html. After that we are also going to provide extra one and extra two, so we can get that here const. Let's first get the function get entry entry data is equals to get entry and entry dot id. Okay, and we can pass entry data, not entries, entry data dot extra one and entry data dot extra two, and in this way we will be able to get the content of our text component in our entries. Okay, now after that we are going to get the selected option value, so we can write const selected option value, selected option, and if I have this I can get the selected option dot value, otherwise an empty string. And now I'm going to create a data that I'm going to send, so we can write const data to send, and this will be an object. First will be title, then entries, then category, and this will be selected option value, okay. Now after that we are also going to pass the tags array. Let's get from here. Okay, and now before writing any further, I'm going to create a function here inside actions. So this will be a server action, and that would be upload file name. So inside that I'm going to first define that function which will make our short in the database. So first this will be use server, then import Prisma from root/app/prismadb. After that I'm going to import auth from root/auth. So this will be auth, okay. Now here I'm going to first define the type. So like we have defined over here in the hook upload data, this is the type of our upload data. I'm just going to copy this, or we can just export this from here, okay, and go to the upload.ts. I'm going to import that interface. So I'm going to import upload data, let's say type. Now let's go here, upload data type, and after that I'm going to write the function export const. Now inside this we are going to pass the values, okay, and this will be a type of short type, okay. Now let's define this type here, interface, okay, short type. Now what we have here, we can just copy this, paste it here, remove this part. This will be a string, this will be an array of string, this will be upload data type, and this will be a string, okay. So this will be the type that we are going to pass here. Now first we are going to check for the user, so we can write const session is equals to await auth, and if the session dot user is not available, then we are going to just return our function from here, and if we do have the user, then we are going to go ahead and check for if we have the title value.title. So let's destructure the values here, const is equals to values. Now I can destructure them here, okay. Now we are going to check if we have title and entries or not. If we have both of them, then we are going to go ahead and create new short. So I'm going to use try and catch block here, okay. Now I'm going to write const new short is equals to await prisma dot, okay. So I have to first make the model here, so let's go to the schema dot prisma and let's add those models here. So first here we are going to have items, okay. So items is basically our entries here. So we are going to have IDs here which we are going to auto generate. Let's close this one. After that we are going to have type, which will be a type of string. then content, and this will be a type of string, and then we are going to have extra 1, which will be a type of string, and extra 2, and this will be type of string. Then we are going to have upload ID, so let's make that first here. So another model will be upload, and inside that we are going to first have our ID, then created at, okay, and this will be equals to date time, and the default value will be now. Okay, after that we are going to have updated at date time, and then we are going to add updated at. Then we are going to have title, which will be a type of string. Then we are going to have tags, which will be a string array. Then we are going to have allow feedback. So this is going to be used when we start working on our rendering part. So this will be boolean and optional, and default will be true. Okay, and also we are going to have items here. So we are going to have items, type will be items. Okay, so now let's make the relation here. So I can add the upload ID here, upload ID, which will be a type of string, and then I can add the relation upload, add the relation here. So fields will be upload ID, okay, and reference will be ID, on delete cascade. Okay, now let's go below again. We are going to continue adding in the upload. So after that we are going to have user ID, okay, and this will be a type of string. Then we are going to add the relation here. So user will be equals to user relation, fields will be user ID, and reference will be ID, on delete cascade. Okay, and now let's add the uploads here. So we can write uploads, and then we can write upload array. After that we are going to have categories, so we have to make the category as well. So let's add them first here. So we are going to have category ID, which will be a type of string, then category. Okay, and let's make that model here, category. We are going to have ID here, name, and upload, and this will be upload. Okay, now we can add the category here, add a relation of fields will be category ID, and the reference will be ID. Okay, so this will be all for the model. Now we can push this to database. So npx prisma db push. Okay, so now this is done. Now we can go to the upload.ts and we can get the upload dot create, and inside that we are going to pass the data. So first we are going to have the title. Now after that we are going to have items. Okay, and this will be equals to entries. And now as you can see here, this is giving us an error, and the reason is that right now this entry does not contain upload ID. Okay, and also we are trying to make the items here with this upload model. Okay, so we cannot actually directly add the entries over here. We have to use the create method inside our items, and this will be equals to entries dot map. We are going to use map here. Okay, and we are going to get entry, and the type of entry will be upload data type. Okay, after this, inside this map function we can get a type which will be entry type, then content which will be entry dot content, then extra one, which will be entry dot extra one, and then extra two, which will be entry dot extra two. Now after that we are going to add the category ID. Okay, so this should be category ID and this as well, and after that add the tags here, which will be tag array, and lastly user ID, which will be session dot user dot id. Now we have error here which is saying that the content we are getting from here, so from the entries we have a content here and the content can be null, but in our database the content is actually not null, so we can actually do something like this. And now what is saying that here is that the user ID should be confirmed, so we can get our user ID here, session dot user dot id. Now we can just remove this and then we can add a condition. If the user ID is not present, then we are going to return. Okay, and this will solve the problem. And after that we can return success true. Okay, and here we can return, and also one more thing, error null. Okay, and here we can again return success false and error, which will be error. Now let's save, and this is all we have to do in our function. Now let's go to our tag component, and here we can use try and catch block. Okay, we can add const response is equals to await make upload, and then we can pass the data to send, and let's make this a asynchronous function. And to fix this problem we have to actually change this to category ID. Okay, and after that if the response dot success is there, then we are going to router dot push, so we have to import the router here, import use router const router is equals to use router, and then I can write here router dot push to the home page. We can use the toast here, so we can get the toast, and here we can write error creating the short. Okay, and here we can add the same toast here, and also we can console the error, so this should be error and pass the error. Okay, and right now this will still not work because we have to add the categories here, so I'm going to make one more function here that would be category.ts, and I'm just going to paste this code here, which you can copy that from my GitHub. Now here I'm just making some categories here. Okay, so yeah, nothing special. Yeah, now we are going to make the categories here, so I'm going to go on the let's say on the home page, and I'm going to make a function here. So we can add const make categories is equals to like this, and this will be asynchronous function. Now we can write await make categories. Okay, and we can remove these, and we can then add a button. On clicking that we are going to make the categories, and this should not be here. Actually our function is different, so let's go again here, and in the category the name is add categories. So let's go again to the page.tsx, add categories. Okay, now let's save, go to the home page. Okay, and make. Click on this, and here we should not get any kind of error. We are getting error. Let's go here. So for this error to solve, you just need to stop the server, run it again, refresh the page, and I think this should solve the problem. So I'm just going to make the categories here. So now we do not have any kind of error. Let's go to the database, refresh it. We have some categories here. Okay, now I can go to again to the tag component, and here we are actually using these options. I'm going to remove these. I'm going to remove them. Okay, and now I'm going to use effect here, and inside that we can write a function. So in the dependency we are going to write nothing because this is going to run only one time. Now we can write const fetch categories, and this will be a asynchronous function. Now inside that we can write const, or we can write try and catch. Inside that write const response is equals to await get all categories, and then we are going to set it here. So we can write const categories. Okay, set categories is equals to use state, type will be value, which will be a type of string, and then label, which will be a type of string as well, and this will be an array of object. Initially the value will be empty array. Okay, now let's call this function here, and then we can console the error, and here we can check if, so we have the response directly, so we can just set categories and pass the response. Now we can go below and use the categories here. Okay, and I think that should be it. Now let's save, go back to the browser, let's go to the uploads, and now I'm going to make a short here. Okay, so let's upload a file here. This is 11th part of series. Okay, so in the entries we have all the Cloudinary URLs, and in the text we do not have any content. Now let's continue. We are going to have some categories here. Let's go and choose web design. I think we should have web design something. So yeah, and we can write web development. Okay, and I should also add a loader here, which I am going to add that later. So now let's click on save. Okay, and we have a problem here. So only a plain object can be passed to a client component from server component. So let's remove this for now, and I'm going to the make upload function, and actually I'm not going to return anything. I'm just going to console the error here. Okay, now let's go again here. We already have the web design and everything else. Now I can just save this. Okay, so we are not going to see anything here, and we have some problem. Upload category ID. So the problem was coming from here. Earlier it was categories.name for the value, and here we are using that value. Okay, as you can see here. Where does it go? So here, as you can see, here we are using the value, and the value is actually name. So, and the name is not ID, so because of that we were getting that error. So now we can remove this and we can write category.id instead of name, and that should solve the problem. And also I have done some changes here. Okay, so instead of updating our entries here, I'm just going to make a new constant, a variable, and then I'm going to assign the updated entries to this variable, and then I'm going to pass it here. Okay, so this way we are not going to get content null in any case. Okay, in the previous way, which was this, okay, so it was something like this. So in this way we can sometime have content null for the text component. So that's why I'm going to write it like this. I'm going to use map here, and then I'm going to return the entry here. So that is better way to handle our entries and also get the content from our editor to the entries, and this way we can get our content here. Okay, so now let's save this, and also let's use the router here to push the user to the home page after we are done. Okay, now let's save and go back here, refresh the page. I'm going to delete some of my uploads because I'm going to start with new. Okay, so now this has been deleted, and also in the items we do not have anything. Okay, so now let's refresh this. I can upload a image here, and we can write 11th video tutorial of Dribbble series. Okay, something like this, and here we can write subscribe. Okay, after that we can add a image component, or we can add a video component. Okay, now let's add this image here. Okay, and a gallery component as well. So in this I'm going to add this image and a video. Okay, so now let's say our entries here. So in the entries everything is good. Now continue, select the category here, so it will be web design, and then we can go web design. Okay, now let's try to save this, and as you can see I have been redirected to the home page. That means our short has been made. Okay, now let's go to our database, and here you will see a new short. Title this, tag this, go to the items, and here you will see our content for the text component and for the others. So we have successfully have made the upload component. Okay, so this took quite a while. We have almost spent around 8 to 9 hours only on this upload section, but it was worth it because in the end we were able to copy the Dribbble upload section. Now that we have made our short, I'm going to make some more short here, and then we are going to work on the rendering part. So in the rendering part we are going to do many things just like we do in the Dribbble. We are going to make collections, we are going to give feedback, like, share, and everything that we do in the Dribbble we are going to do here as well. Yeah, with this we are done with our upload section. I'm going to do some more fine tuning here, and in the next video I'll mention these changes, and from the next video we're actually going to start the rendering part. Okay, so yeah, hello everyone and welcome to the part 12 of this video series. Now from this video we are going to start rendering our shorts here, In this video we are just going to make two navigation bar here. First will be this top bar and second will be this bottom bar. Inside that we have some filters here, but we are going to use only this filter tag, but we are going to make all this UI in this video. So yeah, in this video we are going to do this much, and from the next videos we are going to start rendering our shots here. Okay, so this is how it is going to look like. We have many things to do here, so we are going to do one by one here. Okay, but first thing we are going to do is to make our navbar here. So let's go here, and one more thing I wanted to say, that here I'm just using server action to upload our data. Now when we start working on our editing part, that means when we start editing our shot, then I'm going to use mutation from React query here to make our upload or edit our upload, okay, instead of simply using server actions. So in the later part we are going to do some changes in this code, but for right now this is working and we are going to just leave it. We are going to come back later and we are going to change some things here. Okay, so now let's go to our app folder here. Inside that I'm going to make one more folder inside small braces, and that would be show. This will not be a specific page, this will just be a folder. Inside that I'm going to write my other folders. This will just distinguish our pages from upload and login and register pages. Okay, so most of the work now we are going to do in this folder. Now inside this I'm going to make components. Okay, so these are the components that we are going to use at many places. Okay, and yeah, now let's make first component, and that would be home page. Okay, .tsx, and after that let's go here and add this component inside our page.tsx. so now we do not need all these things. Now we are going to write our home page here and remove these as well and these as well. Okay, let's import this again. Okay, after that start your server again. So I'm going to write npm run dev. Now this is giving us an error. Let's go here. So I think the problem is coming from this component. I'm just going to go here and I'm going to rename this component to show page. I think the problem is with the naming here, so I'm just going to rename here, and after that I can go back to here and remove this and import it again as show page. Okay, and now we should not have any kind of problems. Okay, as you can see now we have our page over here. Now let's go again to this page. We can remove this and now we can work on this. So after this first component that we are going to make here is our navbar. Okay, so we can write our navbar here .tsx. Okay, and now we can go here and here we can add our navbar. Okay, navbar. Now let's go to the navbar again and let's start writing our JSX. So give this div a class name of maxw of 1400 pixels, px10, text sm, okay, flex item center, justify between, and py4. After that inside this div add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center space x5, so this, and font medium. Now inside this div add a p tag and give this class name as well, and that would be flex item center space x1, and inside this we are going to add a span and we can add find designer. Okay, and then one more span. Inside that we are going to have an icon which will be chevron down. Give the size of 12 pixels and this should look something like this, and let's give this space x2. Okay, now I'm going to replace this with link from next link. Okay, and give this href to be designer. Okay, and these are some specific pages on the Dribbble, and we do not actually need to make them, but I'm just going to make those pages and add an image instead of making whole page, because these pages does not have to do anything with our short. Okay, so I'm just going to make pages and add an image in these routes. Okay, after that we can just duplicate this and we can remove this chevron down and duplicate this 2 more times. Add here inspiration. Okay, now we should have something like this. After that, below this div, add a div. Inside that, add this svg, which you can copy that from my GitHub. So this is the svg of Dribbble. Okay, so I'm just going to collapse this, and this is going to look like this. After that, below this div, make one more div and give this a class name of flex item center space x6, and inside this add one more div, give this class name as well, flex item center space x1 rounded full and p of 10 pixels and bg slate of 100. Okay, now inside this div add a search icon from Lucid Direct. Size will be of 16 pixels and give this a class name and write text neutral of 600. Okay, now after this, below this I'm going to add an input, type will be text, and add a class name here that would be focus outline none bj transparent. Okay, then add a placeholder here in which write search, and for now this will be enough. When we start working on our searching part, we are going to add some more in this input tag. Okay, now after that, below this div add one more div. Okay, and give this a class name of p of 10 pixels and px4 border of 1 pixels, border neutral of 200, rounded full, font medium, and inside that we can add a button here. So inside that we can write share work. Okay, and after that let's go above, and here we are going to import use session. So import use session from NextAuth, and then we can get our session here. So we can write const is equals to use session, and from this I only want a status, so I'm going to get the status, and below this div I'm going to use status if this is equals to authenticated, then we are going to have something like this. I'm going to add this letter, otherwise we are going to have a div, and inside that, and give this div a class name of w 40 pixels, h of 40 pixels, flex item center text white, rounded full, and relative, and inside this we are going to add an image. So we can add an image here from next image. src will be user pic, so user.jpg. after that width will be of 40 and height will be of 40, and alt value will be user. Now after that we can remove this div and we can use link here. Okay, and href will be /profile /data. So let's get our data here. Let's go below. So data dot user dot name. So we are going to redirect the user to this page if the user is logged in. Now we can copy this class name and paste it here. Okay, and after that inside this link we can have a p tag, give this a class name of text to excel, and inside that we can write data dot user dot name, and we are going to use the first character, so caret 0. Now let's save and let's see how this is looking. Okay, so this actually works in the client component, so we can make this a client component. Use client. Okay, and this is how it is looking now. Okay, and now let's go here again, and we are going to replace this div with the link as well. Href will be slash uploads slash new. Okay, replace this with outline none. Okay, outline none. Now let's go here, and this is our neighbor, and this is what we wanted. Now when I click on this, I'll be redirected to the upload page, but since I'm not logged in, I'll be redirected to the login page. Let's log in here. Okay, so now I have logged in here, and our profile is not visible. Let's go here, and here instead of p, actually if the user is authenticated and if we have the image, we can add one more condition here. If the data dot user dot image is available, then we are going to use an image here. Okay, let's copy this from here and paste here. Okay, and otherwise we are going to have this. Okay, now let's first solve this condition, so where we are actually not seeing our user profile. So let's make this text black. Okay, so this is our first character. I think I need to add bg color something, so I'm going to add bg orange 500. Okay, and let's make this white again. Okay, so justify center. Okay, now this is good. Now I'm going to remove this and uncomment this, and we should have an image here, so I'm going to use image URL. So we can add data dot user dot image, and now we should get an error something like this, since we have to add this domain name in our next config. So let's go here, and here we have to add images remote patterns, and inside that we can write host name, and that would be this, and we can also write the protocols, which will be HTTPS, and the path name. So we just need to add these two conditions, and now let's save, and we should now get our image. As you can see, this is the image from my GitHub. And now let's go again to our navbar here, and I'm going to make this rounded full. So class name rounded full, and here as well. Okay, and now this is good. Okay, and now with this done, let's make this responsive as well. So I can go here, and here I can write maxMD hidden, and for this search input I'm going to add maxMD hidden, and this as well. So this share work maxMD hidden. Okay, now let's see how this is looking. So I think this is good enough. So we can write here, we can make a folder here that would be navbar. So nav, inside it we can move this navbar, and here I can add one more component here that would be user profile popup .tsx. Now we are going to pass some props here, so we can remove this, and we can write open profile model, and this will be a type of boolean, so we can write open profile model, and this will be type of boolean. Now inside this we are going to get our data from session, so we can write data is equals to use session. And now let's go below, and now inside this we can remove, give this a class name, of absolute top 10, not 10%, top 10, right 4 and P5, PY10, BG white, rounded 3XL, Z50, text black, okay, and W300 pixels. Then we are going to add a custom class name here that will be show, then text base transition all, ease in, duration will be of 100 milliseconds, open profile model is true, then this will be visible and opacity will be 100, otherwise invisible, and opacity will be 0. Now inside this div, make one more div. We give this class name of flex call item center justify center, and inside this make one more div, give this class name as well of W50 pixels and H of 50 pixels, and flex item center justify center text white rounded full, BG orange of 600 sorry, and position related. And inside that we are going to write the same thing that we have done here. So I'm just going to copy this from here and paste here, and we can add a question mark here and here as well and here as well. And let's import the image here, so we can write import image. Okay, now after that below this div add h1 tag, give this a class name of text center font medium text base and my2. Now after that inside that we can write data dot user dot name. Okay, now after that below this div we are going to add one more div, give this a class name of bg orange 50 and rounded lg p4, and inside this div we can add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center justify between and text sm. Okay, now inside this div we can add h1, and that would be pro stat, and then h2, and that would be last 90 days. Okay, now after that below this div add hr tag, give this a class name of my2, and then below this hr tag we are going to add a div, give this a class name of h of 70 pixels flex item center justify center text sm and my2. And now inside this we can add a button, so let's go here, add a button here. Okay, give this a class name of p3 and border of 1 pixels, border neutral of 700, rounded full, text white, and bg neutral of 800. Okay, and inside this we can write go pro to unlock. Now after that below this we can add a button. Okay, give this a class name of text axis flex item center space x2. Inside this we are going to have view all activities and add a icon, this will be arrow right, and the size will be of 10 pixels. And lastly below this div we are going to add one more div, give this a class name of space y2 empty2 and text neutral of 500, Inside that, add a p tag, write work preference, then p tag one more time. This will be for settings, and above this we are going to add a p tag, and that would be share work. Let's change this to link. href will be /uploads /new, and here we can write work. After that, we can add a hr tag, give this a class name of my2, and below that add a button, okay, and that would be sign out button. Give this a class name of mt6, and on clicking this we are going to sign out from NextAuth React. Let's save. Let's go back to the navbar bar, and here we can add that component. So this will be profile. Okay, so we need to go back here again, make this capital, and now we can import that here. User profile pop-up and pass on open profile model. Let's make that state here. So const, copy this and paste here. Set open profile model is equals to use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be false. And then we can go again here and on hover, so on mouse enter we are going to make that true. Set open profile model to true, and on mouse leave we are going to make that false. Now let's save, and save this as well and this one as well. Okay, so we have our pop-up, but the position is wrong. Let's go again to the user profile, and this will be right. So okay, so now let's go here, and now the position is good. We have to now add the shadow, and for that we have to add this class. So I'm just going to go to global.css, and here I'm going to add this class. Okay, let's copy this and go to the navbar. I think I made a spelling mistake, so I can replace this. Okay, now this is looking good. Let's make top 16, not 16. I think 12 would be better. Yeah, and now our text is not visible. Let's go again here and make the text. Okay, so this should be 500, and now this is good. Let's go here and make space y3 mt4, and let's give this a padding of 1, much better. Okay, now if I click on this, I'll be sign out from this. As you can see, I am now logged out from this application. Now if I go back to the upload section, as you can see, I am being redirected to the login page. Let's sign in again, and now this is showing. Okay, now one more thing that is not working here, and that is this part. So we have to go below and we have to pass the open profile model value here. Now let's save, and now when I hover this, what is happening? So when I mouse enter, this should be true and this should be false. So okay, so this should be leave on mouse enter. So, and now this is working like we wanted. I can go here and click on the share work, and I'll be redirected to the upload new page. And let's think this out, and when we click on this, okay, so in the smaller devices we do not have to redirect the user to the profile page. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to add a condition So let's add one more div, wrap it outside this link, and I'm going to add one more div. Inside that we are going to have the same thing like this. Okay, let's copy and paste here, and now copy this as well, and I can remove the href, and this will be hidden above md, and this will be hidden below md, so max md hidden. So now let's save here, and let's go here, refresh the page, and when I click on this, we are going to see this pop up, but we are not going to be redirected to the profile page. Okay, and let's do one more thing. Let's go here, and we can add one more link here for the profile page. So we can duplicate this, add a link, we can add profile href slash profile slash data dot user dot name. Okay, and now when I click on this, okay, so let's add a class name here and make this block, and same with this one. Okay, now let's click on the profile, and this is the profile page for the user. Okay, so now this is working, and with this we are done with our navbar. Okay, and now let's work on our bottom navbar. So this is our bottom navbar. Okay, and we can do many things from here. We can categorize our shorts from here, we can add a filter here, and many things. So now we are going to work on this bottom bar. Okay, so let's make one more navigation menu which will be bottom bar. Let's first make this a client component. Okay, so use client, and now let's start working on our JSX first. So give this div a class name mxauto pt7 lgpx9 mtpx5 and smpx0. Okay, now after that, inside this add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center justify between relative, and inside this add one more div, add this a class name and text extra small mr20 and max sm mr10. Okay, now add a div here, give this a class name of relative, and inside that add one more div and give this a class name of flex item center justify between and border of 1 pixels p2 rounded lg and cursor pointer. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have a span, so add a span, give this a class name of pr5, and here we are going to write active items. So for now I'm going to write followings. So this is actually this part, following and new and noteworthy. So I'm going to write following for now. Now after that we can add svg with motion. So we are going to use framer motion in this project as well to give some animations, and here I'm going to use that. So I'm going to first import motion from framer motion. Okay, and after that we need to make this state here. So let's go here, const is rotated, set is rotated is equals to use state, type will be boolean, and then we can write false initially. Okay, and now let's add a function here. So when clicking on this, we are going to open a drop down here. So we can write on click handle filter. Let's make that function here. So const handle filter, like this. And this will actually first make this is rotated to be true, and after that this is also make this drop down to be visible. So we can write set show filter to true. Okay, and let's make this state here as well. So const show filter set show filter, use state, type will be boolean, and initial value will be false. Okay, now let's go below, and after this div we are going to make that dialog, or you can say pop-up. So below this div we are going to add a div, give this a class name, and this will be like this. If the show filter is true, then we are going to make block, otherwise we are going to hide this hidden. Okay, and we can add absolute w of 48, bg white, z50, rounded lg. Okay, now inside this, now let's collapse this and this one as well. Inside this div we are going to have unordered list. So you will give this some classes of bg white, shadow md, py2, and rounded lg, and text neutral of 500. Now inside this we are going to have list, give this a class name of something like this. On hover we are going to make bg neutral of 300. Let's make one more state here. So that would be const active item, set active item is equals to use state, type will be string, initial value will be following. Okay, now let's go below. On clicking this we are going to make set active item to following. Okay, so this is for following actually. So here we can write following as well. Now after that we can add a anchor tag around this. So this will point to following, and we can write this text inside this anchor tag. Okay, and give this a class name, so block and p2. Okay, after that we can just duplicate this, and now this will be new and noteworthy. So new and noteworthy, copy this and paste it here, and also change this to upload new. Okay, now let's save this and go back to our home page, and here we are going to add our bottom bar. Okay, let's see how this is looking. Okay, so this is looking something like this, and we have our options here. And let's go again here in the bottom bar. We are going to do one more thing, handle filter, and this will actually do this. So this will toggle the value is rotated, and this one as well, show filter. Okay, now this is good. Now let's go again here, and now after this div, let me go above and collapse this. So after this div, add one more div. Okay, and add a class name here as well. This is for active items, so we can write it like this, and this is for categories, so filter categories, so that we can know what we are doing here. After this, inside this div, add a div, and also here add overflow x auto. Okay, and now here we can add another list, give this a class name of flex row, and item center text neutral of 800, justify between font medium, white space no wrap, scroll m0, and space x4, text extra small, and max md hidden. Okay, and inside this, let's add our categories. So these will be the categories. Okay, right now I'm writing it statically, but when we start rendering our short here, I'm going to fetch the categories from backend, but for right now I'm going to write it like this. Now we should have our categories here. Okay, now after that, actually this should be outside this div, so I'm going to make that here, and with this we will be able to have our categories over here. Okay, now after that, make one more div, add a class name here of ml20, max sm of ml10, and now inside this div we can add one more div. Okay, give this a class name of flex item center p of 1, px of 2, border of 1 pixels, and rounded full, and inside that we can add a svg like this. After that, below this svg, add a span. Inside that we can add filters and give this a class name of px2 text extra small. Now let's save, and we should have something like this. Okay, now let's go again here and item center. Okay, so now this is looking good. Now after that, when we click on this, we are going to show other filters as well, like tag, color, and other stuff. So we are going to make one more state here. So let's go above and we can duplicate this. We can write other filter and this one as well. Okay, let's go below, and on clicking this, we are going to make set other filter to true, or we can toggle this other filters. Okay, and now let's make that other filter. So here, add one more div, give this a class name, okay, like this, and check for if the other filter is true, then we are going to show this, otherwise we are going to hide it. Okay, and now let's make that here other filter .tsx. Now let's go to the bottom bar and import it here. And now let's work on our other filters. So let's go here and we can remove this, add a class name of empty5, and inside this add a form. Okay, and give this a class name. So class name will be flex item center, justify between md space x7, max md will be grid, max md of grid calls 1, max md of w11 by 12, mx auto, max md of gap 5. After that we are going to have an input and type will be hidden. Okay, and then we are going to have a field set here. So give this a class name of relative w full. Now inside this add a label, and here we can write tags. Okay, and add a class name here, font medium, and text small. After that add a div here, add a class name of bg neutral of 100, mt1, rounded md, hover ring 2 over a ring specific color, so color will be, and over a ring opacity will be of 50 cursor pointer, and inside this div add one more div, give this class name. Now flex row item start justify between and p of 10 pixels. Now inside this we are going to have an icon which will be search icon, okay, and give this as a class name of text neutral of 500, font bold, and that's it, okay, and size will be of 20. And after that we can add our input, so input type will be search, so give this as a class name of focus outline none, pl3 bg transparent, and placeholder text will be small, text small, w full, and placeholder text neutral will be 400, okay. Now after that we can add placeholder that would be search, and auto complete I'm going to make that off, and that's it for now. This is just the UI part. Now let's save and go back here. Right now nothing will happen. When we click on this we are going to see our tag, okay, and similarly we can add other field set, so I'm just going to copy that from my GitHub and paste it here. You can do the same because writing the same CSS is boring, so I'm just going to copy that. Okay, so now I have added other field set as well, and now let's save, and this is going to look like this, okay. And now let's make this responsive. So on the smaller devices we are going to actually remove this, so this is now being hidden as you can see. And one more thing, let's make this px6, okay. Now this is better, and for the smaller devices I'm going to show the categories over here, so we can copy these and we can paste it just below this div, okay. And why this is not showing, okay, so we can remove this as well, okay. So this is how it is going to look. Let's give this empty 3, and this is much better. So this is how now this is going to look like in the smaller devices, and yeah, so otherwise px6 much better. And for the bigger devices we are going to make this disappear, so we can write max md would be hidden like this, okay. So this is better, okay. So with this we are actually done with our both navbar and the bottom bar. And now from the next video we are going to start working on this rendering part, okay. And for this we are going to use React queries. So yeah, hello everyone and welcome to the part 13 of this video series where we are making a Dribbble clone. In this video we are going to simply render our shorts here. So as you can see we have rendered our shorts here, and we are going to use infinite query here. So we are not going to fetch all the shorts here at once, or rather we are going to fetch some small portion of shorts here, and after we uh, scroll down to the bottom then we are going to fetch next batch of the shorts, okay. So let me show you how this is working. So I'm going to refresh it, and as you can see if I scroll down I get more shorts here. Let me show you one more time, and also let me make this slow 4G, okay. So now if I scroll down you will see the animation here. Let me show you one more time, and with 3G, okay, not right now, Okay, so now I'm going to make this 3G, and let's go below. As you can see, this is loading animation, and after that we are going to get our new shots here. So this video we are going to do this. We are going to render our shots using infinite query from React query. Okay, so let's go here and start working on that. So let's go inside our show folder, and inside components I'm going to make one more component, and that would be render shots.tsx. Now after this, let's define our data types which we are going to fetch from our backend. So I'm going to add some interfaces here. So interface short data, and this will actually extend our upload schema, okay, or type here, and inside that we are going to have items, okay, and this will be a type of items from Prisma client, and this will be an array. So this will be the type of short data. Now along with this, we are also going to get metadata from our backend, which we are going to pass manually. So I'm going to write interface metadata, and inside this we are going to have last cursor, okay, and this will be a type of string or null. So the last cursor is actually the last shot's ID. That means this is the last shot, so the last cursor will be this shot ID, okay, and next will be has next page. So this will be a boolean, okay, so this will tell us if we have some more data in our database or not, and based on that we are going to fetch more, otherwise we are not going to fetch, okay, just like this, okay. So after that we are going to actually add these two types here. So we can write interface upload data, and this will contain data which will be a type of short data array, and the second will be metadata, which will be type of metadata, okay. Now after that we are going to need one more type here, which we are going to use in the React query, but I'm not going to define it right now because you will not understand if I define that right now. So I'm just going to leave that for now, and we are going to go here and we are going to install the React query. Okay, install query, click on this, read docs installation, and we have to install this. Now let's go again here, and now we have to set up. So we can go here, quick start, and now we have to make a client provider, and then we are going to wrap this around our whole application so that we can use this React query inside our whole application, okay. So I'm going to go to the components, not here, in the main component, and make one more file, client query provider, okay. And now that tsrfc name will be this, and now we are going to get our client provider. So we can copy this, then we can create our client here. So copy this, paste here, and after that we are going to have this client provider. So copy this as well, paste here, and here we are going to have children, okay, and the type will be React node. So children React node, okay. Now let's save and go back to the layout. This is our root layout, and I'm going to wrap this, okay. So client query provider, and we can write it like this. Now we can use React query in our whole application. So with that we are done with our setup. Now I'm going to search for infinite query. Okay, and here it is. Okay, so we can just copy this and we can go to the render shots, and I'm directly going to first write our functions, and then we are going to go to the server actions. Okay, so this will be like this. I'm going to do some changes here. After that, we also going to need this function. So fetch upload data and fetch upload data. Okay, after that import our infinite get query. Okay, and the query key here will be upload short data. Okay, and I think this is enough for right now. Here I'm going to go to the actions here now and make one more file, upload.ts. Okay, so we already have that. Let's go here, and now I'm going to make that function to fetch our data. So export const get upload data by infinite query is equals to async, and this is going to be something like this. So now here as an argument we are going to pass take. So how many shot we are going to take in one batch. Okay, and then last cursor. Okay, so this will be the ID, and this will tell us from where should we start to get our new shots. Okay, so these two arguments we are going to pass here. Now after that we can use try and catch block here, and here we can write const shots is equals to await. Let's import our Prisma. So we already have a Prisma here. So Prisma dot upload dot find many, and inside that we are going to pass our conditions. Okay, so here we are going to, since we are on the home page, we are not going to have any kind of conditions, so we can just include our items here. So I'm going to include items. Okay, this will be true. Okay, now after this we are going to specify how many shots we are going to take. So we are going to specify here. First we are going to check if we have a take here or not. If we have the take, then we are going to pass. Since we are passing this as a string, we are going to make that in a integer. So we can use pass int here and pass take, which will be a string, and if we do not have the take value, then we can just consider a value of 10. Okay, now after this we are going to define our last cursor. So that means from where it should start taking more shot. Okay, so first we are going to check if we have the last cursor or not. Okay, if we have that last cursor, then we are going to skip one. Okay, so use the curly braces here, then we are going to skip one here. So the new cursor will be id, and this will be equals to the last cursor, and this will be a string. Okay, so now with this the new shots we are going to get from this shot onward. Okay, and after that we can specify order. So order by created at ascending. Okay, so in this way we are going to get a shot which will have items and upload also. Okay, now after that I'm going to do some checks here. So if the shorts dot length is equals to 0, then we are going to actually return a different type of data. So return new response. So I'm just going to write json.stringify. Inside that we are going to have first data. So since the short length is 0, then I'm just going to return empty data here, and also the metadata, and here the last cursor will be null, and has next page will be false. Okay, and we can add a status code here, so that would be 200. Now if we do have the shorts here, then we can go ahead and first we can calculate our last point or last short. So we can add const last short, okay, and this will be equals to shorts dot length minus 1. So this will be the last short, and now from the last short we are going to get the last cursor, and this should be cursor because we already have that name up here. Okay, so now we have our cursor here, and now we can check for this boolean. So we want to check if we have more data after this last short. So we can check here const next page, and this will be equals to await prisma dot upload dot find many. Okay, then we are going to go above, we are going to copy this. So we are going to take 10, skip 1, and this time the cursor will be id equals to cursor. So now we are finding the new shorts after this cursor, and if we get any data from this, then we are going to have the next page this value to be boolean, to be true, otherwise we are going to return false. So we can do right here. So we can do this inside our data. So we can write const data, and this will be equals to data, and inside this we are going to have our data which will be shorts. Then after that we are going to have our metadata, in which we are going to have last cursor, so these two values. Now here we are going to have last cursor to be cursor, and has next page will be decided using this. So if the length of this next page is greater than 0, then we are going to have this as a true, otherwise this will be false. Okay, now after that we are going to return our data. So we can write return an object. Here we are going to pass the success to be true. Okay, and then we are going to pass the data, and we have to actually first stringify, then pass this data before writing it here, because otherwise we are going to get this kind of error. So I'm going to write json.parse inside json.stringify, and then you can pass the data here. Okay, now after this I'm just going to console the error. So console dot error, and here we can write error, and we can pass the error, and then we can return object here. So success will be false, along with that data will be an empty array, and metadata will be this. So we can just copy this and paste here. Okay, and also we can return an error here. So error, and we can write custom error here. So error fetching the data. Okay, now we can save this, and this is all we have to do over here. Now we can copy this and go back to the render shot, and now here I'm going to use that. So as parameters, we are going to pass the take value, which will be a type of string, then last cursor, which will be a type of string as well. Now after that, we are going to use try and catch block here. Const response is equals to await get, let's go here, so get upload data, so get upload data, then we can pass the take value and last cursor. After that, we are going to check in the response, so if we have the response or not, and also we are going to check if we have data in response or not. Okay, if both are true, then we are going to get our data from our response. Okay, and then we are going to return that data, else we can console the error here, so we can write unexpected data structure. Okay, and then we can pass the error here. Okay, and here as well we can console the error fetching data. After that, we can give this another name to this data, so we are going to give this name upload data. Okay, and now we have to pass some values here, so we can write this like this. Okay, here we are going to have page params, and initially this will be empty string, and here we can pass the values of take and last cursor. So the take value will be 5 and the last cursor will be the page param. So now we have a problem. This should not be colon, this should be equals to sign. After that, the initial page param will be undefined. Okay, so here page param is actually our last cursor, and now we are going to get our last cursor using this function. So this is almost correct, but we're going to do one more change here. We do not need these pages, and we're going to get the last cursor, last page dot metadata, which we are going to get from our backend dot last cursor. Okay, and we can use question mark here. So now with this, we are done with our functions, both with our server action function and also with our React query setup. Now let's actually console this data. So we can write console upload data. Let's go here, and I think this is coming from this provider, so I think this should be a client component first. Yeah, now let's inspect. Okay, now let's go to the render shot, and now I'm going to add this to the home page. So inside the container, okay, from component / container, inside that I'm going to add our render shots. Okay, and we have to make this client component. Okay, now let's save. Upload data. Now as you can see, we have upload data. Inside that we have some pages and we have the data. Okay, and in the metadata we have the last cursor and has next page, so it can fetch some more data here. Now if I go here and add a button here, so I'm going to add a button here to fetch more datas. So fetch, and on clicking this we are going to use this function fetch next page. Okay, we can write it like this. And now let's save and go back here, but before that do not forget this braces here, because without that this function will not be called. So now let's save and refresh the page. So we have one page, inside that we have data and 5 shorts. Now if I fetch again, we are going to get 2 pages now, and inside that we are going to have data and 5 more shorts here and 5 more shorts here as well. And also the last cursor is changed here, and as you can see the has next page is true and true here as well. Now if I click this one more time, now we are going to get 3 more datas. We still have some data, so we can still fetch. Okay, so now after this is false, and that's why we are getting this error. So after this we cannot fetch more. As you can see, this is false, that's why we are not fetching more data. We're just consoling that. So we are going to do the same here. Whenever we scroll down to the bottom, we are going to invoke this function to fetch more data if we have. Okay, so now we are going to work on this JSX part. So remove this, give this div a class name of pt10. Inside this, make one more div, give this a class name of grid calls gap 10, lg grid calls of 4, md grid calls of 3, sm grid calls of 2, and otherwise grid calls 1. And now inside this we are going to render our upload data. So we can write upload data dot pages dot map. Inside that we are going to get page and index. Now after that we can get our data from pages and map over that. So we can write page dot data dot map, and we are going to get short and index from that. Okay, use curly braces here because we want to get the last short here. So we can write const is last short is equals to page dot data dot length is equals to short, sorry, this is short index, so short index plus 1. Okay, now we are getting some type errors, so I'm just going to go above and define the type here. First, fetch upload data response, and we are going to define that type over here. So copy this, and here we can write type this. Now this will have success, and this will be a type of boolean. Okay, then we are going to have data, and this will be a type of short data array. Then we are going to have metadata here, and this will be a type of metadata. After that we are going to have error, and this will be optional, and this will be a type of string. Now we can go below and we can return here. Okay, inside this we are going to have a div, add a key here, and this key will be unique, so we can write index minus, so this will be a string actually, short index. Okay, something like this. Now after that we are also going to add the ref here so that we can track our position here, but we are going to do that later. Right now we are just going to render our short. Okay, so now here we are going to make one more component, each short. So let's go here, and here I'm going to make each short dot tsx. Okay, and I'm just going to pass the short here. Short is equals to the short. Now here the short type is short data, so I'm just going to go here and export that data here. Export, and then I import here. Import short. Let's name this type. Okay, and then here as well, and here as well. Sorry, not here, here as well. Okay, and now in the props we are going to pass the short, which will have the type of this. And now we should not have any kind of, sorry, we have to first import this, and this should be only short. So let's go here and remove this s, and now we should not have any problem with this one. Okay, so we still have problem, and we are passing single short here, so remove this. Okay, so now with this is done. Now we are going to work on this component, and if I save this and go back here, you can see that we have some shorts here, 5 short. Now we are going to display each of them here. So now here I'm going to pass my short. After that I'm going to make a state here, show title. So when we hover, then we are going to show the site, then we are going to show the title of that short. Okay, and this will be use state of type boolean. Initial value will be false. Now we can just go below and start writing our div. So give this a class name of w full, edge full, cursor pointer, and relative, and then on mouse enter we are going to make the set show title to true, and on mouse leave we are going to make that false. So set show title to false. And now here we are going to render our media for the thumbnail. For now I'm just going to use the image here, but it can also be a video since we can have video, image and gallery. So for that we have to actually find which type of shot, and in that which type of item is coming first. So we have to do a lot of work there, but for now I'm just going to use image here, and I'm going to consider that the first media that we are having in the item is image. Okay, but we are going to actually change this later. Okay, so for now I'm just going to use src, and inside that I'm going to add short dot items, first item, then content. Okay, alt value will be short dot items, first item, then extra one, I think. After that width will be of 400 pixels and height will be of 400 pixels, and give this a class name of rounded lg, w full, and edge of 200 pixels. Now after that, below this I already give this a class name of pt2 flex item center and space x1 relative and w full. Okay, now let's save this and let's see what we are getting here. So first we need to add this host name to our config. Okay, so add one more object here, so this will be host name, and here we can add this. Okay, protocol will be same. Okay, now let's save, refresh it. So this is http, so we can remove and write http, and now we should have our images here. If we still not get our images, I can just remove this protocol, and as you can see we have our images over here. Okay, so this is working, and for now work on this component is done. We are going to start working on this again when we start working on each shot. Okay, so for now this is enough. I'm just going to leave it as it is, and let's make this 250. Okay, and one more thing, let's go to the render shot, and this should be calls for, that is why I was getting different kind of UI. Okay, so now that's better. Now I'm going back to the render shot, and now when we scroll down, I want to render some more shots here. Okay, so for that I'm going to add one more package here, and that would be React intersection observer. So we can go here and write React intersection observer, and you can install this. Copy this, install, and after that we can go below and you can read this doc. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. After that we have to make a ref here using this, so I'm just going to copy this, okay, and paste here. Okay, and I want only a ref and in view, and from here and here I do not want to pass anything, so I'm just going to write it like this. After that let's go below, and here we are going to pass that ref. So ref is last shot, so if we are on the last shot, then I'm going to add the ref to that particular div, otherwise the ref to all other divs will be none. Okay, so when we are on the last div, then that div will have this ref, and when we reach on that div, then it is going to start fetching our data again. So I'm going to add a use effect here. So add a use effect, and here we can write if in view is true, and we also have the has next page, then I'm going to invoke this function. Okay, and in the dependency we can write has next page in view and fetch next page. Okay, these functions, and after that I'm going to add one more thing, which will be the loader here. So below this add a div. Okay, give this a class name of flex item center justify around empty4, and now inside this we are going to first check if is fetching next page is true or not. If this is true, then we are going to render a div. Inside that we are going to have the bouncing effect. So I'm going to add an image here. src will be Dribbble icon dot webp. Okay, width will be of 30, height will be of 30, and alt value will be icon. Okay, now give this a class name of animate bounce, and now let's add one more thing, which will be our skeleton. So if is loading is true, so let's go and add that is loading. So if this is true, so this actually works on the first time when we actually fetch our data first time. Then we are going to return short skeletons. Okay, and let's make that component here, short skeleton dot tsx, and let's import that here, short skeleton. Okay, and now I'm going to use skeleton from set scene. So let's go here and open the set scene, components, then go to the skeleton, install this. Now let's import the skeleton, and here I'm going to first make an array. So I'm going to show some minimum number of skeletons, so that would be around 10. So array dot from, and here length will be of 10. Now using this I'm going to map over here, and initially the class names will be, so I'm just going to copy this from here and paste here. Okay, now here I'm going to write skeleton array dot map underscore index, and here we are going to have skeleton, pass the key will be index, and add the class name of rounded lg, w full, and h of 200 pixels. Okay, now let's go here, refresh the page, and as you can see this is also working, our skeleton and our infinite query is also working. Now let's scroll down, and as you can see, okay, so cannot read undefined data. So I think we are getting this error here, this error, okay, error fetching data only this. So okay, to solve this problem, so I have actually solved that problem. You just need to go to the upload.ts file, and instead of returning this, okay, so instead of returning this type of response, we are going to return this type of response, okay, like we are doing over here. Okay, so we are creating a data, and here we are just passing that null value. After that we are returning our data here by stringifying that. Okay, so this solves that problem. And now if I refresh it again, nothing's happening. Okay, so everything is working. So now with that we are successfully able to render our shorts here using the infinite query, using that query. Okay, now in the next video we are going to start working on our searching part. Okay,
hello everyone and welcome to the part 14 of this video series where we're making our Dribbble clone. Now in this video I'm going to work on the search bar. So we are going to start searching our shorts here using this search bar. So in this video we are going to do this much. So let's go here and let's start making. So inside show I'm going to make a folder that would be search. This will be our search page, and inside that I'm going to have the search string. So this will be a all catch route. Okay, and then we are going to have page.tsx. Okay, now I can get this search string param here. So let's remove this and we can write params, and from the params we are going to get the search string. So search string, which will be a type of string. Okay, now let's render it here. So params dot search string. Now let's save and go back here, and if I go to search and hello, we are going, okay, so I need to first sign in. Let me sign in first, and if I go to the search, and as you can see this is the search string that we are showing over there. And one more thing, I have to add this path inside our middleware, not here, inside our routes. Okay, so this will be like this. I want this search path to be always accessible to all users. Okay, so now if I save this and let's go here, let's sign out. Okay, so now I am signed out from this application, and if I try to go back to the search again, I'll be able to go back there. And if I go to the routes and remove this path, okay, then I would not be able to go back there. And as you can see, I have been redirected to the login page, as you can see. So this is how it is working. So we are going to add it here so that a user can access the search page even if they are not signed in. Okay, so let's save that, and let's try one more time. Search and hello. So this is working. Now we are going to work on this page. So let's go back to here, and I'm going to add some component. First will be search header .tsx, and then second would be search results .tsx. Okay, now first work on our header part. Make this a client component. Okay, so use client. After that, I'm going to import use router from next navigation, and then I'm going to get my params here. So I can just go to the page.tsx, copy this and paste it here, and I'm going to import this search header over here. So we can write search, not like this, search header, and we can pass the params here. Now let's again go back to the search header, and here I'm going to first get a router or use router, and also I'm going to make a state to store our search query. So we can write search query set search query use state, and the initial value will be our params dot search string, and the type will be a string. Okay, and then I'm going to make a function. So when clicking on enter button, we are going to start searching. So we can write that function here, handle key down function, or you can write handle search function. So both are same. This will have the event, and the type will be keyboard event. So from the React, and we are going to get HTML input element. So from this element we are going to get our keyboard event, and now inside this function we are going to check the type of the event. So event dot key, if this is equals to enter, then we know that we have pressed enter here, and then we can start searching. Okay, and we have a problem. Let's import the keyboard event from here, not from here, from React keyboard event. Okay, then event dot prevent default to stop any unnecessary actions. Okay, and then we are going to check if the search query is available or not. If we have the empty string, then we are not going to do anything. So we can write search query dot trim, and if this have some values, then we are going to start searching. Okay, so I'm going to push the user to router dot push, okay, to search slash encode URI component, and inside that we can pass the search query dot trim. Now we can just start writing our JSX here. So make one more div, give this a class name of my5, and inside that make one more div, give this a class name of bg gradient to top left from ping 200 to sky 400. Okay, and then h20 relative position. Okay, now inside this make one more div, give this a class name of mdw 1/3 mx auto, h of 16, absolute top 1/3, left 1/2, minus translate x 1/2, and minus translate y 1 by 2. Okay, now after that, inside this div, add one more div. Okay, div, then we'll give this a class name of flex item center justify between space x5 bg white shadow xl rounded md and h of 16 and pr of 2. Now inside this div, make one more div. I'll give this a class name of flex item center justify between w full h of 16 and position relative. Now inside this we are going to have input tag, so that input type will be of text. Okay, now here value will be search query, then on change we are going to have set query. After that, on key down we are going to call our handle search function. Okay, now give this a class name here of w full h full rounded empty bg transparent focus outline pink 200 and px4. And after this input we are going to have a x icon, so I'm going to import that from lucid react. Import from lucid I think x from lucid react. Okay, now on clicking this we are going to set the search query to be an empty string, and then give this a class name text neutral of 500 rounded full bg neutral of 100 position absolute and right 2. Okay, and we give also the size of 20. Now let's save and refresh the page. Okay, let's go here and save this as well, and we have our search page. Okay, refresh it, and as you can see this is taking the value from the URL. Okay, if I write hello world and press enter, I'll be redirected to this page, and this is going to take the new value. One thing, let's go here, and if I remove this and simply write our search query, let's see what happens here. So let's write hello world again. Okay, so this one is not working, so we have to write it like this. But when here I do not want to have this percentage sign, so we are going to do some changes here as well. So what we can do here, we can decode our URI component. So we can write decode URI component and pass the params dot search string. And now even if I refresh this, you can see that there's no percentage sign. If I write hello world happy, you can see I get new percentage sign here, but not here even if I refresh it. So this is working, and this is what we wanted. Okay, now we can continue writing here. So outside this div, add one more div. Okay, and this will be a self-closing div. Okay, so and give this a class name of h of 10 width of 1 pixels and bg neutral of 500. Okay, after that below this write one more div, and inside that write shorts. Okay, now let's save, and this is going to be looking like this. So since we are only going to search the shorts, I'm going to use the short here. Okay, and let's give this text neutral of 500. In the Dribbble we have also other options as well here to select from, but we are just working on the shorts. That's why I'm using short here. Okay, and this doesn't do anything. Okay, this just tells you that the responses that we are getting is short. Okay, and if I do this as well, as you can see, right now this is empty, so I cannot search. Okay, even if I press uh, enter key, and now I can search. Okay, so this is working. Now I'm going to add a new bar here, so let's go above, and here I can add new bar, and yeah, and we can go back here again and give this a class name of empty 10. Okay, much better. And one more thing, on focusing I do not want to show anything, so I just go here and make the outline none. Okay, much better. Okay, now that we are done with the setup, now we are going to um, use this search query to get our responses here, and then we are going to show it here. So now we are going to work on this component search result, and let's import it here, search results, and this will take params as well, so I'm just going to pass it here, copy this and go here and paste it here. Okay, and now we have our search results. And one more thing, I forgot to add it here inside the search header. So outside this div, add one more div and give this a class name of employee5 and empty10. Okay, now inside this div we are going to have a h1 tag, give this a class name of text, a center, font semi-bold, text for Excel, and leading will be of 10. So this is actually a line height, and here we can write params dot search string, and below that add a p tag, give this a class name of text center, a text neutral of 700, and py3. Okay, and here we can write inspirational, params dot search string, then design and designs. Okay, and that's it, and we should have something like this. So okay, now let's go to the search results, and here we are going to get some things from render shots. So first will be this type of our data. So I can just go here and I'm going to export this all data here, so we can export this as well, and we have already that. Okay, so I'm just going to go here and import what is the name, short data type. So short data type, and also we are going to have fetch upload response data type. Okay, after that let's go again to the render shots, and I'm going to copy all this. Okay, up to this part, and then paste it here, and let's import all these things. I'm just again going to here, and we need these two. Also we need use in view, use effect, and short skeleton, so we can import that from here. We can update react, and I can go again here and get our use in view. So copy this and paste here. Now after that let's go again to the render shots, and I'm going to copy all these parts. So I'm just going to copy and paste here. Okay, so we're just going to copy and paste almost everything from render shots, except we are going to do some changes in our query function here. Okay, let's also import the image. Okay, And now here we are going to use different function, although the function will be almost same, but I'm going to uh, use different function here for searching. So I can add one more thing which will be search, and here I'm also going to pass my search string. So we are going to decode the URI component and pass the params dot search string. Okay, now let's make that function here. So copy this and go to the upload.ts. We're just going to duplicate this and I'm going to change the name. So this will almost be same. One thing will be different, that we are going to pass the search query. Okay, now we're just going to include the where condition here. Okay, and we are going to search our shorts here based on the title name. So I'm just going to use the title here. So we can write contain search query, and also I'm going to make the mode to be insensitive. Okay, so now with this we are done here. Let's check if this is working or not. So let's save it here. I think I have to make this client component first. Okay, and yeah, so right now we do not get anything because we do not have any kind of data with this. If I write hello, I think we should have something with this. Okay, so let's go to our database. I don't know what we have here. And one more thing, here we are going to start this function whenever this search query changes. So I'm going to write params dot search string. Okay, now let's save and let's go to our database here. So in the title, actually we do not have any kind of hello thing, so let's go with the animation. So I'm going to write animation here. As you can see, this is our short here. Now if I try to search for testing, we have all these shorts for testing. Okay, so this is working. Now I'm going to make this search bar function as well. Right now we cannot search using this search bar. Okay, as you can see. So now let's go to our neighbor here, and here we have input. So this is the input. I'm just going to go to the search header again. I'm going to copy these two and then go to the neighbor and paste it here. Okay, now let's go again here, and this time we are going to get our input. So copy this, not all this, we're just going to copy these three things and paste it here. Okay, now I import the keyboard event here with the React keyboard event, and now we have to import our user router. So import from next navigation and we can get our router then. So const router is equals to use router. Okay, and now lastly we have to pass our search string here. So I can just make a type here that would be search string, and this will be optional. So I'm going to write this optional question mark, and then I'm going to destructure that here, search string, and then pass it here. Okay, and okay, so if this is available, then we are going to go with the search string, otherwise we are going to have empty string. Okay, now I can go back to rpage.tsx, and here I can pass the search string, which will be our params dot search string. Okay, and now I can search using this search bar as well. So if I refresh, you can see that now I'm getting my testing from this. Okay, from this URL I'm getting my search query. Now if I remove this, and we can write animation. Okay, so this is all working. So we can search it from here and from here as well. Okay, let's search one more, which will be part 6. So I'm going to write part 6. Okay, so our searching is working, and this is all we have to do in the searching part with our title using the search bar. Okay, and yeah, with this we are done with our searching part. Now one more thing I will do here, that I would wrap the container outside the search result. So container, and inside that I'm going to pass this search result so that we can have some padding over here. Okay, now this is much better. uh, Testing. Okay, much better. So yeah, with this we are done with our searching part. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the part 15 of this video series where we're making a Dribbble clone. Now in this video we are going to work on the filtering part. So we are going to filter our shorts based on the category and based on the tag. So we are going to filter out shorts using these two methods. Okay, so without further ado, let's get started. And first go to the bottom bar here, and right now we are writing our categories uh, like this. We are statically typing our all the categories here, but now I'm going to fetch my categories from my database. So let's go here. So we are going to use directory to get our category data. So we can write const empty object is equals to use query, not queries, use query, and inside that first we are going to have query key. Okay, and this will be cat bot, you can say anything you want. Okay, and then we are going to have our query function. So we can write query function, and this will be asynchronous function. So I'm going to write async here, and then inside that we can get our categories. So we can write const categories is equals to await get all categories. So we have a function name get all categories in this category file, as you can see here. Now I can go below again, bottom bar, and I can return the categories here. Okay, now inside this object we are going to have multiple things, like we can have is pending, and based on that we can show some UI here. So but we are not going to use this. We are going to simply get our data, and I'm going to call this categories here. Okay, and then I'm going to also add a is loading and error. Okay, if is loading is true, then we are going to show a skeleton here. So we can return a div inside that. Okay, we are going to have a skeleton, and width will be, let's give this a class name, width will be of maybe 70 pixels, and height will be of maybe 20 pixels. Okay, and we are going to have multiple categories here, so we need multiple skeletons as well. So I'm going to go here, and we are going to make an array here. So array, let's copy this, go here. So array dot from length will be 10. Okay, so I'm going to make that here. So const skeleton array. Okay, and here I'm going to map that. Okay, so skeleton array dot map, okay, scale and the index. Inside that we are going to have our skeleton. Okay, and give this key will be index. Now with this done, let's go below, and I'm going to remove this whole part. So remove all the allies from here, and we are going to map over the categories. So I'm going to write categories dot map category, okay, and index as well. Okay, now inside this we are going to have a ally tag. Give this a class name, and we are going to write it like this. Padding will be 2, and on hover we are going to make text neutral 800 and rounded full. And then inside this we are going to have an anchor tag, and the href will be question mark category, and this will be equals to the category id. So category dot value. Okay, so we are getting our values here, and the value is actually our id. Okay, so that's what we want, and here we can add the name. So category dot label. Now let's save, and we should have our categories now. Again refresh it, and we have our categories here. And one more thing, actually we need to add this loading state, not here but here. So I'm going to copy this and paste here. Okay, and also I'm going to check for the loading, so I can just remove this, and here I can write if is loading is true, then we are going to have this let's set it like this, and we have to remove this curly braces from here. Okay, otherwise we are going to have this. Okay, and here as well we have to remove this curly braces. Okay, and now this should work. Refresh it, we have our categories here, and after getting all the categories we'll show the categories here. Okay, I think my net is slow, so here now we have all the categories. Now when I click on this, you can see in the URL we are going to get something like this. So we are going to have a search param named category and its value. So now we are going to get this value here. Okay, so I'm going to import the search param here. Import use search params. So we can write const search params is equals to use search params. Okay, and from this we are going to get our category id. So we can write const category id, okay, and this will be equals to search params dot get, and the name will be this category. Okay, category. Now I can check over here if category id is equals to category dot name, okay, not name, value, then we are going to have something, and that would be bg neutral of 100. Okay, otherwise we are going to have nothing. Okay, so now I am on the illustration, and now I am on the typography. Okay, so this is working, but you might have noticed that whenever I select a new category, this loads again, but we do not want that. And to actually stop that, we have to use the link from next link. Okay, so using this, now whenever we click on this whole page does not actually reloads, and also we do not get that loading behavior every time. So this is what we want. We do not actually want this to load every time we go for a new category. Okay, so this is what we wanted. And one more thing, you can add still time here as well. So for 30 minutes this whole data is going to be freshed. Okay, and after 30 minutes this is going to be refreshed again. Okay, now I can just copy this again from here, and I can paste over here. Okay, and this will be for smaller devices, so let's check that as well. uh, okay, so if I click on the blending, this is working. Okay, so now with this We are done with the UI part. Now we are going to fetch the shorts based on this category selected. Okay, so now let's go here and let's go to the render shorts, and here we are using our fetch upload data function, okay, which is calling this function. Okay, now along with this take and last cursor, I'm also going to pass the category ID. Okay, so first let's get our category ID here using the use search param. So I'm going to go here, I'm going to copy these two and paste here. Okay, import this, and then I'm just going to pass that category ID here. Okay, now let's go to the get upload data by infinite query function in this upload.ts file, and here I'm going to add this category ID, and this will be a type of string or null. Okay, now after this we are going to add one more thing. So in the find menu we are also going to add the where condition now, since we are going to filter out our shorts based on the category ID. So here I'm going to write, first I'm going to get the category ID. If we have the category ID, then I'm going to check the category ID in our database, and if that matches with this category ID, then I'm going to get that shorts. Okay, and this should be just 3 dots. Okay, and this is how we are going to get our shorts based on the category. Now if I save this, and let's go to the database and tables. Okay, so now let's go to the category, and we should have some data. Oh, we have data in our categories. So with this we have one upload. So with this category we have one upload. So if I choose this, okay, one more thing I have to add it here. So let's go to the render shorts, and in the dependency I'm also going to add the category ID. So whenever this changes, we are going to fetch the data. I'm going to refresh it, and as you can see we get one short for this category. Okay, if I choose the branding, I do not know. So we have multiple shorts with this category. Let's go with the web design. So we have only one shot with this animation. We have only one shot with this also. Product design, we do not have any kind of shot. So yeah, this is how it is working. Okay, and this is how we wanted it to work. Okay, now when clicking this, we should be able to go to the home page. So I'm going to go to the navbar here, and on clicking this, so let's make this link. Okay, and give this href to be home page. Now much better. Okay, so we are now seeing all the shots. When we click on this, we get only the shots that have category branding. Yeah, with this we are done with our filtration of the shots with the category. Now we are going to filter our shots based on the tags. So here we also have tags like these. So I'm just going to go here to the bottom bar again, and I think we have this other filter. So we have to go to the other filter, and we will have that input. Okay, this tag. So now here I'm just going to add some more things so that we can capture what we are writing here. So I'm going to make a state const query tag, okay, and set query tag, and this will be equals to use state. Type will be a string, and the initial value will be empty string. Okay, now after that we are also going to get our router and path name here. So I'm going to import use router from next navigation, and also I'm going to import use path name here. Okay, and from that I'm going to get router first, use router. Okay, and then I'm also going to get the path name, use path name. Okay, now let's go below. Inside input, the value will be what is the state, so query tag, and then we are going to have on change handler. So on change, this will be like this. Okay, set query tag, and on key down, so let's add on key down, we are going to have a function handle key down press. Okay, so we can get that from navbar, this function, and paste it here. Okay, and on handle key down we are going to a handle search. Okay, now here let's import our keyboard event. So keyboard event, and here we can write query tag, and here as well not, we can just remove this for now, and we are going to do some changes. Okay, so if we have the query tag, then we are going to make router dot push, not push, push. So we are going to take the current path name. Okay, and after that we are just going to add our query. So tags will be search query, not search query, this will be query tag. Okay, else we are just going to push the user to the current URL that user is on. Okay, so this is how it is going to work. Let's write something. Let's write web, and if I press enter, you can see I get an extension of this URL, which is tag. Okay, now we can write a brand like this. Okay, so this is working, and we are going to do the same changes that we have done for the category. So I'm going to add first, let's go here. I'm going to get the query tag along with the category ID from search param. So we can write query tag, and this will be equals to tag, I think, not tag, tags, and then I'm going to just pass that to the function. Okay, now let's go to this function and add the tag, which will be the query tag, and this will be type of string or null, and we can then do the same thing. So not auth, just the query tag, and here we're going to check if we have the query tag, then we are going to check inside the tags here. So if this tag has this query tag, since this is the array, that is why we are using has here. So if this tags include this query tag, then we are going to return that short here. Now let's save, and now if I write, let's go here, let's write web here. So if I write web, okay, so why this is not working, let's go to the undershot. Okay, so we also have to add the query tag. Okay, now this is going to work. So this is for the web. Now if I write brand, so this is all for the brand, and we do not have any more shots. Okay, let's check for animation, and now if I try to add category here, let's say branding, so we only going to get the categories, but if I add let's say web here, we are only going to get for the tag. So these two are going to work independently, they are not going to overlap with each other. Okay, so yeah, with this I think we are done with our topic for this video, and in the next video we are going to start rendering our each shot, and also we are going to work on this following and new and noteworthy. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the part 16 of this video series. Now in this video we are going to start rendering our each individual shot here. So this will be something like this, okay, like we do in the Dribbble. So now we are going to start working on that. And one more thing that I left here for now is working on this part. Okay, so to work on this part I have to first make the following table, and which we are going to do while working on this each individual shots. Okay, so after completing our rendering part of individual shots, then we are going to work on this again. Okay, so let's first complete this part. So let's go here and go to the each shot component. Now here first we are going to make a function to get our first item from this shot. We are doing this because we want to know if we have video or the image or a gallery component as a first component in our shot or not. So we are going to make that component. So we can write const handle first item. Okay, and now inside this first item, and this will be equals to shot dot items, and we are going to take the first item. Now we are going to check here if the first item is equals to, so dot type is equals to image. So if this is equals to image, then we are going to return object here in which the type will be image. Okay, and then we are going to have content. Okay, so this will be equals to first item dot content. Similarly we are going to check for the video, so we can write else if, and then we can copy this, paste here, replace this with video, and then we can write this. After that we are going to check for the gallery, so we can write else if the first item dot type is equals to gallery. So inside this first we are going to get our content, so we are going to use try and catch here, and now here first we are going to get our content, and we are going to pass that content since the content inside the gallery component will be in type of string, so we are going to pass that to get the JSON. So we can write parsed content, and this will be equals to JSON dot parse, and we can then write first item dot content. Now in this parsed content, if we go to the hooks and then to the upload data, I think not here, we can go to the upload, then components, and then main media in the gallery component. Here you can see the parsed content that we have here will have type something like this. Okay, so it can be image or a video, and then we are going to have our URL of our image or video, and then all string. So we are going to get this URL here and also the type. So we are going to check in this parsed content, which will be array of object. So we are going to use array here. So if array dot is array, so first we are going to check if this is a array or not, and if this is an array, then we are going to get the first object and then check its type. Okay, so we can write const image or video,
and this will be equals to parsed content dot find, and we are going to get media. So media dot type, and this can be equals to if you want to insert a type here, then we can just export this. We have already exported. I can just write something like this, gallery data. So we can write gallery data array, and now we can use that type over here, dot type. If this is equals to video or media dot type is equals to image, then we are going to take this image of video component, and then we are going to return an object here which will be in this same format, where the type will be image or video dot type, and then we are going to have content which will be URL here. Okay, URL. Else if we find any error, then we are going to just console the error here, and we can write failed to parse the gallery component. Now below that we are going to call this function, so I'm going to add const first item, and this will be equals to handle first item function. Okay, so now that we have this first item, we can use ternary operator here to render either an image or a video. Okay, so now I can just comment this out, and below this I can write first item. So if we have the first item and the first item dot type, if this is equals to image, then we are going to render our image component. So I can just copy this from here, paste here, and instead of this we can write first item dot content. In here I can just copy this and paste here. Okay, and you can also actually return alt value as well along with this type and content. Okay, and string or undefined is not assignable, so we can check that here as well. So along with this we can also check first item dot content. Now similarly we can duplicate this, and this time we are going to check for the video, and then we are going to use the video tag. We are going to remove this alt tag from here, and we are also going to remove this, and the class name we are going to have rounded LG W full H 200 pixels, and also object cover, and along with this we are going to have autoplay, muted, and loop. Okay, so now let's save and let's see if this is working or not. So refresh the page, and you can see that this is still working. Okay, now if I go here and add a let me first sign in, and I will share the work. So I'm going to choose a video now, so this will be good enough. I'm going to remove this editor, I do not want that, and we can add a title that would be a video item. Okay, now I can just continue, add a category animation, hashtag animation, and then I can save. I think I should add a redirect button. I think I added, but I don't know why this is not working. So this is the router dot push. After we have the response, we are going to redirect the user to the home page. I'm going to the local host, and here as you can see we have the image, video. So we made that shot, but let's try one more time. This will be video 2, and I can remove this one, and let's wait. This will be bigger size, and now I can add one more category. That would be, you can say, product design, and we can add design and product. And now we should redirect to the home page after this is successful. And as you can see, now I have been redirected to the home page, and this is the new video. This, and this is also running, so that's good. I'm going to actually go to actions, then upload, and I'm going to reverse this, so this will be descending. Okay, so that we can get our new up shots over here now. So this is working, and we can close this, and we can continue writing our JSX. So now after this, inside this div which we had already made, we are going to add one more div. Give this a class name of flex item center space x1 relative and w full. Now inside this we are going to have the image and then src value, so we can have a user image or not. So we are going to use a condition here, but for now let's just write author.jpg. We are going to do some changes in our short data. So right now let's write and complete this JSX. So give this a class name of rounded full object cover, and then give the width of 20 and height of 20, and also the alt value will be author. Okay, now we can go back to our actions, and here we are going to include the user as well. So we have user, so I'm going to include, so select, and we are going to select the name which will be true. Okay, so we are going to choose these two. So now I have to also change the type here, so we can go to the render short again, and now here in the data, this is the short data type, this is the short data type which is coming from here. So now we also have the user. Inside that we are going to have image which will be a type of string, and then we are going to have name which will be a type of string. So now we can access that over here. So now here I can write short dot user dot image. Okay, now let's go here, and as you can see now the image coming here, which is my GitHub image, and I think the user is same for all of these shots, so we are getting everywhere. Now let me sign out from here, and I'm going to log in from another account which will not have any kind of image, and then we are going to have two users here. So let me sign out. Okay, so now I have logged in with another account, and let's add one more shot here. And now as you can see, okay, so cannot create property null, and we are getting this error. The reason is because we do not have image in this user's case. So we are going to add a condition here. So if we have the short dot user dot image, then we are going to show this image tag. Okay, otherwise we can go to the navbar and we can copy this p tag and paste it over here, and this will be short dot user dot name. Okay, and and text will be extra small. So now let's save, and we should now not have any kind of problem. Okay, so this is the text. Now we should add some backgrounds. So we can write width of 5, which is actually 20 pixels, h of 5, and then flex item center, justify center, and bg orange of 500 and text white. Let's see. So this is how it is going to look. Okay, and around it full. Okay, so now that's good. Now we can continue adding some more JSXCL. So after this we are going to add the p tag, and inside that we are going to have the user's name. So we can write short dot user dot name and give this a class name of text extra small and font medium. And now we should have the user's name of these shorts. After that, below this div, add one more div. Give this a class name of flex item center space x1 and text neutral of 500. After that, inside this, add one more div and give this a class name of flex item center space x1, and then we are going to have a span. Inside that we are going to have a svg. Okay, so this will be the svg, and after that we are going to have one more span. Inside that we can add 55 for now. So this is actually the number of likes. Make this 14 and 14, a little bit smaller, and make this text extra small, much better. Similarly, we are going to add for the views, so we can just duplicate this and we can write here, and we can write here 7.9k views, and then we are going to change this svg. You can copy this svg from my GitHub, paste it over here, make this 14 and 14 here as well, much better. So right now these are static values, we are going to change that later, but now this is looking much better. Now we are going to add a hover effect. Okay, so when we hover over it, we can see the title of this short. So now below this div, okay, we are going to add one more div, and I'll give this a class name. Class will be absolute bottom 7. Text will be extra small, small, and w will be full, bg gradient to top. Okay, and from neutral 600 to transparent. Okay, after that we are going to actually use this syntax for our class name, so that we can use ternary operator here. So we are going to check if the show title is true or not. If this is true, then we are going to do nothing, otherwise the opacity will be 0. Okay, and also we are going to add the transition. So transition all, and duration will be of 200 milliseconds, and the type will be easy. Okay, now inside this, make one more div, give this a class name of flex item center, justify between w full, p of 3, py of 5, and pt of 10. Now inside this div we are going to have a p tag, and this will have the short dot title, and give this a class name of text white and font medium. After that we are going to have two buttons here for bookmark and for liking the shot. So first give this div a class name of flex item center and space x2. Now inside this add a span and give this a class name of p2 rounded full bg white and inline block, not online, this will be inline block. Now inside this we are going to have the bookmark icon, so bookmark from Lucid Tract, and the size will be 13 and the stroke width will be 2. Okay, similarly we are going to just uh, duplicate this, and here we are going to have the heart. Okay, now let's save, and when hovering we are going to see a title, and these two buttons are to save and like. Okay, so this is working good. And one more thing, we have to add the rounded bottom of LG. Yeah, now this is good. Now we do not have this pointy corners. Okay, so this was all we have to do here. Now we are going to make a model to show the individual shot and its content. So now here in the show I'm going to make one more folder, and that would be main view, and this will have a component name main view, so the naming is almost same. Okay, now let's directly write our JavaScript here. So I'll give this a class name, and here we are going to make the position fix. Okay, max empty, top 0, then max empty, left 0 and bottom 0, and max MD right 0. Okay, then over MD the height will be 97 viewport height, and MD W full, and MD rounded a top of 40 pixels. Okay, after that PG white. Okay, and Z will be of 100. Okay, now after that we can add a custom class here that would be shadow main view. So we are going to add that in our global.css file, then overflow y auto, and then we are going to add a condition here later. After that we can add a x mark here which will close this model. So we are going to add a div here, give this a class name, top 0 and right of 4 and cursor pointer. Okay, inside that we are going to import the x from Lucid Tract and give this a class name of text white, and then size will be of 24. Okay, now after that we can use this main view component in our page. So I think we can add to our layout main view. Okay, now let's save, and we should have something like this. So you can see that only this much part is visible here. And what is this? Whatever, but you can see that only this much part is visible, which we wanted. Now I am going to add that CSS in my global.css file. So this will be a shadow main view. I'm just going to copy this name and go to the main view and paste it here to be more sure about this spelling. So now we should have, as you can see, we have now a shadow, and this should be on the right side. So not pink, this should be right. Okay, much better. So now when we click on this, we can actually close this model. So now we are going to continue adding here. Now after this we are going to start rendering our data. So we are going to first fetch our data. So we are going to make some hooks here which we are going to use here. So we have all these things, and I'm going to make a folder here named show, and inside that I'm going to make first hook, and that would be use selected short id. Okay, so this will be only for id. Now first we are going to import the create from Zeustat, then define the interface. So this will be selected short store, and here we are going to first have the selected short id. Okay, and this will be type of string or null. Then we are going to have set selected short id. So here we are going to pass our id, which will be a type of string or null, and this will return a void. Okay, then we are going to have this get selected short id, which will return a string or a null value. After that we are going to define a boolean value which will tell us when to open this model or when to close that. Okay, so is short open, and this will be a type of boolean, and we are going to define two functions on open short, and this will be a void function. Then duplicate this, and this will be on close short. Now we are going to define our store here, so we can write export const use selected short store, and this will be equals to create, pass this interface which will be selected short store. We are going to use set and get both methods, and here first selected short id will be null. Then I'm just going to go with the autocomplete. Yeah, that's it. Now let's save and go to our each short component, and we are going to import that hook. Okay, so use selected short store, and from here we are going to get a set selected short id and also on open short. Okay, and now let's go below, and on clicking this we are going to first make the short open. So on open short, and after that set selected short id, and this will be equals to short dot id. Okay, so this will be all for this component. Now we can close this and go back to the main view component, and here I can write const I use selected short store, and we can get is short open, and then on close short, and also selected short id. Okay, now after that we can write is short open. If it's true, then we are going to do nothing, otherwise it will be hidden. And on clicking this we are going to use this function on close short. Okay, now let's save, and when it, okay, so Let's make this a client component. And now we should not have this error. So now when I click on this, we get this model, and when closing this, this closes. Okay, now we want animation here, so for that I'm going to use frame of motion. So we can import motion from frame of motion, and let's make this motion dot div. Now I'm going to define the initial and animate. So initial, we are going to have translate y in 1000, then we are going to scale it down to 0.6 and opacity will be 0.7. and after that, when animated, we are going to have the translate y to be 0, scale to be 1, and opacity to be 1 as well. Okay, and let's add the transition here. So the transition will be duration of 0.6 seconds and ease in, so this will be ease in out. This will be duration. Okay, so now let's save this and test it out, and I should see some animations. Okay, so we have one more solution here. Instead of this, we can actually use animate presence from frame of motion. So now we can wrap this whole div inside this animate presence. Okay, so something like this, and we can remove this condition and we can use this over here. So if each shot is true, then we are going to show this motion.div. Okay, and now we should see our animation working. So as you can see, this is working. Now you can remove this scale from here so that we get something like this. Okay, but I think scale should be there, and we can actually increase this to 0.9. Okay, much better. Okay, and we can also add exit animation. So exit animation will have the opacities to be 0. We're just going to change the translate y value to be again 1000, and let's make this a little bit faster. So now that's good. Now we are going to fetch our short data. So let's make one more file here, that would be short.ts, and here we are going to fetch our data. So I'm just going to copy this, paste here, and then I'm going to define a function export const get short by id, and this will be asynchronous. This will take a id, which will be a type of string. Then use try and catch block, and here we can get our short. So we can add const short is equals to await prisma dot upload dot find unique, where id will be id, and then we are going to return the short here, and we are going to include the items. So this will be true, and also we are going to have the user. Okay, and if we find an error, then we are going to just return a null value. Okay, and we should have an arrow over here. So with this, this function is done. Now we can save this and go back to our main view, and we are going to use query here. Let const empty object is equals to use query. Now inside this,
we are going to have query key, which will be short and selected short, and after that we are going to have query function. So this will be a asynchronous function, and inside this, first we are going to check if we have the selected short or not. If we have that, then we are going to get our short from get short by id and pass the selected short, and then we are going to return the short. Okay, so we are going to return the short if we have the short. So if we have the short, then we are going to return the short. Okay, and now from the use query we are going to get is loading, and then data will be short data, and yeah, these two things. If you want any other things like error or error is pending, you can get that as well, but we are going to use only these two. So now after this we are going to check if is loading true or not. If this is true, then we are going to show a loading state. Okay, otherwise we are going to render our main component. Okay, so now let's make our skeleton first. So here we can write main view skeleton .tsx. Okay, and now we can import that over here, main view skeleton. Now let's go to our skeleton component, and so give this div a class name of maxw screen lg and mxauto and py10. Okay, now after that inside this div add the skeleton here, so skeleton, and give this a class name of w64 and h5. After that add a div, give this a class name of flex item center and justify between, and then inside this div add one more div, give this class name as well of my4 flex item center and space x2. Then inside this add the skeleton and give this a class name of w14 and h14 and rounded full. Now below that add one more div, give this a class name of space y2 and then two skeletons. Give this class name of w16 and h4, and duplicate this, and this time the w will be 10 and h will be 2. After that below this div add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center and space x4, and inside this we are going to have the skeletons. Okay, so now give this a class name of w12 h12 and rounded full, and then duplicate 2 times. And lastly outside this div add one more div, give this a class name of my10, and inside this we are going to have a skeleton, so this will be the large skeleton. So give this a class name, h will be 500 pixels and rounded xl, w will be 4 by 5 and mxauto. So now let's save and go back to the browser, and when we open this we get a loading. Okay, so let me make my network slow. As you can see, this is the loading state. Okay, you can actually change the color of these skeletons to, you can say let's say bg neutral of maybe 800, and they will show something like this, as you can see.
they are much darker now. Okay, so you can do this as well, but I'm going with the default background color of these skeletons, and I'm not going to change anything. So now we are in the main view component, and now we can start entering our short data. So now in this div, make one module, give this a class name of flex and item start. Then inside that, add one more div, give this a class name of max w screen lg transition all, and duration will be of 150 milliseconds is in, and position will be relative. After that, we are going to add a condition here. If the comment section is open, then we are going to slide the whole main content to the left side. So we are going to do that later. I'm going to leave this for now and actually add a mx auto. So now inside this, we are going to add one more div, and inside that add one more div and give this a class name of position relative mdpy of 16. Otherwise py will be 6. Now after that, inside this div we are going to have two components. First will be the heading, so we can have the heading here, and then we are going to have main content. So main content, so these two component will be there to show most of the content of our short. Apart from this, we are going to have many other components to interact with this short, but these two components will be there to just show the content of our short. So we are going to make them over here, heading.tsx, and then second will be main content.tsx. Let's import them over here. And just above this heading, we are going to have our title. So h1 tag, give this a class name of text to Excel and font semi-bold, and inside this we can add our short data. So short data dot title. Okay, so when I open this, we get our title here. Let's refresh it. Okay, so now we have our text here, and this will be in the center initially until we make this heading and main component. Okay, so now let's go to the heading, and we have to actually pass our short data. So we can write short data is equals to short data, and we can check the type here. So the type is user, item, and the short data. So it's actually I think we can make that type over here. So we have the short data, and we can make the interface short data type, and this will extend the short or upload. Okay, so now we are going to have the items here, and this will be a type of items from Prisma client, and also we are going to have the user, which will be a type of user. And now we can assign that type over here, short data type, and item, upload ID, user. So the undefined is not actually assigned short data. Let's see what is the problem. So this can be undefined, so we can write here this can be undefined. Now we should not have any problems. Okay, now let's work on this heading part. So I can remove this heading first, give this to a class name of py2,
flex item center justify between sticky and top 0. Background color will be white and Z will be 40. After that, inside this, make one more div, give this a class name of flex item center space x2, and then we are going to have our user's image short data. So let's destructure our short data over here. Short data. So if we have short data dot user dot from next image, okay, and add the src. So src will be the same value. Alt value will be short data dot user dot name. Okay, and otherwise we can have an empty string. Width will be of 48 and height will be of 48. Okay, and lastly give this a class name of rounded full. Okay, if we do not have the image, we are going to just show the first letter. So give this a class name of w12 h12 bg orange of 500 rounded full flex item center and justify center. Then inside this add a p tag, give this a class name of uppercase text 2xl font medium and text white, and then we can have the first character of our name. So short data dot user dot name dot caret 0. Now after that, below this we are going to have a div, give this a class name of space y of 2 pixels, and now inside this we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name of text sm of font medium text neutral of 800, and then we can have here data short data dot user dot name. Okay, and lastly we can have one more p tag, although we are going to do some changes in this p tag. For now I'm going to just write text extra small and text neutral of 500 and cursor pointer, and inside this we can have a follow or following. Okay, so this will be for that button. Okay, and now if I save, go back here, which is going to be, this is going to be look like this. Now below this div I can add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center and space x3. So this will be 3 buttons over here. Okay, so now here I can add a button, give this a class name of p2 of flex item center justify center rounded full, and after that border neutral of 200 and border of 1.5 pixels. Okay, now here we are going to have the like icon. Now here we are going to have the heart icon for liking the shot. Okay, and give the size to be 20, stroke width will be of 2, and yeah, for now this will be enough. Similarly we can duplicate one more time, and this will be for the bookmark. Let's save, and this should look something like this. And lastly we are going to add one more button. So this will be for the mail. So give this class name px5 py 10 pixels, rounded full, bg neutral of 950, and text white, text small, and then we can add get in touch. This button, okay. And we can actually do one thing. Let's go to the main view, and we can add one more thing, that w2 by 3. Okay, so minimum this will be the width of this whole section, but it can go up to this 1024 pixels. So I think that's good. After that, let's work on this main content, and this will also take our short data. Okay, now I'm going to go to the main content, and we can just copy this and paste here, and this as well. So now let's destructure our short data here, and we can start with our JS6 directly. So we are going to map over the short data dot item. So this will be an array, so we can map, and we are going to have the item and the index. Okay, use the curly braces because we are going to use if statement here. So if the type, sorry, the item dot type, if this is equals to a text, then we are just going to return a simple div, and it will have the key to be index, and give this a class name of pros my 20, leading of 8, w full, and flex call, item center, justify start, and then we can use dangerously set in our HTML. So we can write this, and inside that we can pass our HTML. So HTML, and this will be equals to item dot content. Okay, so now save, and if I go here and let's choose this, I don't think we have text anywhere. Let's make a new work over here. Okay, so this is the new short, and this is our text. Okay, so this is looking good. I think we can reduce this, and let's see the tags here. So inside this we have p, p, and p. So I think we had one p over here, and that is why we are seeing this much gap. Okay, so yeah, we can remove that while adding this text inside our text editor, but yeah, that's fine. You can edit some more here to make your liking. So we can actually make this something like this. So this will start with, I think, from the left side like this, and as you can see now this is much better. So you can go with this as well, or we can add padding to make a little bit in centerish. Okay, we can do this much better. So like this, we are also going to check for the video and text and for gallery. So let's do that as well. So we can write else if the type is equals to video, sorry, image, then we are going to render the image. So we can return image component, okay, from next image,
we can pass the src, which will be item dot content, alt tags, which will be item dot maybe I think extra2 is the value. Then add a class name to add the size of our component. So if item dot extra1, if this is equals to large, so if this is true, then we are going to make w full, otherwise we are going to go with the w4 by 5. Okay, and then mx auto to make everything center, my5 and rounded axle. Let's see how this is looking. So let's open this, and what is happening? Image is missing. Okay, so we have to add the width also. So you can say width will be 1000 and height will be 1000. This is different from this width that we have defined, so do not worry about that. Okay, so yeah, this is our image. So this is working, and let's see the alt text of this image. So this is class name srct, alt is large, so we made a mistake. This should be extra1 and this should be extra2. Now this will be bigger, and that's what we want. Okay, so yeah, now we have rendered the image text, and now we are going to render our video. So else if we can just copy this, paste here, sorry, not here, we can change this to video, and then we can add a video tag here. You can just copy this all, paste here, remove this alt value, and I think everything should be same. We can remove this width, we can remove this width also. Okay, now let's open this. So the problem was that we are not returning this video tag, so we should return it, otherwise it will not render. And now we have this. Okay, now I want this to loop. Now I want this to loop autoplay, and these two things to happen, we have to make this mute. And now this will work. Let's close this, open this one. So as you can see, this video is running, and this should also run, I think. Yeah, this is. So yeah, and last is our gallery. So else if the type is equals to gallery, then actually we are going to use the carousel here. So let's go to our gallery component, and here we can get our carousel. So this is the carousel. I can just copy this, paste here, and also I can get the imports. Okay, now let's go below. We do not need this set API. Okay, and here we are going to map over this gallery object. So here we are going to first get our content from this item, so we can write const gallery item, and this will be this. Okay, after that I'm going to parse that item. Okay, so we can write const parsed item is equals to json dot parse, and then I can pass this gallery item. Now I can use that over here. So actually let's use this name here. Okay, and this will be type of any, so I'm going to use gallery the type. So I should have the type. Yeah, this is the gallery data, so I'm going to import that here. gallery data, and this will be an array, and now this should work. Let's save, and this is the gallery, so I can open this, and okay, so this is the image. Okay, now for this I can go here, we can use object cover, not content, object cover. And let's also make this in center, so I can add one more div here, class name flex item center, justify center. Okay, I think this is much better, but the size of this video is very small, so that is why this is not actually covering this whole part. Okay, and now one thing we can do here, that we can add a empty 5, a little bit spacing over here. So yeah, so we have also rendered our gallery component. So with that, I think we are done for now. So in this video we have rendered each individual shot here. Okay, so now from next video we are going to add some more functionality in this model, like adding collection, and also showing the related shot of a user, and also some more related shot that is not from this user. So we are going to add many more things in this component, and also that comment part that we do here, so this thing. Okay, so this will be all for this video. Hello everyone, and welcome to the part 17 of this video series. Now in this video we are going to continue working on these individual shots. We are going to render more shots by author, and also we are going to work on this follow button. So now we can actually follow and unfollow an author. So you can see here I can follow this author and unfollow it. Okay, so we are going to do these things in this tutorial. Let's get started and start working on this. First we are going to render the related post by this user. Okay, so go to the main view, and now here we are going to start working. So below the main content we are going to add a div, and inside that add one more div. Now give this a class name of flex item center, margin top of 14 and margin bottom of 8. Now inside this div add one more div, and this will be a self-closing div. Okay, so we are going to remove this and write it like this. Give this a class name of w full, height of 2 pixels, and bg neutral of 200. Okay, now below this div we are going to add a span. Give this a class name of mx5, and now inside this we are going to use the data that we have fetched here. So show data dot user dot name. So if we have this data, then we are going to render an image here. Otherwise we are going to render a p tag. Okay, so let's write this first. So give this a class name. Okay, so let's write this first. So write a div, give this a class name of w16 h of 16, and now inside this we are going to have the image tag. So image from next image, src will be this value and alt value will be this same, so we can take the same value. Okay, and after that we need to provide the width and height. So the width will be of 64 pixels and height will be of 64 pixels. Okay, and then give this a class name of rounded full to make this a circle. Now inside this div give this a first class name of w16, h of 16, bg orange of 500, rounded full, flex, item center, and justify center. And inside that add a p tag. Give this a class name as well. Make this uppercase, text 4xl, font medium, text white, and then we can use the name of the user. So show data dot user dot name dot caret, and we are going to take the first character. Okay, now let's save, and we should have something like this. Now we need to add one more div over here, so let's go here and we can copy this and paste here so that this will be in the center. Okay, after that, outside this div, add one more div. Give this a class name of flex call, item center, and then inside this we can add a h1 tag. Give this a class name of text 2xl, font medium, text black, and then we can use the username here. Show data dot user dot name. After that, add a p tag. Give this a class name text sm, py3, and mb4. Then inside this we can write some text. So I'm going to write. Now this text is actually the tagline of an individual user. So you can go to the user and add a new field like tagline, and the user can add this tagline in the profile page, which we are going to add later. So you can do that, but for this tutorial I'm just going to write this hard-coded, so this will be same for all the users, but you can definitely add any field in the user table and let the user decide what the tagline they want in the profile page. Okay, so this will be for that. After that, we are going to add a button, then give this a class name of px5, py of 10 pixels, and rounded full, bg neutral of 950, font medium, text white, text and sm. Okay, now here we can write get in touch. Now let's save, and now this is going to look like this. Okay, so this is actually the info about this author of this shot. Now we are going to fetch some more shots from this author and display over here. Okay, so now we can go above and use one more query here. So I'm just going to duplicate this time. This loading will be more short loading. Okay, and the data will be more short data, okay. Now after this we are going to add one more thing here, that would be short data dot user dot id. So if we have this, then we are going to use another function to get more shots of this user. So we can write get more shot by user, and then we can pass this user id. Okay, and now let's define this function. So go to the upload.ts and we can write export const, this will be get more shot by user is equals to, this will be our synchronous function, and now this will take the parameter as id. So id will be a type of string. Okay, now let's import that over here. Now let's again go back to our file, use try and catch block here, and we can get more shots here. So const shots is equals to await prisma dot upload dot find many, and add the where condition where a user id will be equals to id, and we are not going to actually include this post, so we are going to add here that id should not be equals to the provided id. So by this we are going to get more shots of this author, but we are not going to include this particular shot in that response. Okay, now after that we are going to include the items, so we can write include items. Okay, and this will be true. After that I'm going to define the take value, which will be 4, so I want only 4 shots of this author to display over here. And after that the order by will be created at in the descending order. Okay, and then we are just going to console our error if we have any, so console.log and write error fetching more shots. Okay, and also we are going to return null. Okay, and here return the shots. Okay, so this way this is done, and also we do not have any errors now. Okay, now we can use that over here. Okay, so we are going to use the same component each shot over here, and we are going to map over this new more data shots. Okay,
Now let's find out these more shots. So let's go below, and after this button, after this div, we are going to add one more div. Inside that, add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center, justify between mt20 and mb3. Inside that, add h1 tag. Inside that, we are going to show the name of the user, so we can write more by and the name of the user, so short data dot user dot name, and give this a class name, so class name will be font bold. Okay, after that, below this we are going to have a link from next link, and href will be the profile page. So this is not made yet, but we are going to make it later, and here we can write view profile. Okay, after this below this div, add one more div and give this a class name of grid lg grid calls for md grid calls 2, md grid calls 3, sm grid calls 2, and gap will be of 5. Okay, after this inside this div we can map over the more data, so we can write more short data. If we have this data, then we are going to map over it, so more short data dot map data and index, add a div here, give this key, so the key value will be index, and inside that we are going to use the each short component, and we have to pass the short will be data and the key. So yeah, we do not need to pass the key here, just the data. Now we have a type mismatch, and it is saying that the user is missing. Okay, so let's go to each shot and go to this type, you'll see that we have user here, but the data we are fetching here does not have a user inside that. So we can include the user as well uh, here, and this will include, sorry, we are going to select from here, select the name, which will be a true, and the image. Okay, so we are going to get these two values, and now we should not have any problem. Okay, so now the user here have name and image, and it can be string or null. Let's go here and let's see what I have defined. Okay, we can add null as well, and that should solve the problem. Now let's save this and go back here and refresh the page. Okay, and now we should have, okay, so we have a problem here. We can add a question mark here because sometimes we do not have this data, and yeah. Okay, so more short data is not a function. Let's console our more short data first. And we can go below and comment this out for now. So what we are getting here is only an object, not an array, and that is why we are getting this not a function error. So what can we do here? Let's go to this function, and here we are getting an array, and we are returning this array. Okay, get more short by user, get more short by user, more short. Okay, so the problem is that we have to change this query key. This will be more short, and now this should solve the problem. So now I'm going to open this again, and the query data cannot be undefined. Please make sure to return a value other than more. Okay, so the problem was with this key here. Instead of passing this key, we are going to pass the show data. So whenever the show data changes, we are going to call this function, and that would update our this data. Okay, so now let's save this, and when I open this, okay, I need to go below and uncomment this, and here as you can see we have our more short data. I can close this one and I can open this one, and I'll get more shots for this author. Okay, so now this is working, and now if I click on this, we get this uh, shot to be opened. Okay, so this is working. Okay, and this is what we wanted. Now let's start working on this follow button. Okay, so we can go here, and now we are going to work in the heading component. Before that, let's define our function to follow a user. So in the actions, we are going to make one more file, and that would be following.ts. Then that use server, and then we are going to import our prisma and auth. So we can go here and copy the prisma and also the auth. So this one. After that, I'm going to define a function that would be toggle follow user. Export const toggle follow user, and this will be asynchronous. This will take user ID as a parameter to toggle it. So this will be a type of string. And inside that, first we are going to get the session from auth. So we can write const session is equals to await auth. Okay, and from the session we are going to get the user. First we are going to check if we have session or not, and also we are going to check if we have session dot user or not. Okay, and this will be OR operator. Okay, so if we do not have any of this, we are just going to return an error. So error will be user not authenticated. After that, we are going to check if we have this user ID or not. So I'm going to make this user ID toggle. So user ID toggle, if we do not have this, then we can again return an error saying that invalid user to follow. Okay, after this, I'm also going to check if this user ID matches with the session's user ID. Then I'm going to return you cannot follow yourself. So if the user ID to toggle is equals to session.user.id, then return an error saying that you cannot follow yourself. And actually we are not going to show the user follow button if they're watching their own shot. Okay, so this will be just an extra layer for safety. Okay, after that we are going to get the follower ID, so we can add const follower ID, and this will be equals to session.user.id. and after that we are going to check for the existing follow. If user have already followed this author, we are going to unfollow that. Okay, so first we are going to check if user have already followed that author. So existing follow, and this will be equals to await prisma dot. Okay, so first we need to add a following table. So I'm going to go to the prisma and I'm going to add that model. So add model following. First this will have id, so id will be a type of string and this will be auto generated. After that we are going to have follower id, this will be type of string, then following id, and this will be type of string as well. And now let's define the relations. So follower, this will come from the user table at the relation, and first we are going to provide the name, so this will be followers. Okay, then fields will be follower id, and then reference will be id. Similarly we are going to write for following, and this will be coming from the user, and we can just copy this and paste here and change this to following, and this will be following id. Okay, after that we are going to make a constraint here that their combination should be unique. So follower id and following id, the combination should be unique. Now let's go to the user and define the relation over here as well. So this will be followers, we are going to get them from the following, add the relation and get the name from here, followers. And second is for following, so following and relation and get the name from here. And now we should not have any kind of errors. Now let's save and push it to the database. So we can add npx prisma db push, sorry, not push. So now that is done, we can go back to our following.ts file, and now we can access this table. So following dot find unique, and here where condition, and then we are going to use that unique constraint follower id and following id, and we can pass the follower id which we are getting from here and the following ID, which we are going to get from the front end, which is the user toggle ID. Okay, and okay, so this can be undefined, so I'm going to check this above here as well. Okay, and add a exclamation mark, and now we should not have any kind of errors. So with this we will get this value if the user have already followed this author or not. So now I'm going to check based on this. So try and catch. If the user have already followed that user, then we are going to unfollow that user. So existing flow, if this exists, then we are going to write await prisma dot following dot delete and where condition, and then we are going to use this unique condition in which we are going to pass these values. So we are going to now delete that following data. Okay, and after that we can return success message to be true, and then a message which will say unfollowed author. Okay, and this should be inside the if condition, else we are going to follow that user. So I'm just going to copy this and let's remove this, and we are going to create data will be follower ID and following ID, which will be user ID toggle. Okay, and here we can return same success true and successfully followed author. Okay, and lastly we can just console our error here. Okay, and we can also pass the error here, and then we can return an error saying error toggling follow status. So with this we are done with our function here. Now we can save this and go back to main view, sorry not main view, in the heading.tsx, and here we can use that function. So we are going to use mutation from React query. So we can write const and empty object is equals to use mutation. Now here we are going to have mutation key, and this can be we can say follow toggle, and then we are going to have mutation function. Okay, so async, inside that we can return await what was the name, toggle follow user. So we can write toggle follow user, and then we can pass the user ID toggle. So I think we are getting the user from here. I'm going to get user from the short data. So the short data dot user dot id. Okay, and this can be undefined, so we are going to check it here. If we have this value, then we are going to call this and return this. Now let's remove this, and we are going to call this follow mutation. Okay, and that's it. Now I'm going to define a function to actually follow the user. So we can write const follow toggle function. Okay, and now inside this we are going to use this follow mutation. Okay, so we can write follow mutation dot mutate, and first we need to pass the variables. Since we do not have any kind of variables, we are just going to leave that. Okay, and that will be it for this function. Now let's go below, and in this div, not in this div, in this p, we can add that function. On clicking this, we are going to invoke this follow toggle function. This will be toggle. Okay, and I'm going to change in this class name. So I'm going to write it like this, So here I'm going to check if the sessions user ID is equals to the short user ID. If they are same, then I'm going to actually not show this button. So let's go here and I'm going to import use session from next. Okay, so NextAuth React, get the session from here. So const session is equals to use session. Okay, now we can go below and here we can check here if the session dot data dot user dot id, if this is equals to this short data dot user id. So short data dot user dot id, if this is equals to, then we are going to make this hidden, otherwise we are not going to do anything. Remove this and we can write follow mutation dot is pending. So if this is pending, then we are going to show a loader. So loader circle from loosely react and give this a class name, animate spin, okay, and inline block, width will be 2, height will be 2, rounded full, and text pink of 600. Okay, and now outside this we are going to check if the user have already followed that author or not. So based on that we are going to show either a following or a follow button. Okay, so let's go and add one more function here, and this will be export const is following. Okay, so this will be the function. Asynchronous function will be add a equals to sign, and this will take some parameters. So we are going to pass user ID to check, and this will be type of string. Now we can go above and copy, I think, this part and paste it over here. We can replace this with this here and here, and then we are going to check. So we can use if condition. So let's add a try and catch. We can pass that over here, and then we are going to check if existing follower is available, then we are going to return success true, and is following is true. Okay, otherwise we are going to return something else, so like this. Now here in the catch block we are going to console our error, so, and also we can return this error checking the follow status. So now let's save this and go back to the heading.tsx. Now we are going to use query here. So we can write const use query, pass the query function, key, and this will be check follow and then query function. So query function, and this will be asynchronous function. Inside that we are just going to first check if we have the user data or not. Let's have it and check what the name was, is following. So is following, and then we can pass this short user ID. Okay, and lastly we can return our response if the response dot success is true. Okay, so we can return the response, and from this we are going to get data, and we can name this is follow check data. Okay, something like this, and we are going to pass another query key which will be this follow toggle function.
Okay, so whenever this runs, we are going to call this function. What this is saying, okay, so we need to make this above. Now we do not have any kind of problem. Now let's use this over here. Is follow check data. If is following is true, then we are going to show following, otherwise we are going to show follow. Okay, and also we are going to add one more thing here. So while this is pending, we are going to make this pointer event none, otherwise we are going to do nothing. Now let's save and let's see if this is working or not. I'm going to refresh it. So now I have not logged in, so I should not be able to follow it. As you can see, nothing happens because I'm not logged in. So we can add a checkpoint here. If a session which we are getting from here, if the session is not present, then we can redirect the user to the login page. Okay, now let's try. Let's go inspect this. Let's see what we are getting as error. Okay, so I think the redirect is not working. I'm going to use router here instead. So I'm going to import use router. Okay, we can add const router is equals to use router, not sonar, use router, and then I can push the user to the login page. So over here, router dot push the user to the login page. Now this should work. As you can see, the URL has changed to the login page, and yeah, we are on the login page. But one thing, as you can see here, when we redirected to the login page, that model was still open. So I'm also going to close that model. So we can write it like this, and let's get the state for that model. So we can write const use I don't know what we call here. Let's go below, and this is use selected store. Okay, so use selected short store. Okay, and from that we are going to get on close short function, and I'm going to call that over here, on close short function. And now that should solve the problem. So when I click on this, yeah, much better. And now we have to log in first. So I'm going to now log in, and now I have logged in here. Now let's open this, and as you can see, this is showing me follow button, but if I open this will not show anything because I am the author myself. Okay, so this will not do anything. Now let's open this as well. Now I'm going to click on this follow button, and yeah, we are getting an error. Let's go here and let's see what we are getting as an error. So find unique action. Let's close the server. This might solve the problem. Sometimes it does happen, so I'm going to first check the server before doing anything else. Okay, so let's open this. Going to click on this. Yeah, so nothing's happened, I think. So now this is following, so I think the function is working, but this part is not working.
is following data check. So this should refetch the data whenever I click on this. So why this is not refetching that data? Let's console this data. So now, and I'm going to remove all these consoles first. So now here, as you can see right now, this following is false. That's why we are seeing this follow button. And now when I click on this, let me remove this, and when I click on this, this is still false, but we have just followed this user, so now this should be following. But as you can see, this is following, but when I refresh this, then I'm getting the latest data. Okay, so this is the problem that we have to solve, and I think the problem is coming from this key. So here, as you can see, the key here is follow toggle. So as soon as we invoke this function, this query runs and this fetches new data. But as we know that this function will take some time, this mutation will take some time to actually follow or unfollow that user, and because of that delay we are getting stale data. Okay, so what we can do here, instead of this function, we are going to use this mutation. So we can use follow mutation dot is success. Okay, so when this whole part is successful, either we have followed or unfollowed that data, or we got an error, after that we are actually going to run this query, and now this will actually solve our problem. So let's try. When I click on this, as you can see, I unfollowed that user. I'm getting is following to be false, and also this changes to follow. Okay, and let's again follow this author. Okay, so this fetches the data again, and now we are getting following, and also you can see we get a small loading icon. Okay, so this is working. Okay, so now with this I'm going to wrap up this tutorial. So in this tutorial we work on this extra shots by this author, and also worked on this following button. Now in the next video we are going to work on this like and comment part. Okay, so this was all for this video. Hello everyone, and welcome to the part 18 of this video series. Now in this video we are going to work on the like button. So a user can now like a shot or unlike a shot. Okay, like this. So now we are going to work on this. Okay, so I have liked some post and not liked some post. So yeah, we are going to work on this now. So let's get started and start working on this. So we are going to work in this heading file, and we are going to do the same as we did for this follow. So we are going to have a mutation and a query. So mutation is for liking or unliking that shot, and the query is for checking if the user have liked that shot or not. Okay, so we are going to first duplicate this, change the name here to liked mutation, and change the key as well. So this is like toggle. Okay, after that we can just duplicate this as well, and this will be is like check data. Okay, and this will be check like, and here we are going to use liked mutation. Okay, is success, and after this we are going to make this function to like the shot. Okay, so this will be like toggle, and this will call liked mutation dot mutate. Okay, so now with this done, let's go below and we are going to change this now button. Okay, so first on clicking this we are going to invoke the function, and that would be liked toggle. Yeah, like toggle but function. After that, inside this button we are going to check if liked mutation dot is pending. So if this is pending, then we are going to show a loading circle
So this will be like this. I'm going to actually remove the classes and add some custom classes. So first this will be animate spin, inline block, width will be 6 and height will be 6, rounded full, and text pink 400. Now after that, if this condition is false, then we are going to show this, okay, heart. Now let's give this a class name and we are going to use this. So let's go above, and this is our is like check data. So if we have that data, so is like check data dot is following. So this will be not is following, this will be actually okay. So we have to change that later from the action, but for now let's go with this. So if this is true, then we are going to have text ping 500, otherwise we are going to have text neutral 800, okay. And also we are going to fill the color here. So we are going to again use this is like check data dot is following. If this is true, then we are going to use this color, otherwise we are going to use white color. And lastly, we are going to change the class name here. So write it like this, and here we are going to again use this is like check data dot is following. If this is true, then bg ping 200, otherwise we are going to have a border. So border of 1.5 pixels, and border color will be neutral 200, okay. So now with this done, now we can go to the actions. So I'm going to make one more file here, and we are going to call it like.ts. Now let's go to the following, and we need to have these three imports, okay. And after that we are going to define our function. So first will be export const toggle like short, okay. And this will be our asynchronous function in which we are going to pass the short id. So short id, and it will be type of string. Now inside this, first we are going to check for the session. So we can write const session is equals to await auth, okay. And if we do not have the session or user, so we can write session dot user. If we do not have this, then we are just going to return, and if we do not have the id as well, then we are going to return as well. So I can write here, if I do not have the id, then I'm going to return as well short id, okay. After that, I'm going to find for the existing short, I'm going to find the short that have id short id, and if we do not find that short, then just we are going to return this function. We are not going to do anything, okay. So we can write const existing short, this will be equals to await prisma dot upload dot find unique, where the id will be short id, okay. After that, we are going to check for that. If we do not have the existing short, then we are just going to throw an error, or we can just return, okay. After that, we are going to check for the existing like, if the user have already liked that short or not, we are going to check for that. So we can write const existing like, and this will be equals to await prisma dot find. Sorry, we don't have that model yet, so we are going to go to the prisma schema. Let's first comment this out. I'm going to the schema.prisma, and here I'm going to make that model now. So it will be model like, it will have id of type string, and this will be auto generated. Then we are going to have user id, then upload id, which will be a type of string as well, and created at, okay, and this will be date time, and the default value will be now. Okay, after that we are going to define the relation. So user, and this will be user, add the relation here. So fields will be user id, and sorry, not upload id, user id, and the reference will be id. Okay, and then we are going to have upload, and this will be this. Okay, after that we are going to make a unique constraint here. So unique upload id and the user id. So a user can like one post only one time. Okay, now let's add these relations to upload and to the user. So here we can add likes, likes, this will be like array. We can just copy this and go to the user, and we can add it here. I'm just going to push it to the database. So here we can write npx prisma db push. Now this is in sync, and now I should be able to use that model like. Okay, dot find unique, and then we are going to use a where condition, and then this unique constraint. So not this one, upload user id. So inside that we are going to pass upload id, which will be short id, and user id, which will be session.user.id. now this is saying that this can be undefined, so I'm going to check for that over here as well. Okay, dot id, and now we do not have that error. After that I'm going to check if we have this like or not. If we do not have this like, then we are going to create a new like, else we are just going to remove that like. Okay, so we are going to check for that. If we do not have existing like, then we are going to use try and catch block here, and we can write const like short, and this will be equals to await prisma dot like dot create where, not where, this will be data. In the data, upload id will be short id, and user id will be session.user.id. Okay, and after that, if we have any error, then we are just going to throw an error that could not like the short. Okay, else, okay, we are going to use again try and catch block here. Else we are going to delete that like from our database. That means the user now have unliked that post. Okay, so we can write like this. Let's remove this because we are not actually passing anything over here, so I'm just going to remove that. Here we can write await prisma dot like dot delete, and then pass the where condition. id will be existing like dot id. Okay, and here we can just throw another could not unliked the short. Okay, now after this we are going to define one more function, and that would check if the user have liked a particular short or not. So we can write export const short. Okay, and this will be asynchronous. Now we are going to pass the short id, it will be type of string. Okay, and we are going to check similarly like we have checked over here. Okay, and after that we are going to go for the existing like. So I can just copy this and paste over here, and then we are going to return existing like is equals to not equals to null. Okay, so by doing this I'm actually returning a boolean from here. If we do not find anything from here, okay, then it will give us a null, and null will be equals to null. That means this condition will be false, so we will get a false. Otherwise we will get some data from here, and that data will not be equals to this. Okay, so this will give us a true value. Okay, so these are the two functions that we are going to use. Now let's save and go back to our header file, sorry, heading.tsx, and I'm now just going to call those functions. So like mutation, this will be toggle like short, and here we are going to pass the short data dot id. Okay, and after that in the query here we are going to check for the like. So this will be as like short, and here we are going to pass the short data dot id, and this will actually return a boolean. So if we have a response, then we are going to return that response. Okay, now we can go below, and now this will be just is like check data, because we are not returning a object, we're just returning a boolean. Same here as well. Okay, and now this should be it. Now let's save, and let's see if this is working or not. So let's refresh the page, and now I'm going to copy this, and also I'm going to open my console here. Okay, now let's try to like this short. Okay, so I need to first log in. Okay, so now I'm signed in, and before this I'm going to actually go here and remove some consoles. So instead of this I'm going to actually check for like data. Okay, let's save and go back here. Let's open one shot, and now I'm going to like this. So we can like this, and as you can see, this is now true. We had some animation, and now this post has been liked. Okay, now I'm going to unlike this post. Let's click on this. Okay, so we have a problem, I think. Yeah, this is related to the query, because I think we have successfully unliked this shot. So let me refresh it, and if I open this again, you can see that it has been unliked. So the query is giving us the problem. Let's go and fix that. So what is saying that query data cannot be undefined? Please make sure to return a value other than undefined. So what it is saying that when we are unliking this short, then at that time this is coming to be undefined, and at that time we are not actually returning anything. As you can see, we are checking for the response, and based on that we are going to return something. Okay, but if this is coming to be undefined, we are going to return nothing, and that is causing the problem. If I remove this, okay, and now if I refresh it again, let's open this. Now I'm going to like this short, and now I'm again going to unlike this, and as you can see, it is working fine, and we are also not getting that error. So that was coming from here. We have to return something from this query. Okay, so yeah, with that we are now able to actually successfully like a short. Okay, as you can see here, and I think we are also getting that from more short and check follow, as you can see. So we are going to fix that also. So check follow, we are actually going to return a response. Okay, and this should still work since we are checking for following here instead of something else. So this should still work. Let's save this, and let's try to follow again. Okay, so I'm going to follow and unfollow. Okay, so this is working. And now other error is coming from, I think, more short. So the other problem as well, which is coming from the more short. So let's go here. I think in the main content, not here. Let's go to the main view, and here we are actually rendering more short. I think not here as well. Let me add more short. Yeah, we are rendering over here. So let's go above. So if we have short, then we are returning the short. So I can actually remove this, and now this should still work. Yeah, still working. Okay, and actually I made a mistake in the last video. So we are getting more short by user. So along with the user ID, we are also going to pass the short ID here, short data dot ID, and then go to the function short ID. This will be type of string, and instead of ID here, we are going to use the short ID, because we are excluding this short ID, not the user ID. Okay, if we use user ID, then this is not going to do anything. So please use short ID instead of the ID that we used in the last video. Okay, so now with this should be enough. Let's try one more time all that functionalities. So yeah, we only have one shot from this user here, because this user I have only two shots. Okay, now this one is this. Okay, and if I open this user have multiple shots, so we can have multiple shots here. Let's try to follow this user. Okay, working. I'm going to unlike this, working, and I think we still have this problem. So we can actually return something else here as well. So return null, I think. Let's try. Okay, so now I think we are not getting any kind of problem. Okay, yeah, seems to be working everything. So yes, everything is working and everything is fine. So yeah, with this we are also now able to like a short. Now in the next video we are going to work on the comment part. Okay, hello everyone and welcome to the part 19 of this video series. Now in this video we are going to start working on our comment section. So first we are going to add some buttons over here, and then we are going to work on the comment section. So let's get started and start working on that. So in the main view component we are going to add some more things over here. So before adding some code over here, we are going to make a hook for the comment component. So let's go to the hook and in the show, and this will be use comment. Okay, .ts, and here we can import the create from geostand, and after that we can make the type for the comment store. So we can write interface comment store. Inside that, first we are going to have a boolean which will say comment open. So the type will be boolean, and after that we are going to have a function. So on open comment store. Okay, so this will be a void function. Okay, then we are going to have on close comment. Okay, so this will be for the type. Now let's make our store here. So export const use comment store create, pass the type here comment store, and set method here first is comment open will be false by default, and on comment open we are going to make this value to true, and after that we are going to make this value false on closing document. Okay, so now after making this we can close this and go back to the main view, and here we can import that. So at const use comment store, and we can get all that values. So is comment open, open comment, and close comment. Okay, now let's go below, and inside this div we are going to make one more div, give this a class name, and write it like this: absolute top 64 and space y5 and right 5. Okay, after that we are going to use that boolean. So is comment open, if this is true then we are going to hide this, otherwise we are going to show this so block. Now inside this div we are going to have a button, so we can write button, and on clicking this, so on click we are going to make the comment open, so it will be on open comment. Okay, and after that give this a class name of p2 border of 1.5 pixels, border color will be neutral 200 and rounded full. Now inside this we are going to use an icon, so this will be message circle icon, message circle icon from Lotus Direct. Give the size to be 20 and stroke width will be 2, and then give this a class name of text neutral 800. Similarly we can duplicate this 2 more times. Now remove this on click handler from here, and we are going to change the icon here. So now this will be upload, and then this will be info. Okay, now let's save this and go back here, and if we open this, okay, so where this is now, let me refresh it. Okay, as you can see these are over here. Okay, but we want them to be on the top. Okay, so we can add top maybe 1/3, not 1/3, 1/2. Okay, much better, and they will slide above. I think this is the same behavior we have in the Dribbble. Let me go to the Dribbble. So if you open this, okay, as you can see these slides up, so we have the same behavior over here. Okay, now if I click on this, nothing will happen, this will just fade away, and this is because we have added the condition. Now after that fades away, we are going to show a component which will be the comment component, and this whole section will slide to the left. So let's add that now. So I'm going to make one more component here, that would be comment dot tsx, and now I'm going to go to the main view again, and here I'm going to import that. So here add comments from the comment component. Okay, we are going to have 2 divs. First give this a class name, and we can write it like this. Here we are going to check is comment open. If this is true, then we are going to have max w screen lg, otherwise we are going to have w full, and mx auto. Okay, and inside this add hr tag. So hr, give this a class name of my5 and mb10. Now after this, let's add a x sign so that when we click on that, we are going to close the comment component. So this will be after this div. Add a div over here, give this a class name, onClick handler. So here onClick handler, and that would actually close our component. Now let's continue our class name. So we can write it like this, and padding will be 2, border of 1 pixels, border neutral of 200 and rounded full, absolute top 12, minus right 4 and bg white. Okay, and after that we can use this is comment open. So if this is true, then we are not going to do anything, otherwise we are going to hide this. Okay, hidden. And inside that we can add an icon, that would be x icon. So this will be x, and give this a size value to be 14. Okay, now let's save, and okay, so here it is. Okay, now we have added this icon. Now we want a line just like we have over here. Okay, this line. So let's go here, and now we can add that. Here add one more div, give this a class name, and add it like this. If his comment is open, then we are going to max w screen lg, otherwise w full and mx auto. So let's go above, and here we are now going to use that boolean is comment open. If this is true, then we are going to have px10 and border right of 1 pixels. Okay, otherwise mx auto. And now we are going to actually remove this, and yeah, that's it. So what this will do is actually when we open the comment, this will remove this mx auto. Okay, so let's remove this. So this will remove this mx auto, and that will what do, that will make this whole part to be left aligned, and then we will have a space to show our comment component. Now let's save. As you can see, this is how it is going to look like. So now we are going to have a space over here to show our comments, and all the content is now on the left side. Now if I close this happens. Okay, now this is taking whole width. Okay, and if you want to, then you can actually make this 3x4 so that we can have some more width over here and some less width over here. So I think this is much better. Yeah, much better. Okay, so now we can work on this comment part, and this is overflowing over this area. So what we can do here, we can go to the main content and use this width. So in that way, this is not going to take any width more than that we are providing. So now this will look like this, much better. So now with that done, now we are going to start working on this comment section. So let's go to the comment component. So here let's first import our store here. So we can write const use comment store, and from here we are going to have is comment open and on open comment and on close comment. And after that, let's start writing our JSX. So inside this div, first give this div a class name. Okay, so if is on comment is open. The width will be 1/4. Okay, and otherwise width will be 0, and hidden. Okay, after that empty 10, px 10, and overflow y scroll. Okay, and inside this div add one more div, give this a class name. Okay, flex item center and justify between, and now inside this add one more div, give this class name as well, and this will have flex item center and space x3. Now inside this we are going to have a button. So this button will be same as we have in the main view. So I'm just going to copy this from here, this whole button, and paste it over here. Now I'm going to change some things. First, this will not be a message circle, this will be heart, and we can remove this. Similarly, we can duplicate this 2 more times, and this will be bookmark, and this will be upload. Now let's save, and we should see something like this. Okay, now after this, outside this div, add one more div, give this a class name, and inside that add a button. So we can copy that button from here, and this will be info. Okay, so now this will look something like this. Now after this, below this div add one more div, give this a class name of my5 mt10 and border b. Okay, and here we are going to check for the session. So if the user is logged in, then we are going to show an input box, otherwise we are going to show us some image. Okay, so we can import first session, not session, use session from Next.js, and from that we are going to get the session. So session is equals to use session, and then I can check over here after that. So session dot data, if I have that, then we are going to show an input tag. So let's add a div for now, otherwise we are going to show an image. So add a div, give this a class name of flex call item center justify center, and then inside this we are going to add the image tag. src will be sign up dot png, and add the class name. Width will be 130 pixels, so 130 pixels, and that's it. After that add h1 tag, gives a class name of text center font semi-bold text excel mt2, and then here I can add join the discussion. Similarly, we can add a p tag and a button so that user can go to the sign up page, and here instead of that we can add link here and add a href that will point to the sign up page. Okay, so slash, I think not sign up, I think it is register. Yeah, so this is registered, but I am already signed in, so I am not getting redirected to the register page. So this is registered, we should have, yeah, this is the register. So user can go to the register page and then sign up. And now let's start working on this if the user is already signed in. So first give this a class name of mb10, and inside that add one module, give this a class name of border b, border neutral of not neutral, and border neutral of 600 and mt2. Now after that inside this we can add an input tag. Type will be text, and give this a class name of w full outline none border none placeholder text sm. Then we can add a placeholder here that would say give feedback to the data.title. So let's add the data.title here. So in the props we are going to get data. Okay, let's add the props here. I'm going to get the data, and this will be type of short data type. So let's go to the main view. I'm going to pass the data here, and that would be where that is, that would be our short data. So I can pass that over here, short data, and then I can get here. Let's check the type. So the type is this. Okay, I think I have somewhere added that type. Let's go here. This is the type. Okay, so we can export this and then import that here. Import short data type, short data type from heading, and then I can add it over here. And this can be undefined, so I can add undefined as well. Okay, now we should not have any errors, and now I can go below, and here I can add data dot title. So now let's save and go back here, and we are going to see something like this. Give feedback to text testing. Okay, now let's continue adding. So after that, below this div, add a button. Okay, and on clicking this we are going to add a short. I'm going to make that function later, but give this a class name first of place item and okay, px4 py2 bg pink 600 rounded full text white and my2 mt4 and text sm. And then here I can write add. Okay, that's it. Yeah, this is the button, and now below that we are going to render our comments. But before that, let's add our functions so that we can add our comment to this short, and after that we're going to render those shorts. Okay, so now let's make our functions here. So go to the actions and make one more file, that would be comment.ts, and here we can first import these two things and also import auth from auth. After that we can export const. After that we can make the function to add a comment. So export const add comment, and this will be asynchronous. This will take the short id, or you can say upload id, both are same. I'm going to call this short id string, and then we are going to get the content here. Now after that we are going to get our session from auth. So session is equals to await auth, and then we are going to check if we have the user or not. So if we do not have session dot user, then we are going to return an error saying user not authenticated. And if we do not have upload id, sorry, short id or the content dot string, we can use here. So if we do not have any of these two, we can just return error invalid input. Now after that let's get our short. So we can write const short is equals to await prisma dot upload dot find unique and add the where condition where id will be short id. After we get the short, after this we are going to check if we have short or not, so we can write something like this, and finally we can comment on this short. So we can use try and catch. Inside this we can write const comment is equals to await prisma dot. So we do not have that table yet, so let's go to the schema, and here I'm going to make the model for comment. It will have an id of type string, then we are going to have a content which will be a type of string, and then user id which will be type of string, and then upload id which will be type of string, and created at type will be date now and default value will be now. Okay, and then we are going to use our relations, so this will be for the user and this will be for the upload. Now let's go above and add those relations to user and upload. So here we can have comments, and this will be comment array. We can now just copy this and paste it over here, and yeah. Now after that, let's push this to the database. So we can write npx. Let's go to the directory first and then write npx prisma db push. Okay, so now this is done. We can go back to the comment.ts, and now I can access my table. So we can write comment dot create, and then we can add the content. So data, pass the content, user id which will be session.user.id, and then upload id which will be short id, not session, short id. And this is saying that the user can be undefined, so we can check that over here, that session dot user dot id. If this is not available, then we are going to do this, and now we do not have that error, and that's it. Now in the catch we can console our error, so we can write console dot error, and here we can add error adding comment and also pass the error, and also we can return an error here that's saying error adding, not like this, error adding comment. Okay, so this will be for adding comment. Now we are going to add one more function to get all the comments on a particular short. So we can write export const get all comment by short, and this will be asynchronous. This will take the short id as a type of string, and first we are going to check if we have the short id or not. We do not have this content, so I can remove this, and then I can use try and catch here to get all the comments. So write const comments is equals to await prisma dot comments dot find many, where the upload id will be short id. Okay, and lastly we can just return the success true and the comments. Now apart from this comment, I'm also going to include the user data, so I can include the user as well to true. Okay, since we are going to show the user data on the comments, so I'm going to include that also. Now after that we can just console the errors. So console dot error, and it will say error retrieving the comments, and then pass the error, and then also return an error saying the same thing. Okay, so now with this done, we can close this, go back to our comments, And now let's go above. First I'm going to make two state here. First to store the input value, and second to store all the comments. So we can write const comment input, set comment input, and this will be equals to use state, type will be string, and initial value will be undefined. After that, let's make one more state to store all the comments. So comments, not comments, I want to get all comments, set all comments, use state. Now the type will be extended comment type, so I'm going to make that type over here. So interface extended comments, it will extend the comments from Prisma client, and this will have user as well. So user from Prisma client or null. So now we can add that over here, extended comments, and then this will be an array and initial value will be undefined. Now with this done, we are going to use that query here. So go to the headings and we can copy this to comment, and after that we can use this to get all comments. Okay, so let's first import use mutation. Query key will be add comment, and here we can change this to session dot data dot user dot id, and copy this and paste over here. Let's remove this, and this will be add comment, and this will take short id which will be data dot id, and then we are going to have the user id. Now we can also check for the id over here, so data dot id, and now we should not have any errors. And this is saying that the id cannot be undefined, so we can add one more condition here, that data dot id should be present. Okay, so this will be for adding the comment. Now we can also change this to comment mutation. Now let's change this as well to get all the comments. This will be comment mutation, and this will be data, and now we can just remove this. Let's go to the heading.tsx. We have to do something like this, so I'm going to copy this and paste over here. So what this need, first I'm going to get return await get all comment by short. Now this will require the short id, so we need the short id here. So I can add a if condition, if short not short. Here we have data, so data dot id, if this is present, then I can pass that over here. Then I can get the response, so that const response is equals to await, and we can copy and paste here and write short, so data dot id. Let's remove this, and we can return our response later. Return response, and this is giving me this error success of comments, so we are going to use that. After that, else we can just return a null value. So now what we are going to get, we are going to get data or null or defined. We can use undefined here to reduce this, so that we only get data or undefined here. Okay, now I can just remove this. This will be all comments, and also this will be comment data, all comment data, and I think I do not need this. Okay, so we are going to remove this, and yeah. Okay, now after this, let's write the function to add a comment. So let's go to the heading and let's get this function and paste over here. This will be add comment, let's import the use router. Import use router from next navigation const router is equals to use router, and then we can also import the hook for closing short. So let's go here and copy this and paste here, import this, yeah, and this will be the comment mutation. So comment mutation. Okay, so yeah, this will be all for this function. Let's go below and add this function over here. So on clicking this, on click, we are going to add the comment, and let's add on change here. This will set the value. So set comment input and a.target.value, and after this we can add one more thing. So let's write it like this, and we can use the comment mutation dot is pending. If this is true, then we are going to make cursor pointer not pointer event none, otherwise we are going to do nothing. So now let's save and let's see if this is working or not. So I'm going to refresh the page, open this and open this as well. We can write amazing post. Okay, so let's go here, and we have a problem comments. Let's close the server, restart it again, refresh it again. Now open this as well. We can write amazing post. Okay, so I think this went through. Let's go to the neon and then refresh it, and we have comment table, and this is the comment that we have done, and this is the content. I think we made a mistake in our function, so let's go here, and in the content we should be passing something. Let's go above. So okay, so I made a mistake. This should be comment input, and we can remove this, and this will be the comment input. Now I can go back again here. I can remove this and write hello and refresh it, and now we are getting the correct comment. Now I'm going to add one more thing here. I'm going to add a loader. So we can go back to the heading. We have a loader, something like this. So I'm going to copy this, go to the comments and add it over here. Okay, this will be comment mutation, and we can import this. Okay, I think I can add one more class here, flex item center and space x2, and also add the opacity to be 50%, and also let's make this the comment input empty after we are done with our mutation. So we can add undefined here because we are not passing something to this mutation. After this we can use on success, and this will be a function. So inside that we are going to make the set comment input to be empty string. Now let's save and go back to our browser, and great. Okay, let's add, and now we should have something over here. As you can see, great. I am not seeing the loader over here. Let's go here and let's make this. Okay, so this should be white. Let's add 1 2 3, or maybe subscribe. Okay, much better. And now we have subscribe. So that is working, and I'm going to make this a little bit bigger, maybe W3 and S3. Now with this done, I think everything is working. I can remove this. With this done, we are going to now render our comments here. So outside this div, now I'm going to render our comments. So we are going to have all comments data. If we have that, then we are going to map over that all comment data dot comments dot map, and let's write dot comments. And this should also be success, so we can add one more thing, all comment data dot success. Okay, now I can map over that comment. Okay, const now is equals to new date date dot get time. After that, I can write it like this so that I will get my time in seconds, in minutes, in hours, or maybe in days, based on when this comment has been added. Okay, so this is how I'm going to get the time. You can copy this code from my GitHub. This is just a simple manipulation. After this, let's add an index over here. So let's add a key here, which will be comment dot id. Inside this, add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center space x2, and add an image over here from next image. From next image, the source value will be comment dot user dot image. If we do not have this, then we are going to use author1 dot jpeg. Okay, this is just a static file. Okay, width will be 32, height will be 32, and alt value will be comment dot user dot name, otherwise an empty string. And also give this a class name of rounded full. Then we can add a p tag, give this a class name of font medium, and here we can add the name of the user. So comment dot user dot name. After that, below this div, add a p tag, give this a class name of text small pl10 font light and minus empty1. And then inside this, we are going to add the comments content. So comment dot content. And lastly, we are going to add the formatted time. So add one more beta, give this a class name of pl10 text extra small, and then here we can add time echo. Now we can save this and go back to our browser. And now these are the comments. Let's give this some margin, so space y, maybe 3, not here, I think not space y, like we can write this class name py2, much better. And also let's make the name a little bit smaller, so we can add text. And now this is looking good. Okay, you can actually do some more changes here to make the UI a little bit better, but this is what I'm going to keep. And one more thing, let's add new comment. So after adding the comment, we should get our comment immediately over here. So we can write a new comment. Yeah, this is the new comment. and I'm going to reverse the order because new comment should be here, not at the last. So we can go to the comments, and here I can add order by created at decreasing order. So yeah, new comment 23 seconds ago. And yeah, with this we are done with our comment section. Now in the next video we are going to work on this collection, and also we are going to work on these buttons, so we can also like this post from here and from here as well, and also for the collection. And we are going to do some more changes here. Okay, so now with this done, let's do one more thing. We are going to show how many comments do we have over here. So let's get this query from here and go back to the main view. We can add that over here. Let's change this to number comment, and we can remove this, and this will be short data.id. We can import this function, and this will be short data.id. Now we can just go below, and over here we can add a give this a class name. First let's add our all data comment data dot comments dot length. Okay, and give this a class name of absolute absolute top one, and we have to make this relative. Okay, so top one, maybe right one. Give this a border of 1 pixels and rounded full and padding 1. Let's see what we have over here. So this is number 5. I'm going to add w to be 1, not 1, 2, and h to be 2, and we already have rounded full, so we do not have to do anything. And also let's make this text extra small. Yeah, so this is coming out of this circle, so we can make this a little bit bigger, and we can remove this padding, I think. Okay, let's make this w4 and h4. Okay, yeah, and we are going to change the position. This will be right 1, I think is correct, but top 0. I think we can make this in minus, so let's go with the minus top 2. I think this position is good, and let's make this right 0. Yeah, and now I'm going to make bg pink 500 and text white, maybe bg 600, and I'm going to actually remove this border. I do not want that. Much better. Yeah, now one more thing I want to add here, that would be short data.id in the query key, so that whenever this changes we are going to fetch new number. Now we can save this and close this. Now we are going to have 0 number here and 5 for this. So okay, it is working. So yeah, with this we are done with our this comment part, and now in the next video we are going to start working on the collection.
Hello everyone and welcome to the part 20 of this video series. Now in this video we are going to start saving our short here, and also we are going to put them inside a collection. So in this video we are going to do this much. Okay, so let's get started. And first thing we are going to do is to make our model for the collection and save, and also I'm going to make the model for the view so that we can count how many views each shot has got. Okay, so first model will be our collection model, collection, and this will have ID and name of the collection, which will be a type of string,
Then we are going to have user ID, and this will be type of string, and created at, and the type will be date time, and default value will be now. After that, we can add a description for the collection, and this will be a type of string as well, and this will be optional. A collection may or may not have a description, and that is why we are using this optional operator here. And now we are going to define our relation with the user, which is going to be looking like this. Field will be user ID, and the reference will be ID from the user table. And then we're going to have saves, which is coming from the save model. Now let's make that model here. So model save. Now this will have a ID, and this will also have the user ID. After that, we are going to have a upload ID, or you can say short ID, which will be a type of string. Then collection ID, which will be a type of string, and then created at. So this will be date time, and default will be now. Now we are going to define the relation. So we are going to have three relations here. First will be with the user, so I'm just going to copy this and paste here. Second will be with the upload, so we can add upload here, add the upload table. Relation fields will be upload ID, and the reference will be ID, not ID, yes, ID. Okay. Now after that, we are going to have collection, and after that we are going to have a constraint, unique constraint between user ID and the upload ID. So unique user ID and the upload ID. Okay, so by this we are going to specify that our user will not be able to save a single shot to two different collections. Okay, now we are going to add the reverse relation. So let's go to the user, or maybe upload first, and this will have the save, I think save, yeah. And now we are going to go to the user, and this will have collection, and this will be collections. Okay, and then we are going to have the save. Okay, so we can write saves, and then here save array. And lastly, we are going to add one more model here for view. So we can add model view. ID will be auto generated, so I'm just going to copy that from here and paste here. Then I'm going to add user ID, which will be type of string, upload ID, and then we are going to have a unique constant. So we are going to only count one view per user. Okay, so we are going to do like this: unique user ID and upload ID. So this way we are only going to count user view only one time. Okay, and now let's add the relation. So we can just copy that from here and paste here. And now I'm going to add the reverse relation. So here we can add views. This will be view. I'll copy this and paste over here, and that's it. So we have to make these three new models: collection, save, and view. Now I'm going to push this to the database. So I can go to the project directory, cd Dribbble, and then I can write npx prisma db push. Okay, so now the tables are created in the database. We can close this, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to directly start writing our functions here inside our action folder, and the file name will be collections. Okay, so here we are going to write all the functions that we are going to need. So first let's import, not this, we are going to import the prisma, and also we are going to make this a server. and also I'm going to import the auth from auth file. Okay, and now let's start writing our functions. So the first function will be get collections for user. So we can write export const get collections for user. So this will get all the collections inside our model that we are going to make, and the user can choose from these collections to save the shot. Okay, so let's continue. This will be a asynchronous function. We are not going to pass anything here, and first we are going to check for the session. So we can write const session is equals to await auth. Okay, and then we are going to check here if session dot user exists. If it does not exist, then we are going to just return an error saying that user is not authenticated. Now if we do have the session and the user, then we are going to get all the collections. So we are going to have the try and catch block here, and let's get all the collections, const collections, and this will be like this, I think. Yeah, and now I'm going to add some conditions. So where the user id will be session.user.id, and we do not only need the collection, we also going to need the saves and the upload data. So we are going to include all that stuff. So we are going to get the saves. Inside the save we are going to include upload, and from the upload we are going to include the items. Okay, and the reason I'm doing this is because I want to show the first item of this upload as a thumbnail. Okay, and that's why we're doing this. Okay, now after that we're just going to return our collections. So return, let's make the success to true, and then pass the collections. And in the catch block we can just console the error here, and pass the message that error retrieving the collections, and also pass the error. And also I'm going to return an object with the error message. The error message will be same. So this is all for this function. Now I'm going to add next function, that would be create a collection. So we can write export const create collection, and this will be asynchronous. And now we are going to pass some parameters here. So first it will have name, which will be type of string, and description, and this will be optional, and type will be string. Now again we are going to check for the authentication of the user. So I'm just going to copy that and paste it over here, and after that I'm going to create a new collection. So we can write try and catch cost new collection, wait prisma dot collection dot create, and pass the data. So the data will be name, description, and user id. So we can get the user id from session.user.id, and we have a warning here that this id can be undefined, which should not be. So I'm going to check that here for that session, okay, dot user dot id, and now we should not have that warning. And after that I'm going to just return success true. Okay, now in the catch we can just copy these two lines, paste it here, and we are going to change the message. So this will be error creating, okay, the collection. I'm just going to copy this and paste over here, and with this this function is also done. Now the next function will be delete collection. So we can write export const delete collection, and not collections. This will be collection, this will be asynchronous, and we are going to pass the collection ID here, which will be a type of string. And again we are going to check for the auth, so I'm just going to copy this, paste here. Now after this, let's use try and catch block, and we can await prisma dot collection dot delete, and then we can pass the where condition where id will be collection id, and after that we can just return success to true. Okay, and lastly we can just copy these two lines and paste here, saying that error deleting the collection. So this will be deleting, copy this and paste here. Next function will be adding short to the collection. Okay, so we can write export const const add short to collection async, and yeah. Now as for the parameters, we are going to pass the upload id, which will be a type of string, and the collection id, which will be a type of string. Now here we can check for the session, so I'm just going to copy this and paste here. Now after that, use try and catch block, and inside this we are going to make the new save. So new save is equals to await prisma dot save dot create, and here we can pass the data. Inside we are going to pass the upload id, collection id, and then user id, and then we can just return the success true. And for the error we can just copy this and paste here, and the message will be error adding a short to collection. Now copy this and we can just paste this over here, and with that this function is also done, and we do not need to actually save this inside a variable. We can just write it like this. After this, next function will be remove short from the collection. So we can write export const remove short from collection, await, not await, async, and we are going to have upload id, which will be type of string, collection id, which will be type of string as well, and I can just copy this line, paste over here, and after that I can use try and catch block. Here I'm going to use await prisma dot save dot delete and provide the where condition. So where upload id, then collection id, and also the user id. Now this will give us an error, so instead of this we can actually use this. Okay, so we can pass the user id and the upload id, and also we need to pass the collection id. Okay, so now this way this will only delete one particular save, and if you do not want to use this, you can just use delete many, and we can remove this, and this will eventually delete only one save, since we are only saving one shot to a particular collection. Okay, so but this method is not very safe, so we are going to use this. Okay, and after that we can just return success true and a message, although we are not going to use that, but whatever, short removed from collection. Here I can just copy this
and paste. Error removing short from the collection. Yeah. Now after this, our next function will be to move our short to another collection, which we are going to do on the profile page. So export const move short to another collection, and this will be a synchronous. We are going to pass the upload ID, which will be type of string, and from collection ID, which will be type of string, and also the to collection ID, which will be type of string. Now first we are going to check the authentication of the user. Here let's paste. After this we are going to find the save which have upload ID this and the collection ID from collection ID. Okay, so we are going to find that we can add const existing save await prisma dot save dot find unique, where then we are going to use this condition user upload ID. So user ID will be session.user.id, and then collection ID, not collection ID, upload ID will be upload ID, and one more condition will be collection ID, which is the from collection ID. And after we get this, so first we are going to check if we have that save or not. So if we have this, then we are going to use try and catch, else we can just return error is not in the collection, and here we can write await prisma.save.update where condition ID we are going to get from here existing save.id, and then the data will be collection ID to collection ID, and that's it. And after that we can return success true, and here we can return error moving short to another collection. Yeah, that's it for this function. Now the next function will be get collection by ID. So we can add export const get collection by ID, asynchronous function, and as a parameter we are going to have the collection ID, which will be a type of string, and we can just go above and copy this condition, paste over here, and after that use try and catch const collection is equals to await prisma dot collection dot find unique, and where condition ID will be collection ID. That's it. And apart from collection, I'm also going to need some particular data from the upload, so I'm just going to go to the get collections for user function, and I'm going to include this item. So copy this and paste over here. Okay, and then I'm just going to return success true, and also the collection, so collection, and this can be null. Okay, so we are going to tackle that on the front end side. After that, in the catch we can just copy this and paste. Okay, so this will be error retrieving collection. So this is only one collection, and the first function is for
all the collections. So we have collections. Yeah, after this function, the next function is for checking if the user have saved a particular shot or not. So export const is shot saved by user. This will be asynchronous, and we're going to pass the upload ID, and this will be type of string. Check for the authentication, and then use try and catch, and get the particular particular save. So we can write const save await isma dot save dot find unique where, and we can use this condition user id and upload id and upload id. Yeah, now we are going to return a boolean. So if you do find some data, we are going to return true, otherwise we are going to return false. So we can return, so we are going to return success true, and then is saved boolean, which is going to be save. So by using double exclamatory mark, we are going to change this to a boolean. So if I hover over this, you can see now the type is boolean. So if we have data here, then this is going to be true, otherwise this is going to be false. Okay, and for the catch, we can cover this and paste here, and we can write error checking if shot is saved. Now we can copy this and paste over here, and with this we are done with all the functions. Now I'm going to do one change to one of the functions. In this, remove short from collections. So here I'm directly deleting save data here, but first we should check if we have that data or not. So what we are going to do, I'm going to check const save is equals to await isma dot save dot find unique, and we are going to use where condition, and I'm just going to simply copy this and paste here. So first we are going to retrieve our data, and then we are going to check if we have this or not. If we do not have our data, then the save was not found, and we are not going to do all this task. Otherwise we are going to delete our save. So now we do not need to do all these things. I'm just going to pass id, and now the id will be save dot id, and that's it. So yeah, this is the changes that we have to do in the remove short from collection function, and these are all the functions that we are going to require for the collection. Now we are going to check them one by one when we start working on our component. So yeah, all the functions are ready. Now I'm going to start making our component for the collection. Okay, so now before actually making our components, I'm going to make one more hook here, and that would be for the collection. So the name will be use collection .ts. Import the zoo stand. So create from zoo stand, and let's define the interface. So this will have, the name will be collection store, and this will have is collection open. So this will be for our model, and the type will be boolean, and then we are going to have on open collection. This will be a function, and then on close collection, and this will be a function as well. So this will be for model. Now after that we are going to have one more boolean to create collection. So using this we are going to show one more page in which you can actually make a collection. So this will be a type of boolean as well. And yeah, after that we can just write on open create collection. This will be a function, and we can just duplicate this will be on close. Okay, now let's make our hook here. So export const use collection store, and then create pass the collection store set, and not this, like this is collection initial value will be false. I'm just going to go with the auto suggestion. Yeah, everything is correct. Now let's save and close this, and let's go to where is it, in the show components main view, and here we are going to, and here I'm going to add a component which will be collection model.tsx. okay, now here first we are going to get our store. So we can add const empty object use collection store, and from there I'm going to get this on close, and then on to create collection, on open collection, and on close create. Let's import all of them. Here first I'm going to actually fetch the collections. So I'm going to use that query here. Let's go to the comment, and we can copy this and go here, import the use query. We do not need this, and we can also remove this. Now we can write const this is equals to await get collection by user, sorry, for user. So this will get all the collections of a particular user, and then we can return response dot success, not success, dot collection. Now instead of this we can use if and else. If response dot success and response dot collection is there, then we are going to return response dot collection. Else, so we are going to return an empty array. After this let's write our JSX. Now here we are going to have a dialog, since we are making model which will open in the middle, and for that we can use actually dialog from setcn, which will look something like this. But since I'm going to do some changes in the UI, I'm going to make a custom dialog using the same CSS that they have used in this dialog. So we are going to install this dialog by using this command, and then we can go here and we are going to copy some CSS from here, and we are going to make our own dialog. Okay, so I'm going to close this and give this a class name of fixed insert 0 z 999, and now let's go to the dialog. Let's see where we have this CSS. So yeah, so we can just copy this and paste over here. So we actually copied almost all the CSS from here. just one change is here, that here the z is 50 and we have z 999. Okay, now one more thing that I would add here. So we want this to show when is collection is open. So is collection is open, then we are going to show this, otherwise we are going to make this hidden. Okay, now inside this we are going to have one more div. Give this a class name, and this will have this CSS. Okay, so we can just copy this and paste over here. Now after this we are going to have our X icon. So this one I'm just going to copy this and paste over here and change this to div. Okay, and import this X from Lucid React. Okay, let's save this, and for now let's go again to the heading, and we're going to do some changes over here. So now let's import our store here, const use collection store, and then get the on open collection. Okay, now let's go below, and on clicking this button we are going to open that model. For now we are just going to do this, but later we are going to do some changes here, because let's say if you already have saved that shot, then we need to have different function here to unsave that or to remove that from our collection. So this is not final, we are going to do some changes here later, but for now this is good enough. And now let's add this collection model to the layout. So over here, collection model, and now refresh it. Okay, so let's make this a client component first. Use client, and if I click on this, yeah, now our model is over here. Now we can start adding more things in this. Okay, so now let's go to the collection model, and using this collection data, so let's change this to all collections, and this will be all collections. So yeah, now everything should be good. Now here we are going to use a ternary operator. So we are going to check if all collections dot length, if this is equals to 0, or the to collection or to create collection is true. If any of these two conditions are true, then we are going to show a component name will be create collection. Okay, otherwise we are going to show choose collection. Okay, so let's make these two components over here. So first will be const create collection. Okay, return div, and the second will be choose collection. So copy this, paste over here, and arrow, and then return div. Okay, so now let's save, and if I write something here, let's say this, as you can see we are getting that text, because right now we do not have any collections in our database. Okay, so let's first work on this create collection component. So let's move this, and I'm directly going to write the JSX part. So we can write class name grid gap 4, and inside this div we are going to have one more div, sorry, not div, we are going to have a p tag. Give this a class name of border p, sorry, b and pb4, and inside this we can write create a new collection. Okay, now below that we are going to have a div. Give this a class name, and inside that we are going to have a label. Give this a class name of block pb2 font medium, and then we can have a name over here, and then below that we are going to have an input tag. That will be text, and then on change handler. So let's make a state here const title, let's be more specific, collection title, and set collection title. Use state, and initially this will be undefined. Okay, so here we can add on change, and this will set the collection title to e.target.value. Okay, and let's provide the type here. So the type will be string. Now we do not have any errors. Now let's give this class name. So here add class name px2 py4, sorry, py3, border of 1 pixels and border neutral of 200, focus border pink 400, and w full rounded LG, focus outline pink 300. Similarly, we are going to have text area. So I'm just going to duplicate this. This will be description. Okay, and we can make this text area. We can remove the type, and let's make one more state const collection description, set collection description. Okay, is equals to use state, type will be string, and initial value will be undefined. Now here we can use set collection description, and padding will be 4 here. Okay, now after this, below this add one more div. Give this a class name of flex item center and space x3, and then we are going to have two buttons here. Either we can cancel or we can make our collection. So first we are going to have a collection cancel button. So class name px5 py 10 pixels rounded full, bg neutral of 100, border of 1 pixels, border neutral of 300, font medium, and text sm, and here we can write cancel. Okay, now we are going to add on click handler here. So on clicking this, first we are going to make this to create collection boolean false. So we can write on close, what was the name? I think I need to import that here as well. So this will be on close create collection, Okay, so we are going to close this. After that, I'm going to set these to undefined again. So set collection description to undefined and set collection title to undefined. Okay, so let's save, and this is going to look something like this. Okay, now also one more condition I will add here, that if we do not have any data in our collection, sorry, if we do not have any collection in our database, that means when we cancel this, we do not want to actually save that short to our database. Means we should actually close this dialog. So I will add the condition here, not here, here. If the collection, so which I'm getting from here, all collections, so what I can do, I can actually pass all collections from here. Okay, so copy this and all collections and pass over here, and now I can add that here as well. So all collections. Now let's define the type of this. So we can write interface extended collection type. That would extend our collection type from Prisma client. Okay, and inside this we are going to first have saves. Okay, the type will be save from Prisma client. Okay, so I think we already have that. Okay, save upload items. Okay, so we have all the types, and so this will have upload. Okay, upload, which will be a type of upload, and then this will have items. Okay, and this will be an array, and now let's assign this type here. So extended collection type, this will be an array, and this can be undefined. Okay, and now we do not have any errors here, sorry, warning, and now we can use that over here. So all collections dot length, if this is equals to 0, then we are going to on close the collection model. Okay, now let's save, and let's see if this is working or not. So when I click on this, this should close like this. Okay, and like you see here that we are not getting any kind of animations. So for the animation you can use frame of motion here, or you can directly use this dialog. Okay, they have good animation, but I'm just going to use this. We do not require that much animation in our project, so I'm fine with this. Now let's also add this close function to this X. So over here when we click on this, I want this to close. Okay, let's right click this. Okay, so this will also close our dialog. Okay, now with this done, now I'm going to make one more button to actually make our collection. So this will be below this. Let's first write our class names. So px5 py 10 pixels, rounded full, bg neutral of 950, and text white, text sm, and font medium. And then inside this we can write create collection. Okay, now I'm also going to use a loader here, so let's add that. So loading circle
loading circle. Not loading circle, loader circle. Give this a class name. Animate spin. Inline block. W6 H6 rounded full text being 400, and this will show only if we are actually making the request to create a collection. So first let's add a mutation here. So we can add const create collection mutation is equals to use mutation, and now inside this give the mutation key, which will be add collection, and then mutation function. So mutation function async. Inside this we are going to pass, so we do not have to pass anything, we are directly going to get our values from here. So here we are going to return await. Let's first add a condition. So if we have collection title, so if we have this, then we are going to create our collection. Let's import this, and yeah, that's it. And then we can return a response. Okay, in the response we are going to get success or error. So if we get success, then that means the collection is successfully created. Okay, so yeah, otherwise we can return, else we can return a null. Okay, so yeah, now we can go below, and here we can add, what is the name, create collection mutations. So create collection mutation dot is pending. If this is true, then we are going to show this. Okay, and now in the button we can add on click handler, create collection mutation dot mutate, and we have to write it like this. Okay, now let's save, and let's see if this is working or not. So I'm going to add first collection. Okay, nothing special, nothing special. Let's click on this. Okay, I think nothing happened. Okay, so I think we did get some kind of errors. To solve this, we have to just stop the server and restart it again. I'm just going to refresh it. Let's open this, first collection. I'm going to leave this and create. Yeah, I think we created successfully. Yeah, and one thing I would add here is flex item center space x1. Okay, and yeah, you can see that now we do have some data here. Here we do have some data in all collections. That is why now we are seeing this component. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let's go to the database and then collections. Let's delete this one. Now we can go here. So when this happens, okay, we are going to wrap this inside curly braces, and if
not here inside this undefined, since we are not passing anything. And then on success, this will be a function. So on success we are going to close this create collection. Okay, and also we are going to refetch this data, so we can add, I think, this query key over here. Okay, so now if I console this, all collections. Okay, now let's save and let's try one more time. So hello again, collection. Okay, let's create, and okay, so the collection was created, but okay, so that took a lot of time. So what I'm going to do, let's go here, and I don't know why, but this is not working correctly. So I'm going to remove that condition from here, and instead of that I'm going to put that over here. So if res.success is true, then I'm going to just close, not collection, create collection. Okay, I'm going to close this, and also I'm going to make these undefined. So set collection description to undefined, set collection title to undefined. Now let's save, let's delete our data one more time. Okay, subscribe, let's create. Still not working. Okay, so I was able to figure out the problem. Whatever we were doing was correct. So we were mutating our database, we were passing nothing because we do not have to pass anything here, and on success we are actually closing our create collection boolean. Now the thing is, actually, by default this is false, and when we are opening this and when we do not have any kind of data, we were not doing anything to this boolean, and because of that this was always false. And when we added new collection to the database, we were closing this uh, collection, and since it was already false, this makes them again false, and because of that nothing was changing over this uh, query key. Okay, and since this query key is not changing, this is not going to fetch our data again. So what we had to do here, when we are getting all the collection data, first we are going to check if the collection's length is 0 or not. If this is 0, then I'm going to change the boolean here to true. Okay, and after that, when we are done adding some title and everything else, and when we create our collection, this will make that false. That means the state will change, and when the state is changing, this is going to again fetch our all collection datas, and that would make this condition to false, which will eventually show this component. So I hope you understand what I was talking about. We just had to play with this boolean. We have to edit here because we have to refetch this data whenever we are going to create a new collection, and yeah, and we also have to change this boolean whenever we are fetching our new collections. Okay, so now with this done, let's try one more time. So right now I do not have any kind of data here. So now if I write first collection and click on the create, yeah, As you can see, this happens very fast. And now we have data over here, and also the create collection boolean is false, and here we have new data. Okay, as you can see. So now this is working perfectly. Let me show you one more time. So I'm going to again delete this data. Okay, I'm going to open this. So initially we are going to have true for this to create collection boolean. This is going to be true initially, and when we add collection, then it is going to be false. And to change in state, we are going to refetch our data, which will eventually show the second component here. Okay, so this is how it is working. Now we are going to add more options here, like now in this component we are actually going to show all the collections, and from that the user will choose in which this shot has to be saved. And also we are going to add one more button to actually add more collections. So on clicking that, we are going to again make this true so that we can uh, have that form to add more collections. So yeah, let's continue making that, and now we are going to work on the second component, which will be choose collection. And now let's start working on our choose collection component. So I'm going to give this div a class name, and that would be flex call and justify between. Now inside this, add one more div and give this a class name of overflow y scroll. And inside this, add a h1 tag, give this class name as well of text extra large mb3 border bottom pb2 and border neutral of 300. Okay, and here we can add this to your collection. After that, below this, add a div. Inside that, we are going to have an input tag, and then we can give a placeholder which will be filter collections, and let's give this a class name of px4 py4 border of 2 pixels, and border color will be border neutral of 200, focus border pink of 400, w full and rounded lg, focus outline pink 300. Okay, and we are going to work on this later. First let's actually first we are going to get all the collections. So like we did over here, I'm going to actually copy this and paste here. Okay, and this time, okay, let's also get our hooks. Okay, so yeah, now here we are going to filter out the collections using the title that we are going to write inside our input. So let's make a state over here, const collection title, set collection title. Okay, is equals to use state, type will be string, and initial value will be undefined. And now here we can filter that out. Okay, so we can write const filtered collection is equals to all collections dot filter And first we are going to check if we have this collection title or not. So we can check here. If we have, then we are going to filter. Otherwise I'm going to show all the collections. Okay, now I can filter that here, collection. So I'm going to write call, and then call dot name to lowercase. This should be equals to collection title to lowercase. Okay, so in this way we are going to filter out our collections, and now I'm going to map over those collections. So filtered collection, if this is available, then we are going to map over that filtered collection dot map, and fill collection, and we are going to make one more component here, collection show, and we are going to give the id over here, which will be fill collection dot id. Now let's make this component. So here I'm going to make that const collection show. It will take id, and the type of id will be string. Okay, return and have a d. So now let's save and go back here. I'm going to refresh it, and let's see what we are going to see now. So now we are going to see this, add this to a collection, filter collection, and now I'm going to display all the collections over here. But before that, we can add two buttons here to add more collections or to close this model. Okay, so give this a class name of flex item center and justify between and w full. And now here we can add button on click, and this will actually on open the create collection. So this will open that extra page in which we can add new collections. Give this a class name, and we can get the css for that from, I think, from here. Yeah, this. Let's paste it over here, and inside that we can write create a collection. Okay, like this. And also we can give this margin top of 3 so that we have some gap over here. Now let's make the second button. So this will have css of secondary button, sorry, first primary button. So we copy this and paste over here, and this will be for closing our main model. So on click, and this will close our collection after moving a short to a collection. So we can write done over here. Now let's save, and now we should have one more button, and now in between we are going to show all the collections. So we are going to do that over here. Okay, so here we first going to need the upload id of this short, or you can say short id, and to store that we actually need to use a hook. So I'm going to actually store the id of the short inside this hook. So inside this hook, so I'm going to go here, let's go to the hook here. Here I'm going to add one more parameter field here, so that would be upload id, and this will be type of string, and then on upload id, so this will be set upload id. Okay, and inside this we are going to pass the id, which will be a type of string, and let's add that over here as well. Initial value will be undefined, so I can add undefined here as well, and after that this. Now let's save and go to our heading, and here we can add that. So on clicking this, along with opening the collection, we are also going to set the upload ID. So we can write this, and also let's import our upload. So set upload ID, let's go below, and here we can write set upload ID, and inside that we can pass the ID. So show data dot id, okay, and this can be undefined. So if we have this data, then we are going to do this, okay. So in that way, now we are going to get id stored in this hook, and now we can use that inside collection. So here, actually let's remove those that we do not need, this one and this one, okay. We can go below and we can add const. Here I'm going to get upload ID, okay. That's it. Now after this, let's write a React query to get our individual collections, okay. So I think I have used here, yeah, this query. I can copy this, go below and paste over here. We are going to change all these things. So this will be individual collections, and we can remove this, and this will be collection, just collection, okay. We can remove this as well, and we can write get collection by id, and we can pass our id here, okay, and this will return all these things. So we need success and collection, and we are going to return the collection. And yeah, I think this is it. So now we can use this data over here. So give this to a class name of my2 border of 1 pixels and border neutral of 300, rounded md, and p2 py4 and bg gray of 50. After that, relative position, cursor pointer, flex, item center, and justify between. Okay, now inside this div we can add one more div and give this a class name of flex item center space x3, and then inside this add one more div. Give this we do not need to give this anything, and we are going to actually use the collection now. So if we have the collection dot save, okay, I'm not able to use the types here, and this is saying that we can get never empty array. So I think we should remove this, we do not need this, and now I should be able to use the types. Yeah, saves. So if we have the collection, and inside that if we have the saves, and then inside that if we have collection dot saves dot length greater than 0, then we are going to show the image from next image. Now as for the src, we are going to use collection dot saves dot let's say first upload dot items dot content, okay, items first index dot content. Now here the first item can be a text editor, and in that case we are going to get a string, and in that case we are not going to get any kind of image. So you can actually optimize this. You can add some more functions to select only the media components, but I'm going to go with the easier approach right now. I'm leaving this to you guys. You can figure out or write a function to get only the media component from these items and then use that content to get the URL for this image. But for now I'm just going to directly use this. In the alt I can say collection image, or we can make this dynamic. Let's go collection dot saves dot 0 dot upload dot, let's use the id, and let's give this width of 70 and height of 54. Give this a class name of z50, border of 2 and border neutral of 300, border neutral of 300, and then rounded sm. Now if we do not have anything inside this collection, that means we do not have saved anything inside this collection, then in that case we are going to show an image with the same css almost, but we are going to change the source. So first let's change the alt value. So here we can write demo image, and then here I'm going to write this image collection project .jpg, and yeah, that's it. Now let's save and let's see if this is working or not. So I think, oh, this is png, so let's write png here, png. Yeah, now we have this. Okay, if we had any shots saved in this collection, then we are going to see the first item content here. Okay, so with this done, let's go below and add a div. Give this a class name, not class name. Inside this we are going to add a p tag. Give this a class name of font medium text sm, and inside that we can write collection name. So collection dot name, and then below add one more class name, text extra small, text neutral of 400, and here we can write the length of the collection. So collection dot saves dot length. Okay, and shorts. So let's save, and this should look something like this. And lastly we are going to show a minus sign over here if we have added this short inside this collections. So let's add that also. So here for now I'm going to make the show minus a boolean to true. So const show minus is equals to true, and then I can use that over here, show minus. If this is true, then we are going to show this div, class name bg neutral of 200, a width of 30 pixels, and flex item center justify center, rounded empty, and mr5. Now inside this we can have minus icon, size will be 30, and class name will be text white, and stroke width will be 4. So this is going to look something like this. So with this we are done with all the JSX part. Now I'm going to write the mutation and functions to add the short in these collections, and for also removing the short from a collection. Okay, so here we can write const add collection, add short to collection mutation is equals to use mutation. Now here first we are going to give the mutation key.
So here this will be choose collection and the mutation function. So this will be asynchronous. Now here we are going to return await add short to collection. Okay, and we can pass the upload id, and we can pass the upload id and id. And here first we're going to check if we have upload id or not. So if we have upload id, then we are going to get const res is equals to await add short to collection, pass the upload id, pass the upload id and the id, and then we are going to return the response. Okay, this will give error or the success message. Okay, that's it. After this, let's make the second mutation for removing our short. So this will be remove short from collection. This will be choose not, and this will be remove short from collection, and we can use remove short from collection, and that's it. Now let's write the functions here. So first will be const handle add short to collection. You can actually directly use these mutations inside our on-click handlers, but I'm going to make a function here so that we can easily add some more things inside this function if we want to. Okay, mutation, not mutation, add collection to mutation dot mutate, and I think we do not have to do anything. One thing we might need to do is refetch our data. So I'm going to write here add short collection dot add short to collection dot is success. So if this is success, then I'm going to actually refetch, and this is giving me an error, so I can move these two up over here. And also one more key will be remove short from collection dot is success. Okay, so now whenever these two functions or mutation happens, then we are going to refetch our collection data. And I think that's it for this function. We do not have to do anything apart from this. Let's make one more function to remove the short from collection. So this will be handle remove short from collection, use remove short from collection dot mutate. And also let's define our show minus boolean. So collections dot saves dot find save, and if save dot upload id, if this is equals to our upload id, then this will be true, otherwise this will be false. So now if I save, okay, so after this let's add our functions. So on clicking this, now let's add our functions over here. So on clicking this, we are going to write handle add short to collection, and on clicking this we are going to write handle remove short from collection. Now let's save, and I'm going to actually refresh it. Okay, so I'm going to choose this, and now as you can see we have one shot over here. We immediately get our image, which is the first item of this shot. And now if I try to remove this from our collection, as you can see, okay, I think it did not remove our shot from our collection. Let's see, not here.
in the save. Okay, so it added the shot to the collection, but it did not actually remove the shot from the collection, so we might need to figure that out. But let's try one more time. I'm going to remove this from here. Okay, and now we should not have anything here. Now if I click on this, it's added over here. Now I'm going to create one more collection here. This will be second collection, create, and now we have one more. Okay, what is happening here? Let's, okay, it took some time, but why the name is similar here? Let's go here. This should be second, but these two are add collection. This should be name, I think. So let's go here and let's go here. This is add collection. So okay, so the problem was that we also have to add id as a key over here, so that whenever the id changes, we need to refetch our data. So since we have two collections, there's going to be a change in id, and for that the collection data needs to be refetched. And this is how we are going to have these two different collections over here. Previously I did not added that over here, and because of that we were having the same collection two times. Now also I did one more change here. Let me remove the consoles from here. So what I did here, I changed the key. This is all collection filtered and this is all collection. Okay, so we should not have any kind of collisions. Okay, so now with this done, now I'm again going to remove this shot from this collection. Okay, so this is still not working and there's nothing here. So okay, so I was able to figure out the problem, and the problem was with this function. Right now this is covering whole component, and whenever we are actually removing the shot from the collection, this is adding that shot back to the collection, and that is why our remove function is nullified. What we can do here is we can add event.stop propagation, and that would solve our problem. So now we can add it like this. So this will event, let's write event here. So event dot stop propagation, so this will actually stop whatever this function is doing, and then we can use this. So now let's save this, go back here, and now if I click on this, this will remove the shot from here. Now as you can see, we do not have any saves here, and now I can also save that here. Whenever I can click anywhere I want, and this will add that shot here. Now if I try to add that shot here, nothing will happen. You can see first I have to remove that from here, then add it here. Okay, and yeah, and after that I also added the filter uh, property feature here. So in that also we have to do some changes. Sorry for all these changes, but first add state over here, collection title, set collection title, and then add the value collection title and on change handler. After that we need to change how we are filtering our data. So we have used include here instead of uh, this. Okay, and everything will be same. Okay, and yeah, now they should work. Okay, so now when I click on this, I have two collections, and as you can see, I'm not writing minus over here. I can add one more shot, and this will show two shots. When I click on this, this will not add that shot here. I have to
remove that shot from here, and this will remove this particular shot, not the previous one, and I can add it here. Okay, and this will show me so this is not showing anything because the first item is actually a video, so you can modify this. Okay, you can add a video here. Okay, so yeah, you can do all this stuff, and I think everything is working now. I can add one more shot. We can say third, create, and now we will have the third collection here, and I can add that inside that. Okay, yeah, and also one thing I can add here, let's go above and give this a class name. I can give max height of I think 300 and overflow y scroll. Okay, let's make one more collection, fourth, create, and now we have our scroll bar. Okay, so yeah, I think we are done with the collection part. Now what we have to do after this, we are done with our model. Now we have to show that this shot has been saved. Okay, so let's do that. So for that we need to go to the heading, and now we are going to work inside this. Okay, so here let's use a React query to fetch our save data. So I can copy this and paste over here. We are going to change here is shot saved. Okay, and this is going to be check save. Okay, and after that inside the query function we are going to write return wait is shots is shot saved by user, and we need to pass the upload id, so this will be show data dot id, and we can check over here if show data id is available. Okay, and show data dot user dot id, and yeah, now we can use that below. So here we can use, first let's write a class name like this, and here as well. Now we are going to check if the data is saved or not. So is saved short saved. Okay, and is saved. So if this comes to be true, then we are going to write pg ping 200, otherwise border of 1 pixels and border neutral of 200 and rounded full. Okay, and we need to remove some things from here, so we are going to remove flex, item center, rounded full, yeah, these things I think. Okay, let's go here. We need to add rounded full. Yeah, but in Dribbble we have something like this now. One sec, yeah. Okay, and also we need to make the text white, so here we can make text white. Okay, and we need to change the fill color here. So in the fill color we can check if show data is short saved dot is saved is true, then we are going to write this. So the color will be DE31 and 63, otherwise we are going to go with the white color. Okay, now let's save and
They should look something like this. And okay, we do not need to actually have border, I think. So I will make the stroke width 0. Okay, something like this. So let's go here and we can check here, is short saved dot is saved. If this is true, if this is true, then we are going to go with the 0, otherwise 4, sorry, 2. Now if I click on this, this will open our collection. Now we can remove this from here. Done. And this is not refetching our data, so we need to add a key over here. So this will be, let's go to the collection model, and we can add, let's go below. Okay, so we can add this, I think, as a key. I'm not sure if this will work, but I'm going to add that over here. Okay, let's add this. Okay, so this is not working actually. Let's fix this first, and then we are going to make that functional. Okay, so when this is not saved, then in that case the fill will be fff, so this should be hash and okay. Something like this. Okay, now we can save this over here. Okay, so we have one more problem. Let's fix this as well. So this is coming from the collection model, and this is coming because in the gallery item we have a JSON, and that is why we are getting this problem. So we can check over here, here, so we can check over here dot type. So if this is equals to gallery, this will be a string. If this is equals to gallery, then we are going to have empty slash, so this will show nothing. Otherwise we can just copy this again, and then in that case we are going to have content here. Now this should solve our problem. And now if I open this and this again, I'm not getting that error. Okay, not getting that error again. Yeah. Okay, so now let's solve this problem. Okay, so whenever we remove this shot from here, I want this to reflect over here. So we can make a hook or something like that to actually refetch our this data. So I'll come back after making that adjustment. Okay, so in the collection store I made one more state here, is changed, then toggle function, and then added here. Now I'm going to use this to refresh this data. So let's go above, and here I can add is changed, and then I can add that over here, is changed. Okay, now let's go to the collection model, and whenever we are adding or removing the shot, we are going to toggle that boolean. So here I'm going to do that here. Okay, so undefined, and then we can add an object, and on success this will, let's first import that toggle is changed, and then I can use that over here, toggle is changed. Okay, now let's copy this and paste over here. Now let's save, and now we should be able to immediately see our changes. Okay, so here I'm going to open this, add to the second, and this, as you can see, this changed immediately. Now if I remove this changed immediately, as you can see. So this is working, and yeah, with this we are done with our collection as well. Now in the next video we are going to make these buttons functional, and apart from this we are also going to make a separate page for each shot, and we are also going to work on this following page and other small stuff before we go to the profile page. Okay, so in the next video we are going to do all this small stuff, okay, to finalize our home page. Okay, so this was all for this video. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel, and this video will be 21st part of this series. Now in this video what we are going to do, we are going to make these buttons functional, and also we are going to make these buttons uh, functional. They are actually same buttons that we are using over here, but we are going to make them functional as well. Apart from that, we are going to use dynamic routing to make pages for each shot. Right now you can see we are on the home page, but we are going to make each individual shot page here. So when we share this shot to some person, and when they open that, we are going to show that particular shot, okay, using the dynamic routing. We are not going to show some like this. Okay, and also we are going to work on the following and new and noteworthy page. So let's get started and start working on this. Okay, so first let's work on this uh, link part. Okay, so for that we are going to actually use pop over from section. So I'm going to go to the website and take that component. Let's go below and search for the pop over this. Okay, like this. So we are just going to first install that, and let's make one more terminal. Go to the directory and paste it here. Now we can just copy this and go where we have to go. We have to go to the show, I think, then to the comment component. Let's close this, and here you can see we have this icon, upload icon, which is essentially we are using for sharing the link. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to paste the imports here. Okay, and also let's copy this. Okay, all of this, and we can go below and paste over here. We are going to remove many things from here, but first let's format this. Okay, so this should be like this. Okay, so first I'm going to add this to this button. Let's import this button from our component, and in the content I'm just going to actually show the URL. So I can remove this and I can use card over here, and inside that I think this already use card, so I can actually remove this and add a h1 tag, and this will actually just give us the URL. So we can use, let's go over here, and we have data, and in the short data we are going to get the ID. So we can write process .env dot you can say http URL, or maybe next public URL, and then slash short slash short data. I think we are calling that here data. So data dot id. Let's see how this looks over here. So I'm going to go here, and when I click on this, okay, so this should work, right? Let's refresh it. I think we are doing something wrong. Okay, so this is not working. Let's go over here and let's remove this and okay, not this. Yeah, let's remove this, and now we should not get any icons over here, but we are getting. So I think we are maybe changing to wrong maybe component, but I think now if this is not this, then that should be this. Okay, yeah, let me go over here. So this is already inside button, so I can just copy this CSS and paste over here, and I can remove this button and this one as well. And now if I click on this, I should get my pop over, but I'm not getting that. Let's use card here. Still not getting that. Let me fix that and come after that. Okay, so the problem was with uh, the Z index, so we have to change that to maybe 999, and that would bring this card to the front. Okay, like this. And now first we already have a card inside this uh, pop-over content, so we are going to remove that from here, and I can write let's first save. So this is overflowing, so I can break this, I think, or maybe overflow class name, not here, overflow y, not y, x scroll, and now this should scroll, yeah, like this. And also if you want, then you can remove this scroll bar. Okay, so I'm leaving this CSS part to you guys, and yeah, this was all we have to do in this actually functionality of this button. I'm not going to do anything more than this because that would make this project way too long for you guys, but if you want, then you can obviously add to this. Okay, so one more thing, let's remove this slash sign from here, and that would fix this URL. Now let's add that over here as well. So this is, I think, inside our main component. Let's go here and search for maybe upload, so I can upload. So it's not here, I think. Yeah, not here, and not here as well. Yeah, it's over here, so I can just go over here, copy this and paste. Also need to import this, so I can just go over here and import this too and paste over here. Okay, now one more thing. So here I am calling the data, so this is the short data. So short data, I can just write short data over here, short data dot id, I think, and that would also make this work. Okay, so yeah, that's it. And after that, I'm actually going to leave this button because this does not make this project any better. This is just an extra feature that Dribbble provides for the content creator, so that, or maybe to others, so that they can see how many views, how many likes and other stuff this shot has got. But I don't think you're going to learn anything extra if I add this functionality over here. So I'm going to leave this to you guys, and now we are going to move forward to these two buttons. Okay, and now let's make these two buttons functional as well. Right now we can actually like or save this shot from here but not from here. So let's go here. Let me first sign in. and if I open this, you can see I have already saved that. I can like this from here, but not from here. I cannot do anything. So let's make these two buttons functional as well. So let's go over here. I'm going to close this. Okay, all this stuff. Let's go to the maybe comment, and here we have those buttons, heart and bookmark. So I can go to heading and I can just copy these functions from here. So this will be for like, and this will be for save. So I can copy these two first, go to the comments, paste over here, then again go to the main view, not main view, heading. We do not need this, we need this, and yeah, only like. Okay, so let's paste over here. After that, we do not need this, we need like mutation, and that's all. So we can paste over here. Now we also need the collections, so let's go over here. Okay, so we do not need to change anything here. We're just going to open the model from this button. Okay, from this bookmark button. So like mutation, show data, like toggle comment, here we can write, and what we are passing over here is data, so we can write data. Now let's import this. Also here we can write data, and okay, here as well data. Import this function data, and then we can write here data. Let's import this function. Here as well we can write data, and now also here we can write data, and we need this boolean. Okay, so let's go to the heading again, and I think, yeah, we can copy this and paste over here, import this, and we are going to remove this. No, we're not going to remove this, we are going to use this to actually open the collection. So I think we can go below, and on clicking this we're going to open the collection. So we can write it like this, since we are going to do two tasks over here. First, open collection, on open collection, and second would be set upload id. This will be data dot id. Okay, string dot, we can use this. Okay, so this will be for actually bookmark. Let's save and let's test this out first. So if I click on this, you can see this opens our collection, and I can remove this from here. It's removed, and I can add it to here. Yeah, it's working fine, but as you can see, this is not reflecting over here. Okay, so what we need to do here, we can, yeah, we need to change this bookmark as well. So we can go to the headings, and okay, this is heart, this is bookmark. We can copy this, and then we can actually copy this whole button part and paste over here, and we need to change this to data id, and this as well. Okay, yeah, much better. I can remove this from here, Yeah, removed. So this is a little bit slower, but this is doing its work, as you can see. Okay, now with that done, we are going to do the same for the heart. We can go to the headings. I can just copy this and paste over here, and nothing to be changed. Save, and I think unlike from here and again like from here. Yeah, both is working. This also works. So this is all we have to do over here. And yeah, now after this I'm going to make 3 pages here. First will be following page, new and not worthy page, and the last will be, and third would be dynamic pages for each individual shots. So let's get and make those as well. So let's make one more folder here inside the app folder, and that would be the following page, sorry. So following, and then page.tsx. Okay, similarly we are going to make the page for short. Okay, and inside that we are going to have the short id. This will be a dynamic route, and then page.tsx. Okay, let's first work on this. So we can write tsrfc, and here I'm going to have a short page component. So this will be short page, and since this is a dynamic route, we are going to get the short id here from the params. So in the params we are going to have the short id, and this will be a type of string. Okay, now I can pass the params here is equals to params. Okay, now let's make this component. So this will be short page.tsx tsrfc. We are going to have the same. So we can copy this and paste over here, and then I can import that. Okay, not this one, this one. Okay, now in the short page, first we are going to have a navbar. Okay, navbar, and then we are going to have container. So container, and after that make a div, and then we can go back to main view and we can copy all this stuff. Okay, copy this and paste over here, and also again go back to main view, and we are going to copy all this and paste over here. Let's make this a client component, and we can remove this, and let's rewrite main view skeleton heading, main content, each short, and comments. Okay, and is loading, so we also need the state over here. So again go to the main view, and I think we can copy all this and then paste that over here, and that should solve any problem that we have over here. Now to test this out, first we need to change a few more things over here. So first here I'm going to write, okay, not here, first let's go to the each shot, and here I'm going to define a function, function update link, Okay, and window dot history dot push that null, then empty string, and then we are going to um, push that to particular URL. So short slash short dot id. So what this will do, this will actually change the URL of uh, change the URL here, okay, whenever we open this. So let me do that also. I'm going to copy this, and whenever we are opening this, we are also going to uh, update the URL. So now save this and go back here again. I'm going to refresh one more time, and now if I open this, you can see the URL changed over here. And now when I actually, you can see that now I'm actually on the short page that we just made. Okay, and yeah, I think we need to do some fixes, but you can see what I was talking about. You can uh, whenever you open the model, the URL changes. And now after this, when we close this, I want this to go back to the previous link. So for that, we can go back to the main view, and here we can define one more function to go back to the previous link, and that would be a function backlink, and this will do window dot history dot back. Okay, now let's copy this, and we can add that, I think, over here. Okay, so on close short, I can add on close short, and also I can add this. Copy, save this, and let's go home page. Open this, you will get the URL, and now if I close this, we are going to go back to the home page. So that's working. Now we can go to this page, and this is the individual page. Okay, so I don't know why we are not getting our data, so let's go and fix that. So this is the short page, params id, we are getting the all this, and let's open this. Okay, so we should get our data, but we are not getting that, and I think the reason can be this query key. So I'm going to change that to indie here as well, indie, and here as well, indie. Maybe that would work. Refresh again, and again no data. I'm going to console first. So I'm getting the data over here, CLG, this will be the short data, and query key cannot be undefined, all comment false. Okay, are we getting our ID over here or not? I don't know. So let's get that also. Params dot short ID, and we are getting our ID, and I think I figured out the problem, and that is we need to pass this params dot short ID, not the selected short ID. This is for the model. So on the home page, when we select a short, this get some values, but here we only have one short, so we do not actually need to select anything, and initially there's nothing going to be selected, so this is going to be null in that case. So we're not going to use this. I can actually remove this from here and use this, okay, wherever it is being used. And let's save, refresh the page, and now we should get our data. Yeah, we are getting our data and much better. So now we can go back to the home page again. We can click on this. I can go back, so they go to this page, and this will be the individual pages. So this is done, and now next we are going to work on this following page. So let's go here. I can close this. We have following pages here. Okay, so in order to make our following page, first we need to redefine our get upload data by infinite query function, and here we are going to pass one more parameter, and that will be is following. Okay, and this will be a type of boolean. Now here I'm going to first check. So in the try and catch, let followed user IDs to be a array of string, and initially this is going to be an empty array. Okay, now after that we are going to check if is following and session. Okay, let's get our session first. Const session is equals to await auth. Okay, so session dot user. So if we have these datas, then we are going to first get our all follows for this user is equals to await prisma dot following dot find many, and here we can pass where condition follower id, and this will be equals to session dot user dot id, and only select the following id. So following id is going to be true. Okay, and after that we are going to write followed user IDs, and this will be equals to follows dot map follow dot following id. Okay, so we are going to get all the following id that this user has followed, and now I can pass that over here. So we are going to destructure all this, so like this. Okay, and this is all the change we have to do here. Now let's go to the render shot and pass false here, since this is home page, and we can actually copy this and let's make follow page .tsx, and I can paste over here. I can change the name for that, follow page. Copy this and paste over here. Each shot will be from here, skeleton from here, and only thing that I'm going to change here is this is going to be true. Okay, and now let's refresh. I'm going to go to the following page, and let's add this follow page over here. And I think also I need to wrap this inside a container. Let's go here, and I think I have added that. No, I have not. Okay, so I also need to add all these things, so I can just copy this and paste over here, and instead of this render shot, this will be a follow page, and we can import other. Let's refresh. and this is the following page. Okay, and I have followed only one user, which is Senpai Short, and that author only have two shots. Okay, so this is working, and now the last part is to work on this new and noteworthy. So let's make that page also. So we can, here I can make that. In the short I can make a new upload. So actually I do not have a good idea what this new and noteworthy is, so I can just make a new page which will actually show the same data that we are showing on the home page. So I can just make a page.tsx file, and I can just copy all this from here. Okay, show page, and then we can, okay, upload new. This should be, I think, outside. One sec. So inside this, and we need to change the name to upload new, not new upload. Upload new. I think there should not be any problem now, so I can refresh it, and this is the upload new page. And let's also change this so that now I'm on this page, so this should show new and noteworthy. So let's go, I think, to in the name and in the bottom bar, and here we are using following and noteworthy. So we can get the path name first. Const path name is equals to use path name. Okay, let's console that first, clg, and let's get the path name over here. And the path name is actually right now upload new, so I can go below and use that. So show filter and active, so set active, so I can actually maybe here. So if the path name, let's make this above. So if the path name is equals to maybe following, then we are going to go with the following. Otherwise we are going to go with this. Okay, not this. Maybe we can use effect here, not like this. So by default this is going to be following, but we can use a use effect over here, and we can write it like this. Okay, so this will be path name. So whenever they're changed, let's make this above. So whenever this changes, we are going to set the active. Okay, if the path name is equals to new and noteworthy, let's go below and copy this from here. So this will be upload new. So I can write set active item to this. Otherwise we are just going to go with the following. Okay, even if we are on the home page, this is going to show following, but we can go to the following page by clicking on this. Okay, one thing I forgot to do here is actually I need to change this to this active value, so active item. Okay, and now if I refresh this, okay, let me again go back to the home page, and if I go to the new and noteworthy, we should get the upload new, but we are not getting that. So if okay, we need to add the slash as well. And now if I refresh this, you can see now this is new and noteworthy, and if I go to the following, this is following. So yeah, this was I forgot to add here, and now this should work as well. So this was all that was remaining on this page. We have also made these individual pages. Now the last page that we are going to make is the profile page. Okay, this. Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to the channel, and this will be part 22 of this series, and I think this will be the last part of this series before deploying this project to the Vercel. So now in this project, now we are going to make the profile page here, and in that we are going to add collections, like, and other stuff that we have done over the home page, or maybe to each individual pages. So we are going to show all that data over there. Okay, so now let's make that page. So for that, let's go to our project here, and here inside app we are going to make one more folder that would be profile, and inside that add user id in all catched out, and then add page.tsx. okay, and now let's also add a layout here, since this page will have different layout than the other pages. So in the in this route we are going to add one more file that would be layout.tsx. So this will be one of the file. We are going to add many files over here. So we can write import neighbor. We are going to show neighbor here, and okay, and also we are going to show some info and menu, which we are going to make over here. So let's make those components as well. So this will be profile info.tsx, and other will be menu.tsx. so these two components we are going to use in the layout. So let's make that the framework for now. So now let's go here and import those components. So this will be profile info, and also import the menu, and then we are going to define a layout. So export default function, and this will be our profile layout. Now this will have children and parents, and let's define the types as well. So children will have type React Node, and the parents will have the type. Inside that we are going to have the user ID, which will be a type of string. Okay, so since this is all catched out, we are going to get our user ID from this. Okay, and now we can define our function over here, and we are going to return a section. Okay, and I think we are getting some kind of error here. Okay, this is not error function, this is simple function. And inside the section we are going to add our neighbor. Close this, and then profile info, and then we are going to have the menu, in which we are going to pass the user ID. Okay, or we can pass whole params here. Okay, and after that we are going to have our children here. Now let's define our menu first. So let's go to the menu, and first we are going to define the props, and we can write params, and then params. This will have user ID, and this will be a type of string. Okay, now after that we are going to use path name here, so we need to make this a client component. Use client, and we are going to use path names. From that we are going to get path name or path of our current URL, so you can use path name, and we are going to get the last path of the path name, so we can write const last path is equals to path name dot split. We are going to split by slash and then slice it -1. We are going to get the last. We are going to actually slice from the back, and we are going to get the first value, which typically means we are going to get the last value of our URL, and then we are going to use it here. So give this a div class name of maxw screen excel and mx auto, and inside this div add one more div. Okay, and give this class name as well of border b. Okay, and inside this we are going to have another list. Give this a class name of flex item center space x7 and font semi-bold and text base. Okay, base and my5. Now inside this another list we are going to have bunch of links, so we are going to import that from next link, and now this will have href, so this will be href, and the URL will be, and the path will be profile, which is this slash the params dot user ID slash shorts. Okay, and then add a class name over here, and here we can use this, and here we're going to check first if the last path if this is equals to params dot user ID, then or the last path, then we are going to, or the last path is equals to shorts, then we are going to go with p1 px2 and rounded full, and bg neutral of 200, otherwise we are going to do nothing here. Okay, and after that inside this link we can write work. So these are the shorts that our user have created. Okay, and now we can duplicate this and make some more routes. I'm going to copy that from my GitHub, and you can do that same here, because otherwise this is going to take some while. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy that from my GitHub and paste over here. Okay, and here I think, yeah, this is small gap, so I'm going to actually make this small as well, and then I can make this small as well. Okay, so this is all we have to do in the menu. Now we can go to the profile info page. Let's go over here, and we can make this as well. Now this will be a server component, and here we are going to actually import auth. Okay, and from auth we are going to get session, so we can write const session is equals to await auth, and we are going to make this asynchronous component, and give this a class name of flex item center justify center and my20. Okay, now inside this div add one more div, give this a class name of maxw screen sm and mx auto to make everything in center. Add one more div, okay, and give this class name as well of flex item center and space x4, and then add one more div and give this class name as well of w of 100 pixels and h of 100 pixels of flex item center, justify center, text white, rounded full, bg orange of 600 and relative. Okay, now inside that we're going to have a p tag, give this class name of text 6xl, and then we are going to get the first character of the name of the user. So session dot user dot name dot char80, okay, and then below this make one more div, there is a class name. Note, no, we do not have to give this a class name. Inside that add h1 tag, give this a class name of text 3xl and font semi-bold, and here we can get all the right full username. And actually let's make this h1 and this one p. Okay, now we can save this and this, and now we should have something over here. Okay, so this is the now profile page, this is the logged in user username, and we have some menus over here. Now this is work, which is actually the current profile page, and this also leads you to the short page, okay, and other pages. Okay, so we are going to make all the pages over here now. Okay, so let's first make a short page inside profile. So I would go inside the user ID, and inside that make the shorts, and then add the page.tsx, okay, and tsrfc. Now let's save and go back here, and now if I click on this, I should have the page. Okay, as you can see. Now this this profile info and this menu is in the layout, so we are going to see this on each page. Okay, so yeah, so as you can see, nothing changes over here. We are just moving back and come back to the main profile page. Okay, so yeah, now one more component make here, and that would be user shorts.tsx, and what we are going to do, we are going to import that over here, user shorts. Let's go over here again. Okay, and first let's make this a client component, use client, and then we are going to use vect query over here. So we can add const data, and that would be short data. So we are actually going to fetch all the data, all the shorts that is made by this user using the vect query. So here is query, not queries, this will be query, and then add the query key, that would be profile short, and then query function. Okay, so the query function will be asynchronous, and then we are going to get the shorts const. I think we can remove this also. So shorts is equals to wait, get short by user, okay, get more short by user. Okay, so actually we need to make that function here. So I'm going to first write here get shorts by user, and then I'm going to actually return the shorts here. Okay, now let's go to the action, and then I think short. Here we can add that export const get shorts by user, and this will be asynchronous, and we do not need to pass anything since we are going to get our user ID from this auth. So we can write const session await auth, and then we can use try and catch here. Okay, and let's write const more shorts is equals to await prisma dot upload dot find many, not find first, find many. Okay, and then we are going to use a where condition where user id will be session dot user dot id, and actually we can check over here if we have a session or not. So session dot user dot id, if we do not have this, then I'm just going to return. Okay, and yeah, otherwise we are going to go ahead and we are going to fetch the shorts, and also we are going to include only specific things, and that would be items. So make it this true, and then order by will be created at decreasing. Okay, so we want the latest one to be first, and lastly we can return the more shorts. Now here we can console the error, so console dot error, and we can write error fetching more shorts and by user, and then error, and then we can return null as well here and here as well. Okay, so now let's save and go back to our page, so user shorts, and now we can import that from actions. Okay, now after this let's start our JSX. So class name pt10 max wscreen excel and mx auto to make everything in the center. Now inside this add one more div and give this a class name of grid calls 4, and this will for larger devices, and md grid calls 3 and sm grid calls 2, otherwise grid calls 1, and cap I'm going to go with the 10. Now after that we are going to actually map over the short data, so I'm going to add short data dot map, and we are going to get the short here, use the small braces, and then we can use each short over here. Inside that we are going to pass short. One sec, I think. Okay, let's do it this again. Add arrow here and add a curly braces, and then each short. Okay, and then we can pass the short over here, which will be short, and then key, and key will be short dot id. Okay, and here this is saying that user is missing in the item. Let's go over here and let's see what this is asking. So this is asking the short, which will be type of this. So this is also asking for the user. So let's close this and go here again, and we can include that as well and make this true. Now we should not have any kind of problems here. And if we go over here, refresh the page, and then let's go to the work page, which is shorts, and now we should see our shorts here, as you can see. Now what we can do, since the short page and the main profile page is same, so I'm going to add the user shorts here as well. Okay, so that when I'm on the short page I get this, and when I'm on the profile page I still see this. Okay, so yeah, this will be for the short page. Now let's work on the collection and like short page. And the boosted short, this is just on the Dribbble, so that is why I made this, but you can just leave this, or you can completely remove this from here. Okay, so I'm just going to make this page, but I'm not going to add anything over here. Okay, so here I'm going to make multiple pages now. So first will be about, then boosted, and then we are going to have collections, and then drafts. And yeah, now let's work on this like and the collections. For that, go to the like page and make the component page.tsx. In this page we are going to have a component that would be a liked post. Okay, .tsx. And okay, now first make this a client component. Okay, and here make a state that will be const show title, and set show title is equals to use state, and this will be a type of boolean. Okay, so using this we are going to show the title when we hover over the short. Okay, and now let's get all the liked short by this user. So we can write const data, and this will be like short data, and use query, not queries, use query, and this will have query key which will be liked short, and I'm going to add profile here. Okay, and then we are going to have query function. Now I have not made the function yet, so let's write for now like this: const shorts await get all liked short by user, and then we are going to return the shorts. Now let's copy this and go to this actions in the short, and I'm going to make that function now. So export const, this will be asynchronous, and we do not have to pass anything here. First get the session here, so we can write const session is equals to await auth, and we are going to check if we have a user or not. So we can write if we do not have the user, session dot user, then we are going to return empty array, otherwise we are going to get the user ID from the session. So user ID is equals to session dot user dot ID, and okay, if this should be if. Yeah, now after getting the user ID we are going to use try and catch, and here we are going to get the like. So const liked shorts is equals to await prisma dot like dot find many, and where the user ID is user ID, and then we are going to include some things. So include upload, and from the upload we are going to include the items. Okay, so items which will be true. Now I do not want actually this whole data. I only want this upload data. So in the inside upload we are going to have items and this other thing. Okay, so what I can do, I can filter that out by using map. So like shorts is equals to like short dot map, and again it like, and I only want like dot upload. Okay, and then I can return like short, this one. Okay, now otherwise I'm going to console the error, uh, error getting liked short by user and pass error, and also I can return empty array. Now let's go here and I can import that from actions, and then I can use in the JSX. So let's start writing a JSX here. Yeah, let's give this Dribbble class name of pt10 and max w screen excel and mx auto in to make everything in center. Okay, and make one more div, give this class name of grid, gap will be 10, and lg grid calls 4, and md grid calls 3, and sm grid calls 2, and otherwise grid calls 1. Grid calls 1. Now after that I'm going to map over the like short data. So like short data dot map, from this I'm going to get the short, and we're going to use the small braces, add a div over here. I'll give this class name of w full, h full cursor pointer, position relative, and after that on mouse enter I'm going to set this set show title to true, and on mouse leave I'm going to make that false. Okay, and now after that inside this I'm going to add an image, so we can get that from next image. For the src we can actually go to, I think, each shot, and I think I have made the function over here. This is the first item, so I can copy this and then paste over here. Okay, and this is short, so I can pass the short here, and this will be a type of let's say, what is the type here? So we can see the type is short data type, so I can go over here and declare that short data type. Okay, and also import this type, and then I can remove this, and actually let's use curly braces here instead of small braces. Okay, and then we have to return, and inside this we can add this div. Okay, and here I can call that function. So let's again go to the each shot. I can copy this and then paste over here, and I can pass the shot. Now this will give me an error because this shot does not include the user ID, so the user data. So I can just write it like this, because I think we do not need the user data here. Okay, and I can then use this to get my content, which is actually the URL. So I'm going to get that as well from each shot. So this is it. I can copy this. Okay, so I think this is the image and videos, and okay, let's see. Yeah, this is the users. So this is the first image or maybe video, so I can just copy these two and go back to the light shot and paste it over here. Yeah, and that should do the work. Okay, if I save this and go back here, let's go to the light shot, and as you can see, we are getting only the images or videos as well. So this is working, and now let's continue writing our J6. So below this video or image, I can add one more div. I'll give this a class name of pt2 flex item center, and justify between and w full, and then add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center and space x1 and relative position, and w will be full, sorry, not 0, this will be full. And now inside this div I can add a image, so I can add the author image. Okay, so let's go to the e-shot and I can get those data from here. And since we are using the users data, I think we need to include those data as well from our function. So I think over here, let's go to this function and I can include maybe over here along with item I can include user as well, and that should solve the problem. Yeah, now we should not have any kind of problem. I can save this, and you can see I am getting the user's icon and the name. Okay, with that done, let's go below this div. Okay, so inside this div, let me restructure this. Below this div, add one more div, give this a class name of text extra small and flex item center and space x1 and text neutral of 500. And now inside this we can add one more div and give this a class name as well, flex item center and space x1, and then inside this we can add the number of likes. So I'm going to go to my GitHub and copy the span, and that copy some code because we are going to use SVG here, and the like is 55. So this is going to look like this. Okay, now actually let's get this number. So how many like this particular shot have? So now let's get the number of likes over here. So we can actually get that from this function, I think, or maybe we should write a different function for this. Okay, so for that I'm going to make a different component here. Now let's copy this and not copy, let's cut this from here, and I can make a new component, const like number name show number of likes, and we can write it like this and return the JSX, and here we can pass the short ID. So short ID which will be a type of string, so we need to write it like this: short id, which will be a type of string, and remove this and this, and based on that we are going to fetch the number of likes. So we can, let's go with the autocomplete. Okay, this is giving very bad code, so I can get the data, and I do not need these. I can get the query key. Query key will be number of likes and also the short id here. Okay, and then query function. Now here I can write const number, and this will be await get like count, and I can pass the short id here. Okay, and return the number here. Okay, now I can copy this and go to the actions, and I'm going to actually write all this, the functions that are being used in the profile page. I'm going to write all inside the short file. So I can write export const this asynchronous. This will require short id, which will be a type of string, and then use try and catch here, and we can write const like count, where upload id will be short id, and we actually need only the count here. So yeah, we are going to get the count. Yeah, we are using the count, so I can return the count, like count. Otherwise I can return 0 here. Okay, this should, what is the problem? Yeah, this should be like this, and now we do not have any problems. I can just import that here and use that count. So data, the data is number or undefined, so I can use like this. Now I can use that here, show number of likes, and pass the short id to be short dot id. Okay, and now this should show me the number of likes. Yeah, this has 1 1 1 and 1. All of these have number of likes 1. Now outside this div, make one more div, give this a class name, and write it like this. Position will be absolute, bottom 7, a text sm, a w full bg gradient to top. Okay, from neutral 600, to transparent. Okay, and rounded lg, and we are going to use the show title. So if the show title is true, then we are going to do nothing, otherwise opacity is 0, and transition all, and duration will be 200 milliseconds ease in. Okay, and add one more div, give this a class name of flex item center, justify between w full p3 py5 and p310. Okay, and then we can add the p tag at the class name here of text white, font medium, and then we can use the short title, short dot title here, and this is going to look like this. Okay, now they are all coming at once. So actually what we can do here, we can use that state over here. Okay, now if I save this, now this should come one by one. Okay, I think render more shots than previous render. Okay, so I think I'm doing this wrong. So what we can do, we can make a new component here, and this will be const each liked shot. Okay, like this, return, and I can just cut div from here and pass it over here. Okay, and I'm now going to need these things over here, and I'm also going to need the function. So let's paste here, and this should be here, and now let's get the shot. So shot, and this will be type of shot data type, and now only thing that is left to do is to remove this, add small braces, and add the each like shot and pass the shot which will be shot. Now let's save. Now this problem should now be gone. Okay, as you can see, now I can go here and come back to the like shot, and I'm not getting that problem. Okay, so now let's work on this functionality where we can actually unlike this post, and by doing this post will be removed from here. And let's make this pink, and I don't know why I am not able to make this pink, and I do not want to waste much time, so I'm going to use heart icon from React, and I'm going to fill this with pink color, and this is the hex code for that. Okay, and stroke width will be 0. Okay, yeah, much better. Okay, and now when I click on this should be unliked. So for that we can go to this heading component, and maybe we can get that, this function. So get this one and paste it over here. So first we need the like mutation, and let's import this. This will be for profile, so I'm going to change this, and we need the user ID. Okay, so and we are only getting the data, so which is the number, and then here we can pass the short ID. Okay, let's import this function, and we do not need to actually check for this, and let's get a session, I think. So we can get the session from use session over here, and let's import this, and let's also import the router. So we can add const router is equals to use router from next navigation, and the only thing is this on close short, which I don't think we need in this case. So I'm going to remove this, and I can now add this. Okay, so on click like toggle. Okay, and after unlocking the shot, we are going to need to actually refetch our data. So let's copy this, and let's add this over here. Okay, refresh. Okay, and yeah, now we have 111, and okay, now we have 111. Now if I click on this, I think I have unlocked this. Okay, as you can see, I unlocked the shot, but that did not immediately remove that shot from here. So we can make a state or a hook that will change its value and refetch this data. So we can go over here, and I can make one more folder that will be profile, and I can write use like.ts. Let's copy this. Okay, interface use like profile store. This will have like profile boolean set like profile. Okay, and export const. Let's remove this from here. I can just copy this, paste over here, remove the use from here, create like profile store set. Okay, and let's auto complete this. Let's write ourselves. Okay, so now with this done, I can just save this, and let's import that over here. Const use like profile store. I can get the like profile and pass it as a query key. Copy this, and then I can just import that here as well. And this time I need the set profile like profile, and on toggling this I can change the value. So set like profile to whatever its value is. So let's import that as well, like profile. Now let's save, refresh it, and now that should work. Okay, now if I click on this, that should refetch our data. And as you can see, now we have only 2 shots here, so that is working. So yeah, this is all we have to do on the like page. Now we can work on the collection page. So let's go over here. So in the collection page, I have already page.tsx. Now make one more component that would be show collections.tsx, and I'm going to make this simple. You can obviously redefine this, but for this tutorial purpose I'm going to make this simple so that you can actually work on this a little bit more from your side and learn something on your own. Okay, so I'm going to get all the collection data which we are going to call the collection data. Use query key will be collections, which will be profile, and query function asynchronous, and let's get our collections. So collections is equals to await get collections for user, and then return the collections. Okay, now we can go to the like shot, and we can actually copy this, and again go back here and paste it here. This will be collection data dot collections, and change this to collection. Okay, and now we have to change this. Now what I'm going to do, actually I'm just going to show the first save upload image, and the name of the collection here. But we can do a lot more here, like we can add a model that will open up when we click on the collection to show all the shorts inside that, and then we can add functionality to remove and add that stuff. But that is just a repetition that we have already done in our series, but I encourage you guys to do that. Okay, so I'm going to remove this and we can edit it. Okay, and let's use curly braces here. Okay, since I have to use that function again that we have used in the like short component, so return, and I can write it like this. Now let's go to like short and let's get this function, this both. Okay, and let's paste it over here, and this time we do not have to pass this. Let's import this. We can remove this from here, and this will be just collection dot saves dot, okay, I think I have to go. Okay, so inside the saves we have this, so this is essentially this. Okay, upload dot items, and I think this was 0. Yeah, after this I can use that over here, so I can go back here and copy these two things and paste over here, and I can import the image. So import image from next image, and after that I can write the collection name. So p text center, maybe pt3, text sm, font medium, and I can write collection name. So collection dot name. Let's save this, and I think I will get this error. So in the collection saves upload, this is saying this upload, this is saying that upload is not defined. Let's go over here, and I think we are not getting the upload in our data here. Okay, let's go to this function, include upload, include items. I should be getting my upload here, so why not? Let's console the data, collection data dot collections. Let's add something here. Yeah, so I think I'm not getting the data here. Oh, I'm getting the data A. So these are the collections. Inside I have saved, so save is 0 here, here it is also 0, here it is 1, and here it is 1. So if this is 0, if we are not finding anything here, then I can return. So I can just write something here. If the collection dot saves dot length is 0, then we are going to return null. Okay, and as you can see, we are just getting third, fourth, but in the add collection and second we do not have anything here. So for this we can do one thing. Okay, so we can do one thing here, like if the collection dot saves the length is 0, then we can maybe add a div like this, yeah, and maybe we can make this h full, w full, and bg something like this, bg slate maybe 800, yeah, provide that disappears, yeah, much better. I can go with the 300 and we can get rounded, or maybe lg. Let's make this center, so flex item center, justify center, much better. Yeah, much better. So what you need to do is, when we click on this, you just have to open the collection model that we already made, and inside that you have to show the collections, and when we click on the collections you have to show the all the shorts that has been saved inside the collection. Okay, and then also the functionality to remove the collections, so the shorts from a collection. Okay, or move collection to, sorry, or move short to another collection. So you can add these kind of functionalities here. With this, I think we are done with all the functionalities, all the pages, and this will be end for this I think series. So now what we are going to do, we are going to actually deploy this on the Vercel. Okay, yeah, so I think everything is working. Yeah, everything is working. So now I'm going to start working on the deployment part. Okay, so for the deployment, first I'm going to push this to my GitHub, the latest commit. So let's write git add git commit, and this will be the commit for video 21 and 22, and then git push. We do not need to define the origin because I have only one branch here. Okay, now with that done, now let's start working on our deployment. So first I'm going to build my app over here, npm run build, and let's see what we are getting over here. So you can ignore this is my errors. So there are many errors that we are getting, I think. Yeah, there are too many errors that we need to solve. So yeah, after doing all this stuff, I'm going to come back again, and you also do these things. First build this app in your local, sort out all these errors, and then start deploying it on the Vercel. Okay, so that way you will save a lot of time. Okay. So I'm going to fix all these errors, warnings, and come back again. Okay, so now I have fixed all the building problem on the local. Only the warnings are remaining, which is not going to do anything for initial deployment. So we can go and now start deploying our app. So now I'm going to push my code again since I have made some changes. So git add git commit, and this will be prod changes, and then git push. Okay, not git shook, git push. Okay, so while this is going, we can go to the Vercel and I can search for that project, which is Dribbble. So this is not here. I can go here and authenticate myself. Now I can add it from here. Okay, so here, let's import that. And now we need to change some things. So this will be, I'm going to say Dribbble here. I do not want to use the Dribbble name here. And then build, and here I'm going to write Prisma generate, and then next build. Okay, and now I'm going to give environment variables, which I'm going to copy from the env file. So these are the environment variables and these are the values. I'm going to change this later, but I can pretty much guess what this will be. So I'm going to actually write this dot Vercel dot app, and yeah, now let's deploy this. And now we have a problem here that module not found. Okay, Prisma adapter. Okay, I think we do not have this module here. So where it is being used, it is being used in the auth file. Let's go over here in the auth.ts, and I think this is here, and this should also be inside a packet.json. So I'm just going to copy this and find it here. Okay, we do not have that, so might as well add it here. And also I'm going to add one more file here, .env .example. Okay, so I have added the example environment file as well. Now let's push the code again, and now let's go over here again, and I'm going to redeploy this. Let's wait 1 2 3 redeploy, and now this is going to take which deployment. It is not writing over here, but this should use the latest deployment. Yeah, fixed prod error 1. Let's expand this. Okay, so we have some warnings which we can fix later, and we have some null values and defined values. This does not matter. And now we are generating pages, and now we are deploying the outputs. So I think everything went smooth, and now we should have our page in a few moments. Okay, so this is done. Let's go to the dashboard, and yeah, this is the, and yeah, the domain is Dribbble.vercel.app. So I was right. So we do not have to actually redefine the next public URL that I just added in the environment file. Okay, so now let's go here and let's see if this is working. Okay, you get this Vercel toolbar if you are on the same browser where you are using this Vercel. And now let me refresh. Now we should get our, okay, the reason we are not getting the data over here is because if you see in the logs, I'm making too many mistakes over here. You can see that we're getting this error, and the reason is that we have not provided the database URL over here. As you can see, do not have the database URL, so I'm going to add the URL over here. So I have just added the URL, and now after this you have to redeploy your app. So let's redeploy this. Okay, so the deployment is ready again. Let's open this again, and now we should get some data this time. Okay, let's dismiss this, and yeah, now we are getting the data. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, everything is working great, fine. And I can go to each individual pages, and everything working fine. I cannot go to the share work, I think. Yeah, I need to log in first. And yeah, I think we are done with this application. We are also done with the deployment, and this was all for this series. If you liked the whole series and this project, please leave a comment and like this video, and also do subscribe to the channel for this kind of content. Okay.